And we are live for this full day of watching Survivor 46. This is the final day of Survivor 46 and 46. It's been a long journey, it's been a fun journey. And yeah, so last time I did this, um, I started to really get tired around because last time I did this was for 42 2 years ago. And I think I started to get tired right around 1 p.m. that day, which sucked because I had a long way to go. Obviously, with today being six, um, we all know the first few episodes are very much the Banu show. And I'm not looking forward to it. I'm going to probably sober through this entire thing. I don't really plan on leaving my house for anything today. I really can't. So this is going to be stone cold sober as I watch this. Every now and then, like I've mentioned, we're going to have people that have joined me throughout this entire process. And probably just come and shoot the shit, not only about 46, but just about Survivor in general. Um, and Bono's on the screen. Let's see what else. I'm going to be periodically leaving timestamps for where I'm at, just in case anyone wants to watch as I go along. I'll be leaving my finished rankings for this time around throughout the day. And then I might have to step out to use the bathroom or something. There will be a lot of dead air in between. I'll try to ramble as much as possible in the process because I mean, yeah, people are probably working as of now, so it's not like I'm going to be having everyone join in at 8:30 in the morning. It'll probably be closer to whenever the merge happens. If we're being honest, probably around 4 or 5 p.m. Which is fine. Like I've been watching these alone for the last 45 days, so much of a difference. The Facebook mom's favorite person of the season, Charlie, is now on the screen. Um, I thought Charlie kind of falls into the same category as like Xander for me, where I feel like I would like Charlie if his fans weren't so damn annoying. Um, some of his fans are fine. The crazies, and you guys know who the crazies are. The crazies are the one that went after Maria after the finale. But Charlie's fine. He's fine. He seems really sweet, and I really enjoyed what he said at Final Tribal about every winner deserves to win. Period. And he said that in the moment, like right after losing. He could have been someone else that mentioned at the reunion. Oh yeah, let me buy the win from you. Um, so yeah, 46 is just starting now. I don't even think they've done the credits yet, but appreciate where's my oh yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, especially the people that have been here for the majority of this entire process. I really do appreciate that. It is nice to. This has basically been my summer family this summer, so it's been great to have all of you stop in here and there, and I see a lot of you throughout this day. Nice action shot of Jeff as the boats roll in. I guess I can start with my first time stamp of the day. I guess it really wouldn't matter unless someone asked for a timestamp. I'm probably not going to do it then because by the time I post it and by the time people hop in, it's going to have moved on. But I will say, okay, I can say that. Okay, on episode 1. So if anyone hops in that way, I think that right now that is the plan. And thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I think that is I think that possibly is the plan. I don't know. Right now, I'm just enjoying the show. Ooh, what is that? But yeah, I'm hoping to become more regular on the network. I've really enjoyed my time here. So we will see. Um, okay, this is for everyone that hops in. Episode 1. We started this at 8:35. Episode 1 at 8:35 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for anyone hopping in. Okay, so who's that? Okay, I was just ready to say this doesn't run into the 43 issue of me not remembering certain people's faces. There's Liz. There's Liz. I think I recognize everyone. I hope that I recognize. The season just ended. Yeah, it's so funny because I started this. I think I started on May 29th, May 24th, May something. This entire process started May something. And if you give me a second, I can look up the exact day that I started. All right, so I started May 26th. The Survivor 46 finale aired. Oh, shoot. I thought I had a bookmark. Oh, there I did. May 22nd. So basically, I had 4 days of non-Survivor before I just spent the last month and a half watching nothing but. So this one should be fresh in my mind, but also, I've got better seasons and worse seasons that I have watched since then. So we will see how I feel about it today. I think when I initially watched the season, it was New Era wise was my second to last, but like it was still in the 20s, I think low 20s as far as my personal rank at that point. Like I have ranted about the last 5 nights, I feel like the New Era gets a lot of hate for reasons. I feel like a lot of the reasons are very what's the word? A lot of the reasoning doesn't make sense outside of all the advantages and all of the twists, which, as I mentioned again last night, that trend started way before 41. We can go back to 31 or even 30 as far as advantages and twists, becoming more and more of a thing. So even then, I feel like people unnecessarily blame the 40s for it when it started earlier. I really love Fiji water. Like looking at the Fiji water on the show. I don't even think I've had actual Fiji water. Look at Liz, man. If anyone doesn't know, like I was in love with this woman during the airing of this. I know that most people were probably on the Venus or Kenzie trains, but what can I say? Jeff's still looking. I understand, Botox and all that stuff exists, but Jeff is, at this point, I believe, is like 61, 62 years old, and he's still looking good, especially his calves. The man works out. So here are the first reward challenge. We've got the internet's favorite meme, Zelensky, running for I forgot the tribe names, but this tribe, the non-red tribe. There's Hunter, who I know people said that he kind of falls into the Survivor nerd category. I think last night they mentioned that. I enjoyed Hunter, and they also said he kind of falls into the challenge beast category, which, yeah, even then, I prefer him over Jonathan. I prefer him over a lot of, said challenge beasts that we have had throughout the history, and especially watching it like this. A lot of the people that fall into some of these archetypes, I won't say that they blend together, but after a while you get tired of the same archetypes over and over again, even though I understand that's how it has to go. They have to cast people that us folks can kind of connect with. I get it. Um, as far as also mm, anyone that is listening is in the chat. Let me know if you can actually hear the TV because I don't know. Or I think I have it down enough that you can't hear anything, but I have it at the same number that I have it whenever I'm doing the recaps. I have it at like a 4 or a 5. So I hope that y'all can't hear it because that would really suck. So I'm going to be here for, like I said, like 13, 14 hours. I forgot yesterday that the 90-minute episode started. So I was very much behind for most of the day, and it kind of dragged. At least today, I prepped um, as far as knowing that it's going to be 13 hours, or not 13, as is going to be 90 minutes, and I kind of figured out that it's actually going to be closer to 14 because there are a couple of 2-hour episodes, including this one. I'm pretty sure hour 26, but without. I mean, so it would have been 2 hours without with commercials. You guys know what I'm saying. Yeah, man, this is it's fun to finally be here. Like I said, I finished watching Survivor 46 4 days before I started this entire process. So, the fact that I'm here again, um, basically 50 days later, is it's do I feel accomplished? No, because but I do feel a sense of I can't believe I did this shit again. And as I've mentioned a few times, I'm going to do it one more time in 2 years. Um, after 50 airs, I'm going to do 50 and 50, and then I will never binge watch this show again. I will watch seasons here and there, but I will probably never watch things like Island of the Idols or Thailand or Worlds Apart ever again after 2 years from now. I can't do it. It was already hard enough watching it this time around. Man, I can't wait to cut my hair. Yeah, I let my hair, whatever's left of it, grow out during this process. So I'm gonna probably cut it tomorrow because after I'm done this today, I'm going right to sleep and I'm gonna sleep all day tomorrow. Um, and then when I wake up, I'll probably cut my hair and shave, and then I have a bus to catch because I'm traveling the for something. I can't say what, but I'm going somewhere for a few days, and so I need to be well rested before I go out there. Um, no, I'm not going to go play Survivor. I don't even think that they're. I feel like they've already finished with filming the next 2 seasons. Um, let's see. Oh, I haven't done for all my baseball fans out there. I'm gonna do my immaculate right quick. My immaculate grid. Where is it? If you don't know what immaculate grid is, I'll see if I can show the screen. Um, oh no, I want to do play now. This is. Can you see that? This is immaculate grid. You basically have to find a player that fits in every one of those categories. I do it every day because I'm a nerd, as you can see by watching 46 Days of Survivor. A Seattle Mariner who played catcher. I think Kenji Jojiman was a catcher in Seattle at one point, right? I'm pretty sure. But pitch for Seattle, I'm going to go with Jamie Moyer. Of course, pitch for the Atlanta Braves. We're going to go Cole Hamels, pitch there for a hot second. Pitch for Washington, we'll go Livan Hernandez. Livan Hernandez. And then we won't touch it for a while because I really got to think. All right. So the first reward challenge is done. Everyone's all muddy, but no one got a concussion. So we're all good there. There's Tevin, Maria. Maria's jacked. Yeah, I would hope that, yeah, if you were about to go play Survivor, that you would not have just spent 50 days sitting on a couch watching, but actually doing something with endurance. Yeah, yeah, that's yeah. Eh, I have not worked out. I mean, I've walked. I've gone on walks during this, especially for the earlier seasons where like watching the early seasons. I don't for some reason they just kind of flow very well and they just finish. And I felt like I had a lot more free time like the first seven ish seasons. And I think after All Stars is when I probably started to stay in the house a lot more. Oh, Jelensky's talking. Um, I feel like okay, and also getting the strength so you can last 26 days. Yeah, that's the other thing is like I would either I don't even know what I would do in that situation as far as do I just binge eat forever and then just starve, or do I start training myself to not eat much so that when I'm out there and they don't give us food, that I'm kind of just used to it. Um, I don't know. I've actually never asked anyone who has played on these later seasons what they did food wise to prep for going out, knowing that they were not going to have food pretty much for the pre-merge. Um, all right, so we get our Jelensky moment coming soon. They just flipped the hourglass, so him and Q are. It's so funny that Zelensky has become this big internet meme. I know that like the fun cool thing is to hate on the guy. I think in the same vein as Zayn Knight or others, I feel like the fact that we are still talking about Zelensky, the fact that they were still talking about Zelensky during the finale of this, shows that he was a character. You say what you want about the player, but the character, and that's the same thing with most of the people that play the show. The characters. The prime example that I have brought up so many times during this is James from China. I know people like to hype him up as like this big challenge beast, and one of the greatest players, and it's like no, he's really not. And honestly, challenge beast wise, he's really not. I fairly certain he's never won an individual immunity. I'm almost certain he's never won an individual immunity. Um, and pre-merge, I mean, in China, he's not like his tribe. Either tribe that he's on is winning all of the challenges. Yes, there's the one that PG and Jamie throw, but like he's not out here just winning all the challenges. In Micronesia, he's not out there winning all the challenges on the pre-merge or swap. Did his swap tribe win every challenge? I think his swap tribe may have won every challenge. And then here's his villains. Once again, the heroes tribe actually gets damn near decimated pre-merge. And yes, I know he messed up his ACL and all that, but yeah, all of that is to say, I feel like characters and players, people kind of put them in the same breath when you should say no, they're good to great players, they're good to great characters. Why is my camera off? Usually I can see both of my hands when I do this. I also do this a lot, and I haven't realized until I did this time around, and I'll go back and like watch just clips, and I realize that I talk with my hands a lot. Um, do you think Zelensky will be back for 50 since Sheffield? No, I don't think. Honestly, the only way I could see Zelensky coming back is if they did a pre-merge versus post-merge type season. That's like Survivor South Africa did. I don't think they're ever going to do a first boots season because I don't think they have enough first boots that people really want to see. But if they if they would ever do a pre-merge versus post-merge type thing, even then, I feel like Johnsky probably wouldn't come back. But I feel like because he has become so much of a meme, he will probably be in the casting process. I feel like he would get a call. But I don't know. I feel like there are so many pre-mergers that people like really want to see back that even if they left it up to a fan vote, the trolls probably vote for Zelensky, but I feel like most people would vote for, real people, whatever that means. All right, now the Green Tribe has flipped their hourglass, so they're doing savvy. Um, oh yeah, here we go. I'm looking at these two right now and realizing that the Taylor Swift Metallica thing will be happening soon-ish. I think what, like episode 3 or 4, maybe earlier. Um, oh goodness. So as far as what I'm gonna do for food today, probably nothing. I probably won't eat until I'm done until I'm done with this. Um, I've got water, so I probably just sit here and drink water all day. If I ever get the urge to really do something, what I'll do is I'll wait until someone else is in here or a couple people in here. I'll let them shoot the shit, and then I will go to the convenience store right across the street and probably grab like a Monster Energy drink or something because I'm exhausted. The last like week, everyone that has come on before we go live has made mention to the fact that you look tired or you sound tired, and it's actually both. Tim's a college coach. I'm a college coach. Tim's a black guy with glasses and a beard. I'm a black guy with glasses and a beard. Am I Tim? I I don't remember Tim. That's bad. I don't remember Tim. I actually remember most of these pre-mergers, which I'm surprised about. And once again, I understand that 46 is very polarizing in the same way that, like, I won't say like Gabon because Gabon is a cartoon. This season's not a what is another polarizing season that I can put in that I can put 46 in the category of? Um Maybe like Palau. I feel like people have started to turn on Palau, even though like at one point it was like people always put it up on the pedestal. I think it's the exact opposite with this, where I feel like people have kind of unnecessarily shit on it, and then there are others that put it on the pedestal. But we're definitely in the minority. I don't put it on the pedestal, but I think it's better than people make it out to be. I think that the gameplay, for the most part, is fun. I think that what really hampers down the season is the Zelensky thing, or not the Zelensky thing, the Banu thing. The Banu thing, and it's insane because we haven't got much Banu content yet. I think he has like 2 confessionals up to this point. But at a certain point, it becomes Hans-esque as far as how much this man is on the TV in the first 4 episodes. And it doesn't help that round that he's supposed to go, there is a medevac, right? There's a medevac, and all of a sudden, we get, I keep saying Zelensky. We get Banu for another episode. Oh, Liz is talking. Oh my goodness, I'm in love with you. I love her glasses. I love everything. And I know Liz is another one where I feel like people unnecessarily, I understand that he has her quirks. I get it. I don't know. There's something about her. I've been having a lot of Survivor dreams lately. Not that came off weird. That's not what I meant. But I've been, obviously, because all I do is watch, and then I'll go to bed, and it'll just be, and then I'll wake up in the middle of the night and be tired and wondering why I'm dreaming about Survivor so much. And it's like, well, you fool, you've been doing this for 45 days. What else would you dream about? And especially on nights when I am drinking while watching it, then it's game over. I don't think well, I went to Chili's for a little bit yesterday, and I had a couple drinks there, but thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, we'll talk later. All right, so we are we're starting fire over at Liz's camp. I'll move some of the stuff out of the way. This angle. I had to flip my desk around today because usually what I'll do is I'll have the reunion playing in the background on my TV while I record. And I every now and then I'll like turn around like this just to see where the reunion's at. Now, obviously today, since I have to be watching while I'm doing this, I can't just sit like this all day because based off the camera angle, you would be able to see it and we'd get flagged. So instead, I had to flip my desk around today. So you have to look at my wall, which with nothing on it, so that I could watch everything. And Jelinski just pulled. What we doing, Tim? Um, Jelinski just he pulled this Jim Halpert. I think this is where he breaks the hourglass, but not in the 41-42 way. Oh goodness, this is going to be a long one, but like he's a fun episode one character. He doesn't outsay his welcome. I don't know how many Jelinski isms I needed, especially because now the whole several thing has been played out so much. Like the joke, and anytime I hear it now, I'm done with it. It's very similar to another phrase that has gotten really popular in the last couple of weeks. That's not Survivor related. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm done with it, and it doesn't seem like it's going away anytime soon. Several doesn't seem like it's going away anytime soon. So I guess we're stuck with, and it doesn't help that next season is 47, and we all know that everyone. And Jelinski just threw the hourglass. Now there's glass all over the beach. What a scumbag. Because it's 47, 40 several, and it's just like, oh, yes, that's so creative. I'm hoping that 47 is good enough to just not be referenced as that. I hope that 47 turns into a fairly decent to good season so that we can refer to it as its proper name and not a meme from a guy that got voted out first the season beforehand, but we'll see. I cannot believe I don't remember Tim, which is crazy because I'm not going to say he's my doppelganger, but a black college coach with glasses and a beard. Like, I'm basically looking at myself. How far does Tim go? I don't remember her either. That's so crazy to me. And I guess because we know what's going to happen this pre-merge, we know that it is the Banu show, that I probably, unless people made the merge, probably not going to remember most of them, which sucks because they seem interesting right now. Who's to say? Once again, I'm asking this again for anyone in the chat. Can you hear my television? Because I hope the answer is no. I'm gonna try to avoid as dead air today. So in college, I worked at the radio station, and one day there was this event going on campus. Why did I say it like that? On campus, and I decided it'd be a good idea to do a live show for 8 hours during the event. And that was tiring in itself because I had, the dean come do an interview. I had people coming in and out and doing interview. The place was also just loud. And the other bad thing about it was because we recorded it from the event and the station was up a hill at like 5 till the hour, I had to sprint back to the station. Me and my co-host would take alternating hours. We'd sprint back to the station so that we could play our public service announcement and then run back down the hill to keep on recording. Thankfully, I don't have to do that today. I don't have to do anything today. Mariah? What is her name? I think her name is Mariah. Moment ago, yeah. Move some of the stuff out of the way so I can actually read the subtitles. Oh my goodness. I am so tired. I cannot wait to finally rest after this is done. I really wish I could go out for drinks after this is done, but I don't think that I'm going to be in the mood. I think that I'm just going to want to sleep forever. Forever probably just means like 10 hours compared to the 6 or 7 that I have been getting, which is that's when people ask me like, how do you have enough time? It's like, well, I'm a college coach and there is no college in the summer. There's no practice in the summer. I go to bed around 1 a.m. So usually I'll start watching the next season the night beforehand so that I have time the next day. So I usually go to bed around 1. I wake up around 8-ish. I'll sit on my phone for an hour and then I'll start watching at 9. On days that I'm behind, I can't sit on my phone when I wake up, and I'll just instead get right into it. Some days, the San Juan del Sur day, because I knew I had plans that day, what I did was the Cagayan and Blood versus Water. Like I just basically watched straight through without much of a sleeping. I didn't sleep much there, and then I pulled an all nighter between I pulled an all-nighter after I finished the Cagayan podcast. I immediately started watching San Juan del Sur. Pulled an all-nighter. I could record the pod at 11 a.m. that Sunday because I had plans that Sunday afternoon into Sunday night, which was a lot. That was probably thank goodness that someone else there is a fun season to watch. But that was Zelensky made a deal with Kenzie. Don't remember that. That was by far the hardest day, just because it kind of threw my sleep schedule off whack, but it didn't throw off my actual viewing schedule, thankfully. Let's see. So yeah, I haven't. So also, when I did this beforehand, when I did 42, I lost almost 10 pounds. I haven't weighed myself today to see where I'm at. I would probably say I've lost like 6 this time around, which is probably not the best, but it's 6 pounds in 45 days, so it's not crazy either. And I will be getting back into shape once this is all done, so I have that to look forward to. Um, my goodness. I really think I might go get a monster at some point, specifically while the Banu episodes are on. But like I said, I'll probably wait until some of the folks that have joined me throughout this whole process start hopping in here, so that I don't like just leave a blank screen for probably like 15 minutes for me to get up, walk to the store, and come. So I'll wait for that to happen, and then I'll go grab a monster. I'll down that, and I should be good the rest of the day. I don't remember these tribe names at all. That's the thing is, there are after season 8, I start forgetting certain tribe names. Like they obviously, you get to like Panama, and you get to things like Fiji, where you could like the tribe names are known more because of the characters that are on it. But yeah, the fact that people can still name the 40s or 30s merged tribes is insane. Because there is no like moment where we learn them. It's just people just. This is not a knock on like obsessive fans that learn everything about it, because like I'm the same way when it comes to Lost. I could tell you everything about Lost, and I can tell you most things about Survivor, but one thing is I'm never going to be able to tell you all the tribe names, and I'm never going to be able to tell you all the merged tribe names or the colors. I don't have any legitimate Survivor buffs. I have my Survivor New York buff from when I played. I have my 2 Survivor New York production buffs, and that's it. If I were to ever get a buff, an actual Survivor buff, it would probably be maybe the Villains tribe, or the Yin Yang tribe. Um, maybe a Maramu tribe from Marquesas, or Marquesa, as KBO says. Um, Maybe a Drake buff from Pearl Islands. Drake, Hunter and Tevin. That's an interesting little dynamic. What did we think about Tevin? I liked Tevin. He was fine. I liked most of the people that were on this season. Like I know I'm probably going to say this 1,000 times today, but I don't understand the hatred with this season. And everyone always says Banu first. It's like, yeah, Banu doesn't stay long enough for me to hate the season. Oh, the Andy Griffith lines. That's cute. Where was it going? Oh, Banu doesn't make the merge, so we don't have to worry about that. And the characters that we do get at the merge are a lot of fun. And we have some. And yes, people are getting voted out with idols in their pocket. I don't necessarily mean that makes it a bad season. I just think it means, okay, yeah, these people are playing. And once again, if you run your mouth about things, and I don't even remember if that was the case with this season as far as people running their mouths, and that's why they were getting voted out with idols. Like I said, I had 4 days in between the finale of 46 and watching season 1 again. So a lot of the stuff isn't fresh in my head. So I can't remember the reasoning behind everyone getting voted out with idols. But I am curious to see this time around. Also, it hasn't turned into the Banu show yet. I should have turned that into a drinking game. Every time Banu gets a confessional, take a drink. But I think I would only have like 2 drinks right now. I know what's coming. But right now, I feel like the edit is very spread out among most people. Charlie, y'all's favorite person, he's getting his cute little content. Zelensky, of course, is getting his content, but that's because he's leaving. Where are we at right now? We're about 30. Oh, we're about 37 minutes in, which makes sense because we're 37 minutes into the live stream. Okay. So how do I want to do my breakdown of? Okay, well, this is what we'll do. What we'll do is periodically throughout the day. So if you follow me on Instagram, every day that during this, I mean, I always do song of the day, but during this, my song of the day always related in some way to the season that I was going to watch or that was watching that day. So I'm kind of just looking through that. But what I was going to say is, oh my goodness, my apologies. Throughout the day, I'm going to leave my rankings through 45 season. At the end of all of this, I'll say where 46 is. So how do I want to phrase this? Okay, so periodically I don't want to go day. I will be leaving my final personal rankings of all the seasons all the seasons, starting with number 45. Send number 45, Thailand, because of course it is Thailand. So I gave it a 1.5 out of 5 when I watched it this time around. Thailand is one of the seasons where I really, really tried to give it a fair shot this time around, because so honestly, The only time I've ever sort of enjoyed Thailand is when I was a child, when it first aired. And even then, I just remember being bored with it. A lot of the stuff that happened in the season just kind of went over my head. Um, but every time I've rewatched Thailand as an adult, it just goes like this. And as you'll see with number 44, which I'll post at some point, um, at least in that season, there are things that you can enjoy about it. In Thailand, I the fact that my favorite person on Thailand is Jan, and that's not a knock on Jan. It's just that my favorite person on Thailand is Jan, um, because she has her pet cemetery. Oh, baby bat. The fact that she's just this kooky old lady. The fact that she's an alkie. I don't know. Like Jan had to be the person that I related to, I guess, during the season. Um, Outside of Jan, I want to root for Helen, but Helen, did vote out Gandia. So uh, Clay sucks, but I will say that watching Clay this time around, I did laugh at a few of his confessionals. Problematic or not, they were funny. Um, Brian's a sociopath, but that's fine because among all these people, he's fine. Let him be a sociopath. At least he's not other folks. Um, Sheehan really got caught, in a bad situation. It's one of the first times they added a twist that just didn't work. And we're going to see that a lot. Obviously, I've seen that a lot over the last however many days. But yeah, Sheehan really got screwed there. Um, I think, and I've brought this up before, um, when people say that certain seasons are rigged and everything, and how 35 is rigged because Ben's in the military and this, that, and the other. And I always go back to Ken the cop in Thailand was a cop in New York City after 9/11. If you're not going to rig it for him, you're not rigging it for anyone. So I will never buy into Survivor being rigged for certain players, because if it was the case, Ken the cop would have won, Sari would have won, Ozzy would have won, Coach would have won, Charlie would have won. You can go down the list of people that you can tell Survivor is probably a fan of, that if they really wanted to rig it for someone, they would have, and they didn't. So I'm glad that this Ben mess is slowly starting to go away. But yeah, I don't buy it, and I'll never buy it. Oh boy, oh Liz, look at you, gorgeous. Uh, what do we got going on soon? Nothing. I don't really have anything going on. Like I said, I had something something going on this weekend, but like not even this weekend. I have something going on starting tomorrow night. But outside of that, I'm going to Lake Placid at the end of the summer, and or the end of July, and then school starts back up at the end of August. So I'm most of my summer is done after this. So that's a weird thought to have. Not that I have a personal life to speak on. So I guess I don't have to wait today to post a link because we're streaming all day. So that's what I'll do. There we are. You're live streaming. Share, copy link. Let's see. How do I want to phrase this? Live streaming. I'll do it like this so that I can post on all the stuffs. Instagram. How do I do this? I am not tech savvy at all. So this is going to be an adventure. Okay, let's see if I can. Oh, there's Banu. Here we go. Here we go with the Banu stuff. Um, how do I do this? More? No. Uh, let's see. Live streaming 46 all day on take YouTube channel. Uh, live streaming, talking and watching 46 all day on your channel. Check it out. Let's see. And today, thank goodness. All right, done. There we go. Share to your story. And then we will also do 46. There we go. Man. I think it annoys my friends that I do love Liz as much as I claim to. And they also are not surprised that I love Liz as much as I claim to. Whenever I tell people that, they always say it's not surprising, even though they all despise her for some reason. So I'm going to start this post with saying Liz's name. Maria, I'm going to make a several joke because I have to. Let's see what else happens this season. Q, duh, Q, and a very, very annoying pre-merge character and a very annoying fan base attacking and stalking new players. All weird. Anyway, live streaming, talking about Server 46 all day as we end 46 seasons and 46 days. Tune in. The link is there. Paste. Okay. Share. All right. That goes on Instagram. That goes on Facebook. Is it there on Facebook? It is. It's on Facebook. It's on Instagram. And I can go to Twitter and do it too. Nullified take. I don't remember Jelensky's voice being that deep. Nullified. Okay, so it's TNT take. There we go. Look, there I am. Live streaming. All day watching Survivor 46 as we end 46 seasons in 46 days. Do people still use hashtags? We're going to do it anyway. Survivor 46. 46. Oh my gosh. 46. Hashtag Liz Wilcox because she's amazing. I'll probably only simp for a little, maybe a lot. Question mark. Anyway, post. All right, we're back. I think we have someone that might join us soon. Pop over a little. No one has set times. You can hop on whenever you have time. Yeah, there are no set times. There are no set times where people are going to be jumping in today. I don't think I can have more than 4 people in here, though. Is that the case? I don't know. Can I have more than 4 people in here? Guess we'll find out. But if I do have to do that, then I'll just have to bounce people periodically. We're 50 minutes into the first episode, and does that mean I'm halfway? Yeah, about halfway through the first episode. There are 13 episodes this season, and I didn't look up timestamps for all of them. I know that most of them are 90 minutes, but because I have Paramount Plus without commercials, it's roughly about an hour and 4 minutes. And if the 2-hour episodes are an hour 26, I think I should be done with this by 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. I hope I'm done by that point, because once again, I'm so tired and I really just want to sleep. As you can hear in my voice isn't always this deep. My voice is, I'm not going to say it's high, but it's not this. So that sucks. I would like to have my voice back. What is Zelensky's is lying about something? Yeah, Zelensky sucks, but in like a fun way. He doesn't actually suck. He felt obligated to tell the truth. Banu, it's ironic that you are so butthurt about what Zelensky did. Wish I had more space. Do I want to unplug this now? Yeah, I'll unplug it right now. Let's see. Do I want to update? Okay, well, you know what? We'll do number 44. Number 44. We've got, I'm fairly certain, right? It's this. Yes. We've got Island of the Idols. Like I said last week, I think is when we covered Island of the Idols. The pre-merge is a lot of fun. I think that they had a lot of, casting wise, I think 17 of the 20, or maybe even 16 of the 20 are a lot of fun. It's just, once the merge hits, the air just gets sucked out of the entire thing, and I just emotionally check out of everything that happens. I cannot tell you a single, I just watched this last week. I can't tell you a single thing that happens post the merge episode game wise, like at all. The final tribal's entertaining, but you tell me who wins certain or ask me who wins certain challenges, or who is the challenge beast on the season, or anything like that. I couldn't tell you, because I just block. I can do that with Thailand. I can't do that with Island of the Idols, because I just emotionally just get checked out afterwards. But I do think that the pre-merge and the casting, for the most part, were a lot of fun. I think that the final tribal is very funny, because Dean is he's going to die on this "I had all the advantages" hill, and try to discredit Tommy that way. I think that Tommy is a winner that exists. He's a social winner, so like I will always appreciate that aspect of his game. But once again, it's just like, I don't care. Just finish the season, give this man his check, and get us to Winners at War, which I'll talk about it more as this goes along, as far as my opinions on Winners of War. I think the reason War is so high on a lot of people's lists. I mean, it's in my top 10, but it has steadily moved down every single time I've watched it. I think that if you watch Winners at War directly after Island of the Idols, you are always going to love it more than if you just watch it in a bubble. And I think that when I do watch Winners at War without watching Island of the Idols, it's just a fine season. It's probably like my third. It's my fourth favorite returnee season, all returnee season. No, third, because Micronesia is not all returnee. But there's just like I said, I think once Sophie goes, the season just kind of becomes like, okay, well, Tony, and there you have it. It didn't seem. I mean, half of his alliance basically quits. And then the other one, Sarah, everyone knows my thoughts on how that went down. Nick, I guess he wasn't really a part of the alliance, but like Michelle, once Sophie goes, it's Michelle, Kim, and Jeremy, the only ones that that's where in the comment. One of the streams said that you did some event with Russell Hantz. Was it for, and how did it come to be? So at my old network, we were covering. We were doing pregame stuff for season 41. And one of the producers was like, hey, we're going to have, a very famous Survivor player join us, along with, I think at that point we had Luke from Idle Out, we had Peridium, we had Alexa from The Specialists, and somebody else. I don't remember who the last person was. And I'm like, as long as it's not Russell Hantz, I'm cool. And it was Russell Hantz. And so Russell's in there and he's drunk. And this is before the season even aired. And he was like, I don't think I'm going to watch the season because it's going to be too woke. And I'm just like, what does that mean? You haven't seen it. I think, once again, I mean, I knew what he was saying because he looked at the cast and was like, oh, it's too woke because look at all the non-white faces on it. And so after we finished recording, he like sat there and talked for a bit. And I'm not a rude person, especially because I didn't have anything going on that night. And he just kind of sat there and was just saying a lot of problematic stuff. This is when Parvati was going through her divorce, and he was saying some really rude things about her, some really rude things about Michelle Fitzgerald. And then we told him that we were going to be going to premiere party in New York City for 41, which the party itself was a lot of fun. I bought shots for everyone as 8:00 started and the episode started. But Russell's like, oh, I didn't get an invite from Wendell. And I'm like, I mean, there's going to be a lot of Survivor players there. I'm sure that, if you ask him. Anyway, he was like, well, do you have to be vaccinated? It's like, yeah, that is one of the requirements. You have to be vaccinated. And he was like, I don't believe in vaccine, even though both my kids or one of my kids has COVID right now, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, well, it sucks to suck. He was like, well, if I do come, can I stay with you at like whatever hotel you get? And I'm like, yeah, it's my better judgment. Yeah, sure. He was like, well, Russell Hantz doesn't sleep on couches. And I'm like, you ain't sleeping on the bed, fam. Like that ain't happening. And, after a while, we just, he was never going to be able to go anyway. I don't think that they wanted him there. So he didn't, and I wouldn't have let him sleep in the bed because I'm the one paying for the hotel room, and he didn't offer to pay for any of it. So tough cookies. So that was my experience. He sucks. He sucks. And I'm glad that in 2024, a lot of his fanboys have started to jump off of that ship because it's a weird ship to be sailing on. But I think people have slowly started to realize, oh yeah, he's not as great as he's been hyped up to be by the edit, I guess. Even though I feel like watching it this time, the edit still makes him look like a fool. So in your opinion, what percentage of the cast should be 50 should be pre-new era? Should they see the thing with themes? They didn't. I mean, they didn't do themes with any other All-Star season besides, well, tribe-wise, besides heroes versus villains. I'm fairly certain that's true. It is true. They didn't do a theme with any other all-returning season except for heroes versus villains. So I don't think that 50 needs a theme tribe-wise. I if they do a cast of 20, which I do hope they do, um, I think it'd probably be 10 and 10, just because of the narrative of Winners at War. Which once again, I talked about this when we did the Winners at War pod. I don't think it was purposely old school versus new school. I think that every person that went out pre-merge, there is a, you can look at the moment that that happened, and it had nothing to do with old school, new school. But I think to avoid that narrative being happening again for 50, they're going to do 10 pre 40 and 10 post 40. And I think that, that would be a very fun balance. Once again, everyone loves shitting on the post 40 seasons, but everyone can sit here and name 10 people post 40 that they would enjoy seeing play again. Again, it's actually not that hard, because 42 and 45 alone have probably 10 players that people want to see play again. So I think 10 post 40 and then 10 post 32, maybe post 31. So I think that it'll be 32 to 49 as far as where they're getting most of their cast members from. I seriously doubt they're going to cast anyone pre that, unless they're like an alternate, like, hey, in the event so and so can't show up, hey, I don't know, Amy Cusack, can you come back and play for a third time or something like that? I think that answers your question. I am glad that they're doing, because no matter how much I do enjoy the new era, I do feel like we should get at least some pre 40 people back. So I am glad that they're doing. It was Liz. It was Liz Wilcox, of course, and her mismatched socks and her mismatched glasses. Yeah, I love Liz. From this season, I guess I'll wait until later in the day, because we're only an hour and two into this. I off the top of my head, I feel like there's probably one or two people that I wouldn't mind seeing come back from this. But I guess we'll see. I feel like after 40, after 48, they're gonna have the cast pretty locked down. I think they might leave one spot open in the event that someone from 49 like really kills it. But yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. This is the first immunity challenge. Yeah, this is the first immunity challenge. This is a very hard immunity challenge. I mean, I guess it might be easier than when they do it in the water, but it still looks very hard. Oh my goodness. I really need an energy drink. Brian, if you're in the chat, can you hear the TV? Say no. Because that would suck. There's a chance of... No, okay, good. Perfect. I think there's a chance of 50 being special. I mean, yeah, it'll be special no matter what. I hope it is, and I'll probably love it regardless. But if you're probably mess around too much and add too many twists, like the fire tokens, whatever. Yeah. I mean, production has shown over the last... We're at 46, so the last 12 to 14 seasons that they love a good twist. So I wouldn't be shocked if they tampered with the 50 season and instead of just letting them play. Um, but yeah, I feel like nostalgia wise, people, it's very hard for a returning season to not be good. Yet there have been non good returning seasons. All Stars will probably always be my least favorite returning season, because it's just, unless you care about Romber, which, yeah, Romber was fun the first few times I watched the season, but like even then it's like, okay, I don't care. Um, and everyone just is a caricature of how they played the first time. Most people just embarrass themselves. uh, Lex comes off as a huge hypocrite for most of it, and for the people that come from the org or LRG community, it's just a bunch of people trying to play friend Viber and getting pissed off that Rob's not trying to play friend Viber. That's really what that entire season is. Is everyone thinks that they're friends and everyone has these big heads about themselves, and Rob's just like, yeah, I'm just actually just trying to win, and then he doesn't, which is fine. Um, I think, like Charlie says, the winner always wins, and they deserve to win. I will say though, if they were playing with people that didn't think they were playing friend Viber, things may have been different, but maybe not. If you could champion only one person in all 46 seasons so far who only played once, who'd you like to? Has only played once. Earl, Earl Cole, or Vecepia, or Chris from Vanuatu. Those three. If I had to pick one between the three of them, probably Earl Cole. But any of the three of them, I think it's a damn shame that two of them weren't at least invited back for 50. I understand that Earl was busy with life, so I get that. But the other two weren't invited, and that's kind of fucky. All right, so this tribe just lost for the first time, so Jelensky's going to go home, and Banu's crying. Here we go. Judd. So the specialist did an interview with Judd, I think at the end of 2019, going into Winners at War, because they would interview players that had played with each of the winners, and I think they interviewed Judd for Danny Boatwright. And he looked good. This was also pre the world ending, so don't know what he looks like now. Judd was a fun pre-20 villain. I can't say that necessarily ever from that season. I would have Rafe. I'd take Jamie or Bobby John again. I like Bobby John is very fun. In his little broman / rivalry with Jamie, depending on what episode you're watching, is also a lot of fun. Guatemala in itself, it's fine. The internet calls it the forgotten season. Survivor treats it like the forgotten season. We've had two returnees, and one of them is Stephanie, and the other one is the winner. And I don't even think they mentioned Guatemala with Danny on Winners at War. They definitely don't mention Guatemala for Stephanie on Heroes vs. Villains. And I think in what season did I just recently watch? Edge of Extinction. War Dog brings up every season that has a returnee on it, a returnee makes it to the end. And he named every returnee season or season with a returnee on it, with the exception of Guatemala. So even War Dog doesn't remember Guatemala. Okay. I really hope Jervis is on 50 because we need Borneo representation. And I feel like his story isn't done. I mean, I do feel like his story's done. He went from being his tribe is basically the first meme in Survivor history, outside of maybe Snakes and Rats. I would say that Pagong is not only a meme, but it's a part of the Survivor lingo. And so I think that the fact that he went from being a part of Pagong and coming back to Blood versus Water and sitting at the end, I feel like that's a good bookend to his story. Like, I don't think Jervis is going to come back for a third time and win. That be wild. But yeah, I feel like his story is not much more Jervis can do. What is he's going to come back and he's not going to be able to swim again, and he's not going to want to eat, during the delicacy challenge. Um, Borneo wise, like once again, I feel like because Borneo came out by the time they filmed 50, it'll been 5 years since Borneo. So like even the youngest person on that cast would be late 40s, early 50s. And not to say that that's an old age, but I don't know how willing some people from Borneo or basically any season pre China are going to want to go play again. Um, Having said that, I do hope that Suri is back because, of course, Suri is like the only person pre 20 that I would not mind seeing play again because Suri's story can never be finished, even when she goes and wins Traders, and even when she goes and does her thing in Big Brother. You can always have more Suri. And especially because she keeps going out in Survivor and the craziest of ways. Panama, yeah, fire making. Micronesia, pout face got her. Here's his villain, she's idled out, and in Game Changers, the only robbed player in the history of the show is Suri in Game Changers because she had no votes cast against her. She had no vote cast against her. God. Um, I'm not going to rant about it because I'm so low energy right now. Honestly, I'm probably around noon. I'm going to make a couple sandwiches to see if I get any energy that way. Let's oh yeah, that's, you want to talk about stories. I feel like her story is always going to end with her being screwed by some type of advantage. Um, how are we doing? Um, yeah, I think that, yeah, as much as I want to see Suri play again, yeah, they will find a new way, not on purpose, it just kind of happens. Find a new way of sending her out, and we're all going to be sad about it. Watching Game Changers this time around, it's insane that once the air gets sucked out at that one tribal before merge, it starts to gain its footing again. But this time watching it, as it's gaining its footing, I'm still checked out because it's like I know what's about to happen, and I just because Suri's, oh my goodness, she's doing. So long story short, I'm someone that was on 47. Hope you enjoy the season. Can't wait to hear your episode recaps. Congrats on making it to the cast. I hope that you enjoyed your time out there. I'm excited for as someone who likes the new era. Like, I'm looking forward to watching 47. I hope that you guys weren't plagued with twists and advantages, and if you were, I hope that you were able to navigate it. Thank you. I watch every review episode, so I'll be listening. Yeah, it's I'm probably gonna do probably gonna go to a premiere party for 47. I don't know where I want to go yet for it. I mean, that's very easy for me just to go to New York City for that. But maybe Boston or Philly or something like that. And yeah, I don't worry, I won't I won't dox you or anything. But just wait and see. It's insane. I hope so, because like I was saying earlier, I it's confusing how 46 is so polarizing, because I just thought I think it was a fine season. And there's Banu going again with his Banu-isms. Um, Even things like 43, which I understand, 43 and 41 are so funny because the internet moms hated Erica and they loved Xander, and the internet or the Twitter fans kind of anyway. Well, we go to 43, and Gabler pretty much plays the exact same way that Erica does, but at this time, the Facebook moms love Gabler, and I wonder why. Anyway, do you think that 50? Do you think that 50 will be the end of Survivor? No, I hope not. But I worry they'll see that as a good way to end Survivor before it jumps the shark. I mean, Survivor jumped the shark a long time ago, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad, because Survivor's always gonna be my second favorite show ever. I think it's just Survivor jumped the shark probably after Heroes vs. Villains, if we're being honest. But no, I feel like even 40 would have been a fun ending to it. I'm glad they continued, and same thing with 50. No matter what they do with 50, I hope that they continue because it has legs. And as we just saw with the viewing numbers after 46, people claim that they hate this season so much. Well, you guys kept on tuning in and watching. It's very similar to the NFL, where, oh yeah, we don't want to watch this anymore because reasons, and yet the NFL keeps pulling in crazy numbers. So I think it's the same thing with Survivor. As it continues to bring in the viewers and the money, it's not going away. I think that at some point they probably changed the host, but not. I think it'll be Jeff's call. I don't think that there's gonna be like, oh, Jeff, you're 62 now, you got to go. I'm so hungry. I love Sari and is one of my favorites. I feel like if people are sick of seeing Boston Rob play, a similar sentiment should follow her too. She's basically played as many times as him. I mean, that's true, and I can't argue that, but I will, because I want Sari back. And yeah, I don't need Boston Rob back ever again. And I'm not even a Boston Rob hater. I don't need him. Apparently he did really well on Deal or No Deal Island. Good for him. I don't think that he's going to do well on Traders. I feel like because the Traders is, they might not, because all those reality people know Boston Rob because he's been around for 3 decades, I think. They probably won't know Jeremy, Tony, or Carolyn, and they'll go after Rob first, which is fine. Sari, though, Rob's story is also finished. Rob's story after Redemption Island, yes, he comes back one more time for Winners at War, and that's fine. Sari's story actually has not ended. If I come to a Philly party, obviously, yeah. No matter what I always do is, like, if I end up in a city that I know people in, I will hit them up. And it just happens that I live 2.5, 3 hours away from New York City. So I kind of that's the easiest thing. I just take a Greyhound out there. I get a hotel in Chelsea, and I walk to either a Bryce Wendell party or St. Pat's, which is another place in New York City that do watch parties. And it's usually my cast of Survivor New York, and Orgers and LRGers that are in the area that go watch every now and then. That was the night that I met Billy Garcia. The night that I did a lot of shots with Billy Garcia was at St. Pat's. And that was a lot of fun because he called a Gabler win. And I was like, Billy Garcia, you're crazy. Gabler's not going to win. And then he did. And then we got drunk on my Snap story, and I blamed Gabler's win on Billy Garcia, and he's sitting there laughing about it, and it was an amazing time. We're at our first tribal. We're at our first tribal of the season. Jelensky is going to go home. He didn't outstay his welcome, but like I mentioned earlier, several has very much outstayed its welcome, and I cannot wait for 48 so that people stop saying 40 several. And hopefully, as I mentioned earlier, hopefully 47 is just good to great, so that people look at it as 47 and not 40 several. It's similar to like Cook Islands, where depending on who you talk to, it's like, oh yeah, it's race wars. Some people still call it Cook Islands. So this question was asked earlier, and I said, no, I do feel like in the event that they do a similar to Survivor South Africa, they do a pre-merge versus post-merge type theme down the line, I think Zelensky's name would be in the running because he has become such a meme, because several has become such a meme. But I still think even then there are more compelling characters and players that have gone out pre-merge that I think that would make the final cut. But I do think that Zelensky in that situation would at least get a call of like, hey, we're doing this pre-merge, post-merge type theme. But for 50, no. There's absolutely no absolutely no way. And that's not a knock on him. I just think because it's 50, they're going to have the characters and the players. Like I said, 10, I'm thinking 10 pre 40, 10 between 32 and 40, and 10 from 41 to 49. And it'll be a fun little, and I understand that the internet fans, we don't need anyone post 40s. Like, that's a lie. Y'all know, just admit that you like these people. Not necessarily these people, but like admit that you like a lot of these new era players. It's not cool to just hate on these folks. I don't understand that rationale. But to each their own, I guess. I don't remember anything happening in this. Like, I don't remember. Besides Zelensky going home, I don't even know if he knows that he's going home. I've kind of only been slightly paying attention, which is, yeah, it's one of the reasons that Liz is my crush from this season. Really has nothing to do with the act, like anything she does on the show. It's how she battles trolls online, which I love when they give the jabroni fans a taste of their own medicine, because these fans have gotten, like I keep saying, they're going down Star Wars fans levels of crazy now, and I feel like because these are real human beings, a lot of them they have a lot of stuff to say, and I hope that if they do decide to come after you, that you just tell them to fuck off. Honestly, just tell them to fuck off. Liz did that, and the night that that wasn't make a pass at her, but she tweeted something out, and I replied with, "I think I'm in love with this woman," and she said something along the lines of like, "But can you handle me?" And I'm like, "If you give me the chance, I would absolutely love to." Yeah. So yeah, I can't wait to see. Once we learn who you are down the line. I can't wait to follow you and see you battle with the trolls, because they're coming. Even if you're the most likable person on the cast, they're coming. Let's see. So I don't even remember how this vote goes down. I'm fairly certain everyone's is for Zelensky. I right? I don't know. This is like the 1,000th time that I've mentioned this today. An hour and 23 into this. It's crazy that I finished, like 46 ended, and then I had 4 days where I didn't watch Survivor, and then I've watched nothing but Survivor for the last 46. It's a fun time capsule, though, and we can talk about that. Watching it like this, it's a fun time capsule into American history. And it's so crazy to say it like that, but it's true. You watch season 1, and you hear and see a lot of the stuff that's being said, and even things like Sean and Rich's nickname for Rich, which is whatever. And if you don't remember what I'm talking about, please go look it up. So this is what this is. This is the final day of 46 seasons and 46 days. So I've been watching a season a day for today will be 46. And so what I've done for the first 45 is I'll watch a season, and then I'll podcast about it at the end of the day. I'll go to sleep, I'll wake up, and I'll watch the next season. For today, since it's the final day, I'm just live streaming the entire day so that people kind of see my process. my process is very boring because I don't talk this much when I'm usually watching. Um, but yeah, it's that's been this is what this is. So like I mentioned before, and I'm going to be doing 50 and 50 in 2 years, so I'll be able to watch your season. Oh, I mean, I'll be watching your season live, but uh, you know what I'm saying. Um, let us know. You'll have to let us know who you are after the season starts. Chris, Kahuna, Drew, Mucky, Jake, love having players on the show. Yes, and it's amazing. Yeah, it's. I swear I have an actual life outside of this. I just haven't had an actual life for the last 45, 46 days. That's just because of college, and I can afford to just sit around and do this for a month and a half. Um, oh, so, and you don't have to answer this. How how do people take it when the cast is leaked beforehand? Because I can imagine that it's kind of annoying, because you have to sign all these things and everything, and then all of a sudden you're looking at your face on a website, even though you haven't told anyone and none of you have. Do you guys feel like there's an invasion of privacy there? If you can answer that, that'd be great. If you can't, I totally understand. Um, Zelensky's gone. All right, so now it becomes the Banu show. Okay, that's fair. Every cast gets leaked, so it's expected to count contestants. Yeah, um, and I think it's kind of. I mean, it's the same thing with plot leaks for movies. Um, yeah, I can imagine that. I can imagine that that's a wild. Like by the time you get back home and the cast has already been leaked, um, the amount of people. I'll say it like this: my cousin got drafted by the Eagles a couple months back, and from what I've heard, He's had a lot of people slide in. Ever since then, he's a third. I think it was third or fourth round. I think third round. Um, and it just kind of happens. You get these obsessive fans, and some of them, right? Probably not even trying to be crazy. They just boundaries, fam. Let me at least be on the TV show first before you slide in the DMs. Um, Do you think anyone from 47, 48, 49 will be on 50? You may have answered it, but I'm tuning in on my phone. Yeah. Yes. I think that there will be at least a representative from most of the post 40 seasons on it. What I hope they don't do is do one per each post 40 season. Because I do feel like some casts have more people that we want to see than others, specifically 42 and 45. I feel like there are a lot of people that we would want to see come back. We, as the non crazy fans. As far as pre, as far as those three seasons, I think they're going to leave one spot open for someone from those three, but I think we'll have representation from. To answer your question, I think we're going to have representation from. All right, we are on to episode 2, so I'll go ahead and put that in the chat. Starting episode 2 at 10:02 a.m. EST, and I guess that's there we go. EST realistically realistically 47 is the last season that has a chance to be on 50, in my opinion. Okay, so I guess with my question with that would be why not 40? Why not 48 too? Only because y'all film back to back, right? So we're gonna get 47 in the fall and 48. So why wouldn't 48 be considered in that equation? If you once again, if you're allowed to answer that, great. If you can't, I totally understand. 47 finishes airing in December. Filming for 50 is during the airing of 48. Okay. All right. I'm okay. That makes sense. And I mean, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that they did do. I think Heroes versus Villains and Game Changers also was in a similar situation. I think maybe even Caramoan was in a similar situation. But okay. Do you think there is okay? Do you think there's little chance of anyone coming back from before 34? Do you think they shouldn't if there was future? I think it's 32 and on. I think 32. We've had what the entire final three. Crazy Debbie and I think that might be it. Oh, and Beast Mode Cowboy. So maybe even not even 32, maybe 33 and on, because at that point we've had Michaela, Zeke, and Adam. So 33 on. So yeah, right around 34. But I don't think anyone unless they're an alternate. Someone backs out and then all of a sudden, we get Eliza or someone again. Eliza's the first person that came to my head. We get someone like that, but I don't think that because and I know Brian brought this up in the chat earlier. Even going as far back as Borneo, that was 25 years ago by the time they start filming this. And all of those folks were at least in their 20s or older. And so they'd be in their late 40s, early 50s at this point on the younger side of things. Um, so I think that answers your question. I think it's going to be 33 forward. And I think that they're going to be. I think a lot of the pre-40s are going to come from David versus Goliath, Edge of Extinction, and probably Millennials versus Gen X. I don't think. I don't think they're going to bring anyone back from HHH or Ghost Island. I don't think they want the optics of having anyone come back from Island of the Idols. I would have people that I would want to come back from all of those seasons, but they care a lot about optics now. Um, so I don't think it's not like Thailand where they still. I mean, they brought Sheehan back, and I think they just wanted to have every season represented for All Stars. Um, so yeah, I think that answers your question. What I'm going to do next is we're going to continue with my list. Um, so up next we have my 43rd ranked season. Let's see. How am I doing this? Number 43. Number 43. We've got Survivor that season. We've got Survivor Nicaragua. For everyone that listened to that episode that night, you could tell how low energy. I think that was one of the first seasons that I really hit a wall during this process. It's not good. The person that gets the most screen time, one, is fairly hateable, and two, quits at final nine or final eight. Most of the cast is either forgettable or are Shannon and Nayanka. I think that obviously Fabio gets a lot of hate, like, oh man, Fabio's the worst winner. And it's like, okay, once again, worst winner is very subjective. I think that there is a lot of merit to watching Fabio consistently be on the outside of everything. And when they do finally decide to start targeting him, he just wins out. That's just what he does. It's very Mike Holloway-esque. But I don't hate Fabio. I think that yes, Nayaka voting for him to win is confusing considering how much she claimed to hate the kid. But Nicaragua is not fun. It's not fun in like a problematic way, like whatever. It's just not a fun watch. It's never been a fun rewatch. I think that even players like Marty, I know people like to put Marty on like this pedestal of being a very underrated player on the season. It's like everything that Marty does in this season is confusing at best and like crazy at worst. I think that Brenda Lowe 1.0 is fun. Obviously, I don't think the Brenda Lowe 2.0 is any type of fun, but that's more to do with that final tribal. Um, we were we were so close to having a Chase Rice victory, which I didn't know. So obviously, country music for me, I like old country and like Little Big Town, and I like one song by Little Big Town. Um, so I didn't know who Chase Rice was, and then years later, he like randomly shows up on The Bachelor, and I'm like, oh, look, it's Chase. And my friends I was watching it with, they're like, yeah, Chase Rice, the country singer. I'm like, what do you mean? It's like Chase Rice is a very famous country singer. I'm like, no, that's Chase from Nicaragua. It's like, yeah, he's a very famous country singer. Never knew that. So we were a couple votes away from having a Chase Rice, famous country singer, as a winner of Survivor, and I still don't think he would have been on Winners of War. When is it? Whoa. All right, we're on episode 2. Cannot wait to cut this off. Venus is being isolated. Oh, so that's the funny thing about this. I think this episode aired about a week after the Jeff interview, the infamous Jeff interview that everyone was so pissy about. Oh, Jeff said no more villains. And once again, that's taken out of context. Jeff never said that. Jeff just doesn't want pieces of shit like Ben Browning or Shannon from Nicaragua or monsters like that. I don't think that Jeff was ever saying I don't want villains on the show, because we have villains on this season, and this episode aired right after that. And you know what the internet fans did? They went online like, I can't believe that they're treating Venus like this, and it's so sad. It's like, I thought you guys wanted villains. If you want villains, you're getting them right here. You're literally getting them right here. The winner of 45, I would say, is fairly villainous in a fun way, though. Like I hyped D up yesterday. Once again, I feel like people took what I said out of context too, because I said that I didn't say that she was a better overall player than Parvati Shell or anything. I said I thought that her winning game was better than Parvati's winning game, which is true, because people overrate the Parvati winning game because they think that it was just her and 4 other random people that were pulling off these blindsides, when in reality it was reversed, and it was everyone else doing this and Parvati's kind of being there and Amanda pouting her way through Final Tribal. It happens. I started. What time did I start? I started at 8:30 a.m. Around 9:30 p.m. tonight. Okay. What's the weather like today? Put my glasses. Oh boy. I probably should use the bathroom at some point, but I'll wait. I'll wait until Bonnie starts talking again or something. Of course, I had someone come to my office right as I asked the question. I figured they would put in the winners or who they think is the fan favorite. I don't know if they're gonna. I wouldn't mind having winners on 50. I'm kind of hoping they don't 50, not because I'm against most of the winners, but more because I feel like I would want a situation where we get a new winner, if that makes sense. Similar to a Second Chances, or is that the only returnees? All returnees that doesn't have a winner on it? I'm fairly certain that's the only all returnee season that doesn't have a winner on it. Yeah. So I think I would have wanted more in that area of just like, hey, let's not have any winners this time. Let's just let's get a new winner on an all returnee season. I don't think they're going to run to an All Stars problem where all the winners go out first, because All Stars is shit. Yeah, I think that and that gives my point of view of what I think will happen. Also, see, wow, why don't I remember that? It's so sad. Um, oh boy. Okay, we're an hour and 40 into this. I don't remember how long when I did 42 and 42. I think I think it went about 12 hours. But once again, that was pre 90-minute episodes. So I know I keep telling everyone today's gonna be 13 hours. For all I know, it could be about 13 and a half to 14. Um, we'll see. We will see. Um, but it's gonna be a wild ride. You know, like I said, because today is Wednesday. Today's Wednesday. Because today's Wednesday, you know, I don't expect a lot of um, our former guests joining until later in the day because they have to work. But I do feel like at some point it's going to start to get very crowded in here, which I'm fine with. You know, I have enjoyed shooting the shit with everyone that I've had come on over the last 45 days. I love the varying opinions. I love the opinions of everyone in the chat. Like there were a couple nights in the chat where I feel like I did spend more time arguing with people in the chat than actually talking about the season, but in a fun, banterous way. I never felt like it got mean or aggressive on either one of our ends. Certainly not on y'all's end, but I don't think it was ever on my end. But I just remember the Kagayan one, like the Kagayan one went on forever, and it was so because like I realized at a certain point, like wow, we really are just talking about how some people just really hated Tony that season. Meant for 48 and 49. Putting in where anything. I see what you're saying. I mean, based off the fantasy answer, you know, it doesn't seem like they will be, but you know, for all we know, oh, they're showing Denise. Are they showing Denise and Malcolm? Oh, because of Charlie and Maria. Oh, that's man, Charlie and Maria. Uh, this is gonna be fun. Yeah, I think that answers your question. Okay, let's. We're gonna put a new number 42 on the list. So at number 42, we have number 42. We have this season. At number 42, we have Redemption Island. I mean, you can basically say the same thing as Nicaragua, except for I feel like there's at least a compelling. There's an interesting character on Redemption Island, and I will say that watching Redemption Island this time around, I didn't hate Philip Shepard. I felt like he brought entertainment to a season that is very boring. Outside of the premiere episode of the Merge episode of Redemption Island, I don't care about anything that happens there. Even Rice Wars this time around, it's like this is not fun. I don't think Rice Wars has ever been fun, but specifically this time, it's not fun. But I enjoy Philip. You know, I think that he's Philip's to me what Coach is to everyone else. Which once again, I just never understood the Coach love. Philip is that for me, where it's like, yeah, he's entertaining. There's no way this man's ever going to win anything, and I don't think that he is robbed. These Coach fans still think that he somehow deserved to win South Pacific. He didn't win, so he didn't deserve it. So Redemption Island, there's not much to say about it. You know, we get Andrew Belke out of it, so that's fun. Rob gets, you know, he basically moonwalks his way to a win. That's it. that is it. Let's see here. Who's this? Oh, Randon. Randon just found. This is a Beware advantage. What did he find? I think it's a Beware advantage. Man, I'm so tired. I know I keep saying that, but I think it's because I'm at the finish line now that it's starting to hit me how tired I actually have been for the last 46 days. So I can't wait to nap forever. Um, like I'm gonna make food around noon. Probably I'm going to go grab a monster at a little later. Um, I think there's like a lull in the season, right? When it becomes the Banu show, I think that at that point I might use the bathroom for the first time. Um, I definitely need to go drink some water because I do feel dehydrated. Um, so yeah, this is my first dead air moment of the entire. I just talked for 45 minutes straight, and I just finally hit a lull and what to talk about, which is fine. I don't expect anyone to sit in here for the entire day. I would hope that you wouldn't sit in here for the entire day watching someone watch Survivor 46. But let's see. If it was 100% up to you, is there anything you would change about the new era that they haven't changed yet? They've improved by losing the hourglass, yes, but I'd still drop Murgatory split tribals at 10. Yeah, get rid of Murgatory, especially in 45. And I forgot about this until I rewatched it yesterday. The fact that not only did they have Murgatory, but they also who goes there? Jay goes there, and then they still have one more tribal before the jury starts, even though they have now merged. So Sifu goes, and then Caleb being the first juror. Mergatory, it was an interesting concept until they introduced the hourglass, and even after they got rid of the hourglass, it's like, okay, you could have just gotten rid of this too. I feel like Survivor's trying to compensate because they knew that a lot of the fans, not me, but I knew that they knew that a lot of the fans were going to hate this 26 days thing. So they felt like, hey, instead of, let's kill them by not giving them anything out there, and let's make them earn everything that happens in the game, including merge, to make it harder on them. I think where that becomes an issue for me as a viewer is the merge is, the merge hasn't always said jury because obviously in the earlier seasons, the first person at the merge doesn't make jury. But yeah, get rid of Mergatory. If it was 100% up to me though, I'd swaps. You gotta have swaps back. I know they had it. They had a real swap in 45 and they had a fake swap in 44. Bring back swaps. Other than that, twist wise, I feel like they have started to phase out the really bad ones, like do or die. They've gotten rid of a lot of these things that really got a backlash during 41 and 42. So yeah, I'd say tribe swaps. I do feel like they're starting to change up the challenges because a certain someone broke a lot of them in 44. So yeah, if it was up to me, I'd bring back the tribe swaps. Outside of that, I like the new era. It's some I would say are great. Some of the seasons, there are two that I would say are great. There are three that I would say are mid, as the kids say. And there's one that's just like, okay, this is fine, and that's all right. In my head, there has really only been one all in out bad season of Survivor, and it was number 45 on my list. Or I guess you would scroll up. It's Survivor Thailand. It's the only all in out bad season that has ever been. There are some seasons that are uncomfortable to watch, but Thailand is just actually boring. So, I feel like a lot of people like to speak in hyperbole and say, oh yeah, 46 is the worst thing that's ever happened to the show. It's like, it really isn't. It's not even close. And it's crazy that people feel like they can vocalize that and not cringe as they say that, because nothing problematic happens on this season. And there are a lot of entertaining moments that happen in the season. There are some fun characters. And I think the winner is pretty good. I think that she is great because I love social winners. Um, so yeah, I feel like people just unnecessarily shit on 46 especially, but everything post 41 because it's the cool hip thing to do. Because like I keep saying, Survivor fans are turning into Star Wars fans, and it's not fun. Um, and here comes Banu. Oh boy, I remember watching this and not. I could never figure out if this man was just putting on an act or whatever, and I still probably don't know. There are not many moments of Banu has this season where it's like, okay, I can say with 100% certainty that this man is putting on an act. But who's to say? Um, I do feel like at first I wasn't a big fan of Q because of his whole thing with Bono saying, "Oh yeah, let me be Boston Rob and you be Philip." It's like that's not really how you want to talk to people out here, but what do I know? Um, but Q grew on me, and I feel like Q grew on a lot of the fan base. I also feel like Q was hated by a lot of the fan base. I'm assuming the Facebook moms probably didn't like him. Once again, I wonder why. Um, I feel like if there was a lock from this season for 50, it would probably be Q. I know the Facebook mom are going to want Charlie back, and that's cute. I think that if they were casting based off of characters, it's Q 100% of the time. Um, because he's one of those love him or hate him people. Um, oh my goodness. I might change out of this a little bit because it started to get hot in here. Put on a short sleeve, something. Um, what is her name? Oh, I don't remember you either. That's weird. Um, oh, fudge. I feel like my chair is going to break at a certain point because I've been basically sitting in it nonstop for 46 days. What is her name? Oh my god, I don't want to look it up because that's cheating. I just wait for her to give a confessional again. Oh, Charlie likes Star Wars. That's so wow! I can't believe it. I know I kind of annoyed people the last few nights with hating on the Charlie archetype. I as I think about it more, I think I just don't like the fans of the people that like the Charlie archetype. Oh, here we go. It's the Metallica. It's the Metallica scene, the countdown, um, the Ben versus Charlie moment. Uh, I felt like the scene. It started off very wholesome, and then it just kind of dragged, especially when they started keeping the counter. Yeah, well, here we go. This is it goes from fun to cringe very fast because it just keeps on going. And I wonder, obviously, I wonder if these numbers are exaggerated by the time they get to the end, but somehow I don't think. I think that maybe they actually sat out there for 10, 15, 20 minutes naming Metallica songs. Um, yeah, it just keep on going. The scene just keeps on going. It never ends. I guess I'll put some gum in my mouth because if I'm not going to eat anything for a bit, I should probably chew on something. Uh, um, and maybe I'll add another. Maybe I'll talk about a new number 41 on the list after I open this contraption. Why can I open this? Okay. All right. Shit. Oh no, is it melted? I don't think so. Wow, they're still going. That's so cute. They're at 104 and 105. Okay, we'll do another. We'll do another one. Um. All right, so at number 41, um, we've got Ghost Island. So for Ghost Island, I didn't remember half of the pre-merge cast, with the exception of like Jacob Derwin and um, both Stephanies. Ghost Island is another one that's kind of drags. It's very similar to All Stars, where like if you're not invested in the Romber storyline in All Stars, and if you're not invested in the Dom Wendell storyline in Ghost Island, you kind of get sucked out of it. And like, yeah, I was invested in the Dom Wendell storyline the first two times I watched it, but like the allure kind of goes away because it's like, okay, yeah, who else can I? And like, I liked some of the characters on the season when they actually had airtime. I really liked Kellen. Um, Donathan was fun. Oh, Liz Wilcox is on my TV, so hold on. I have to simp over her real quick. I think the moms love Charlie because he reminds them of their young adult son. The moms also loved Gabler, though. Like, I think that, yeah, that's why they specifically like Charlie. But the Facebook moms, if I think about this for a second, 41 they loved Xander, 42 they loved Jonathan, 43 they like Gabler, 44 was, who did they like in 40? Oh, they liked Carson. 45 they liked, I don't really know who they liked that season, but 46 they were in love with Charlie. And it's just like, all right, once again, I'm just kind of just reading the room. But hold on, Liz is still talking, so I have to hear everything she says because she's amazing. No, no, no. I feel like there potentially there was, but I think that Gabler, those women, and I know that I'm generalizing, but the Facebook moms love them some Gabler, and it's ironic because I feel like him and Erica played very similarly, and they hated her and they loved him. And putting on our conspiracy hats for a second, I wonder why that is. Uh, um, I liked Owen. When we talked about 43 the other day, I think that we didn't give him as the flowers that he deserved. I feel like we did give him props, but I don't think we talked about Owen enough. And that is more to do with the fact that most of the time when I come on here after I finish the season, my goal is to do about an hour and then rest for a little bit. And so there's always, and anyone that follows me on Instagram knows that like when I post, I always put in parentheses, oh, but we forgot to talk about this, or we forgot to talk about that. It's because we don't have time most of the time. I think our longest, I think I talked about 41 though. 41 I feel like was our longest so far. Well, until today, but we won't count today. No, if I take, there we are. There we are. I think the longest. What was the longest? When is it? What? Do. Was it When Is It War? It was When Is It War. When Is It War was the longest. Which makes sense. Like that's not overly surprising. I think 41 might actually be the second longest though. I think that answers your question. Going back to it, I think that answers how I know I go off on Facebook moms a lot, Facebook mom survivor fans a lot, but like you can say the same thing about the Twitter fans, because Twitter fans are the exact opposite. They hated Gabler and loved Erica. Um, they loved Marianne and hated Jonathan. I just happen to fall into the Twitter fans category, I guess. Um, but everyone, different strokes and all that. I think the only time that I get annoyed with Survivor fans when it comes to who they like is when they name a certain player from seasons 19, 20, and 22. Because if you tell me that you like that person, I tend to just not value your opinion on it. I'm just kidding. I just tend to think that you don't understand the game. But outside of that, I've never like Ben Browning or Shannon from Nicaragua, so like, or anyone that says they like Jeff Varner. So everyone's opinions on their players, I'm fine with. Sarah Lucina is one of my favorite winners. Everyone has their thing. I think we're at the next immunity challenge. Are we already at the next immunity challenge? Or is this a reward challenge? Why are y'all so shocked that Zelensky got voted out? Was he? Oh, I guess this is for immunity, but we're only 30. We're 35 minutes into the episode. Interesting. Is this a double boot episode? Oh. The Purple Tribe. Everyone just feels like it's all laughing at them. Soda them. This is Q's not about it. Q's so pissed off. It's so funny. Liz isn't laughing because Liz is adorable. Someone asked me if I was being sarcastic about my Liz love, and the answer is no. I really enjoy her. Oh, my Wi-Fi almost went out. It's funny how the Facebook moms love the younger men like their sons, but rarely love the young women on the show. Also ironic, if the dads like the young women, it'd be considered creepy. Yes, I agree. I'm 33 years old, and oh God, Bonners, shut up. Younger women on the cast that I've liked in my 30s. I don't think there are many. I think most of the women that I've enjoyed on the show, like, have been either my age or older. But yes, I do agree that it would be looked at as creepy if the dads were like into Venus or somebody. Uh-oh, what's going on here? Why do you pull out a knife? Oh. Yeah, I can't believe we're already in immunity. And we're, like I said, we're only 36 minutes into the episode. Okay. Maybe this was a double boot or something. But I'm fairly certain the Purple Tribe loses. Yeah, I think the Purple Tribe loses every, because it eventually gets down to that 3 left. And then with 3 left. Oh, this is the similar to the Cagayan, the first challenge in Cagayan. They changed it up a little bit, but it's different enough. Okay, so we're 2 hours in. We are 2 hours in, so we've got about 11 hours to go. 11-ish hours to go. And then I just probably won't talk all day tomorrow because I've talked for 46 days now. I need to rest. I need to eat, if I'm being honest. I really need to eat. get to the challenge. I will say that as I have progressed to watching it this time, I just don't care about the challenges. I just I will sit on my phone for most of the challenges because like you know it, this is gonna sit out. Um, yeah, I don't really care about the challenges. And even though obviously they've changed them up a little bit, but also I haven't said this in a while. The earlier seasons, yeah, I'll try. I'll try. Like I said, if when my former like when people that I've had come on throughout this process start hopping in here later in the day, I'll probably use the bathroom, eat, and have some water or something. If I'm honest, I might go get an energy drink from the store because I need to. I can't take a nap today like I normally have been doing. Um, but what I was saying was, people ask me if, like, do you cheat at all? Like, do you watch it on whatever speed? One, I don't know how to do that, but two, no, because I just feel like I there's I don't even know how to phrase it. But all of that is to say, I do skip the recap episodes and during the earlier seasons. That is something that I guess I do kind of dance around. The recap episodes, I think the last time we get a recap episode is probably like Tocantins. Um, so I do skip the recap episodes in the earlier seasons. But outside of that, I mean, y'all can see normally when I'm recording this, you can see the reunion happening in the background, or you can barely see the reunion happening in the background. You can't see all of it because we would get flagged. Um, so that's how I go about it. I'll watch a season. I will send the link to the StreamYard to whoever I'm having on when Final Tribal starts, so that they have enough time to like get prepared and hop in, and we can kind of shoot the shit as Final Tribal's happening. And then I'll just kind of do a rundown. If it's their first time on, I'll do a rundown of how it's going to go. If it's not their first time, we'll kind of just do a cheers, and then we just go into it. And Liz and Mariah are meeting each other. Uh, and yeah, that's the entire process. Um, the first whenever I start to run behind, so especially the first week or so of this, I was still working. So I would have to watch on the bus to the college that I work at. I would have to watch. There was like a 2-hour gap where I couldn't watch anything because as a coach, I'm not going to have my phone out. So on the bus there and on the bus back, I could watch an hour. I could watch an episode and a half, basically. So that's how I was able to do that. There was a couple nights that I would go out to a bar and I would just have it sitting on my phone with my headphones in just to make sure that I didn't fall behind. If I knew that I was going to have plans going into the day, I would watch more, ahead of time just to make sure that I had enough time to do whatever I needed to have done. Obviously, I haven't taken any type of vacations this entire time. Yeah, it's a long process. It's a fun process. It's a very, I won't say boring. It's never been boring as much as it's just been draining. And like I said, I'm doing this one more time, just one, and then I will never binge watch the show again because only crazy people do that. And I think I might be the only person that would fall into that category. Okay, so we're in the immunity challenge right now. I think this is the challenge where who goes home this episode? I know it's not Banu because Banu survives for. Who goes home from the purple tribe here? Her. What's her face? She goes. Um, so that's going to happen. I think the next episode is when we get the medevac, right? And then the episode after that is Banu going, because I think this is the episode where he goes and leaks. I think this is the episode where he goes and leaks that Kenzie's like running the tribe. I think this is it. It might be the next episode. Um, okay, so that makes sense why the challenge is happening right now because they still have to do Shipwheel Island afterwards. So yeah, that all checks out. Oh gosh, have you watched any of it? Okay, so have you watched other country versions like Australia, South Africa? So I watched the final 2 seasons of Survivor South Africa. I enjoyed them both. Chris from Nullified Take was actually the one that put me on to watching Survivor South Africa, and I loved it. I've only watched 1 season of Survivor Australia, the Heroes versus Villains season. Carly, who I had come on, what season did I have Carly come on for? Was it China? I think I may have had her come from China. Whatever season I had Carly on for. She put me on to Survivor Australia, and she said, because especially when Heroes vs. Villains was coming out, she said you should watch it. So I did, and I really enjoyed it. Obviously, I feel like for me, South Africa was a fun middle ground between American and Australian, because the Australian episodes, there are a lot of them, and the episodes are very long. The American version, up until 45, the episodes were shorter, and we only got one, and I felt like there was a lot of time that we needed more content. I felt like South Africa gave us a very good middle ground of that. No, no, no. Do I think that Bono would do better in future season? No, no, absolutely not. I think that, like I said earlier, I don't even know if Bono was real. I don't know. It's nothing that he did this season makes me think that he is real, whatever that means. I don't hate the guy or anything. But he also doesn't seem like he understands the game at all. So I don't think that's going to change in future seasons. I hope they don't bring him back for anything. I don't see them bringing him back for anything. As a big new age person, new era person, I at least understand the fandom's annoyance with Banu this season because Banu annoyed me this season because it became the Banu show. And I know I have I got 2.5 more episodes of the Banu show before the season starts to get pretty good. Yeah, I don't think Banu does. Banu's always going to be the same. I hope that answers your question. I don't think that ever changes. Persistence. No. Did they spell persistence wrong? Yes, they did. They spelled persistence wrong. They spelled it pesristance. They spelled it pesristance. Now they've got something going. The purple tribe is just they're so bad. They're so bad. There's always one. There's always one that's so bad, and the season was purple. Yanu? Is it Yanu? It's Yanu. What happened? Oh. It froze for a second. That would really suck if my Wi-Fi were to somehow go out, because then I would have to start watching on my phone, which I have all the episodes downloaded on my phone just in case the Wi-Fi does randomly go out. I don't think that it will. On the day that I did 43, our electricity went out in the building. So that was fun because I had to watch the last few episodes on my phone, and the electricity didn't come back on for until 30 minutes before we went live. And I was scared that I was going to have to cancel, and this entire thing was gone to hell. But thankfully, electricity came back on. The air conditioning came back on because it was very hot in here. I live in upstate New York, so anyone that lives up here or in the surrounding areas, you know how hot it has been and how humid it has been the last month or so. So I'm thankful to have centralized air so that I don't really have to worry about it too much, and why I can wear this inside and not be very hot. But I do feel like I'm going to change out of this at some point because I am starting to get hot. And it's probably because I've been talking for 2.5 hours or 2 hours and 15 minutes. Come on. Come on. You're almost there. They're going to lose, but damn, that sucks. What was up with Q always trying to quit? Did you think that he was a good player? I think he was his own worst enemy. I think both. I think if it was strategy and him trying to play this woe is me card so that people didn't see him as threatening or whatever, I think that there's merit there. And especially as an athlete, like athletes get down on themselves a lot. As a coach, I feel like I don't like when my players do that because it's like you should be positive. And yes, if you want to, I didn't do well today, like that's fine. But like, I do also think he was his own worst enemy. Absolutely. And I feel like when Q comes back, because Q is 100% coming back for 50, unless something crazy happens. I think that we do get a better version of Q. I think we're going to get either we're going to get a better version of Q, or we're going to get he's going to lean more into the Q character here, in which case he'll probably do worse that time around. I think if he cools his jets a little bit, I think we can get a pretty fun Q for 50. But if he comes in trying to live up to the Q name for 50, then I don't think that he's going to have a great time. I think Purple's about to lose. I mean, I know they lose this challenge, but I think this is where they actually lose. Am I mistaken? This challenge is literally going on forever. Q skirt, yeah. This season has I won't say so many memes, but it has enough memes that it makes it at least memorable. It's like Gabon. Gabon has a fair few memes, and that's why like Gabon's not the best season, but I feel like because there are so many things that are memorable about it, it can't be terrible. And it's the same thing with 46. Like there are a lot of things that I can remember from this season. Oh man, they suck. Oh, they're so bad. That it takes it away from being bottom tier, whatever that means. Where's the last season? Okay, the last season I did was 41. I was making sure so that when I think maybe I might, maybe I'll do Gabon is a train wreck. But yeah, when we did it this time around, I kept referring to it as Survivor the cartoon, and I said I've never watched Total Drama Island, but I assume that Gabon is as close to a live action Total Drama Island that we're ever going to get, because it's just a bunch of cartoon characters being horrible to each other, and somehow we end up with the final three of Dr. Bob, Susie, and Sugar in a situation where I feel like I would have voted for Susie there because she was the only one that like had a pretty decent final tribal council. Sugar kind of just laid down, and Dr. Bob kind of just said, "Oh yeah, Sugar did everything." Gabon is. I will say this: Gabon has my favorite version of Ancient Voices of all time, like the theme song. Gabon is my favorite version of that. I would say Gabon, Africa, All Stars, Heroes versus Villains, and 11, 12, and Exile Island. That would probably be my top 5. Yeah, Panama, Gabon, Africa, All Stars, and Heroes vs. Villains. As far as the theme song, I can hum them to myself, and I know the difference. Okay, so Purple just lost again. They are going to vote out that girl. Is this the episode that Banu goes to Shipwheel Island and like reveals all the power dynamics, or is it next episode? I don't remember. I guess we'll find out shortly, because I think how much time do I have left in this episode? I got about 30 minutes left of this episode. Oh, goodness. Hey, we're almost done with episode 2, though. So it's just flying by, isn't it? So yeah, we're going to move on. Like I said, throughout the day, we're going to have folks hop in that have joined me throughout the last 45 days. Probably just shoot the shit about this season and about this entire process. But it's been. I'm not gonna take a nap. I can't today. I'm at the finish line. I can't do it today. But so I will say that when I did this before, like I said, it was on 1 o'clock last time when I did 42 and 42 that I kind of just, there was a part where I just kind of zoned out. I won't say I slept with my eyes open basically because I was so exhausted. I love Total Drama Island. My daughter made me watch it with her over COVID. See, I still have never watched it. I know that I probably should as a fan of Survivor. But then maybe honestly, maybe next summer I'll just watch all of Total Drama Island. But Gabon is, without knowing anything about Total Drama Island, I just feel like Gabon is what Total Drama Island would be like, based off of literally nothing. Okay, so they got the fishing gear. Venus is still sad about something. For those that hate the fact that 44 and 45 are kumbaya, which I don't hate it, but for those that hate that 44 and 45 are kumbaya, 46 ain't. 46 ain't in season, 46 ain't out of season. And I don't talk much about stuff that happens outside of the show because it's not my business. But they kind of made it our business by putting it all out there on Twitter and Instagram. So that was fun, to say the least. So yeah, for all of those people that don't like when Survivor players like each other after the game, you've got 46. You've got there are a fair few seasons that I feel like people just did not vibe with each other afterwards, and that's fine. I would rather people like each other after playing in a game because that's weird if they don't. Well, it's weird that fans don't want them to like each other after the game, I should say. But okay, I guess I'll do number 40. We'll do number 40. So number 40 is this season. Number 40. All right. Number 40 is Worlds Apart. When I did 42 and 42, I had Mama C on to talk about Worlds Apart. And I had to be nice because I didn't want to, that she was on the season. I'm not going to shit on her season while she's there because I find that to be very rude. So I would ask her questions like, why do you think that other people hate your season, or this and that? And she was great. I mean, I loved interviewing her. She was just a lot of fun. But I didn't have her on for this time around, and I do hate that season. Oh, I don't hate it. I don't like that season. Even outside of the whole, Will Shireen thing, there's a Rodney thing. There's everything dealing with Dan Foley. Vince is a creepy, weird incel guy. I like Mike Holloway. I like Mike Holloway. I don't think he should have apologized to Dan at Final Tribal, but whatever, man. You got to win your money however you can. But Worlds Apart, it's not fun. It's another season where I kind of felt like, okay, yeah, I'm just kind of going through the motions watching this again. Like I don't even think I really wanted to talk about it that night, and thankfully the panel that I had made it at least more entertaining to talk about, because I really I wanted to get, honestly, I was looking forward to getting to Cambodia, that I just kind of, please just end this. And Rodney drinks his own pee, and that's not an exaggeration. Look it up. Rodney drinks his own pee, and he uses it as like lotion and stuff. That's a real thing. that actually happens. Okay, so Banu's pouting, but he's not going to go home. He's not going to go home right here, which is insane because he's actually the worst. Um, yeah, he's acting. He's got to be acting. He's got to be acting. There's no way you're convinced me that this man is real. But who's to say? Okay, as we move on, how much time do we have left in this episode? I might want to use the bathroom. I'll wait. Got about 20 minutes left in the episode. We're about 2.5 hours into the stream, and I still don't hate Banu yet, but I know it's coming. The chat's been a lot of fun so far today. I didn't expect the chat to be this lively this early on a Wednesday, but I also know that we have people from all over the world, so I don't even know if it's Wednesday. I don't even know if it's early on a Wednesday for some of y'all. So, but yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far. Hopefully, I don't expect it to. Do you have an all-time Survivor favorite? Is Rob Sesternino is my favorite. I would say Rob Sesternino is my favorite non-winner. My favorite is either Chris from Vanuatu or Earl Cole from Fiji. My all-time Survivor crush is either Hannah Shapiro from Millennials vs. Gen X or Liz Wilcox from Survivor 46. But yeah, Rob Sesternino is my favorite actual player of all time. California, live in Austria. Okay, all right. Yeah, and especially watching it like this, I'm always looking for players that I feel like, okay, maybe this person's actually my favorite player. But I think it always goes back to Rob C. And I'm glad that he gets taken out early in All-Stars. Like, it sucks to see him get taken out early in All-Stars, but I'm glad he does because we don't need him to be a part of the mess that happens merge All-Stars. Like, that's just, I don't want to see him have to deal with any of that. Favorite winners, like I said, are Chris from Vanuatu and Earl Cole. I think they played two totally different games. You know, Earl basically played in a power position. Chris, it was fun to watch him navigate and bullshit his way to the end of the game. Because if I'm being honest, that would probably be more how I would do. Just knowing my personality, I feel like that would probably be the better option for me. I don't do well with sitting at the top, even though I'm a coach. I don't do well with just like constantly being in a position of power. Yeah, I think that answers your question. Rob C. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else that like I really, really enjoy. That's not Suri. Duh. I feel like Suri's kind of the cliche answer, but like screw it. She's great. She's great every single time she plays. And she's great on the Traders. And she's great on Big Brother. Let's see. Do you think that Amber deserved to be on All Stars? Season 8. I couldn't think of a reason for her original season. I think the reason they put her in there because people from her archetype turned it down. And so they needed someone from that archetype to come back. And so if everyone else is saying no, eventually you're going to have to get someone. And they got Amber, which, I mean, good for her. Because she wins, like it was all worth it in the end. She gets a husband out of it. She gets 4 kids out of it. She comes reality TV royalty because they had a reality show for their wedding. That's how big Romber were at one point. They were on The Amazing Race at least twice, right? I don't watch The Amazing Race, but I know they played twice. So yeah, I mean it's the same thing though with like a few of those people on that season on All Stars, because there are certain people on that season that up to that point were not looked at as the big names. Boston Rob's a prime example. Boston Rob's is the merge boot in Marquesas, and he goes on to become Boston Rob. People like Jenna Lewis, I feel like she was not that big on Borneo, but I feel like Jenna Lewis is another one. It's like, okay, yeah, she got Final Three in All Stars. Sheehan was on Thailand, so and I feel like Sheehan made more with her second time. Um, yeah, she was the one who was available, and sometimes that's what it is. I mean, looking at the winners at Warcast, I can't believe that's the 20 that they actually wanted to ride with. I think that was the 20 that became available when other folks had other obligations or they didn't ask certain people, which is still weird to me. Game Changers is probably the worst version of that, of like, oh man, if Game Changers had a different name, if you don't call it Game Changers and you just say, oh yeah, this is Survivor, hey, remember this person? That would have been, it would have been, I don't think that people would hate on it as much, but because you label it Game Changers, you're almost putting into into the audience's mind, okay, so these are the big dogs, and it's like, yeah, Sierra Dawn Thomas, big dog. Um, she made use of her second time playing, so like you know, I would like to see Rich. I don't think they're gonna let it happen, but I would love to see Richard Hatch play again. I'm gonna watch House of Villains season 2 because Richard Hatch is going to be on there. I I really like Rich, um, but and I think I talked about this on the Winners at War pod. I think the problem is they were trying to, after the optics of 39, they wanted to avoid any type of mess. And Rich is known for being naked out there. I don't think that they wanted anything to do with that, and I think that's why he was kept off Winners at War. And if that's the case, I don't. What is Bonner doing? Oh my god, this dude is so weird. But yeah, to answer your question, I would love to see Rich play again. Yeah, he's gonna be in House of Villains too. Yeah, I'm really excited for that. Yeah, that is it's a more accurate theme. Rob and Amber dominated their first outing of Amazing Race. They came in second place. Okay, cool. I think I may have watched that first season, like the first season that they were on. Um, but yeah, I don't remember anything about it because it happened, what, 20 years ago ish, maybe a little less, but like probably around 20 years ago. So I would have been 13 years old. Um, and I don't rewatch The Amazing Race, so I wouldn't know. Uh, it's actually insane how many times I've rewatched certain seasons of Survivor. I think I think Marquesas, Winners at War, Blood versus Water. There's a few seasons that I've watched a lot. Meanwhile, my favorite season of all time, which is Heroes versus Villains, I've watched maybe 4 times. I watched it for 40 and 40, 42 and 42, 46, 46, and I watched it one other time before all of that. So like it's not a comfort season, it's just my favorite season. My comfort season is actually Blood versus Water, or Cambodia. I could put those on every day and be all right with it. I could put on Marquesas and every day and not get tired of it. Winners at War, because it's a movie, because I call it Survivor the, I have to be in the mood to watch that movie. Um, and I think probably the next time I watch it is in 2 years when I do this again. But I like waiting to watch Heroes versus Villains because I like watching all the seasons that lead into it because I think it plays better that way, as like a cinematic event. It's much similar to watching all of the MCU to get to Infinity War and or Endgame. Okay, so are we going to tribal yet? Like, what's going on here? Okay. Do you have a first boot that you'd like to see play again? What do you think about a season of all first boots? I'll answer the second question first. Please don't ever do that. I don't ever want a season with all first boots. One, I don't think that there would be 16, 18, or 20 compelling first boots to have back. Um, as far as a first boot that I would want to see come back, Natalie Anderson, Reem, uh, Spine, Zelensky, whatever. Zane Knight, I feel like that's a very popular answer. Zane Knight. I really don't need Francesca a third time because at that point they would just vote her out first again because of the lulls. Um, Not really. Like I think those are pretty much the only ones that I would want to see play again. I don't think that any of them will, but I mean Francesca played twice, so who's to say? Like I said, I don't want an all first boot season. It wouldn't be fun. I mentioned this earlier. I do feel like if you do a pre versus post merge Survivor season like they did in Survive South Africa, I think that would be a prime time to bring back maybe one first boot, but not more than that. I think there are way more compelling pre-mergers that are not first boots that would make that pre-merge cast um, more interesting. Um, yeah, I think that answers your question. I cannot believe they're not a tribal yet. Oh my gosh. Just go vote out what's her face. We've got about 12 minutes left in the episode. We're over the 2.5 hour mark here. I still haven't eaten or drank or anything, but like I said, I'm probably just gonna wait until we have our first person hop in here today, because I don't want it to just be nothing. So we'll wait for people to start hopping in. Do you think they should go back to Final Two? I feel like Final Three is still feel like Final Three is silly as it's usually only two who are really contenders. I I hope they don't. I don't want them to go back to just doing. I actually prefer like when you kind of make it a guessing game of like they did in Kageyan and Token Cheese. I don't know if it was a guessing game of Token Cheese, but what's going to happen? Are they going to do Final Three or are they going to do Final Two? Um, I think if you look at the first 4 seasons, no, the first two were 4-3. Season 3 was 5-2. Season 4 was 4-3. 5 was 4-3. 6 was 6-1. Um, there are a lot of times, and when there are two people sitting at the end, where it's very apparent who the winner is going to be. I would say in a final three situation, and I think that the problem that you kind of run into is we can't do a final four because then the votes would probably be all over the place. And I also think that one of the reasons that they made it into a final three is because the robbed god or goddess, whatever that means, would always get cut at 3, and they got tired of it. So it's like, hey, let's have it a final 3. Well, you saw what happened after that, is that person would get cut at 4 or 5. So now all of a sudden you add fire making to like give that person an extra chance to make it to the end. I feel like I'm fine with Final Three. I wouldn't mind Final Twos being mixed in every now and then just to keep people on their toes. But I'm fine with it. It's not the worst thing that's ever happened to the show. And there have been situations where all 3 finalists have caught votes. I think the most recent time would be HHH. I think Heroes, Healers, Hustlers was the last time that all 3 caught votes at the end. I'm fairly certain that's the case. I think there are a lot of final threes that I find very compelling. I think the One World final three is very good, and I feel like yes, Kim is all time. She's amazing. Um, but I feel like that final three is very underrated because all three of them played really well. I think all three of them performed very well at Final Tribal. Um, what is the? I mean, that's what is the worst thing? I think that everything dealing with the merge of 39 would probably be the actual worst. If you're just talking about twists, I feel like the Medallion of Power was horrible. I feel like Do or Die was horrible. I feel like um, the Hourglass twist was horrible. Redemption Island, I don't mind the actual twist. I feel like it's different enough that, and it doesn't like it, they only do it what, three different times, and I think that Blood versus Water is probably the best version of Redemption Island. There are a lot of compelling moments that happen on the actual Redemption Island arena. But so yeah, I wouldn't put Redemption Island as even top five worst twists or on the show because the Medallion of Power, because the Do or Die, because of the Hourglass. Um, yeah, that. But if you're asking what the actual worst thing, just period, yeah, I think that everything surrounding the merge of Island of the Idols is absolutely number one. And I mean, maybe the last tribal council before the merge and Game Changers is pretty bad. Um, Thailand and its on its own is pretty bad, but certain things that happen in Thailand are pretty bad. Worlds Apart has a lot of stuff. It's like, man, this is horrible. And why am I watching this? Why do I say this is my second favorite show? It's pretty bad. Redemption Island's not that bad. Edge of Extinction's not that bad. Um, I know that's a hot take, but I don't hate Edge of Extinction, the season or the twist. It is what it is. It's not a good twist by any means, but and Banu's talking at Tribal. God, he's the worst. He's the worst. I am now in my I don't like Banu era of the day, and I still get two more episodes of this. Oh joy! I'm glad I can't really hear what he's saying. I have the subtitles on, so like I see what he's saying, but it just comes off as fake. Uh, I'm 100 on the chopping block, but tell me where I'm failing in this tribe. Everywhere, fam. What? Were you failing in this tribe? Are you serious? They know that I'm hardworking. This dude is, he's just the worst. Jeff, I don't even know if Jeff is actually, yeah. I don't think Jeff's buying into any of this. Please vote him out. They're not, I know they're not going to. I know that we still get two more episodes of this, but I don't feel like I'm stepping in. Yeah, he's. I don't remember who. I'm pretty sure you were the one that asked. Who would do well another season? No, I'm just going to answer that question again. No, absolutely not. Damn, I need caffeine. Jess, her name is Jess. Oh my god, her name is Jess. Ah. Okay, we're about 2:45 into this. We are wrapping up two. I haven't voted yet, but we are wrapping up episode 2, titled Scorpio Energy. And we're going to head into episode 3. I think that's where the medevac happens. think that's where the medevac happens. Was it a medevac? I feel like there was a medevac, right? I think so. Also, I know I had a text message earlier. Did I reply to it? I don't think I did. Did I? Okay, yeah, I replied to all my texts. Yes, vote, please. Oh my God, just vote. You know, just vote Banu out if you have to really try to figure out, just vote him out. Who are you voting? Just, oh God. It's the worst. I'm trying to figure out who I think is going to show up first today. I've had people periodically text me throughout today and last night saying, we'll stop in here and there. But I'm curious to see who the first one is. I've had some very fun people this time. I mean, I had fun people last time I did this, but like this time around, and a lot of them were repeats from last time. I think McKenna did the most this time around. I don't think there was anyone close to the amount of times that she came on. But even having people like, we battled out the other day, which was great. We had Chappelle from RHAP, even meeting people like Temmie and having him come on for Winners at War. It's been such a great time. He inspired me to Google Banu on Gossip Next Door. It says he was also an actor. Yeah, he comes off as a stage actor, and that's not a knock on stage actors because stage actors are great. But he kind of comes off as a bad stage actor. We'll say it like that. It's not fun. Okay, Jess. I think her name is Jess. Is going to play her Shot in the Dark. Or is this an idol? I don't remember. That's a Shot in the Dark. It's a fake idol. I think this is a fake idol because she doesn't go, or because she goes home here. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Bono's the worst. I know I've said that a lot in the last 40 minutes, but it's true. Can everyone hear the wind in the background? My windows are closed, and the wind is very loud in here. How did they keep Bono over Jess? I don't understand. This tribe is it's not good. And it's crazy because the winner is on this tribe, and two people that make it fairly far in the merge are on this tribe. All right, so Jess is gone. Okay, wait. So if you can hear the wind, can you hear? You can't hear the TV, right? I would hope not. I know I've asked this question a few times, and I keep getting no as the answer, but now I'm paranoid again. All right, so Jess is gone. We are wrapping up episode 2. They're gonna do next time one Survivor, and then okay, yeah, we still can't hear the TV. Cool. This is good. All good things. All good things. All right, so they are leaving next time on Survivor. Next time on Survivor. I need some help, Kenzie. The mermaid dragon, yeah. The mermaid dragon thing comes in this episode. Okay, perfect. The only good Banu content is when he basically gives Kenzie the winners added when he goes to Shipwheel Island and says, "Oh yeah, she's running the tribe," and when he calls her a mermaid dragon. All right, so starting. Yes, I am. I know that there's been like this thing now where it's going to be a shortened season, and I think it's going to be like 16 days. I think I read 16 days or something like that. Um, and it's going to be more just all survivors are going to be represented, and not just US at this point, which is which sucks. But I'm going to watch it anyway, just in case they have US survivor players that I care to see, or just anybody. I'm going to watch it no matter what. All right, episode 3. Oh, let's see. Starting episode 3 at 11:25 a.m. So that once again, people can kind of follow along if they want to. Like I mentioned earlier, at any point, if anyone wants to actually follow along, I could leave timestamps if you really want to rewatch with me. I'm doing my best to give commentary, but right now, since the Banu show, that's all that's really happening right now. Is this Banu. Soda and Venus have some weird rivalry, but we don't get much time with them, so it doesn't matter. Um, oh shoot, something in my eye. Why did they vote out Jess? Banu sucks. Hmm. All right, let's go back to we're on a new episode, so we can go back to my list. That's not a real island, so it doesn't matter where she got it from. Also, I'm like deleting all my emails. Okay, so up next on the list, we have number 39. And number 39. How am I doing this? What am I number? Okay, so I'm doing that. Number 39, we have this season. We have Survivor South Pacific. A season that, once again, the cult thing really is just uncomfortable to watch. Once again, I know there are these weird people that think that Coach was somehow robbed of winning in that season, and it's like, have you ever gone back and watched South Pacific? Because it's very apparent how this guy didn't win. The cult thing, the fact that he reverts back to being holier than thou coach at Final Tribal, it's like, yeah, man, you're not owning up to anything. You're just, the fact that he used religion to manipulate a very, very unstable Brandon Hance. It's the only time that I can support Brandon Hance is when he's taken advantage of by, a false prophet. The fact that he said that, I guess God basically told him to tell Brandon to give the necklace away. Like, what is that? God helped them find the idol, even though they had already found the idol. I really loved Sophie Clark as a winner, and I loved her more on Winners at War. I enjoyed. That's it. I think I just enjoyed Sophie Clark on that season. Oh no, and Stacy. Of course, I like Stacy. How could you not? One of the most iconic monologues in the history of the show. So yeah, South Pacific's not it's not the worst Redemption Island season, but that isn't saying much. I think Ozzy 3.0 is fine, I guess. Cochrane 1.0 is better than Cochrane 2.0 in my eyes. Dawn 2.0 is better than Dawn 1.0 in my eyes. And Coach 3.0 is the worst of all the coaches. by a very large margin. Coach 3.0 is just the worst. Not as bad as Banu, but close. Okay, we're on episode 3. The credits. This is one thing that I am glad they brought back. Because we hadn't had credits probably since Worlds Apart. Maybe Cambodia. Yeah, we hadn't had credits in a while, but yes. I think my favorite Survivor line is "Stick to the plan." It's such an iconic line because as first RP Keith now, like great character on the show, and makes it almost to the end in both times that he plays it and that he plays. Stick to the plan is such a fun moment because of everyone's reactions to it. It's like, what the hell are you doing? And he just in his little chuckle after he says it, and it's just like Keith just has no idea what's going on, and it's so funny to watch. Yes, stick to the plan, iconic line. I'm gonna probably change this camera angle 1,000 times today, but we're heading into hour 3, though. We're heading into hour 3. We probably have about 10-ish hours left. So when we get into single digits, that'll be a fun with how many hours we have left. Banu's Banuing again. I'm afraid to look up how many confessionals he has this season because I feel like it's going to be, if I had to guess, Banu probably has like 37, or let's say 37 confessionals this season. And that's literally just a guess off the top of my head. He could have 4 for all I know. He doesn't because he has 4 in like every 2 minutes, but 37 if I were to guess. If anyone wants to look that up, by all means, please do. How's he wearing this sweater out there? I can't imagine that it's that cold at this time of the day, but who's to say? I kind of wish I had alcohol. I know I said 3 hours ago, oh yeah, I'm just gonna probably stay this whole thing, but yeah, I kind of wish I had alcohol right now because yeah, mainly because I think I drank for most of these, which is bad, but it's tradition at this point. And I don't think that I ever made it apparent. I don't think I made it apparent that I've been drinking. I drink on camera. People can see me do it, but oh god, he's crying, and it's not real tears. It's all fake. It's all fake. He's not real. Oh, I was close. Google says Banu had 35 confessionals to squeeze into 4 episodes. Holy shit! All right, I was 2 off. Yeah, that's not surprising. That's not surprising at all. Mermaid. Yep. Dragon. Yes. Yeah, that's that. Of all of his confessionals, that is the best one. The mermaid dragon. But once again, just him describing it, it comes off as bad theater acting, and you can't take it seriously. Oh man, my eyes are droopy. Maria had 31, and she makes the finale. She makes the finale 31. That is insane. Oh my god. And I feel like Maria was a pretty compelling character this season. So I don't know what their obsession with Banu was, but I mean, also he very much plays into it. So he's doing his job because he's getting all the content. And I guess it does also help that his tribe keeps losing. Yeah, this is where Q is saying that I'm Boston Rob and you're Philip, and I think this is where I'm like, I feel like Q's probably not going to win because that's like that's how you talk to people. But I've still got one more episode of Banu. I can't believe this shit. Um, Purple lost a lot. So I guess yeah. Purple lost a lot. That's exactly it. Um, but I mean, I'm wackadoodle. Who is this jackass? As Aaron Lobdell said about Coach and Tokens. Who is this jackass? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna change my shirt soon because it's quite warm now. Oh, also I have to my fantasy team for all my fantasy baseball fans out there. I need to set my roster for today. Yes, they want to vote you out, Banu, because you suck. You're like the actual worst. Oh, I already set my roster. We're good. Okay, last thing I said was South Pacific. I'll wait a little bit before I do my number 38. You can wait. You can wait a while. It's been a while. Mm-mm-mm. Uh-oh. All right. We are now in the 3 hour. We are on to the third hour of this. So we've got about 10 hours left. And I still have not eaten or drank or used the bathroom. But we'll wait. Are these numbers your personal rankings of the season? Yeah. So basically, throughout this entire process, I'm going to just leading up to number one, which number one I've already spoiled. But just I'm going to give my ranking as I go along during the day. What was the last one that I did? Oh, South Pacific. Okay. I guess I'll do 38 in a little bit, but these are just my personal rankings. I don't think there's been any surprises so far. I hope there haven't been any surprises so far. I feel like these are probably the seasons that a lot of people have lower on their personal rankings. For all I know, people have Island of the Idols as their number one, or Thailand. That'd be crazy, but to each their own. Gem. I remember Gem. I think Gem was a person that a lot of people thought was going to do. I think a lot of people thought that Gem was going to do a lot better than she ended up doing on the season. I know that she was a winner pick for a fair few people that I know. I make lists for everything. I have my favorite books, movies, TV shows, other things. But I mean, Survivor Seasons is especially because I binge watch them like how I do. I kind of I just feel like I'm not obligated, but feel the need to. And I also like sharing my list compared to others, because it is fun to see how certain people see certain seasons because everyone watches things differently. So, I know that there are some seasons that I like that a lot of people despise, and vice versa. I know, like I've mentioned more than a few times, the 46, I didn't hate it. It's probably middle of the pack for me, but I know there are certain people that think it's the worst thing that's ever happened. And it's like, once again, have you never seen Thailand? Have you never seen any of these other seasons? But their opinions, so can't argue with them. Like what you like, don't be a dick. So Jem is looking for an idol. I think she's looking for an idol. Um, I don't even remember if she finds it. What episode did I go to a watch party for? I think I went during the Hunter Boot episode. It was the last time I went to a Survivor party. Because I think excuse me. I think at that point, right around the Hunter episode is when I really start to like prepare for this. So I couldn't afford to like go out much anymore because I knew I was going to be buckling in for the long haul. Liz is giving a confessional. I love this. All right, we'll do the next season. All right, so where do we have next? We have number 38. I don't remember. I know 4 people went home with them. I don't remember if anyone played one. I guess we'll find out throughout the day, though, right? Number 38. We have Survivor this season. Number 38. We have Survivor All Stars. God. I like the concept of an all-star season. I think there have been way better all-star seasons. This is the worst all-star season. And I think how everyone treats Jenna on her way out with, oh man, I can't believe Jenna would come out here when her mom is dying. I know that I told my family not to die until I got back home, and this, that, and the other, or don't tell me until I get home. And Jeff's like, oh yeah, it kind of seems like you've been talking to people off the island. She's like, no, I just have a feeling my mom's not all right. I don't like that. I don't like the fact that Kathy refers to Jenna as a cancer on the tribe when her mom is dying of cancer. I don't like the fact that everyone thinks that they're playing Friend Viver and they all get voted out by their friend because they get so butthurt over the fact that their friend voted them out of a game. I don't like the fact that Lex was a hypocrite and tells Ethan, hey, I'm here for the money this time. There are no friendships. And then when Rob uses their friendship to vote him out, it's like, I can't believe that he would turn his back on his friend. It's like, yeah, you mean like how you did to Lex, or how you did to Ethan. I don't like the fact that the winners are unnecessarily targeted for some reason. I don't like the reunion where the fans boo the shit out of Jerry for saying something that, like, her point was very valid. We are all real people, and I'm sick of us kind of being treated like this, that, and the other. And fans are like, "Oh no, I can't believe that she thinks she's a real person," and so they boo her. I'm fine with the love angle. It's all right, I guess. My favorite episode of the season is Sheehan winning immunity and that alliance having to turn on each other and they vote out Alicia. I love the fact that Rob and Amber like got Big Tom and Rupert to go after each other because they're both, that's about it. I'm not a fan of All Stars, and I know that Emily is a big fan of All Stars, and me and her will always butt heads over it because I think it's the drizzling shits. But somehow I've watched All Stars a lot as well. I don't know how that happens, but I've watched All Stars a fair few times. And I always try to find merit there. I always try to find something to latch on to. And I really can't. It's not good. Okay, so yeah, that's number 38. I probably should slow down. Maybe not. I don't know. Oh, this is when Randon's about to be evacuated. Is this a whole 90-minute? Oh, I guess it has to be a whole 90-minute episode. Wackadoodle. Yeah, they do. Not this season, but Wackadoodles do win. There was a Wackadoodle that won season 43. So, and that's an insult. I think Gabler was a character. But yeah, I think that he's ready to be. I don't know if he gets removed at the beginning of the episode or the end of the episode, because I do remember them showing up to the Purple Tribe's beach and being like, "Oh yes, you get a reprieve," and we get one more episode of Banu because of it. So, um, so are they going straight to the challenge? I guess so. That's so crazy. So they have the challenge. This is definitely the episode where Banu rats out the alliance on the Purple Tribe to everyone else. Randon gets evacuated, but I can't tell you anything else that happens during this episode. Jess voted out. Why is everyone so shocked? I don't understand. I mean, maybe because flipping Bonu's still there, but I don't know. It's almost noon though, which means I get to make a sandwich soon, so that's fun. The first exciting thing to happen today. Mayo and turkey, and maybe ketchup. Who's to say? Or is this a reward? No, this is a immunity challenge. Interesting. For some, like, the episodes seem to be flying by. I feel like post-challenged episodes seem to be kind of middling a little bit, but like the fact that I'm already on episode 3 and the fact that I'm already 22 minutes into episode 3 is kind of insane. So I know this is I know it's going to get harder as the day progresses. I know that. But right now, I haven't hit a wall yet. I have done pretty well at talking. It's what I do. I do for a living. I talk. So, 3 hours 15 in, I'm doing all right for myself. Still trying to guess who the first person is going to hop in here today. My goal is, I'm hoping that I can have every single person. I don't obviously I don't think that's going to happen because people have lives. But if we can get most of the people that have been on throughout this process, that would be great. Just so I can thank them all individually, even though I've thanked them a lot over the last month and a half. Because this is not easy, and it's not easy to get people to want to come on and talk about seasons. And so the fact that I didn't have to do a single season alone this time around meant a lot. Because the first time I did this, I think I had like 2 seasons where I had to go at it alone. If you know, you know. So I assume that Purple loses this one again because they're going to try to vote out Banu, and Randon gets evacuated, so they don't have to vote out Banu, which sucks because we get one more Banu episode. Oh shit! Tevin fell off that. He didn't even jump. For the last 4 years, I've dressed as Jeff Probst for Halloween. I was supposed to dress as Fred Durst last year, but I was I was going through a lot. So I didn't bother buying anything. So I was just like, all right, I guess I'm dressing as Jeff again. So this is the Jeff that I dress as, and the short and the cargo pants, the blue Columbia shirt, and the green hat. This is the version of Jeff that I dress as. Maybe that'll change this year. Maybe my life won't be in a shit spot during Halloween this year, and I can dress as Fred Durst finally and do it for the nookie. Banu made it over. Good for you. Good for you. Oh, good for you. Who said that? Is that the Christian Bale rant? I think it's a Christian Bale rant. I'm so hungry. Oh shit. Venus over. All right, here we go. How did they blow it this time? Because Yanu's actually doing pretty well this time around. But we know that they lose, and I can't remember how they managed to lose this time around. Rumored billionaire Liz Wilcox. Shout out Gio Worthy. 7 days of fatigue on Survivor. They haven't eaten anything. Yeah, how does Purple blow this one? They've got a solid lead. Oh goodness. Yeah, I can't remember. Mariah's got a nice little cut on her lip. I'm gonna assume someone kicked her when they went over the thing. Oh, okay. Yes, the Great Equalizer is this part of the challenge. So yeah, that checks out. That they lose this one. Soda. I know Soda was another person that I remember a lot of people picking as a winner this season. So she didn't flame out though. She made it. I think she was early merge. If I remember correctly, she was early merge. Guess we'll find out in the next. Oh yeah, they've got the Great White Hope Hunter, who I didn't mind. I actually liked Hunter. Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hope to hear from you in a few hours. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yeah, the chat's been going pretty well today. Like I said, I didn't expect the chat to be crazy this early in the day, just because people have work and all of that, and I started fairly early. But the chat has been one of my more favorite things about this entire process, especially the last few days. The chat's really been popping off about a lot of stuff, to the point I think for 43 or 44 we realized, oh man, we really have not talked much about the season, because the chat will just, in a fun, like I said, in a fun argumentative way. I've never felt like the chat ever got problematic, and I don't think that we ever will. But it was just fun little debates, and sometimes people will say stuff in there that I disagree with. So I'll just, I'll give my retort, and we just kind of go from there. But like I've never felt like anyone was saying anything so out of left field or so out of pocket that I was like, all right, maybe we should ban this person. That hasn't happened yet. And I don't think that it will. I don't think it will happen today. Famous last words, though, so we'll see. All right. We are 30 minutes into the episode. Um, I cannot believe that Purple loses this one again. That is insane. Charlie and Q. Come on, Q. Maybe it's different this time. Maybe they actually win this time. I think this is the challenge where Q. I think this is maybe the challenge. The first time that Q says, "Oh yeah, I want to quit" or whatever. Kenzie with the big old smile on her face because she knows she's not going anywhere. Wow, that is crazy that y'all were able to hear the wind but not hear the TV. I'm thankful because I don't want to get flagged, but that wind is coming in very loud. Might as well just put my phone on do not disturb. Oh, well, I don't know. I sent the Zoom, so I did send not the Zoom link. I sent the StreamYard link out to everyone last night, just because I knew that I was gonna forget today if I did. So like I sent it out to everyone last night. I sent everyone same thank you note, but like I said, I want to give them all individual thanks as they hop in throughout the day. So Liz, Ben, and Banu. So Banu rats out the tribe to Liz and Ben. Okay, I don't remember that. I remember him ratting it out. I didn't remember that he went with Liz and Ben. I didn't realize that Liz had any interaction with this human being. Um, I'm sure Bono's a great guy in real life. Like this is all just the character on the show. Um, but it is what it is. We're getting close to 3.5 hours. It's kind of flown by, if I'm being honest. I haven't. It's been great that the chat has been what it has been, but it also has been great that I can talk out stuff like as a normally when I'm watching these seasons, I'm sitting in pretty much dead silence. I will text people that will be coming on that night, just kind of saying, "Hey, this is the time that I think I'm going to be finished with the season." You know, that's pretty much it. We really don't share notes because I want it to be as fluid as possible. Um, but yeah, this is more of a guessing game, and that is I guess a part of the process. So like I'll wake up and I'll watch a few episodes, and then I'll like watch a YouTube video or two to like just take my mind off Survivor for like 20 minutes. And then all of a sudden things will happen, and then all of a sudden I plan on going live at 9, and then it'll be like 11:30 at night by the time I actually finish, and I'm like, "Hey, are you still going to be up?" My apologies. Life got in the way. This, that, and the other. And everyone's been very flexible with it, so I'm thankful for that. Oh shit! What am I being tagged for? I want to update. Yes, I do want an update. Banu got taken on the journey, and he's going to rat out all of you, and it won't matter because Kenzie's still going to win. So you pulled it. You pulled it out, girl. I also feel like my voice might be slowly starting to go away. So that's not fun. Yeah, it is. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think I might have it back. Wheel in the sky keeps on wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Liz Wilcox, the Queen. No, I'm good on that. Good on that. I'm scrolling Twitter right now. Yeah, this is definitely when Q's having his first of many, of I guess not many, having a few moments where he questions himself. Um, maybe clearing my throat won't help. I don't know. Wheel in the sky keeps on turning. I don't know if singing that's going to get me flagged, so I should probably stop. Kenzie has very blue eyes. Or are they green? I don't know. Maybe they're green. We got 5 minutes until we're 3.5 in, which means we are getting closer and closer to having less than 10 hours to go, which is fun, I guess. Um, so, no, I'm not doing a recap. So basically, everyone, there's an open invite to everyone that's been on throughout the last 45 days, and so they're all just going to be hopping in throughout the day. I don't think Chris is going to be able to make it. I know Chris's life has gotten pretty busy recently. Mucky, I hope, is able to hop in. He would probably be able to hop in tonight because of the time difference. Kahuna, I've extended the invite to everyone with the network. I haven't heard anything. It'd be great if Kahuna made an appearance, but yeah, I'm hoping that Jake. I know. I don't know if that was, but anyway, I would hope that some of them hopped in, but I understand if life gets in the way. Um, but no, so we're not doing a recap tonight. Like soon as this is done, I am done for for the day. Um, I'd be exhausted. I mean, what I'll probably do is I'll start recapping the season as the finale is airing. Um, and maybe even during the reunion, I'll do like a brief recap. But I I'm not doing it. Last night was my final recap. Um, because I'm basically talking my way through the season like this. I feel like it would be redundant to do a recap at that point. But it also depends on who's going to be in here at that point. Because if someone is in here that is like really trying to talk about the season, I'm not going to cut them out just because you know. Uh, so I guess we'll see. Um, I hope it's not supposed to rain today because that would mean I would have to turn my lights on earlier than I planned on. Let's see. Nope. It's supposed to be sunny and hot all day. So that's good, I guess. It won't get dark in here. Um, wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Oh, wheel in the sky. What's the best rugby nickname you've ever heard? What's the best rugby nickname you guys have ever heard? For all the rugby players I've heard. Bonu's ready to rat out his tribe to Liz and Ben. Liz is gorgeous as always. I think at around hour 5 or 6, I might repost and say, "Hey, everyone, I'm going to hour 5 or 6." Can you believe I'm still doing this? Ugh. This chair is not the most comfortable. Oh, Bono thinks he's gonna go home tonight. Would you like a hug? Oh, you poor thing. Bono sucks. I can't wait to cut all of this off. Oh my gosh. I don't think that I've cut my hair since mid-May, early May. You're at the end of a marathon. You can feel. Yeah, I can. I can see the finish line. I can. It is right there, and I just. Oh, and there's no point to, as someone said earlier. Oh, just take a nap. Just like no, at this point, like I can't take a nap. Like I committed 46 days to this. I gotta finish it out. But oh, fudge off, Banu. Oh my god, it's so bad. Yeah, you tell him, Ben. You mean you're not strategic, fam? You're not. He's not. Oh, Liz is empathetic to Banu. Um, do we want to talk about my next season on the list? Yeah, why not? We'll talk about the next season on the list. Next season on the list is all right. So at number 37, we have this season. All right, number 37, we have Survivor, Heroes, Healers, Hustlers, uh, pre-merge, drags, pre-merge. I didn't remember certain players that were there. Like I don't know, it's been a week or so since I watched that season. It's been about 9 days since I watched that season, and I can't remember half of the pre-mergers. I think the merge is interesting. I actually really like Joe. I really like Dr. Mike. I think that I can appreciate how Ben wins because he is willing to get up in the ass crack of dawn and find idols and all that. Yes, I understand people's qualms with Final Four fire making being introduced. I don't really have an issue with it. I the season is anything else is just boring to me. But I don't have any big issues with it outside of it's just boring. Um, I loved Chrissy. If that jury didn't. Uh, and I mean the Ben bombs were fun. The Ben bombs were fun. It's one of the last seasons where we get like really one of the last seasons that we get like really fun idol plays. So I can't complain about that. There's a bug in here. But outside of that, like I said, it's just kind of a boring season. That day, really, I took like a 2 hour nap that day, if I remember correctly, because I was fairly bored throughout most of it. Um, so yeah, 37's Heroes, Healers, Hustlers. I don't have much to say about it outside of that. Um, where are we at? Number 36 is going to be that. Okay, cool. Number 35 is where the hot takes really start, though. So stay tuned for that. Wheel in the sky keeps on turning. This is the scene where Banu has to do the puzzle, and I think he fails, and I think he has a breakdown because he knows he's going home, but he doesn't go home because Brandon goes home because nothing good can happen to us in the first 4 episodes of the season. Thank goodness this dude goes next episode because I can't do much more. But last time I saw any of you, Wheel in the sky keeps on turning. I'm so hungry. Oh, Banu, why? Why do you exist? Why are you here? How much time is left in the episode? Oh, we got about 20 minutes left in the episode. Yeah, see, like, this is flying by pretty fast. Because I started this episode at 11:25, I think I posted. You got 20 minutes left. Yeah, that about an hour. Yeah, hour and 4 minutes. Like I said, the 90-minute episode. Did I freeze there? The 90-minute episodes are hour and 4 minutes. The hour episodes are about 43, and the 2-hour episodes are usually about an hour 25. So if I can hit the merge by maybe like 2:30 or mergatory, I think I would hit mergatory around 2:30, maybe 3 o'clock. Banu, you suck, and you have no vote, and yet somehow you still survive until episode 4. And now he's fake crying again. He's such a horrible. He's a stage actor, but like a bad stage actor. Sega. Who's on the Sega tribe? Oh, that's the Mariah, Charlie, Maria, Jen tribe. Tim, I think his name was Tim. Tim is also on this tribe. Nami. That's Liz Wilcox's tribe, of course. Yes, I love her too, Soda. I don't know why my camera did that. Oh, jeepers. Uh-oh. Banu's, yeah. They're going back to their tribe and they're telling everyone, hey, Banu told us everything. Mm-hmm. Even the other tribes are talking about Banu now. Look how far we've come. It's now the Banu show in all 3 tribes. Yep. Now they're saying, Kenzie's the one running the show. Kenzie's clocked as a threat in episode 3. So for all you Charlie fanboys, Kenzie's been a threat the entire time. The entire time. But, I'm basically trying to convince no one at this point because everyone's going to have their opinions. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I'm so glad I didn't put any money. I mean, I don't have any money, but any money on women's basketball today. Let's see. Wheel in the sky. I don't know why that song is stuck in my head today. 5. 45, 47. I don't know if I take videos live. All right. Why does it say that then? I don't know. Bono is going to lose his vote, but it doesn't matter because Randon's going home. And everyone. Here we go. Even a shirt. Be kind. Why? Not to him. Nothing exciting happened. feel like the story is just very convoluted for no reason. And yeah, I wouldn't buy this either. And they're looking at him like he does. They don't buy it, so God. Works for yeah. He's got to go. He's got to go. For all my Sopranos fans, he's got to go. Yeah, they asked him, and he told them, "Yeah, I'm going home, and Kenzie's running the tribe because I'm a crazy person." That's about it. Yeah, I'm sure. That's about it. Fucking Banu. God. You're right. There was more. He ratted y'all out. Tiffany. All right, we're at 340. We're getting closer. We've got 14 minutes left in the episode. Is that math checked out? What? Does it? There's just 14 minutes left. I don't know. Anyway. But I'm almost on episode 4, so this is all good things, all good things. Yeah, they're 100%. Of course you do. Q. Of course you do. Oh, because they're not going to tribal. Okay, yeah, duh. I was like, why are they not at tribal yet if there's only 10 minutes left in the episode? But because they don't have tribal this episode. But they also haven't gone back to Randon's Beach yet to like, does it happen that fast? They're just like, you're not here anymore. And then they cut, because they also go back to this beach after they do the medevac, just so they can see Banu saying, oh, yes, I guess I'm not going home. Because I think, yeah, Q's trying to flip the vote on someone else here. Yeah, he's trying to flip it on Kenzie. To save Banu. To save Banu. Why? Why, Q? Kenzie will go home. Of course, Banu believes in miracles. The miracle happens, and he doesn't go home. God. Wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Whew. Yeah, they Q went to the Sabaya way of cut. We talked about this last night with Sabaya trying to cut out Caleb like the third round, and how it's kind of crazy to do that. And Q's basically trying to do the same with Kenzie here, and thank goodness Randon. Thank goodness, everyone knows what I mean. Gets medevaced because I don't trust that they wouldn't have been able to pull it out. But who's to say? Oh boy. Tired. Bonnie's a liability. Kenzie's a threat. Kenzie's a threat round 3. Once again, like, who cares? It's round 3. Just get rid of Banu. Mentioned you. What do you mean? What am I tagged in? Good times. Good times. Oh my goodness. Where's this bug coming from? And why can't I kill it? Oh, Liz is on my TV again. Oh, never mind. They're doing medevac. Oh, Randon. So, yeah, this is where Randon goes. Oh my goodness, my circles are getting way worse. Next time, though, I will look more like a human. So. Yeah, this is sad. This is sad. Wheel in the sky. So it's getting around lunchtime. I think I said I was going to make food at noon, and I definitely did not make food at noon. But I will soon. Probably do all the stuff that I need to do soon. Who's to say? Um, we'll wait. We'll wait though. For our first person to hop in at some point. Um, oh, Brandon, you poor thing. Oh, today's let's send that text message out. Hope you have as the days progress. All right, sent out. I cannot believe today's July 10th. Like, I actually did it. I did it again. I got to this point again. Um, I'm proud. Let's see. Oh God. All right, cool. Anyway, Brandon is going home, and we still are going to get Banu content. We've got 6 minutes left in the episode, and I fairly, if I remember correctly, I think they do go back to the Purple Tribe just to tell them that they don't have tribal, which means we get more Banu content right here, which is just the worst. But here we go. Randon has been pulled from the game. God, why? So itchy right here. And yeah, Venus, and yeah, go leave, so we can get this Banu mess out of the way. Oh my goodness. So we're down to 15? We're down to 15 right here? Why are you crying, Banu? Why are we getting more content, Banu? We've got basically 4 minutes left in the episode, Banu. How we doing, Brian?
Hey, Andrew, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, how are you doing?
Good. Episode 3 is ending. They just told the Purple Tribe that they're not to go to Tribal because Randon's got evacuated. So Banu lives to see another episode, sadly, and yeah,
I
we're
wanted
getting.
to come in during my lunch and while I can discuss the season with you, but I'm happy that you mentioned Banu. I didn't mind Banu. He just got too much content. But if they just dialed it back, it wouldn't be as bad.
Well, the problem is, yeah, and someone pointed out in the comments earlier, he gets 30, what was it, 35 confessionals through 4 episodes, and Maria has 31, and she makes it to the finale. That's a kind of, and like I understand that they're losing all the time, so like, yeah, give him content, but like right here, he didn't like. It could have been just Jeff saying, "Hey, we're getting like Randon's gone," and then the episode kind of ends. I think Bono gets 2 different confessionals in the last 4 minutes of this episode, and it's like we don't need that. Um, the pre-merge is kind of dragged. Not gonna lie.
But it gets better once Banu leaves.
Oh yeah, so I've got one more episode to deal with Banu before it's all done.
He didn't do
But
himself any favors as a game player either this season.
no, he in this episode he goes to Ship Wheel Island and he tells Liz and Ben, he's like, oh yeah, Kenzie's running the entire tribe and she's this, that, and the other. He's like ratting out the entire thing. And the first thing that they do when they get back to their campus is Banu told us that Kenzie's running the show, and Kenzie still wins the game. So like that is a testament to her as a player because she's clocked very early as a threat and somehow survives until the end and wins. Um,
I
yeah,
wanted to ask you this. I'm sorry if someone in the chat asked you already, but what is one band or artist you could name songs like Charlie and Ben did in that scene?
oh, the Spice Girls.
Spice Girls.
Yeah, the Spice Girls. The Spice Girls. Even then, I don't even think they have 100 songs, but I probably could do that with the Spice Girls. I could probably do that with ABBA and maybe like Outcast. That's about. But even then, it wouldn't be 100 songs. I could probably do like 40 or 50. Um, but yeah, that scene was crazy, and no one brought it up in the chat, but like yeah, that scene was crazy. It started off as a fun, wholesome moment, and it is kind of dragged on forever because we had to get everyone's opinions on what was happening.
I like that they did it. It was a nice non-game moment that they had in the season, and we don't get that without 90 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. I won't argue that. I don't know. I just felt like the scene just would not end. It's very similar to how this episode will not end. We've got 1 minute left, and Q's giving a confessional. I don't understand how they. Okay, credits. Roll credits. We're good. We're done with episode 3.
90 minutes. I think it's the perfect time for Survivor, like the perfect amount of time. Like it can be a little long if the season's bad, I think, but like it's perfect in my opinion as a Survivor fan. Do you agree?
Yeah. I don't mind 90 minutes. Watching it like this, though, it's not the best. Yesterday and today have been a lot because not watching 13 90-minute episodes, and 2 of those 90-minute episodes are actually 2 hours. It can be a little bit draining. But yeah, we're already at 12:30. We're ready to start episode 4. We're about 4 hours into the stream. So like it's going by pretty fast. But
And I'm excited about for season 47. I was thinking today, all the 7 seasons they had Pearl Island's good, Gabon, Pencil he asked for a lot of there's a cult following for it. Blood versus Water and Dave versus Goliath. All the sevens are good in my opinion. My opinion may vary on Gabon, but
Yeah, Gabon would be I would say the outlier there. I mean, Gabon is definitely a polarizing season. Hold on, I'm gonna starting. Hold on, starting episode 4 at 12:29 p.m. EST. All right. Gabon is. I mean, this is not the first time I've talked about Gabon today, but like, yeah, it's Total Drama Island if it was a real life show. It's just a cartoon, and it's just a bunch of cartoon characters on it, and we get a final 3 of Dr. Bob, Sugar, and Susie, which is like pretty accurate to a cartoon season. Um, so I mean, Gabon is in my. Oh, this is kind of spoilers, but like whatever. Gabon is in my top. No, it's not. It's in the 30s for me. It's in the. It's not. It's in the lower. It's in the. I'm on 37 in the chat right now. We won't be seeing Gabon for a little bit, but it's definitely not one of my favorites. I actually really liked Randy this time around, because a lot of the stuff that he was saying, it's like, yeah, I feel like I would feel the same way with these people. But
I want to, as my name says, I want Venus to be in 50, but I would be absolutely shocked if Q is not on 50. Like I think he's a lock.
Q's the lock, yeah. Q's is the lock from this season. I feel like outside of Q, I don't know if there's any like set locks from this season. I feel like Q is the closest that we're going to get to a lock from this season, and it might be the only person. If you don't, I mean, maybe they do Charlie, maybe they do Maria, maybe they do.
Seeing Kenzie again to try to repeat?
Well, no. My thing is, I don't think they're going to do winners.
No.
I don't. I think they're going to avoid doing winners. I hope they avoid doing winners.
Same. I would love to see Marianne, Jam Jam, or
See, I would like to see them. I mean, I would like to see them play again, but for 50, I kind of want. Oh, this is Banu telling the tribe that he ratted them out.
Banu was my winner pick, and I regret that ever since the premiere.
Sorry to hear that. I think my winner pick was Mariah. I mean, I think she also does not make it fairly far, but she makes it far at the bottom.
She didn't really make much mistake. Came in with the solid Seagate tribe, solid, but like she didn't throw them under the bus like she probably should have at the merge.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. Yeah, he's got to go. Yeah, Tiffany's telling Q he's got to go. Yeah, of course he's got to go. He should have gone the Jess vote. Banu sucks. He's just not good. He's not good, and he just ratted all of you out. And now everyone knows the power dynamic on your tribe. It's not fun.
I know you already talked about this, but I think it's here. It was when I left earlier. Do you think Jelinski? I know you answered. What do you think Jelinski has a chance at 50, and what do you think about him here on rewatch?
No, Jelinski's not playing on 50. That I would say that it's the closest thing to impossible without actually just saying impossible. Jelinski's not playing 50, but he was a fun one-episode character. I feel like the fact that they still talked about him even at the finale shows that he did make an impact on the season. I feel like the fact that people refer to Seven as several now is a thing. He was fine. Jelinski was a fine first boot.
On the first boot, he's a lock, I think, if there ever was one.
If there was one, but I've talked about this. There's not enough first boots to do a first boots. Like, you can't, unless you do like 3 tribes of 6 and have one with first boots, one with pre-mergers, and one with mergers. That's the only way I can. But like, even then, I doubt that anyone would really want to watch 3 watch a tribe of all first boots. Ben and Banu. I mean, Ben. I don't think that would be the craziest to say that Ben could come back. But locks wise, it's Q and then everyone else. By a long,
If they were to do a first boot season, you can't do it without Francesca, and she said she's not going to play again. So.
Well, and the thing with that would be, they would vote her out first at that point because it would be for the lulz, basically, just because they know because it's already happened twice. We might as well just do it a third time. It could be winners versus runners up. That would be even then. I don't want unless they would have, let's say they do 10 winners and 10 runners ups. I don't want any of the winners there when runners at war because they're all let's let them be done. It's a potential. I think that I would still rather do a pre-merge versus post-merge.
They have a tribe of 0 vote finalists. There's a lot they could pull from, and I would love to see a
but
lot of them get.
But yeah, I was going to say, how many 0 vote finalists are people really begging to see play again?
Carolyn, Jake, Romeo, off the top of my head.
Carolyn's not 0 vote finalist, is she? I think Carolyn got a couple, or at least one, right?
No, not Mama C from 40.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Mama C. Yeah. You're talking about Carolyn from 44. Okay.
No, not Rivera. Carolyn from 44.
Yeah. I mean, Carolyn is one. I don't need Xander back. I don't need,
Owen would be fun.
Who?
Owen.
Owen would be fine. Yeah. Who's the one from 42? Oh, Romeo.
Yeah.
I feel like Romeo's is a fun character in 42. That's the thing is, like, a lot of these people in a bubble, they're fun, but do they have legs to? Do people want to see them again? And that's the thing is, like, some of them are fun in the season that they're on, but really don't need a 2 or 3.0 of them. And some, do a lot better the second time around. I'm trying to think of an example of someone that's like the second time they played, it's like, I think I'm good.
Fishback.
Who?
Fishback played as a 0 vote finalist.
Fishback's a 0 vote finalist that I don't think that he'll play again, but yeah, he'd be fun. I don't think. Yeah, it seemed like it was really hard for him. Yeah, that's fair.
Do you think that they're going to go back to a theme for 50, or they're just going to call it Survivor 50?
I think they're going to. I think there'll be a theme in the title, but I don't think it's going to be like a versus type thing. I think it'll just be a Survivor. But I don't think the tribes are going to be split up based off of it, if that makes sense.
If they do if it were to be like a Legends theme, they would run into the Game Changers problem. Well, one of the Game Changers problem, where if you don't bring back all Legends, the fans will be in an uproar. You know what I mean?
Yeah, people are going to put it. Yeah. Oh, we're calling Banu a legend, or Banu's the first thing that popped in my head. You would have to cast 20 people that would almost be universally looked at as legends. You can't kind of be like, oh, well, this person was a legend because they got rocked out. It's like, okay, cool. That doesn't mean much.
I would love to see Jessica Lewis back, a rocked out player, but maybe
that's the kind of thing that they would do, though. That's what they did with Game Changers. It's like, oh yeah, this person's a game changer because of this. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. If they were to do that with 50 and be like, oh yeah, Jessica's a legend because she got rocked out, it's like, that's not really a legend. That's just a memorable moment. That's a legendary moment, not a legendary character.
They should have had a returning season for the new era to get some of these new era players to cement themselves as legends, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, COVID kind of killed that. Their last returning season was Game Changers, and then we get winners at war, and if COVID doesn't happen, I feel like we probably would have had at least two returning seasons since then. But because that happened, I feel like it. You kind of just push the reset button and
They
just
could
kind of.
they could have done it at 48 and like the original All Stars, do new era All Stars. Like it might just be me, but
Well, I feel like at that point, all roads lead to 50. Once 41 happens, it's like, okay, if we don't do a returning for 45, we're just gonna wait till 50 because it's sitting right there. It's not that many years past when 41 came back. Um, so I think that the logic checks out that they waited now just because of what happened with the world, and then once again, you have Winners at War, which is like a great ending to a lot of their stories. You start over again with a new era after COVID. You need to let us get attached to certain people, like to newer people again, so that when 50 comes around, you're both wanting these people back and the people that hadn't had a chance to come back since 33, technically 35, but since 33. And I think that, like I said, I think the cast will be 10 people post 40 and 10 people post in between 33 and 39. And I think I mean, you can David versus Goliath and Edge of Extinction by themselves, I feel like you can pull a solid 10. But like if you spread it across 33 through 39, I feel like you can get a very solid 10. And you can get a very solid 10 from 41 through 49.
I agree. I don't need a lot of people back pre like game changers, but like I don't need anyone from HHH. I would love Dom, Rick Evans, but like I want to see a lot of these new era people like play again, but I want to see
Yeah,
how the old era plays in the new like era game. If they can like adapt the game.
yeah, I agree. And I mean, it's not much of it. It's the same um, thing with like 40. It's like, oh, will these older players be able to adapt? It's like, adapt to what? Like all they have to do is the idol's the only thing that's actually different. It's
The
still a
fire tokens.
social
I guess
strategic game. Hmm?
I was gonna say the fire tokens, but everyone that was a new thing. Everyone had to adapt to that. So yes,
Yeah. So I feel like, and like the only thing that they would actually have to adapt to is 26 days and no food. And even at that case, at that point, it would still be hard on everyone because everyone's still playing on the same playing field of none of us have food. And yes, y'all are used to playing for 39 days, but y'all had food during the pre-merge during y'all seasons, um, and a machete and all of that. So like, welcome to our world. And I don't think that it'll be that hard to adjust because it's still social strategic at the end of the day. They don't really have like as long as you're a good social or strategic player, you should be fine. Um,
I want to
yeah,
ask about Liz in this season. As you know, she lied about being a millionaire on the island. Not whether or not like I want to ask you, do you think her saying she's a millionaire and if she makes FTC in any scenario, not necessarily this one, but you think that could warrant a win? A jury would be
no,
impressed by that.
she's probably losing to most people. I think that is a smart thing. Like the fact that because usually people with money do get targeted, and the fact that she was able to say that she had all this money and she was still surviving in the game. You know, I do think that is a testament to how well she sold the lie, especially because she was pretty much never the target, which is crazy because everyone with money eventually gets targeted. Everyone. With the exception of maybe Mike White. I think there's only like one round where Mike White may have been in trouble. Um, so I mean that's good on her, but I do think that she's swimming up Shit's Creek without a paddle at Final Tribal, especially if she's sitting next to Charlie and Kenzie, she probably gets 0 votes. If she's sitting next to Ben and Charlie, she probably gets 0 votes. yeah, that she's done. Like she's there's no way Liz wins this season. And I can like her all I want, but like I'm also not crazy enough to say that. And I think that Ben got in her head during the finale where he's like, "Oh yeah, like I think you're the biggest threat to win the game." And I think that's why she said what she said. Like I would have, beaten all of y'all. It's like I know we're not seeing everything at home, but I
I
don't
know,
think so.
I know jurors have their own prerogative and what they want to vote for. It's just the one thing that, like, I don't understand personally, my perspective, why Maria didn't vote for Charlie. Because didn't they play the exact same game until Maria got voted out? It's like, I want to hear your take on that.
Yeah, I I didn't. So I don't have a problem with you voting however you like. You're going to vote however you're going to vote. I I think that her reasoning in the moment seemed a little weird. But I mean, I at that final tribal, if I was sitting in on that final tribal, I would have voted for Kenzie based off of how she performed at final tribal. I I know that Maria's given a couple of different stories, and like it doesn't really matter what she says. Like she voted how she voted, but I did feel like in the moment, the first of the many excuses she gave was kind of weird. Um, like the I saw the fire in Kenzie's eyes type thing after, and I'm just like, oh okay, cool, neat. Um, I was fine with her voting for Kenzie though, like just because I mean I know orgs are different and all that, but like I've voted for not my number one at the end of games. It's because I do try to treat it as whoever performs the best at final will normally get my vote. I really don't care what they did leading up to it because it's you've gotten here and now just explain yourself and you'll probably win. Um, and I feel like Charlie did do a good job of that. Like he kind of shit the bed with a couple of things, but like that happens. Um,
A lot of the votes flipped, from what I remember. Like when the reunion, they were talking about the votes flipping, so that's interesting.
One the other thing is like yeah, when Jeff asks, who changed their vote tonight, like who came in thinking they're going to vote one person and voted the other, and I think there were only three people that didn't raise their hand, and Maria was one of them, which means that she always planned on voting for Kenzie when they got in there. Um, so that's once again that's a little weird, but like you vote for who you feel did the best, and what, or you vote for you vote however you want. Um, it was just weird that Maria got so much backlash for it.
So for 50, I have two questions for you. Do you think they'll do a live reunion, and do you want them to, or should they?
Yes, they should. They should absolutely stop doing this because these people are in shock when they lose the game. Their minds are in shock, their bodies are in shock, and you're gonna have Jeff for an hour. Oh, how does it feel that you lost? It's like I don't know where I am right now. Charlie is probably the biggest example of like this kid was in like it was very apparent that he needed time to decompress. Mike Turner is another one where like this man needs time to decompress. For 50, you have to do even if you do it the next day, just give them some time to decompress and come down from what just happened. Um, because I mean, the prime example is in Borneo when the snakes and rats things happen, and after Rich wins, everyone comes over and hugs and like, yeah, fine. And Sue tries to hug Kelly, and Kelly's not about it. It's like, yeah, I wouldn't be about it in that moment either.
But
Like,
in that aspect, Sue took it a little like, if I was Kelly, I don't care if I don't get your vote, but saying like the vulture thing is a little too far. It's just a
it was,
game.
oh yeah, and I feel like she was playing for the TV. The problem is Kelly is still very much in game mode, so everything that you were saying to her, she doesn't have time to just be like, okay, Sue was because of this. And so I like whenever she snubs Sue when Sue tries to hug her, it's just like, yeah, that makes sense. Because this is like I just lost a game and you just said this to me. How else am I supposed to feel? Don't they do it with Big Brother? It's live, right? Like they
Yeah. So I've yeah, right after the winners announced, they talked to everybody. They have the pre-jurors there and everything.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't really like that aspect of how they've been doing it. So I do hope that they bring back a live finale for 50, or just not do it the same night. That like let them, and because I want the pre-mergers back. Some of these pre-mergers are a lot of fun. It would have been fun to see Sifu again yesterday. Um,
I'm about to go back to work, but I want to ask you one more thing off topic. And based on like this channel that you're on, the Know If I Take, I know that they do a lot of Australian Survivor coverage, and I know you only watch Heroes vs. Villains from what you told me, but I definitely would suggest like if you have the time or you want to do it, but do watch like some of the seasons. If not, the Titans vs. Rebels, the one that just aired, was really good. But maybe you could like, especially if you're a fresh eye, you never watched them before, or most of them, you can do a podcast about that potentially. But just an idea. But definitely, I would love to hear your thoughts if you ever do that.
yeah, I've. The problem is it doesn't stream anywhere, and I really don't want to have to, because if I did it from my laptop, that means I would have to get up every time, and I'm that lazy. I don't want to have to get up and like turn to the next thing. It would be so much easier if it streamed somewhere. I know that it was on Paramount for a little bit, and then they took it off. Um, we just
They
wanted me
have
to.
the links on. There's a Facebook page called The Tribe Has Spoken. Uh,
Yeah, that's where I watched Survivor South Africa the last two seasons that it was on. But even then, it was like, all right, I have to get up and turn to the next. Like after an episode ends, I have to scroll down, and it's like, okay, if I'm really trying to have a lazy day of just kind of watching, I don't want to have to get to every. And thankfully, I'm hoping that they do end up streaming somewhere, because I do want to watch Survive Australia at one point or another. So
it might be tough because I don't know how the laws work, but that's an international show, and like to get the streaming to America might be difficult. I don't know how all that works, but
maybe I can get a VPN and find what services it's on overseas and watch it like that. I don't know if that's illegal to say. Probably not. Who cares?
I would love them to do like they have enough people to do it, like a Philippines type 2.0, like have like three captains. I think someone mentioned earlier in the chat, like it would be pretty dope if they did, especially because Randon got medevac this week, and
Oh,
MGM
they
from
mentioned that last night. Someone mentioned that last night of I remember. I don't remember who the first two, but the third person was Courtney Moon. I'm like, all right, you had me until Courtney Moon. That's a weird deep cut for a third captain, but
you just watched 44. I would love to see MGM, Matt from not or Matthew, whoever was going, he got fell off the rock. I would love to see him play again.
the shoulder mat, yeah, shoulder mat, yeah, he was a really good character.
And he made the strategic move of using the shot in the dark, not like defensively to save himself, to like not show his
Well,
cards, which I thought was very innovative.
and Jamie's entire story arc is this idol that she thinks is real, that is not real, that comes from Matt. So, um, yeah, there's a lot to like about some of these medevacs. Even Bruce.
And even
Um,
Jonathan, or not Jonathan, sorry, what was his name in 42? The first got it. I don't know
oh,
what
Jackson.
Jackson is. I don't know what his situation medically is, but like if he's cleared, I would love to see him play an actual like season.
Yeah, yeah. We're getting Tevin's backstory now.
Said Tevin. Oh, I loved when he talked about his father when he made the fire. I think that was great.
That's literally that's literally what's happening right now. Yeah. Um, yeah, this fish looks really good. I'm also just very hungry. So,
Well, thank you for having me on this pod. I'm gonna on my last break later. I'm gonna be in the chat and just.
all right, yeah, Brian, thank you so much for hopping in, man. I mean, you'll be back later, so I won't like say thank you to you yet, but yeah, thank you for hopping in. First guest of the day. Um, and yeah, we'll talk soon, man.
All right, see you later. Bye.
Later. All right, we got our first guest out of the way. We have Brian. Um, so yeah, Tevin just had his backstory. We're not getting much Banu content so far this episode. How far are we into it though? Oh, we're about 25 minutes in. This is really flying by. Like I'm really happy that this is flying by as it is. Um, I guess we can pick up where we left off. We're gonna go with number 36. Number 36. Number 36. We have the season. All right, number 36. We have Survivor. Fiji. Fiji is a season that time I watch it, I want it to be higher on my list. I really want Fiji to be high on my list. Gia Worthy, who is the biggest Survivor Fiji person in the community. Once again, I apologize, and Earl wins. I love that final three. There are a lot of fun moments at the merge. It's dragged down for me, one, because of the twist, two, because Lacey and Rocky are just the worst people ever. They just suck. And three, the final tribal, those people, once again, you want to talk about bitter juries? Those people were so pissed off that they had a black final three, is my opinion. But those people are so pissed off at Dreams, Cassandra, and Earl, and it's so uncomfortable to watch because it's Alex who's the one that's the most angry, which he's also very drunk. It's very obvious that he's drunk. It will always, like, Fiji is the season that I want to like more, and I just can't because of the messiness of the jury, specifically Rocky, Lacey, and Alex. Um, I really love the final three. I think that Dreams is a very underrated character and strategist. Banu's going off about something. Um, I think Earl is one of the greatest winners. I think Cassandra's an underrated social player, underappreciated social player. I think that Yaman is, of course, fun. The Four Horsemen, the collapse of the Four Horsemen is a lot of fun. Um, but yeah, Fiji is. I can never bring myself to make it go higher, and I think it's just because of the overly angry people. I can't do it. Okay. It's the final episode of Banu, guys. Like, we've made it. We've made it to the final episode of Banu. So we are also 4.5 hours in. We are on episode 4, which we're about halfway through episode 4. And I think I said we would probably merge around 2:30. I think we're gonna merge around 2:30. I think that checks out. Once again, thank you to everyone in the chat that's shown up today so far. It's been a wild ride. It's been a wild ride, and I'm glad that Brian was able to hop in and ask a few questions. Brian always has the best questions, so that's great. Oh goodness. Everything that I keep saying I need to do, I still haven't done though, which is bathroom, food, water, and caffeine. So I'm thriving. I'm thriving, folks. I like Marina, and I hate her haters. Let's see. Did I didn't finish. Oh, yeah. Um. So hungry. Um. Do I want to do number 45? No, I just did number 36. 36, 36. I just did number 36. I'll wait a bit. Um, and that number 35 is going to be a hot take, but it's my list. I do what I want. Then there's a reward challenge or immunity. I think they lost a reward challenge because there's only 30 minutes left in the episode. 33 minutes left in the episode. Yeah, I think they just lost a reward challenge. Um, really infused bathroom. I should have gone while Brian was here. I didn't even think about that. I should have just gone to the bathroom while Brian was here. Oh well. I'll be joined by someone else soon. Soon at some point. Um, I haven't had to adjust a lot over the last hour, I guess. Started this one at 12:29. It's 1 o'clock already. Good God. We're killing it, folks. We're killing it. For those that, question how am I able to do this? Like this is what it is. I don't keep as much track of the time when I'm doing this normally, obviously because I have the time staring right in my face. I see time elapsing and it's like, wow, this is so fun. But it's very simple to just kind of sit and watch. Oh, wheel in the sky keeps on burning. I'm so hungry. I just want food. I appreciate that. Thank you. Listening to it work. Yeah, I honestly appreciate that. Try, trying to keep things as. I mean, the fact that I have been talking pretty much nonstop for 4.5 hours is fun, I guess. Uh, I'm really trying to avoid dead air. I'm really trying to. Oh yeah, let's go back to that. We'll see if I can do more of my immaculate grid. Um, all right, so where we left? We left off Braves and Giants, Nationals and Giants. That would be who's Nationals and Giants? That's Hunter Strickland. Hunter Strickland, right? He pitched for yeah. Played catcher for the Nationals. Kurt Suzuki. Played catcher for the Braves. Javi Lopez. Played catcher for the Mariners. I'm fairly certain Kenji Jomuruma, but I'm not gonna. No, but Bethencourt. Oh no! I think it's just me. No, I'll wait until someone comes in, so that there's someone on camera. Because yeah, I don't like I said, dead air. I'm trying to avoid it as much as possible. But thank you though, I appreciate that. Um, let's see. Can't believe I got one wrong. Fuck. All right. So, no, don't apologize to this man. Bono's crazy. Don't don't go apologize to him. Please don't apologize to him. You don't need to take Bonnie to the merge. That'd be crazy. Why would you do that? Why? God. All right. I can't wait to cut this off. Oh my goodness. I also probably have to pack at some point after I'm done this for my trip. But that's a tonight tomorrow problem. Oh, wheel in the sky keeps on turning. 4.5 hours in. We've got less than half of the episode left, of episode 4 left. So, doing good. How many are there? How many 2-hour episodes are there this season? Let's see. I hope it's just the premiere and the finale. But let's check. Andrew. Survivor. How do I do this? Survivor 46 episode length. The first 2 episodes of Survivor 46 ran for 2 hours. And then the finale. Hopefully that's the case. So I think the first 2 episodes are 2 hours and the finale is 2 hours. Okay, that's we can make that work. We can definitely make that work. Tevin and Hunter. Wasn't there a whole thing with that? No, I don't remember. There's a lot of mess that happened postseason from this season, so we don't know what's rumor and innuendo and what is real. I know that one was not real, but still. Okay, so who do we think is going to be next in here? Who's to say? It could be anyone. I am Hungies. Let's see. All right, I sent that. So that's good. What was I doing? I was doing something. I don't remember what I was doing. Oh, okay. All right, here's number 35. It's a hot take, y'all, but Survivor Palau. Survivor Palau has consistently fallen down my list every time that I have done this marathon. Once the appeal of Oolong being taken out kind of goes away, you really realize that there's really not much else to care about. The other tribe, they're fine. Karor, they're fine. I think. I mean, yeah, the first time watching Tom's win is a lot of fun, and then every other time it's like, wow, okay, so Tom wins. Neat. Like once they've gotten rid of Stephanie, it's like, yeah, of course Tom wins. That's not the craziest thing. The fact that he gaslights the shit out of Ian from Final 4 until Final 2. I mean, it's fine. That it's definitely a tactic, and it works for him. But Plow it was boring. Plow was just another very boring season for me, you know, I really enjoyed Palau the first couple of times I watched it, and then just for 42 and 42 and now it's just fallen off of a cliff, and I can't really. Uh, I understand that that's probably a lot lower than people are going to have it, and I respect that obviously because we all have opinions. But Palau is, yeah, like I said, it's my first hot take of this entire thing. Is Palau is not. It's not it. Uh, have they done the immunity challenge? They've got 20 minutes in the episode. I know they had a challenge. I don't know if it was reward for a reward or not. Maybe that was the immunity challenge. I don't know. We were getting Mariah content for once, so that's interesting. No, here's the immunity challenge right now with 20 minutes left in the episode. Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, I guess we all know what's going to happen. Thank God. We got 20 more minutes left of Banu, folks. We got 20 more minutes left of Banu. So we're getting there. And then the season becomes fine. When Mergatory starts, I would say, is when the season becomes fine. Actually, I don't know why it's so itchy right here. Liz Wilcox. Oh my goodness, you're so gorgeous. All right, so yeah, here we go. How many people get eliminated right here, though? Is this a double boot? No. You need backup grabs for both tribes. Okay, so then Banu goes for. So actually, from Banu going, I actually don't know the boot order. I couldn't even tell you which ones make the merge. I can't tell you all the ones that make the merge, I guess. And that comes with just watching this season and finishing the season 4 days before I started the marathon. So this is kind of fresh-ish to me, as far as I don't remember which one of these folks make it, or I don't know all of the folks that make it. Definitely have with Special Federal Agent Philip Shepard. Tevin's going to sit out of this one. Let's get it on. Celebrity Deathmatch. Throwback. All right, here we go. Next immunity challenge. This is the episode that Banu gets voted out. Thank God. And I'm still stone cold sober, so I'm thriving, as the kids say. Who's sitting out here? Jem and Maria. Okay. Oh God. Here goes Hunter doing Hunter things. Yeah, that was a big jump. Hunter? I don't mind Hunter. I don't mind Hunter. It's better than most challenge beasts that have ever existed, mainly because he has a likable personality. I said what I said. Come on, Q. Stop holding your nose. Just dive in. There we go. How do they lose this one? Who blows it for him? I would assume Banu, but I don't know. Oh goodness. Yeah, my voice is definitely starting to go. I have to keep on clearing my throat, but I don't think it's going to help much. Good thing I don't have much longer to do this. I haven't reached the halfway point of the day yet, but I'm like 2 episodes away from being halfway done, so that's fun. She was exhausted. Okay. A wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Soda. 1:15. Okay, 1:15. We've got about 15 minutes left in the episode. We're about 4:45 ish into the stream, and it's been a fun day so far. I'm not totally exhausted yet. I know I sound exhausted. But I'm doing all right. Doing all right. We've had Brian stop in so far. I think we had Brian on for Edge of Extinction. I think we had Brian on for Edge of Extinction. So we'll see who joins us next. And the fact that y'all can't hear the TV is good. Because the wind is very loud. So, do we want to do another season? No. I think I'll leave it alone with Palau for now, and then I won't do another one until the next episode. On the wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Okay. Why don't I remember Tim? I keep forgetting Tim exists now. Because, I mean, I guess most of that tribe isn't getting content. But yeah, I just keep forgetting that Tim is there. Come on, Tim. Yeah. Tim the GOAT. Jesus, Venus. That landing was horrible. Come on, Tim. This challenge is actually pretty fun. No, I think it's because I know that Bono's going to go at the end of all of this. I can kind of enjoy myself a little bit more. But, excuse me, that was so rude. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there we go. One more. Come on. Oh, Q. Of course, Hunter's going underhand. Of course. Come on, Hunter. Of course, that is insane. And I think Tim's going to... Ooh. He's only won once. What are you talking about? Only two-time winners. What are you talking about? They do lose, right? This Bono only survived 4 episodes, right? Am I crazy? Or I guess 10 makes it right here then. Okay. All right. I was about to say. Halloween. All right, we've got about 10 minutes till Bon is off my screen. I have nothing to cheers. I have nothing because I have alcohol. I have nothing to cheers anyone. But just know I want to cheers everyone for getting Bonnie off the TV. But I think is Mergatory next? I don't know. Is Mergatory next? Or should they start with 18? No, it would be one at least one more boot. Because they're at 14. They're at 14 right now. Right? No, they will be at 14 after this. Okay. They will be at 14 after this. Oh, the wheel in the sky keeps on turning. All right. I think after this episode, I'm going to post something else on social media. We'll see. Or maybe I'll just wait until we hit the 5-hour mark. I'll do that. Yeah, I'll just wait until we hit the 5-hour mark, which is in 14 minutes. So that times out very well. Bonnie's already pouting and God. I thought he won that anyway. It was Amber wins. Yes, Amber wins. You fool. You fool. What are you gonna do about Bonnie? You vote his ass out. It's not that hard. He's stalking them. It's so weird. This man is so weird. Oh, he's the worst. I can see why people find him funny though, because he's so. Either it's an act, or he's just that not self-aware. Who's to say? I think it's an act. So he's taking down Tree Mill, looking for the idol. Jeff, he needs Jeff to help him. He needs Jeff to help him get the idol. This is so goofy. No one's helping you, man. You're done. You're done. All right, we're about 12 minutes until we're at 5 hours. We are at. God, this episode just won't end. Yep, you can't do anything, man. All right. My belly is itching for some reason. Who are you talking to? He's lost it, or he's acting. I don't buy it. This go to tribal, please. Please get off your knees, man. Get off your knees. This is so bad. Yeah, Tiff ain't no, Tiff ain't taking this. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm gonna write your name tonight. You suck. Yeah, you can't trust him. He ratted you guys out. Have a hug. I'm so glad he didn't find an idol. That would have sucked the air the rest of the pre-merge if he finds an idol and survives. It would have just. And now he's talking to himself in both first and third person. Thanks to the island. This isn't lost, fam. All right, 9 minutes until we are at the 5-hour mark. And I have done jack shit today. But it's all right. It's all right. We're almost at that finish line. She's like a rainbow. Let's see. 9 minutes. Can you all hear the sirens? Yeah, you probably can hear the sirens. Don't know what that's all about. I think this is a Yunnan, right? I'm fairly certain it's a Yunnan. It'd be insane if this wasn't a Yunnan. Idols are everywhere. Idols are everywhere. How did it go? I told on my entire tribe. I said yes. His motive was he's a crazy person. You didn't get an actual answer because this man. Oh, God. Yes, he was. And the crazy thing is, the three of them survived long enough in the merge despite having that big old target on them. So good on them. Good on them. She's like a rainbow. The 6th day, the moment it clicked, and then I spilled the beans to my tribe mates. Yeah, it just, even that, the fact that you revealed and then you went and told your tribe that you revealed is crazy. Banu is going home tonight, yes. Yeah, you gotta go. No, Banu is not happening. You don't have anything. Yes, you screwed up this game big time. You are correct. You are correct. Oh, I think I froze there. I don't know. Bono, why are you here? I think his backstory is real. I have no reason to doubt that. I think his backstory is real. Jeff, can you tell me what poverty is like in India? It's like, no, man. Um, do I want to do another season? No, I'll wait until this episode's done. We're almost done. We've got 3 minutes. We've got 3 minutes left. Oh, did they give him the Varner treatment, or did they actually vote? Why am I so itchy? Yes, it's ending for you. Please go home. Q. Giving this man hope. Q. Uh, I guess this is kind of a wholesome moment. Let him have his moment in the sun before he fucks off. Wait, yeah, they didn't even. That's insane. Yeah, they gave him the Varner treatment. Ew, and they hugged. Oh my god. He's gone, y'all. He's gone. Bonu's gone. He's gone. I'm so excited. All right. That is the end of episode 4. We've got it's called "Don't Touch the Oven." We've got episode 5 coming up. We're going into hour 5. Nothing to say there. Going to hour 5. Going into on Survivor. Who are Jim and Tim? All right. I am absolutely. I'm going to make a sandwich while I'm here, so that like I'm still present. But yeah, I need to eat something. So next episode, Bono had more. Bono had more confessionals than. Oh my gosh! It was brought up earlier. He had more confessionals than Maria, and Maria makes the finale of this. But yeah, he has more confessionals than a lot of people, and it's so crazy. But he's gone now. He's gone. So now the season can actually start. Okay. So episode 5, we are starting at 134. We're starting at 134. Starting episode 5 at 1:34 p.m. EST. And the wind is still very loud. Marcus, I know that you live the town over from me. Is the wind as loud over there as it is here right now? If you hear me say this. Because it's very loud over here across the bridge. All right, so we are officially in hour 5. So I'll go ahead and post that link on Twitter. Officially in hour 5. The full season live stream. Banu's gone. Stream. It's barely windy. Okay. That's crazy. Which is, because you're like 10 minutes away from me and the wind isn't that crazy over there. Let's see. Where's the link? Where's the link to this? Nullify take. Oh, there it is. Share. Copy. Paste. 46. About 7, 9. Not halfway done yet, but close. Send. Oh shit. All right, send. Due to scheduling issues, came for me. It'll either be weekend of August 9th or August 16th. All right. Oh, and we've got Phil. Phil, you're right on time. Bono just left, so we're good.
Yeah, it's funny that timed out so well because I was thinking to myself, I'll show up right when the season begins, which is immediately.
Episode 5. Episode 5 just starts. Bono's gone. It's a happy day here. How are we doing?
I'm doing good, man. I was actually just watching Australian Survivor 2017 for my patrons. I just got through the 3rd episode of that. I've never watched any of the Australian Survivor seasons, so I started putting that out on Patreon. I got through the first one. Now I'm working my way through the second one, and it's an undertaking, that's for sure. Not as much of an undertaking as what you're doing, but it's an undertaking.
And people have brought this up earlier in the chat about Australian Survivor. The episode length and the amount of episodes, like I watched Heroes vs. Villains, and I enjoyed it. It is a lot, though. I think that Survivor South Africa was like a happy little medium there. Mm-hmm. But I do want to tackle Australia at one point. What I'm going to try to do is after y'all are finished doing it, kind of watch and then watch you guys' recap afterwards as if I'm watching it live to make it a little easier. Mm-hmm. What were your thoughts on 46?
I love 46. I think 46 is a great season. I'd even go as far as to say that the only episode I don't like is Banu Part 2. I understand that people get annoyed with Banu early on, but had Banu gone out where Randing gets medevaced, I think 46 is pretty much a perfect season because the post-merge, it's like Micronesia levels of insanity in the post-merge. So for me, it's I think 46 is... It's between that and 43, in my opinion. I know that's a lot of people don't agree with that, but I like that and 43 the most out of the new era. I want to give both a rewatch before I say which one I definitively like more, because I do think Gabler's win was just so unbelievably shocking that that moment makes me like a season more because I love shocking moments. But I don't know on a rewatch if it'll be as satisfying as it was with me screaming in my living room going, holy shit, how did he just win that game?
I was at a watch party for it, and that place, the air got sucked out of it. Like, they could not believe that it happened. And like it was, I'm not one of these 43 haters. Like I would say 42 and 45 are my favorite of the new era. But 43 was fine. It was fine. I think there was a lot going for it. And 46 gets the I would say it gets the Vanuatu treatment of like people hate it for some reason, even though like 46, especially once Banu goes, you can compare it to Vanuatu when the 4 generic white guys go home pre-merge, whose names I always forget. There are 2 Johns, a Brooke, and a someone.
JP, John, Brady, and Brooke. Brady's the other one. And Brady's actually great. Brady's the one who climbs the pole at the beginning, covered in pig fat or whatever. But then he just ends up not in the Fat 5, and so he goes home.
But it's the same thing with this, where like once you remove the Banu of it all, then all of a sudden you get some very compelling characters and you get the fun gameplay once the merge hits. And the fact that Kenzie is clocked as a threat basically in episode 3, and that trio is looked at as dominant mainly in episode 3, and they are still able to survive through all the craziness for the most part. I think is a fun story arc. It's very similar. I know that people won't like this comparison, but Erica's clocked as a threat pretty early on in 41. And, to the point where her tribe is trying to actively throw challenges to get rid of her. And she survives. So, I know it's not the exact same, but I feel like there is a fun little comparison there. Where are you at in your actual rewatch now?
So we just finished. So we just did Fiji. So we're going to do China again. I had my wife do China first to get her kind of into the show. And she's like, what's your favorite season? I said, China. So we sat down, we watched China. But now that she's actually watched the game develop in real time, I'm like, we should watch China again. Because now you understand that idols aren't this insane thing. Because she's watched all the new era seasons with me. So she knows the insanity of idols. So she's getting to watch the game develop now. And when we had first watched it, she had watched, lucky for her, only the end of season 39 and then China. So those were the only 2 things that she had seen. And then she watched Winners at War. So she didn't really have a basis for anything when we watched China the first time. And I also want to see how she ends up feeling with everything fresh in her mind. Because right now, Terry Dietz is far and away her favorite character. Like, no questions asked. She's like over here, like, Terry's the greatest. Like, every time we get to a new character, I'm like, you like Yao Man more? No. You like Earl more? No. You like, what about James? Because she loved James the first time. And she's like, I don't remember really. It's like, okay, we got to watch James again. We got to see how you feel about James. But yeah, so we're up to Fiji. We're going to watch China again. And then, I mean, we're into the golden.
Oh yeah, you're into the good old days. Yeah. So I did want to ask you about Fiji then, because last time we talked, you were just ready to start Fiji.
Yeah.
Or maybe you'd already.
I think we'd watched like an episode or 2. We had just kind of gotten into it, but yeah.
I've been updating I've been showing my list as it in the chat throughout the day. So I had Fiji at 36.
Okay.
Of 45 seasons, and I think it's the season that I want to like more every time I watch it, and I just can't because of the twist, because Rocky and Lisi are just shit human beings.
Yep.
And because the final tribal, those people are so unnecessarily pissed off, especially Alex. And I know, because we texted about Alex because you really liked him.
We did.
Yeah. I really liked Alex until that moment, and it's just like, why is this man so? It's very clear he's drunk, but like that shouldn't. Yeah. That excuse is so.
It's bad.
It doesn't give you permission to be a dick to these people.
Yeah. Did you watch? Wait. So what was your lowest ranked season? Because I'm looking at your comment over here. You have the first one I see is 43. You have ranked
45.
What did you have?
45 is Thailand. 44 is Island of the Idols.
Okay. Okay, and then 43 Nicaragua, 42 Redemption Island. I like Island of the Idols more than most people. I actually don't think Island of the Idols is a terrible season. It just has a really uncomfortable storyline throughout.
Yes. Well, so I know pre-merge Island of the Idols is a lot of fun. I really like the pre-merge Island of the Idols. When the merge hits, the air just kind of gets sucked out of the, and it doesn't help that it's a double episode, and so it just kind of drags forever. So that when it's done, I don't care about anything else that happens afterwards. I'm sure it's great. Like, I do know there's fun gameplay that happens after it's done, but I'm so checked out at it after it. It's just like when Missy has her whole thing, it's like, oh yeah, Jeff, you didn't bring up the whole black woman thing. It's like, Missy, shut up. Like, I don't want to hear this right now.
Jamal just got married.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, so good for Jamal. I'll give a quick shout out to Jamal. I always really liked Jamal. I haven't talked to him in a long time, but after his season aired, he came on our podcast a couple times, and like Jamal is such a fun person to talk, not just Survivor with, but just like everything with. He really is. And actually, that's the problem I kind of have with 39 is I really like a lot of people from that cast. I really do like Tommy, Jason, Nora. I saw Nora at FIU when they did the watch party during season 46. Nora was there. Troy Zan was there, all of that. And like, dude, Nora is just so amazing. She is so much fun to talk to. She's got so many ideas. And I think the thing with Nora is like, she's always kind of looking out for everybody else. And you can feel that when you talk to her in person, and then you can see it when you watch her game again. I love Janet Carbon. She was also at the FIU event. So it's just like one of those things where it's hard for me to properly rank the seasons as I start to know the people, which I think is why it's easier. Like for me with Fiji, I met Yao Man, but I met Yao Man in a bar in LA. Like I talked to him for 5 seconds. There was nothing more to it. Like he's a really nice guy, but I don't know Yao Man. So I can still rank Fiji pretty damn low, but when I get to newer seasons, it's hard.
Well, I've met 4 different people from Island of the Idols. They were all very sweet. They were all really nice. Me and Dean sat there and did shots, and like I don't even think he knew where he was at that point. But they were all great people, and I just made it my mission to not talk about because. Players in general, I try to avoid bringing up the show to them because I'm sure that probably happens to them a lot. I just try to talk about anything else. But especially with the 39ers, it's like, okay, I feel like you probably get a lot of questions about a lot of stuff that happened out there. And I'm not trying to be that guy to just be like, oh, yeah, so like, how do you feel? And instead, I treat them like, so I've met Nora, Elaine, Dean.
Elaine
Tommy.
Is great. Have you met Lauren Beck?
I met Lauren Ashley Beck at the 41 premiere. And
Chelsea Walker also, dude. Like Chelsea Walker is such a great. I love Chelsea Walker, and I saw her at the premiere for that season, and then I like talked to her a couple times after that. And like Chelsea is such a big fan of Survivor. It's such a shame that we don't get more of her because Chelsea is just she was a stud casting choice, man.
You could tell that, and that's. I've talked about this a lot in the 41 through 46 era. Like one of the complaints is they only cast super fans now. It's like, well, that actually started pre-40, where they've slowly started to throw a lot more super fans in it. I would say probably around 35. Mm-hmm. So it's not a new thing. But yeah, there's a point in Survivor history where you can start to tell these are no longer recruits. And I will always go back to James in China referring to the idol as the immunization thing. Yes. Because in that moment, it's like, okay, yeah, this man clearly does not know anything about this show. But it's all right because he's a fun character. Chelsea Walker was amazing. I feel like most of the pre-merge people at Island of the Idols were a lot of fun. Yeah. And it just kind of sucks the way that everything is handled in the merge episode. Like it's not fun watching it as
the Kelly situation.
You feel bad for Dan because Janet gets back and she's like, yeah, Dan, these two were saying all this stuff. And he was so convinced that those two would never say anything like that about like talking about Missy and Elizabeth that you feel for him in the moment because it feels like they drug his name through the mud for something,
The tricky part with Under the Idols, and I don't want to say anything that's going to put my foot in my mouth, but I'll plug our Castaway because that was back when we were able to do a lot of post game tell-alls. That was back before like Jeff had his podcast and stuff, so we did a lot. We would ask people about the Dan situation. Go listen to what they say about the Dan situation. They publicly state how they feel about the Dan situation. I think the Dan situation was handled absolutely horribly by everybody across the line. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm sure you realize this as you watched it. I think during the 30s, CBS and Survivor learned a lot about what they get away with and what they couldn't. And I think their handling of the Zeke Varner situation was terrible. And I think their handling of the Dan situation was terrible. And I want to be honest with you, like, they never came out really aggressively against Dan in the way they came out against, really, they came out more in support of Zeke than against Varner, because they did understand that, like, you know, Varner was obviously going through a mental health crisis after that whole moment too. And they don't want anybody to kill themselves or die or have anything like that happen. Yeah. But they didn't come out hard against Dan at all. And I know Dan, like, I think he has a TV show or something coming out soon. I know he's still a producer in Hollywood. I think they handled that so poorly that they were almost like, we can't push this too hard because we could potentially get sued and potentially have to settle, and we don't want to do that.
Yeah, I know what interviews you're talking about. So, and yeah, I don't want to put my foot in my mouth either, but like, I get, and that's why I said, like, as a whole, the situation was just handled so poorly, to the point where 40, the one winner that if you're going to bring back you bring back Richard Hatch, and the only reason that they don't is because now it's an optics thing, because we just had this happen. So we want to avoid anything that might make us look bad. So we're not going to do this. And I mean, I've talked a lot about All Stars and, you know, how that scene particularly plays out. But I think that they were just really trying to save face in a situation that, like, I don't know. I feel like no one would have thought it would have been problematic for Richard to play on 40. I don't think that there would be one or two people, and like, who cares? But I feel like the large majority of people wanted him back, and they try to overcompensate, and it's frustrating.
Yeah. And I'm sorry I'm taking away from you rewatching the good part of 46 here, but what I was going to say is, you had mentioned earlier, and I think it's a nice tie-in. You had mentioned earlier how, you know, this season's kind of getting the Vanuatu treatment. People really loved it, and then they really hated it, and, you know, whatever, like, or people were just hating it to hate it. And I think a lot of that goes to, like, you know, with the Richard decision making and stuff like that. I mean, Richard Hatch is going to be on, you know, he's coming up. Yeah, he's coming up on House of Villains. I'll let you say it, not me. But yeah, he's coming up on House of Villains. Like, we all know that Richard Hatch is back on our TVs and that he's not, you know, persona non grata here. So the thing is, though, I do feel, and I really have felt this during 46, and I felt this in the aftermath of everything. I don't know if it's because Elon Musk just made it where things don't fall off of Twitter or X or whatever the hell you want to call it more frequently, but I saw more hate and disgust this season than I've seen in a long time. And there's always been people who get unnecessary hate from the game. Like, it happens. I remember us doing an interview with Sarah Lacina post 40, and she was talking about, like, I'm literally defending myself to this creature on the internet instead of spending time with my child. And it's like, that's where you got to, like, think about your priorities and what you want to do. And I just feel like there has become, like, and look, I understand that I just am a voice in the community. I understand that the fans of the show are the reason why we're even able to do this thing. So I know that this is it is a smaller minority. It's not a majority, but it's just the Twitter sphere specifically. There's such a sense of entitlement from so many people in that group. And it really, really is. It's alarming in so many ways. And you see the real effects it's having on people. And I remember when Kenzie was going through her stuff after this season, talking about stop showing up at my salon, and people are commenting, don't go on TV if you don't want to become famous. Like, I don't know how much you can curse on here, but I want to drop the F-bomb right now, because it's like, you are a monster if that's how you think. Like, that, you are a monster. You are intruding on somebody's personal life. They are not your puppet or your toy or your pet because they went on to reality TV. And it's really awful the way some people, and unfortunately they're so vocal, and they'll build up their followings on Twitter more than we have because they tweet all the time about the stuff, and they know what buttons to push because they know that other Twitter followers are going to retweet them and like it and do all of that. And I just get disheartened when players start to jump in along all of that stuff. That's what bothers me. And nobody's jumped in against Kenzie in that way, but I do get bothered when
I know
players and takes and stuff. Yeah, it frustrates me because it's like, you've been through it, you know it. Stop bullying like crazy. You know, so I don't know. I just that's a side note. that I just feel 46 is always going to be a little tarnished by that, because the internet, Twitter, X, whatever, has hit this level of like, what in the world is going on? Like, what are we talking about? What are we doing? And, you know, maybe some of my fans are on there and they're some of the people posting this stuff, but I'm so negative about that stuff. And I'm always so like hateful towards those people that I doubt they're listening to me very much.
And we had when we did Kagyan, there was a little bit of that in the chat, and we kind of put the kibosh on it. But what I was going to say is, I brought this up during 41, how the internet, the social media has existed probably since, and in the form that it is now, probably since like Karamo and maybe a little bit earlier. And like you just said, I didn't really start to realize how crazy these fans were until 41 on. Mm-hmm. And it's not like the internet didn't exist before 41, but that's when they felt like they got very vocal about a lot of stuff. And I keep comparing them to Star Wars fans, because Star Wars fans at a certain point just kind of lost their collective and started bullying cast members and everything.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's the exact same thing with Survivor fans, where they have become they gatekeep to the point where it just becomes annoying to be a part of that community. I have to keep saying some Survivor fans, and I really try to avoid saying all, because I know it's not all. It's just they're the vocal minority. And it's, the stuff with the Maria, like, am I confused why she voted the way she did? Yeah, cool. That's where I leave it, though.
I met Maria at Ron Clark's event, and I met most of the cast at Ron Clark's event. Some of them will remember me, some of them will have no idea. Like, Maria's a perfectly nice person. I'm just confused why she voted for Charlie, and I wanted to know. And I do think I was a little hard on her during my finale recap, and I wish I wasn't. And then it's funny, because then I go see some of the things that are posted on the internet, and I'm like, dude, I am basically himself. Like, what are you talking about? I've never been nicer. Like, what are you talking about? But I just feel like it really is uncomfortable. And here's one thing I'll bring up as an example. I went to the Ron Clark event. Probably the best Survivor event I've ever been to. Sorry, Bryce and Wendell. I love Bryce and Wendell. I really do. Their parties are absolutely incredible. But the Ron Clark event was different, because it was at his place, and like there was so much going on. So well put together. The drinks were free. Sorry, Bryce and Wendell. I pay for drinks at your thing. The drinks were free. The event was free. Like, it was crazy, and it was massive. And I'm going around, and I didn't get to talk to everybody. You know what I mean? Like, I talked to Ben because I knew Ben. I talked to Kenzie. She was wonderful. I talked to Maria for a little bit. Brandon Donlin. That's where I really felt like I started to bond more with Brandon Donlin. Kelly was there. Mama C was, it was a who's who in the Survivor community. T-Bird was there. Like, it was everybody. I talked to a couple people, and it was fun. And the thing is, then I get back and I start seeing on the internet people being like, I was at this event and so was an asshole. And it's like, maybe you're an asshole. Like, maybe you are the problem. Maybe it's not that player who's the problem. Maybe you are the problem, and you need to do some introspection. Because also, when you go to one of these events, like, I've gotten pretty close with Ben. We did the tell-all with Ben. I've seen Ben in person numerous times. I messaged him today because he's all excited. Eddie Van Halen and him have the same sized hands. Like, I talk to Ben a lot. When you go to this event, I see Ben. I say hi to Ben, and Ben's like, hey, man, great to see you. So happy you're up here. And then somebody will, and he'll like, I remember at this moment, he was like, hey, you guys listen to the Specialist? You should, whatever. And he's like, all right, man, I'll talk to you later. I got to go talk to some of the fans. He's busy. Like, you have to bounce around. You're not going to get undivided attention from these people in that way. The only person I've ever seen do it is Gabler. I don't know how the hell Gabler does it, but he will give the undivided attention where he's got a line lined up for him out the door, because he's really having a full conversation. Some people can do it. Some people can't. Adam Klein's really good about it. And it's not a negative if you can't do it. A lot of these players want to make sure every fan gets the moment to interact with them if they want. That might mean your interaction with them is a little bit shorter than you expected. It happens to me all the time, and I feel like I'm pretty well known in this community. It happens to me all the time, and you don't hold it against people. So when I come back and I see that, I'm like, you went to an event thrown by Survivor players, full of Survivor players. That is an absolutely amazing time. And the thing you posted online about that event was this person was an asshole, or this person wouldn't talk to me, or this person seemed whatever. If that's what your takeaway is, stop going to the events because you're not a very funny person. Sorry, I have to blow off the steam in those ways because that's where I think 46 gets way more hate than it deserves. Everybody on the cast, they get way more hate than they deserve.
Well, and it didn't help that post game, coming off of 44 and 45, who were pretty kumbaya with each other, they started turning on each other, and then they brought it onto social media, and then the people that already don't like either certain players or the season as a whole are like, all right, it's our time to shine. It's like, one, it comes off as, what's the opposite of pandering, or it seems like you're trying to clout chase by Venus, I'm with you, Venus. Like, let's go get them together. It's like, okay,
maybe I'll get that one retweet.
She's not going to sleep with you, dude. Like, get over it. Yeah. It becomes very, like I said, I know I've used this phrase a lot over the last 5-6 days. Star Wars fans, it's what it is, and it's so. You're never going to appease everyone, but at a certain point, you just kind of need to shut the fuck up. Yeah. Just shut the fuck up. I'm sorry that Xander didn't win. Yeah. I'm sorry that Jonathan didn't make it to the finale. I'm sorry that Charlie didn't get a vote for Maria at the end of the game. Please don't go attack this woman online because she didn't vote for your favorite person, because that's weird. It's just a weird thing to do. I'm not going to message fucking Aaron Rodgers for throwing a pick during the NFC Championship game, even though I really want to. No, Jordan Love. It was Jordan Love this year. Thank you.
I was just saying, but you should message Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is fair game, right?
Yeah. But it's the same shit. I've been listening to your show since 2020, maybe 2019. But and you mentioned you try to, you never really go too extreme with a lot of stuff, and I do agree that I've never felt like you were going full on dick mode or anything. Me and you have talked about this off camera, and I'm going to see if you can just read between the lines. When y'all were doing discussing all the winners, and it was usually a panel of 3, and there was a third, and I'm just like, okay. Even then, I'm just like, I'm not gonna, like, obviously they feel like I'm not gonna message and be like, oh, get rid of this guy, but things happened afterwards.
Yeah, and I mean, like, what the thing I will say is, and like, I know who you're talking about, and I don't feel I have a bad relationship there by any means, but I could totally understand where you're coming from. I do feel like bringing on guests sometimes gets us in trouble a little bit, depending on who it is. I know we had Fair Play on during 46, and I know that like people were he was so polarizing, which is exactly what Johnny Fair Play always is. He always is polarizing. But the one thing I will point out is, like, I don't like to talk. I try not to talk shit because also, like, you never know what happened the first time, right? And so my best example, and I haven't seen her in years now because I don't live in California anymore. But my best example is the first time I met Hannah Shapiro. We got off to the worst start of all time. I said something. I mean, we're at like a Survivor event, so we're drinking, whatever. And I said something that personally I feel she just took the wrong way because we're really good now. Like, we're really good now. And I remember the first time I met her, we had this whole thing, and I was like, oh my God, she's like really getting mad at me. And that's not what I meant at all. I was talking about like the online reaction to her. And she felt that I was negging her, like I was essentially just going at her and being like, oh, like, whatever. And I wasn't doing that. I was more saying like, no, the internet was doing that. I understand where you're coming from because they don't know what it was like for you to sit out there. But anyway, so the next time I run into her, again, horrible footing. By the end of that night, me and her are on the same Survivor Flip Cup team, and we're the last 2 people remaining, and we're having the time of our lives. And then I see Hannah at more events and stuff like that, and we're having a great time because it was a misunderstanding. It was something where in the moment, it came out wrong or it sounded weird or whatever it was. And the reason I tell this story is because after I meet Hannah that first time, I have a podcast, and Hannah has her social media presence. Hannah could go out onto her social media presence and be like, this podcaster is an asshole. And I could go on to social media and say, I hate Hannah Shapiro. I don't know how any of you like her. But the thing is, the first time you meet somebody in a situation, especially when you're talking to somebody who's like a pseudo celebrity or whatever it is, or somebody, me, I might have just felt too comfortable in the community. I know Adam. Adam was definitely there, and Adam's a winner of Hannah's season. Like, I know that they're close, so I feel like I can say whatever. And sometimes things just go wrong. And you should try to give people a second chance in more instances than not. Because if I would have went on the internet and ripped her to shreds, there's no reason to. There's no reason to. There's no benefit from that. And I feel like that's what the community is doing now. They're getting their one chance to meet some people. Tell me who your favorite person you met at the Ron Clark event was. Don't tell me who your least favorite is, because your favorite, that's the thing that's exciting. Like, that's what people want to hear about. And that's a long way of saying, don't be so knee jerk with this shit. It's so unnecessary.
And we had somebody from 47. They were under an alias in here earlier. And they were talking about
fantasy answer, is it?
It is.
It is the fantasy answer. I got to figure out who that is. I think I have a theory as to who the fantasy answer is. He was in our comments yesterday. Will and I were doing an episode about the traders and adding one night werewolf roles to it, and he was in there. So yeah, I think I'm figuring out who the fantasy answer is. So we'll see.
But he like hopped in when we were talking about negative internet folks, and he was like, I can't wait to, deal with them on my, and I was like, that's, you know what? So Hannah Shapiro is my all-time Survivor crush. Liz Wilcox, after this season, I loved her so much because of everything that she was doing online, like with going after trolls and everything. And like, yes, I feel like if you have the mental capacity to do that, by all means do it. Like, I had really bad impulse control in my 20s. So like, if someone attacked me, I would say very rude things afterwards, and I felt bad about it. So I don't do that anymore. But watching Liz do it, it's like, I think I'm in love with you. I didn't say it like that, but it's true. And so, this person says, yeah, I can't wait to do it. And I'm like, yeah, as soon as you can tell everyone who you are, I will go follow, and we will, we'll see how that goes. Text me.
I have a theory, and I'm sure the person's not in here anymore. And I'm not going to say who it is, because I'm not going to say a name because I don't want to get anybody in trouble.
Absolutely.
But I'll give my only hint here, and I'm looking at the cast right now. So give me a second, because we still are missing one person, unless this is the missing person. My theory is simply South Pacific. That's my theory. Everybody can take from that what they want, but that's my theory. And don't try to figure it out live, Drew. You can text me.
No. I'm pulling up the cast too, so I can like look at it.
Yeah, if you want to text me afterwards to be like, what do you mean by that? South Pacific is my theory. So if the fantasy answer is in here, if you come back, somehow we got to get the fantasy answer to listen to 5 hours, 32 minutes, and 10 seconds in. I believe South Pacific is my answer. So, but anyway. Okay. So anyway, yeah, I'm still think you're crazy for doing this. I think you're nuts. I don't know how you've done this. I got to run in a couple minutes. I can't believe
everyone
for an hour.
Thank you, Phil. Phil, I'm going to tag all of your stuff tonight. But thank you so much for taking the time to do this. When I do this again in a couple of years, I hope that you'll be able to join me for that as well. And
2 years from now, you're going to watch every season in 50 days.
Yeah. Hopefully.
My God, man.
But Phil, thanks so much for stopping in. I will text you when I figure out what you were talking about.
Yeah. I don't want to be any more specific than that. I don't want anybody to get in trouble, but I that's just my theory here. And yeah, I appreciate you doing this, man. And thanks for reaching out. I'm glad I did the Cook Islands episode with you. I'm glad we just had this chat. I feel like it's always fun to jump in and just talk about this stuff. And like, I know you're somebody who just loves the Survivor community. You love all of that. And to answer your question, man, because I never did answer your Fiji question, I have a 12 out of 15 right now. 12 out of 15.
So the three below it, I would assume, would be All Stars, Thailand, and
you're not going to get the other one, I think. No, actually, Borneo. I'm over Borneo. Done with Borneo. I'm a Survivor old school purist. I love the old school stuff. But you know what, man? The first movie that ever had talking was The Jazz Singer, and it's not that good. And the first movie with color, I don't even know what it was. It's not The Wizard of Oz, even though people try to say it is. It's not The Wizard of Oz. But the first movie with color probably wasn't that good. I don't care if you're the first. you got to stand the test of time. And I understand it was a cultural moment and it is massive. And I understand the significance. Trust me, I probably understand it more than most because I've talked about this stuff for so many years now. But I'm just over Borneo. It does not do it for me.
I think the reason that Borneo will always is because whenever I do the rewatch again, it's always so fun to start at the beginning that by the time I get to the Australian Outback, I lose a lot of those nostalgia goggles at that point. Like it's
mine starts with Australia.
Okay. See, the only reason I even became a rugby coach / player is because Australian Outback inspired me to go to Australia, where I learned how to play, and I came. So I've always held that above Borneo. Australia's in like my 20s now. Like it's finale drags forever, and once Jerry goes home, it's just kind of boring.
Yeah,
it's just kind of boring at that point. Well, at least with Borneo, I just feel like it goes by so quickly. There's no time to get bored. They don't.
Can I say this about the Borneo cast? And I feel like this is probably an unpopular opinion.
Oh boy.
I think because there's really not much gameplay in Borneo, the cast of Borneo now is kind of boring, in my opinion.
No.
And I understand people will say, oh, it's the first one. They're iconic. People love them. They're so great. Yeah, I'm not saying that they're not an iconic group.
The gameplay, though, yeah,
there's no gameplay, and so for me, it makes it harder, like to sit down and be like, okay, wow, this is like so amazing. Like Rudy's great, Rich is great, love Greg Buis, love Gretchen, BB, an underrated early boot. But like aside from that, like Colleen's great, you know, Kelly Wigglesworth,
she's great as like a
side character.
Yeah, Jenna Lewis, side character. You know, Snakes and Rats will always live on, you know, throughout the test of time. Someone asked me about this earlier. Do I want them to bring back live finales for 50? It's like, yes. And I think even if you look past before 41, the Borneo thing, Sue has her speech and then Rich wins and Sue tries to hug Kelly because in that moment, the game's over for both of them. But no, the game is over for you, Sue. The game is not over for Kelly, and you just sat here and said all this stuff to her. Why would she ever hug you in this moment?
Yeah.
It's the same thing with this, where you need time to decompress, even if you do it the next day.
Yep. I totally agree. Yeah, you need the time to decompress for sure. And yeah, I mean, again, me saying that the Borneo cast is boring, people are going to be like, what the hell? But I do feel like if you're talking about Borneo, if you watch these in order, the Borneo cast of the first 4 casts is the one people are going to talk about the least now if they're watching for the first time. They're going to talk about it the least if they're watching it now for the first time. The people they will talk about will be Sue and will be Hatch because Hatch won. Other than that, like Colleen and Greg, unless you were there for it or unless you like understand their significance in the Survivor community, it doesn't hit as hard. It really doesn't. Jervis comes across as an asshole most of the season. Like I think Jervis is very funny in Blood versus Water, but on that season, he doesn't come across great. And the reason you're talking about Rudy is because of the shit he says. And you can't believe it in 2024. But you then get to season 2 and you get to season 3 and you get to season 4. People are talking about Boston Rob and Kathy and Vesepia. And that's just more cases. And then you get into Big Tom, Lex, Ethan, Kelly Goldsmith, Brandon Quinton. And then obviously with Australia, you can talk about the entire cast. It feels like for me, if you were to introduce somebody to Survivor now for the first time, and you started them with Borneo and they move on to Australian Outback, they are going to forget most of Borneo within minutes.
Absolutely. No, I do agree with you in that aspect. And I feel like at some point I might lose the nostalgia goggles with Borneo. It hasn't gone away yet, which is insane. Because it was Australia that had always resonated with me more. But like you mentioned this, and we both talked about this before, and I know you said you have to go. So like,
yeah,
I know we keep going down these tangents.
Yeah.
So we'll save it for next time. We'll do it like we'll save it.
You can ask. Go ahead, ask away, and then I will give a short answer and I'll boot out of here. Sorry for my whistle there. I got a crack in between my teeth, so you know.
If you had to name 3 people in the first 10 seasons that really got it, who would they be?
What do you mean by got it? Like just got
what this game was.
Got what the game was?
Yes.
It's Hatch. It's Sesternino. God, I want to say a woman because now I sound like an asshole. However, Yeah, I'm gonna go Chris Doherty.
Yeah, it's
Are those the same three you would say?
Yeah, those are the exact same thing that I would say. When
That's
I
so
heard, because you have said something like that before, and I'm like, holy shit, I think I love this guy, because I have said that for years. Is the first three people that understood what the game was all about, and two of them won, and one of them,
would have won.
would have won.
Changed the entire landscape of the game, though, by the way they played. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Phil, go live your life.
I want to do my thing. Good luck. Enjoy the rest of your watch. Hopefully other people pop in. If you figure out
number 2 today, so
you shoot me a text. I'm personal. Who was the first one?
Brian, I had him on for 38 for Edge of Extinction.
That's an unlucky person right there. But all right. Well, yeah, we'll talk soon. Shoot me a text when you think you figured it out.
Later, man.
All right. Bye.
Phil Wood of The Specialists. So now we've had 2 guests. Let's see. I haven't done an update in a while. So, is this trivia? Are they doing trivia? No, that's boring. Oh, they're doing the emblem challenge. Anyway, we are 41 minutes into the episode. Let's see here. We are 5:40 into the stream. We are let's go to season. Let's go 34. 34. All right. So number 34. We've got this. All right, number 34. We've got Survivor Gabon. We've talked about it a lot today. Somehow we end up going on like 3 different Gabon tangents. Gabon is a cartoon. Gabon is Total Drama Island. Gabon is just a bunch of crazy people doing crazy things. Most of them don't really understand how to play Survivor, and it makes it so entertaining. And I understand that people like to put Gabon on some weird pedestal, and that's all good with me. For me, Gabon's still not the best. Once you get past the cartoonish nature of most of the people on the cast, it's just okay. Yeah, it isn't fun. It isn't fun in that aspect. It's fun in as far as entertainment, yes. So yeah, Gabon number 34. Once again, thank you to Phil and Brian so far for stopping in today. We are over halfway done with. Oh, by the way, the Purple Tribe finally won immunity, so there's that. I think we're going to Mergatory next, right? If I'm not mistaken. I think we might be going to Mergatory. All right. I'm finally going to use the bathroom and grab foods. Let's just put that on the screen. It's fine. Be back shortly. I'm going to put that on the screen so that everyone can see it. All right. All right. We are back. We're going to make myself a sandwich. Redemption Island. That is season 22. Season 22. Season 22. There we go. And put that there. Go grab plate. Purple finally won a challenge. I think Jim goes home here. I think. Does Jim go home here? Guess we'll find out. Let's find out. We sure are getting a lot of Jim content, so I'm assuming that means that she's the one that goes home here. I don't think it's. I actually don't remember where Tim goes home, so I can't actually say. Tim, my doppelganger. Finally eating something, y'all. Finally taking care of myself. All right, where's my knife? That's not a knife. Jim's looking for an idol or something. Something's happening here. Okay, so did she find something? Why don't I remember any of this? And why do you weirdos hate this season so much? Y'all, we're almost at the 6 hour mark. We're almost there. We've been on quite a ride so far today. But still not halfway done though. We're still not even close to being we're close to being halfway done. Why is it so windy? Okay, so there's sandwich. Is this turkey or is this ham? I don't know. I don't know. As Rudy Botch might say. I don't know. All right. There's that. Great. I'm about to be out of ketchup, y'all. No. All right, it's fine. Go do this. And we go do this. My sandwiches are done. I can put this stuff back. All right, I'll be right back. All right. All right. go. Where are my glasses? There they are. All right. And we're back at them. I think they're ready to go to tribal. We only got about 14 minutes left in the episode, so. Goodness. My napkins. Why is it so windy? So I think Jim goes home. It's either Jim or Tim. Also, I feel like Tim hasn't had like any confessionals. Once I'm finished this, I'll update the list again. We're at 34, so we'll get to 33 next. When does Tim go home? Does Tim make the merge? I don't remember this at all. So Jim's going to go home. So then when does Tim go? I don't know. I don't know when it's going to happen. Let's did I already exit out of the tab? I did. Oh well. Also, is Mergatory next? Or this is the end of episode 5? Well, we got 10 minutes left in episode 5. Is Mergatory next? I don't know. All right. I'm done being rude and eating. And we're back. We're heading into hour 6. We're heading into episode 6. This is flowing by very fast. I gotta say. I know I keep saying it, but I just have to reiterate. Mute for a second. All right, we'll go to number 35. Number 35. No. Oh no, we already did 35. This is 34. So we need to be on 33. 33? Okay. Number 33. Number 33, we've got Survivor Guatemala, the forgotten season of Survivor, because Survivor continues to try to bury it for some reason. Nothing really problematic happens. It's just a season that happens. I can sit here and tell you I don't remember most people from the pre-merge. I remember what they look like, and I remember their occupations. I remember Brian, and that's about it. Guatemala is just it is. Guatemala is just Guatemala. It's a very boring season, but nothing that makes it super boring that you can't watch it. There's nothing too exciting that's like, oh man, I mean, we get the introduction of the idol in its first form. We get some fun villains like Judd and Jamie and Stephanie. I feel like anyone that gave it a chance, they would say, okay, that's a fine season. And it is. It's a fine season. I don't even have much to say about Guatemala. I don't even know how long the Guatemala episode was that we did. It couldn't have been long, right? Let's go back in time and we'll see. Oh, Kawhi Leonard will not be playing at the Olympics. Where are we at? If I take how long did we do Guatemala for? Scrolling down, turn my volume down. Guatemala, we did for 49 minutes. Okay, that checks out. If I had to guess, Guatemala is probably the shortest that we did, because 49 minutes is not the best. Actually, that's 46 and 46. We can look at the timestamps. The shortest one that we did, or there's a 59. No, that's because I purposely made sure that we didn't talk about I Only Idols more than an hour. It might be Guatemala 49 minutes. And okay, Thailand we talked about for 40 minutes. And yeah, so Thailand we talked about for 40 minutes. So that's actually the shortest amount of time that we spent on anything. So that checks out. And because a lot of the things happened early in the earlier seasons, like it's not much. All right. They're going to vote, and then we are on to episode 6. They are voting now, so shouldn't be much time. So next summer, I kind of want to have a life because I didn't have much of one this summer. Uh, but I do. The challenge is something that I do want to watch. There are a lot of, if I'm being honest, there are a lot of reality shows that I do want to touch on. The challenge is one of them. I think now knowing that there is a social strategic aspect to the game that makes me more interested in watching it. I thought it was just challenge based and that was it. And it's like I don't really care about the challenges of Survivor, so why would I care about this? But I've heard that there is a social strategic aspect to the game, so I'd be willing to give it a shot next summer. If anything, probably during my winter break, because like I said, I want to have a life next summer. Since I didn't have much of one this summer, we are now also officially into hour 6. So that's fun. Right as the votes are about to be read, like I said, I think this is where Jim goes home. And I think Mergatory is next. If it's not, then I couldn't tell you who. I mean, I would assume Tim would be the next vote, but we'll see. Ben, 2 votes Ben, but I know he doesn't go home. Mariah. That's it. Yeah, she goes. Womp womp. Wait, why am I getting? I should not be getting Skype notifications. I have my Skype set to don't mess with me. Do not disturb. Okay, yeah, don't disturb me, please. All right, we are going into episode 6. I'll go ahead and set that up. Starting episode 6. Starting episode 6 at next time on Survivor. Okay, so now, okay, so yeah, we're going into Mergatory. Okay, all right. So wait a minute, who are the first 2? I would assume it's Tim and Mariah then, right? Yeah, you had an idol, fam. You had an idol. Oh gosh. All right, so starting episode 6 at 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2:30. Oh, it's PM EST. Oh, 2:38. Cool. 2:38. Starting episode 6 at 2:38 EST. All right. I think after this episode, I guess halfway through this episode will be halfway done. I don't math. I have a history degree. But I know that we are right on that halfway point right now. I know that the season finale is 2 hours long, but it's fine. It's fine. Why do I have this itch? Oh my god. It won't go away. We want to go with number 32 right now. We can go with number 32 right now. Also, who's gonna be our next guest? We've had some good ones so far. We've had some fun banter. Okay, so we've had B Ryan and Phil. Okay, there we go. So up next we have, this is 33. We're gonna go with number 32. Number 32 this season. And let's see if I can get away with talking about this season without talking about someone. I'm going to try my best. Number 32, we have Survivor Samoa. I hate Ben Browning. He's a piece of shit. And he still lasts long enough for the hatred to grow. I would never quit that show, but I understand why Jason had said, hey, if you guys don't vote him out, then I'm leaving. Because if I had to live with that scumbag and his buddy who he's fist bumping with, I'd probably want to leave too. There, like every other time you watch it, you're looking for literally anyone else to pay attention to, which it becomes a lot easier because of how much I hate the main character. So like Danger Dave Ball and Eric Cardona. Eric Cardona is my favorite juror. Eric Cardona gives my favorite jury speech of all time. I have dressed as Eric Cardona in a fair few games when I'm on the jury. I think that he's great, and I strive to be that drunk for every jury that I'm ever a part of. I really enjoyed watching, what they give of Natalie's story. I really enjoy looking for CGI Brett in the early parts of the show because I think he gives the first confessional and it's like, wow, that's crazy. So the story of CGI Brett, how he just randomly shows up, I think that's great. Laura Moret, yes, please. Shambo, no thank you. Mick is feckless. I appreciate Jason. And I think that's it. I don't think I haven't talked about anyone. But it's just another season that is just kind of, I can take it or leave it. I think that if you watch Samoa and Heroes versus Villains back to back, it does work as a good prologue, and then Heroes versus Villains being the actual movie. I do think if you watch it that way, it makes Samoa more tolerable because you get to watch someone lose twice. But yeah, outside of that, Samoa is just a season for me. And it's a season that I don't really look forward to watching. But it's always great to watch the ending. It's amazing to watch the ending. Okay, so we're almost at number 30. And we're at the mergatory episode of Survivor 46. We've got 7 episodes left, which means we have probably about 7 hours left. Probably a little bit longer. First several seasons, okay. First several seasons of the challenge are short half-hour episodes, so it does go back. Oh, okay. Yeah, I until I watched the Traders this time around, I didn't even realize that the challenge was just the Road Rules Real World show that I watched growing up. I didn't know it was the exact same show that just changed the name. But there's a lot of drama to go with those challenges. It's nice to be able to follow some of the characters that come back over and over again. Yeah, I've heard about some of those characters. I know, some of them show up in the Traders season 2, and I really enjoyed them that time around. So I would assume that I would enjoy watching the 1.0 and 2.0 or however many versions of them, watching the challenge. Yeah, I feel like so I did watch one season of the challenge. It was the one that Tyson and all those guys were on. And I really only watched it because they had a whole bunch of Survivor players on there. So, like I said, if I were to do it, it'd probably be around winter break. But yeah, next summer, I'm keeping it off limits to anything dealing with binge watching a show for a podcast because I need to recharge my batteries next year so that I can do this one more time in 2 years in 2026 when I'm 35 years old. Hopefully I'm settled down by then, but even then, my wife's going to have to just realize, hey, I must do this. Does Mariah go here? I don't remember. I don't remember anything that happens in this season, which is good because I'm basically watching it with fresh eyes, and I have enjoyed it post Banu, and even then, like, fine. But I am excited to see how. I mean, I know how it all plays out, but see how I feel about it. Because at a certain point as I do my actual countdown, I am going to slide 46 in there. Or actually, no, I'll probably still wait till the end to give my actual, and then just everyone will just have to go down the list like that. But having said all that, I'm really enjoying this. It's weird that people hate this season. It's really weird. Because this ain't Thailand. This ain't Worlds Apart. This ain't Redemption Island. It's not Nicaragua. It's not Worlds Apart. It's Survivor 46. That's what it is. Hunter just found. I think Hunter just found the idol that he's going to inevitably get voted out with. Liz Wilcox, look at you, gorgeous. Yeah, we're slowly getting to the time that people usually get off of work, which is fun. I think that will, will bring in more of our guests. Yeah, this has been quite the ride so far. And I'm so glad I was able to put food in my stomach because that was actually starting to bother me. So I'm just hoping that I can get a few drinks in my system at some point. When I get somebody that can be in here for a bit, I will probably go get an energy drink because, yeah, this first 6 hours and 15 minutes has been great, but if you guys don't want a zombie for the last 7.5-ish hours, then yeah, I'm going to need to caffeine up. All right. So, I just did Samoa. I'll wait a little bit. I think we've had some fun banter in here today, though. Both with Brian, with Phil, and with everyone that we've had in the chat. There's never really been a lull as far as things to talk about. Uh-oh. Oh, Liz. You gorgeous woman. Soda. Oh, so this is where he finds the idol. Okay. That he inevitably gets voted out. I'm glad I don't have to do a recap of all of this because it probably wouldn't make much sense. All Who do I think is going to be next? Bill caught me off guard. I thought I was expecting him to come in later, which it was a nice surprise. But I don't know who to expect next. It's also crazy that everyone's been coming in one at a time. I fully expect at some point or another for there to be some type of overlap, which is fine. I don't mind having large groups of people in here. Okay, we're heading to Murgatory. I believe the two boots would be Tim and Mariah, because I don't remember seeing either one of them on the jury. Let me see if that's true. Well, like looking at the rest of the people that are out here, I'm pretty sure it's Tim and Mariah that make Murgatory but don't make jury. But I guess we'll find out as this as this progresses. Kenzie's getting a lot of content, and it's crazy that people didn't see that coming. Emily did. Emily called it almost immediately. I don't know if she was her actual winner pick, but Liz is so observant. We're on day 12. We're on hour 6 or 6:16. Yeah, Tim is me. And there's no merge. Is this Tim's first confessional? It's the first confessional that I've actually noticed. Yeah. I guess if he went on the journey, he means he had to have had a confessional that I just. I was talking to Phil for a bit, so that is entirely possible. But that's the purpose of this one today. It's just kind of to relax. All right, we've got our next guest.
What's up?
How we doing, man?
I'm doing great. Look, I was watching a little bit earlier. What episode are we on? 6?
We are on episode 6 right now.
6. Whew.
We're on episode 6. We are about 13 minutes into the episode. We're at the mergatory of it all.
My favorite.
And you guys are on episode 4 or 5 tonight for Game Changers.
We're on episode 5.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, I had to remember myself. Life's been crazy, so yeah.
I don't. Timing wise, I don't know if I'm going to be able to watch that one live today, because right now at the pace that I'm going, and I don't plan on taking any breaks. I should be done by 9:30 tonight, if everything goes right. So, and you guys go live at 9 or 8?
Yeah, we go live right at 9 o'clock. And tonight's episode, the thing is, rewatching it, and I don't know how great your memory is. My memory is not that great. So it's almost like I'm rewatching the season for the first time. I know who wins. I kind of know the big moments. Obviously, with Game Changers, there's a lot of major moments that happen. But in terms of how the season plays out, the order of how people goes, no, I don't remember whatsoever.
Let me see if I can do this, because I'm having that problem with 46, because I finished watching 46 4 days before I started the marathon. So I had 4 days to let 46 sit with me. And so I've forgotten about most of this. But Game Changers, it would be Sierra, Tony.
I should probably pull this up because I know the first 5 and then I don't know after that.
Sierra, Tony. I want to say Caleb. And then after Caleb would be Malcolm.
Yes.
And after Malcolm, so we're at 16 at that point. Would it be JT?
Yes, JT.
And then from JT, we go to Sandra.
I got that's who we're talking about tonight. Yeah. I was so mad too because I texted Sandra saying if I could get her on the podcast tonight. She's on vacation. And I was like, you're good. You're fine.
She's filming some type of reality show.
She's like out on an island right now. Yeah, like living the beach.
Yeah.
Like, darn it. Because Sandra's a good friend of the show. So I thought that'd be one person we could get on the show. But I knew she was on vacation. I'm like, hey, I know you're out on vacation, but she was like,
you want to talk about the first time you got voted out of Survivor?
Yeah, can we talk about Game Changer? Well, she already told us really good information about Game Changers. She made like a fake idol. We had Troyzan on to talk to him, and she made a fake idol, and there's this funny story behind it. So she's already given us some backing information. I can't ask for more.
Okay.
Yeah. You got Sandra. Are you going to keep going?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can. So the next would be Varner.
Yes.
And then from Varner,
I wonder why.
For Varner, we merge. So the merge boot is Haley.
Wow.
And then after Haley, okay, that's where it starts to get hard. Haley, and then it's Ozzy.
Holy shit! Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm allowed to cuss here, right?
No, you're good. You're good. After Ozzy, who pulls? Because then it becomes whoever pulls a big move gets voted out next. So Debbie would go next.
Yes.
And then after Debbie would be Zeke.
Yes. Wow.
And after Zeke would be how many? What are we down to at that point? Final 9?
Hold on, give me 1 second. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, final 9. That's impressive. He even knows this, and I don't, and I have it right here.
So I think next would be Sierra Dawn Thomas.
Yes. Yeah, you keep the streak alive. Yes.
All right, so final 8. So at this point, it's established that the 3 of them are working together. Final 8. She goes at 7. She goes at 6. So who's left at 8? Who's left at 8? Oh my God. Oh! No, that doesn't happen like that. Is Andrea Belke?
Yes! Yes!
Okay, and so then 7 would be Michaela.
Yep.
6 would be Sari.
Yep.
5 would be Aubrey. 4 would be Ty. And then the final 3 are Troyzan, Brad Culpepper, Sarah Lucina.
Take a bow, man. I know you just watched that not too long ago, but that is like I don't even think I could do that for 46. Okay. I'm gonna
sure as shit can't do it.
I'm gonna try to do it really fast.
Okay,
So
let me pull it up.
Oh God. Oh God. This is the most recent season. I'm supposed to be a Survivor expert, and I'm gonna show that I know nothing there. Okay.
Go ahead.
Jelinski, number 1, legend. Then it would have been. Oh, see already. Then it would have been Jess.
Okay.
Randon. Banu.
Yep.
And it would have been Jim. Mariah goes after Jim, followed by Tim at that mergatory spot, which is like right where you're at right now.
Yep.
Then that would have been Soda would have been the first person of the jury.
Mm-hmm.
Then this is where I get mixed up. I believe after Soda, was it Tevin then?
It was Tevin.
Yeah, after Tevin, it would have been, oh my gosh, I know the next 2, just like what order do they go in? Is it Hunter?
It's Hunter.
Then Tiffany.
Then Tiffany.
Then it would have been Venus.
Yep.
Oh man. And then we're looking at, is it just down to, I feel like someone's going to slip in there and I'm going to be like, oh shit. Then is it just final 6?
We're at final 6 there.
Final 3. Yeah, there's someone I'm missing. Oh my God, who is it? Who am I missing?
Oh wow.
Oh, Q. Q goes at final 6. Then it's Maria. The biggest personality of the season. Then it's Maria. Then it's Liz, and then you have wait.
No, you're right.
No, it is Liz. It is Liz. Yeah, don't overthink this, Randy. Then it's Charlie, Ben, and Kinsey.
Okay.
Not in that order. Technically, it would have been Ben. Okay. Oh my God.
Cheers to you. You had me scared with the Q thing. I'm like, come on. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
The biggest character of the season, almost. Like, arguably the biggest character. You could throw a few names in there. But, like...
He's the lock for 50 from this season.
And see, the funny thing is we're working on a video where we're going to come on here and we're going to talk about, like, 3 castaways each New Era season. And yes, I know, like, 47 still has to happen, 48, all that. But with the Legend season coming up, we're going to talk about like 3 castaways from each New Era season who is locked in the return at some point, not for 50, but just at some point.
Yeah.
And Q is, I mean, if you talk about the 3 for 46, Q's probably got to be one of them.
Q, I would say for me, it would probably be Q, Charlie, and either Kenzie or Maria. We've had a lot of well, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, you don't think Hunter potentially?
Yeah, I mean Liz potentially. I hope. But there's been a lot of people in the chat today that have brought up Jelensky. Like, there's been at least 4 different people that have brought up, hey, do you think that they would ever let Jelensky, invite Jelensky back for like a first boots type thing or a pre-merge type thing? And it's like, yeah, I feel like because Jelensky is now a big meme in the community, and because Several is now a big meme in the community, and the fact that they referenced Jelensky during the finale here, I feel like he's now in the Zayn Knight category of just like memorable first boots. So I don't, not for 50, but like Jelensky, I could see them doing something where they do a pre-merge versus post-merge type game like they did in Survivor South Africa, and he could be the lone first boot that they have.
Francesca 2.0. What do you go out first again?
I don't think they're going to be that mean about it. Because someone did say, oh yeah, if they did a first boot season, they would have to bring Francesca back. I'm like, well, no, that would be the worst thing to do, because if you bring Francesca back for a 3rd time, they are just going to vote her out again first, because it's funny. It'd be funny to do that.
That's for shits and giggles.
Yeah, just for shits and gigs. That's exactly the phrase that I use. It's like for shits and gigs, for the lulz. No, I'm enjoying. So I enjoyed 46 the first time I watched it. I don't like it's middle of the road for me. But I've found out recently, like, there are a lot of people that outright hate this season and thinks it's somehow worse than like Thailand, which is insane.
I think the Banu definitely. I was going to ask you like how it was rewatching the Banu stuff, because I was one of those people at the very start of it while the Banu stuff was happening, like 3-4 episodes in. I was freaking out. I sent a huge group chat to like all the people on my show and was like, Survivor's dead. Jeff Probst has ruined it. He needs to turn on. He needs to give it up. Like, what the hell is this? This is, he's ruined the show. I was overreacting like big time after the first couple episodes, but then like it ended up being, in my opinion, the 2nd best New Era season. I would still have 45 over 46 and then 44. Like, I would have 45, 46, 44 all really close, and then everything else way far behind. Yeah.
So for me, it's 42, 45.
Oh, so okay. This is where we're going to really differ.
Okay.
I am not a fan of 42, and mostly because 1, I don't remember much from that season, and 2, this is my hottest take in the Survivor community. I am not a fan of Mariana as a winner, and it's one of those seasons that the winner soils the season for me in a way. So that's why, and everyone always says that. They're like, how can you hate Marianne? I said, wait, hold on.
You never said
I do not hate Marianne. She is a wonderful, beautiful person. And I would love to speak with her and love to meet her. This is where I can, like, the player is different than the person. Like, she's an incredible person. I was not a fan of the game she played and why I feel like the jury voted for her. I almost, super hot take. I almost feel like the jury was more like, and this has nothing to do with Marianne, but almost like, she's just so amazing. She's just a bubbly person. Let's just give it. Now, her idol play at Final Tribal Council was incredible.
Taking out Omer, like Omer,
I need to rewatch the season.
Yeah, she pulled off probably the biggest move of the season when I think she 3-2-1'd him. I'm fairly certain she 3-2-1'd him, and Omer sits there and says, "Oh my God, was that you?" And she's like, "Yeah, that was me." Like, and in front of the jury. And so at that point, she has to sit next to Romeo, who fizzled out at the pre-merge, and she has to go against Mike Turner, who no one respects because he keeps saying that he's a man of his word. He's a man of his word, man of his word. And then he would immediately break it. And so I felt like they weren't bitter towards him, but they were like, it kind of came off as hollow every time he said it to us because he kept saying it to us. And there's this moment in his head, or there's this moment you can see on his face where he realizes, oh man, I really did do that ever. Because he even at Final Tribal, he's like, no, like I only backstabbed one person. And they're all sitting there like, that's not true. Like you actually did this with a lot of us.
And that's who I wanted to, because I'm always like, hey, he played the game. He played an incredible game.
But it's almost like, who did I have one for that one? Oh, I had Chappelle from
RHAP, right?
RHAP and Julia Rowe, and they both sat there, and I compared Marianne's Final Tribal to Chris Doherty, and she compared Mike Turner's to Twyla in Vanuatu. We have another guest.
I might have been bringing on a special guest.
How we doing?
Man, how we doing today on this big Wednesday?
Doing all right. How are you doing?
No complaints, man. I couldn't let Randy Bruce jump on by himself.
I had to bring my co-star here. My bad, coach.
Oh my goodness, no. I'm telling you, the first 4 hours of this, I had 0 guests. I had one around the 4.5 mark, and I had Phil jump in about 5.5 in. So this is nice to actually be able to talk to folks for the first time all day. Abraham, how are we doing? You were my winner pick for 41, by the way.
I was my winner pick for 41.
I was the winner pick for 41. Yeah, because I did a draft, and it was like, oh man, like because I'm a part of the Survivor Diversity campaign, so like when
first of all, hold on, thank you.
Oh my goodness,
because it was a part of that campaign that I'm pretty sure was instrumental in the timing of how we all got on the show together, because we took note of it when we arrived there and we looked around and we saw it. We was like, okay, and then we didn't know anything about the campaign until afterwards.
Oh wow!
And then when I came back and I started to get involved with the Survivor community, and I started to meet Wendell and Bryce and some other folks, and I was like, oh wait a minute, they did a lot of stuff behind the scenes before 41 was ever put back together. Because I met some people that were originally in 41, and then I'm in 41, so I'm like, well, I'm sorry for you, but so
those people that you met, did they eventually make it onto the show or?
No, not by my knowledge. I've run into a few people here and there, and they were part of the casting process when you still went to LA and you still had to go through everything there. So it was nice to meet them, but I'm pretty sure that they would have rather been on the show for their season, and they were kind of picked, and then the pandemic hit. So the pandemic kind of threw a lot of stuff out of whack, but it also created a whole new 41 based off of your campaign, based off of that initiative for diversity. It's like the cookout for the Big Brother. We had no idea about the cookout because it was going on when we were filming. So we didn't know about that until we got back. But to have the opportunity just to be out there on the island, to go through the process and now be a part of the Survivor family, even the CBS family, because I get to meet a lot of greater people just because I got an opportunity to do something I want to do. A dream come true for me. But again, Coach, I get to meet people like yourself. I get to meet people like Randy Bruce, so I have no complaints. And this has been it's always a great adventure.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, when that cat and I went on this rant when I covered 41 5 days ago. We had done a and this is the second time I'm telling the story today. We had done a season analysis thing, and for some reason, someone had invited Russell Hantz on there. I'm not a fan of that man at all, both Endgame and out. But he comes on and he's very drunk and he's talking about how the cast is too woke. And I was just like, all right, I know what that means. I know what that means. And as he kept on talking about it, I'm just sitting there trying to be as civil as possible because I try not to be rude to people that are not being specifically rude to me. But I just kept reading between the lines. Like, I can't wait till you just get off of this. And so afterwards, he said some more things that were pretty questionable, and I haven't talked to him since then. But I felt like it was. I mean, the campaign was needed, and we've seen it happen. It's funny that you bring up the cookout. When y'all's season was airing, everyone kept calling that the four Liana, Shan, Sean, and Danny. They kept calling them the camp out. And I was like, that's so funny that y'all. The camp out didn't last too long, but they were calling them the camp out. And it was. I didn't watch Big Brother until that season because I wanted to see, the work that all of us put in. I wanted to see what would happen in that situation. So to see the cookout do what they did, I'm still not the biggest fan of Big Brother, but it was nice to see that happen there. You go ahead.
I get a chance, and here's the beauty of the show. I got a chance to meet everybody except Xavier. Me and Xavier just haven't been in the same place at the same time.
You've never met Xavier? I don't know.
Different. I mean, you think we bounce back from different coasts. East Coast,
I've met
Coast.
Xavier.
I've never met him because I don't go to Philly either, and I'm only in New York sometimes.
He was in New York when we went that one time, though. That's how I met him.
Xavier. Oh, I didn't meet him. I was still kind of new too. But here's
I'm gonna look at the picture now.
Here's the opposite of what Russell Hantz said. There's a player that was in my season, Brad Reese. He is a 6-year rancher from Wyoming. Me and him don't have anything in common. Not one thing in common. We actually met after we got voted out. So I didn't meet him before the game because we couldn't talk to each other. I didn't meet him during the game because he was on a different tribe. Not Xander, Xavier.
Oh shit, my bad. I was being Xander the entire time. I was like, what?
Look, I was just talking to him.
I totally. No. Hey, that's what I'm gonna blame the car accident yesterday on, Abe. I'm gonna blame that one on the car accident.
I'm in the middle of talking to Xander right now about something else.
That's why I was so shocked. I thought you said Xander at first, and I was like, "There's no way you haven't." You always say like, we can talk to Xander sometime. I'm good friends with Xander."
I was just talking to him.
Okay.
But here's the thing. Okay. So meeting Brad. Brad is from Wyoming. I'm from Atlanta. I live in Texas now. And here's how diversity works in the real world. I'm in a bungalow. I'm still trying to process the game. I'm like, everybody said, whatever you do, don't get voted out first. So that definitely was not part of my game plan. But now I'm voted out. Sarah's voted out with me. I'm in a bungalow. Then we see every player that gets voted out afterwards. Brad shows up, I think, 3rd or 4th, and he's voted out. I think it's 4th or 5th, because I think JD came first. He gets voted out. I'm in a bungalow. It's 100, probably 150 bungalows. We can be in any one of them. It's only probably 15 of us there. So, and I'm talking about the crew and everybody else, because it's different once you get voted out. You can talk to everybody. So I want a little peace and quiet. So I find me a little bungalow. I get a TV. I got some movies. I'm good with the solitude. And Brad comes and knocks on the door. Mind you now, there's a bunch of other open bungalows. And I don't know you. I've never met him. He comes in and he sits down. We get to talking. And we share. We got families. He has kids. He has 3. I got 2 daughters, 2 sons. And I'm like, okay, cool. You from Wyoming, dude. I'm not going to Wyoming no time soon. I've been to Brad's ranch except for this summer, every summer for the past 3 years.
Hey, you're supposed to take me with you one of these times.
Yeah. And we it's in the woods. And we go out to the ranch. Is he like me? No. He has different beliefs. He has different things, but that's not what brings us together. Exactly. We are actually a group of people that we fall into the same categories. We both are fathers. We're both married. We both have families. Do we have different views on stuff? Yeah, we talk about gun control. We talk about society. But here's the difference between somebody that don't want to be a part of diversity. You don't want to sit down and have a discussion with somebody and learn something. Now, for him to invite me into his home, look, I got moisturizer from his wife because she makes moisturizers for your skin. Shan, Deshaun, all of us never knew each other. We come together to do this show called Survivor, not because we're different, because we all had the same dream to be on this show, to be a part of this family. I remember the very first episode of Survivor, and I'm in Japan looking at Survivor. I'm looking at that old cagey Marine Corps guy that really wasn't about diversity. Grew up through a different era. But again, he connected with the one gay person on the show.
Yeah.
That's diversity. It's not judging people, but at the end of the day, we're a great cast of friends now that know each other. That when you go out into the world, no matter what color you are, what religious you are, what sexual orientation you are, we're a family. And if we see each other in the middle of the street, we're gonna always be a family. And
wait, you're supposed to be a family after Survivor? Tell that to Survivor 46 cast.
No. Here's the thing. Look, here's the thing. All families got some bad family members. So every family member don't get along. So it's the real world trapped into a reality show. But we didn't set it up the way it was set up. We're just that now we're 41. And that's gonna always be us.
I always try to phrase it like this. Obviously, I've never been out there, probably never will, but I always try to compare it to y'all have basically gone through a traumatic experience together. And traumatic, and you're bonding through everything that's happening out there. And I don't think that people really get that. I mean, we don't get that, but I feel like people that try to get you guys to hate each other after the game and want you guys to be angry with each other. It's like, you guys don't understand what they are actually dealing with out there. And especially with y'all. So with 41 and 42, I give y'all even more credit because y'all are coming out of COVID. A lot of y'all were locked down for it. And now you're going out here and dealing with people, after not dealing with a lot of folks over the last year. And they've now changed the game up a little bit where like, hey, we're not going to give you any of the stuff. Like y'all are really going to have to buckle down. I know a lot of people like to complain about, oh yeah, there's too much crying and too much emotion on the show now. It's like, yeah, do you understand what all of these people just went through, not only out there, but what they had just gone through the year beforehand? Here's
the thing about it, 41 and 42, because we're sharing the same experience in the fact that we had 2 weeks in Fiji in quarantine. You're not in quarantine talking to anyone. You're in quarantine by yourself. Mm-hmm. Now, for some people, the solitude is great. For other people, it's torture. Then on top of that, I prepare for Survivor looking at all the old shows of Survivor, all the old players. I'm patterning my game after them. I'm waiting for these challenges. I'm ready to get physical. I knew my strategy going in. I said, I'm going to go with the physical part. That way I can buy myself some time and see what's going on. Not knowing that it was going to be 3 tries. Not knowing that the game wasn't going to be the original time limit. It was going to cut it down to 26 days. Not knowing any of that stuff until we got there. And we still made the best of it. I mean, ultimately, you want to win the game. But ultimately, I think that if you go and you have the experience, you're going to have that for a lifetime. I was just talking to Tiffany the other day. I was just talking to Xander this morning. I'm about to text him back. And we're different. But you're the experience, man. I mean, and that's the one thing we can never really relate to anybody. The experience when you're standing on the beach in Fiji with 5 other players and you look up and see the Milky Way galaxy. That was our first night. And to be in that moment and be able to look at that other person and say, this is a dream that I share with you as well as a dream for myself. And I think some people miss that. So, but I love going back, seeing the old season. I love meeting the old players because they inspire me to want to apply for the show. They inspired me to want to apply again and was like, okay, I'm going to apply one more time and I'm never going to apply this show again. The fates of what you did, because I got to give homage to what you've done, because if the diversity campaign wasn't there, there may be a chance that I wouldn't be there. So, and what was put together and say, okay, we're going to look for a new cast. Now, don't get me wrong. My interview tape was funny.
Okay. He said it was like 43 seconds long or something.
My initial tape was trash. It was like 16 seconds. 16 seconds was my initial tape that I sent in with my application. But my 5-minute tape, when I go back and look at it, I'll be laughing because I'm like, who is that guy? He was really funny. And yeah, I would have loved to made it to the merge. I would have loved to compete for the finale, but I'm still a part of the family and I still had a great adventure, but I still owe it to other people that paved the way for me. And you know what? Even when I look at Survivor, I'm like, I would have done that differently. I would have.
Have you watched your season yet, Abraham, or no?
No.
He still has never seen his own
and,
season. Yeah.
The closest I got to even going back and watching my season was I was on a Delta flight, and here's some cool stuff that happens to us. I'm on a Delta flight going to, I think, New York for the finale, and they have my season on. If you go on the airline, you're looking at it, my season's on, and I'm like, oh, okay. And I'm looking at myself playing, and I'm like, I'm gonna look at just the beginning. And I looked at the beginning, but I didn't look at the rest of it. Why is my power going down on my battery? Something's over my computer. But no, it's a pleasure, man. And then I met Randy Bruce. How long we known each other, Randy? What, 4 years now?
Going on 4 years since the show started. So like three and a half ish. Because I met you in December.
Where are you at, Coach?
I live in upstate New York. I live near Albany.
Oh, nice. Well, hold up.
But I grew up in Maryland. My family's from Mississippi. Like, family all over the place. Went to college near Pittsburgh. But yeah, I've been a fan since. So you brought up you growing up on the beach. One of the scenes that has always resonated with me is in Survivor Marquesas when Sean first touches down on the beach. And he's just, he's overcome with emotion because he's like, he can't believe that he's out there. And Sean Rector is one of my favorite players, period. But that moment, every time I watch that scene, I get those feels. And also when Giuseppe wins that season, I remember exactly where I was in my mom's hair salon when it happened. And when she won, it was, I think that's really became real to me. Because I loved the first 3 seasons, but like when that happened in that season, it's like, all right, cool. Like I'm 11 years old or something at that point, and it meant a lot. And
I think I was in the world somewhere.
But then when Marianne wins
at that point, oh my bad.
When Marianne wins in 42, it was like 20. It was basically 20 years later since Giuseppe won, and there's a video somewhere on the internet of me, like my players got a video of me crying my eyes out watching Marianne win because it felt different and it felt.
Let me tell you something, man. First of all, Marianne is one of the nicest people you ever want to meet in person. Nicest person. But if you look at how she strategically went through that season and she laid out here's the thing about it is, unfortunately, we're not worried about you guys. Unfortunately, if you can't tell a story, which is all the earmark of what we're supposed to be doing, telling stories. Marianne told a story with an exclamation mark on it. And then she had an idol that she didn't have to play. Then she had to navigate through the game when they wanted to vote her out. It was so much just the things that went on in that actual season. And Marianne it's hard to stay upbeat. And then it's hard to tolerate the person that is upbeat. Because you're like, why are you so happy? We sleeping in dirt every night. We got bamboo.
Is that how you feel with me, Abraham? Why am I always so happy?
Yeah, why are you so happy all the time? We need you to tone it down. You getting on my nerve because you're too happy. You're too enthusiastic. And to be able to have that, and then here's the thing of the beauty about the show. It only gives you a glimpse of a person. It's when you meet them in person, you be like, oh, you really are that person. Now, that could be good or bad sometimes, depending on who you're dealing with. But for Marianne to meet her in person, she has a beautiful smile. I mean, and then we show the family part of how many people were able to attend her wedding from her cast. You see things like that, and you like, okay, this is what the show really is about. And then we get to bring in the next season. And it's crazy because we all are connected. We'd be like, hey, what season were you on? We don't even know each other like that. We'd be like, hey, what season was on? Oh, okay. Now we're in a circle amongst ourselves and we can talk about things that unfortunately people can't understand because you don't get the opportunity to experience. That I tell everybody, apply for the show. The worst somebody could tell you is no.
Yeah.
That was a nice speech.
I disagree. The worst they can do is not answer back.
I take that as I've only applied twice, but really I've only applied once. The first time that I did it was Wow. Okay.
7 times.
The
Yeah.
first time I applied was October of 2020, and I was in my feels because I'm alone, and I had been a long time since I've seen a human, and I got very drunk and made a very bad video. And so then 2 years later, so in I think August of 2022, I made another one. I put more time into what I wanted to say. I got, hey, we'll get back to you if this, that, and the other. Didn't hear anything back. Didn't take offense to it. It's like, all right, cool. If I do this again, it just gives me another chance to make it better, be more of myself. And I plan on making a new one this summer at a certain point. But I'm one of these people that I'm always going to love the show, whether I make it or don't make it, whether they change things or don't change things. It's always going to be my show. And I think 46 is a testament to, people go out and say, oh yeah, 46 is the worst thing that's ever happened. I'm like, you've clearly never watched anything before 46 because, there are some all and out actual bad seasons of Survivor. And, watching it like this, watching the way that I do, 46 seasons, 46 days, you try to latch on to the positives when you watch those seasons again so that you don't have to hate watch it all day. If I had to hate watch every season I didn't like this time around, I would not have finished this.
Look, you could have not asked for a better character in Q. Q was... I'm like,
He was the one character I almost forgot earlier. We were doing a test where we were seeing if I can name in order how they got eliminated, and I forgot about Q. Abraham, could you do that? Could you remember every player and what the order they got eliminated?
First of all, I only think about our season. I don't really worry about other people's season because I only got to be factual about my own season.
What are you talking about? You're a Survivor podcaster. It's your job to worry about other people.
As a Survivor podcaster, hold on, I prepare for every season. So that is, matter of fact, that's Q's them season right there. I got the names. I sent it out to y'all. So what you talking about? I sent it out. We prepare for the season, but then we have to get to know the players. You get to know each other and be like, okay, now I'm rooting for you because I've seen you. And I'm like, okay, I'm rooting for Q because Q was so destructive. He was like, vote me out. He said, I messed up. Just go ahead and vote me out. I was like, hold up. That might be either the best idea or the worst idea. And he stayed for what, 3 or 4 more votes. You're like,
yeah, he made the final 6. And he said that 2 or 3 times during the game. It's like, all right, I think you might actually be serious, but I don't know. And that's
he would have made it better if he'd have played his idol with the rest of them that didn't play their idols. We might have saw Q sitting with the last 3 making that speech. We might have saw where, hey, they didn't vote out, and it was like, okay, well, this works out for me because I made it to the final 3. But here's the thing about it is Survivor is so unpredictable. I mean, if I was on season 42, strength would have made a difference. Me and Jonathan would have clicked. But I was on 41 where we were coming off of a pandemic, and they was like, whatever. They was like, and then they started to annihilate Yasa. Yasa started to get annihilated. Mm-hmm. But here's the thing. We get a chance to meet people like Coach, which is great to meet you, great opportunity. And I'll tell you about, just keep applying, man. Because here's the end of the day. Apply and just be yourself on your video. Don't think too much about it. Don't overthink the video. I didn't set up nothing. I didn't even want to do a video. I was in the dark looking at the presidential campaign back then. And I was typing the application. I was like, because I was looking at Survivor and that. I was like, man, I'm going to apply one more time. Because technically, I applied twice. Once when you were probably not born.
Who? Wait a minute. Did he freeze?
Oh, he might have frozen. The best time. We're never going to know.
I was going to say, there's no way he could have applied before I was born because I was born in 91.
I was born 98. So he holds that over my head. Yeah. Which I don't know. That's still not true. You couldn't apply before I was born.
Yeah. Well, because the show came out they filmed it in the fall of
99, right? They filmed it 99. It came out in 2000, I think.
Summer of 2000.
Yeah.
So he's like frozen, but we'll get him back and we'll figure out where he was going to leave us at. Where was I going with this? Just giving a time update okay. So we're 6:50 into the pod. We're about 14 minutes left in episode 6. So I think episode 7 would mean that we are halfway done. It is 3:30 in the afternoon where I'm at. So
same for me. I got like 5-10 minutes left with you.
Okay. All right. No, thank you so much for even hopping on, man. Like, I'm telling you that this is so much easier being able to talk to someone. Because normally when I'm doing this, I'm just watching by myself and I'm not live streaming. So it's a lot different. Now I don't want to have dead air. So I've basically been talking for almost 7 hours.
You're like, don't go anywhere.
No. Yeah. I've been able to talk to the and the comments have been actually like they've been popping off today. So
yeah, they've been pretty good.
So I'm happy with that. But at a certain point, you need human interaction, and so it was
especially after 46 days. Yeah,
especially after 46. I told everyone at the beginning of this, I'm going to sleep right after I'm not doing like a review after this. Like this is it. I'm going to bed, and I'm not going to wake up until probably noon tomorrow, because I need my voice doesn't actually sound like this. I actually have I would say a higher pitched voice, but I'm losing my voice now. I'm going to shave because I haven't since
the hair's been growing out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I still have this big ass bald spot right here. But, so I'm just going to shave it all off. I just need a fresh start, and I'm going to watch something stupid tomorrow. Like I don't even know what I plan on watching tomorrow, but it's not going to be anything Survivor related at all. I'll probably just watch Superstore.
I'll just say Abraham lost power on his computer, so he might not be back.
I'm gonna. I mean, Abraham, thank you so much for hopping in here. It was very nice to talk to someone. Talk to my winner pick from Survivor 41.
No, Abraham's so cool, and I asked him. I said, "Look, you got to hop on. This guy, Coach, has done all 46 seasons in 46 days, which just blows my mind. Like you're so that's such commitment based, and that is incredible. Like Abraham, wait, hold on.
He's back. No, I've had more than this. Randy's actually the third person to join me today.
Yeah, I was a little bit later.
Well, even later, but everyone's working throughout the day, so I'm not expecting people to hop in until later in the day anyway. So we're all good, and I appreciate you obviously joining in.
I was telling him, Abraham is back. I was telling Abraham, I said, what Coach has done has been incredible, and he was like, yeah, even as a Survivor player, I don't know if I could do that. And I heard a rumor, Coach, that you're going to do this again for 50 seasons and 50 days, and then you're going to retire after that, right?
I'm done. I've done this for 40, 42, and now 46. I'm done after 50 because I lost. So when I did this for 42, I lost 10 pounds just because I didn't do anything. Because as a college coach, once summer starts, you're just chilling. So that's why I'm able to just camp out and kind of just do this.
Hey, let me. Sorry, Coach, I'm gonna jump in here. Whatever reason, my battery for my laptop is not charging like it should, and I don't want to miss. What do you coach?
I coach college rugby.
Oh, nice. See, you could have got me ready. That was a problem, man. I would have been ready, and it's charging. I don't know why I didn't charge while I was sitting up here. So you got some downtime. Well, you know what? I want to say I appreciate it. I appreciate it because it's just a great adventure, and keep applying, man. And if you out there coaching rugby, I need to see some rugby in your application.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to see who you are. And that's the biggest thing about it is, man, they want to see. They don't want to see a scripted thing. What I was trying to say before, they don't want to see something scripted. Just be like, you know what? I got to go out here and deal with these kids right now. Some of them, they look different. And matter of fact, let me take you out to the field.
Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be really cool. Did he freeze again?
I think his thing finally died.
Oh man, what a way to say. Hey, before I kind of log off here, I did want to ask you something.
Yeah. What's up?
I told you, I know for all these videos you've kind of mentioned like who could come back for 50. I need to see a full list. I need to see a full list of everyone that you think could realistically come back for 50.
Realistically, okay, I can do that.
But I have some names for the new era seasons of people I don't think will come back and will be. And I'm not talking like the second boots, the third boots, like people that we expect. I'm talking about big time players that I don't think will play again.
Okay, like who?
I don't think Carolyn will play again. I was actually shocked enough that she's doing Traders. Because, like,
okay,
things could change. Things could change. But I chatted with her in New York after her season, and I straight up asked her, I was like, when are we going to see you back out there? Because obviously she was like the biggest character that season, or one of the biggest characters. And it was a very emphatic no. Like, she's like, I got like the social media aspect of it and all that. It was so I'd be shocked. Everyone's always saying like Carolyn is a shoo-in to come back. I don't think she is. I mean, they're going to invite her back.
They're going to invite her back.
Yeah. They're going to invite her back. It's just whether or not she says yes or not, which I could be wrong. She obviously her mind could change. I just don't know if she would come back. I'm beginning to think, and again, this is like recency. It's right after the season, so stuff could always change. I don't know if Kinsey would go back out there.
I mean, based off the bullshit that people were pulling with her after the game, yeah, I would say that.
Like she seems like she's distancing herself from Survivor. Like,
good.
Like yeah.
These people are crazy. They're
leaving the castaways alone. Yes,
they are showing up to their jobs. They're attacking Maria online. You know, they're hitting on Liz on Twitter. That's just me. But like publicly, I'm not getting her DMs doing it. It was public.
Hey, we all have our Survivor crush.
Exactly. It's her and Hannah Shapiro for me. So,
should I out mine? I should probably.
Yeah, sure. I mean, why wouldn't you?
I'm an open book. So mine is Lauren. Like I'm talking Lauren Alexandra. Kelly Wentworth's Lauren.
Oh, okay. Lauren from Edge of Extinction.
Yeah. I was thinking, I'm like, which season was that? It was 38.
I thought you were talking about Lauren Ashley Beck from Island of the Idols, and I'm like, okay, cool. Like that's whatever.
No, that's why there's so many Laurens that I had to make sure like I was announcing the right one. Yeah, it's Lauren Alexander.
So the one from Edge of Extinction. Yeah, I mean she's gorgeous.
So
yeah, I think at one point during the next off season, I'm gonna do like my top 10 Survivor crushes or whatever, just to have Survivor content still going.
I would want to be a part of that.
I would love to have you for that. I do, whether I'm watching y'all's Game Changers live tonight or if I have to hop in right after I'm done. I think that it's going to match up where I'm 30 minutes. I'm going to be 30 minutes behind y'all, but I do plan on watching. Do you want to go ahead and chill?
Yeah. I'll do my out stuff. So hello. No. So my podcast is the Survivor Now podcast. We are currently also recapping an older season. It's something that we've done during the summertime. This season is Game Changers. And we are covering episode 5 tonight. It's really chill. Which I'm sure you know, Coach, like a lot of times it's more chill. I will get to that answer in just a second. But we're kind of going through a rebrand, a renaissance of now, like right now with Survivor Now. We got a new logo. We just started up our Patreon today. So, and we've got some exciting stuff in the works. One of the stuff in the works, I was talking about it earlier. It's that video where we're going to go through all the new era seasons and kind of pick 3 people from each one that we think are guaranteed to return to Survivor at some point. That will be a Patreon exclusive video at first. And then, so you can check out all of our content, go to our social media on Instagram at Survivor Now Podcast, or you could go to our website, survivornowpodcast.com for all the info. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. I didn't make too many mistakes. All right, let's see. Do you think that Banu, the actor that is saying he's not an actor but has been in several movies, will return? Banu is...
That's the third time someone has asked the question, is will Banu return?
Banu's a tough one because early on in Survivor 46, I said guaranteed, yes, Banu is going to get an invite back. I'm leaning more on no because of how the community has responded to Banu. Casting has seemed more where we talked about like the new can't say the word, the new way they cast the show now, basically the diversity campaign and all that. And I know I'm not saying that has anything to do with that, but I feel like the casting team is more mindful about how people are viewed in the public eye, especially with how big social media is now. So, answer that I'm going with is no. Like very early on, I was like, I hope you guys know Banu's getting an invite back, so don't be too annoyed with him. But now that the season's ended and there was so much Banu hate, and he took it like a champ, I never saw him really, down and out about it. I don't think they would bring him back just because they know, like, if you're looking at Banu and Jelinski, let's bring back someone crazy that went out early in the game. I think they would much rather bring back Jelinski over Banu. And if you're looking at it like that, they're not bringing Jelinski and Banu back. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it now.
No, I would say that I agree with you. And yeah, I sat here for the first 4 episodes, like, please get Banu off my TV. And I always kept on reiterating, I'm sure he's a great guy in real life. He just comes off as very annoying this time around. Especially his boot episode where he's like on his knees begging Tiffany to keep him.
That was like, one of the lowest Survivor moments. When I saw that, I was instantly like, okay, guys, we need to check in on him on here.
Yeah. And she's like, get up. Hey, I'm voting for you tonight because I can't trust you. And they give him the Varner treatment. I didn't even remember that. They don't even go and vote. Probst is just like, oh, are you guys voting for Banu? And they're like, yeah, we're voting for Banu. I
didn't like that. Not a big fan of that.
They did the exact same thing with Hannah in 45.
Yep.
45, yeah. They just kind of said, oh, yeah, Hannah, see ya.
I mean, how would you react if someone got on their knees and started like begging, please tell me what I can do? Would you do the same thing?
I couldn't help it. I would have to laugh at them because it's like, this person cannot be serious right now. There's no way that you were actually on your knees begging me to not vote you out of this game. I can't buy that. Amber Burkage does it in All Stars, but it's done very tongue in cheek. Like, you know, she's not actually on her knees begging them to not vote.
Banu was out. He was pleading.
Banu was begging, and it's like, how did you get here?
We also saw him curse God on live TV, which I don't remember that ever.
Yeah, not even that. He's just like he's praying to Jeff to lead him to the idol, and it's like, you aren't real. You are not a real person. You are a figment in all of our imaginations, and we're all having the same fever dream. You're not actually here. And he was there, and I think that it was funny the first time. It was less funny this time, and whenever I watch this season again, I'm just going to take shots the entire time because
you should have took shots every time the camera cut to Banu. Every time it cut to Banu, take a shot.
We wouldn't be having this conversation. I'd be out like this because
I'd sit on the back just like.
Yeah, everyone's. I have a large waiting room of people just waiting to pop in. It's like, sorry guys, Banu killed me. Okay, so next episode, whatever is ready to start. Give me just a second for you bounce.
No, you're all good, man.
So this is episode. What this be? This would be episode 7, yeah. Starting episode.
While he's doing that, I think I forgot to say the time. The time tonight, we watch Game Changers tonight live on YouTube at 9 p.m. Eastern time, 6 p.m. Pacific. That's the one thing I forgot was what time. It's like, give us the time.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it up to this point. You guys are on episode 5 tonight, so this is the JT. No, this is the JT one.
No, JT went out last week. This is the Sandra one tonight.
Oh, okay. Where they do the second swap. They do the second swap, and Crazy Debbie has to go to Exile Island with Cochran.
Yeah, which I'm excited for because Cochran is my where's he at? Favorite player all time.
I'm sorry to hear that.
You don't like Cochran?
I'm actually not. I'm not a Cochran person. I'm not a Cochran person. You don't like Marianne. I don't like Cochran.
It's a fair trade-off. Anyways,
that's a fair trade. But my whole thing with that scene is because it's completely random, there is a big chance that either Sari, Sandra, Ozzy, there's a chance that Sandra has to go. And what is Cochran going to teach Sandra that she doesn't already know? You could send Sari, what is Cochran going to teach Sari that Sari doesn't already know? Or you send Ozzy, who antagonized the shit out of him in the last season, and it's just going to be this very awkward moment of Cochran, who has now won the game, teaching Ozzy, who has lost 4 times because he can't do anything right when it comes to social and strategic.
I know you're not an Ozzy fan.
Yeah. That's actually my first Ozzy reference all day. So, like, yeah, that was, it's funny to, like, fantasy book who could have gone with Cochran out there and how awkward that would have been depending on who it was.
If I was on that season and I found out Cochran was just like a little seawater away and I didn't get to go meet him, I would have been pissed. I saw that was last episode and I'm just sitting there and I'm like, what is Debbie talking about? She's like, everybody knows I could get across the mountain.
Talking about the Haley thing. Haley took 12 minutes to walk her. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like,
you didn't even get over the second one.
And Haley and Brad Culp and like Debbie, I feel like you're really playing into this crazy Debbie role that got labeled on you in your first time around. She like really played into it. To the point where she thought she was like the mastermind, and she was during the Ozzy vote, and then her ass got sent packing next. That's the only reason I remembered that boot order is because
she literally jumps down that same episode and like in the challenge jumps down and goes, "Ha! I was down first." And then while they're doing the challenge, the next part of the challenge, she looks at Culpepper and she goes, "Did you see that, Brad? I was down first." And I'm losing it the entire episode.
Every time bad for Brad for having to deal with it.
I mean, Brad was like, I don't know why you're mad at me. I love you, Debbie. And she's like, I don't get angry. When I get angry, I do my workout. And that's why you have an 8-pack like this and you're ripped like this. And I was like, oh, Debbie. I want Debbie back. They should bring Debbie back for 50.
No. Just no, and there would already be a male in her archetype, kind of.
Are you talking Q?
I would put Q in that archetype, so we don't need Crazy Debbie again. I feel like 2 is enough. We saw what happened the third time that we got Coach. We got the worst version of Coach. If we get Debbie 3.0, we probably get the worst version of Debbie. Just call it there. It's all good. If we ever got Philip Shepard for a third time, it'd probably be the worst version of Philip Shepard.
Okay, who is one person, if you had to bet your like mortgage, whatever, if you had to bet your life savings on this person is going to be on Survivor 50, like it or not, who would you put it on? I'll give you mine. Mine's Rick Devens. I would bet a lot of money that Rick Devens is on 50.
Yeah. Because we know that, because Rick Devens.
His relationship with Jeff and
Rick Devens. Thank you for saving me from what I was going to say.
Who are you going to say?
I was going to say Jonathan.
I could see it. A lot of people are saying Jonathan's going to be back.
So thank you for rescuing me from that because I don't want Jonathan back. So, and I don't want to bet my mortgage or whatever. I'm glad that you rescued me. We had this discussion earlier.
I don't think so. I think she's done.
I don't think Sari's ever done, only because this is really this is the last thing that she has to do. She has to win Survivor, and she just keeps running into these fucked twists.
I'll say this. If she's on 50, you get a confessional early on in the season of her saying, "This is it." I think if she's on 50, it's a retirement season. She goes, "I'm going to try this one more time." And I could for sure see D. I don't know if they have any winners for 50 though.
Yeah, that's been my defense. Is I don't think that they're going to do winners for 50, but I do.
And
think
if they do, it's an older winner. It's like Todd Herzog or it's a Earl Cole.
Because they've been trying to get Earl Cole back for a while, and every time they do, he ends up having something going on in life. So I think that Earl. Yeah,
I don't think it's a new era season.
No, I don't think so either.
Did you ever answer the question? I did like a sex, marry, kill question on our Instagram, but in Survivor terms. So it was choose one of these players gets to go on Survivor 50, one gets to go on the Traitors, and then one you will never see them play again. And it's like the three most talked about players. It's Todd, Natalie, and
Earl Cole.
Yeah,
because that also ended up on a Facebook group, on some Facebook group and there were so many people saying, "Oh, we don't want Earl," and I'm like, it's very curious that none of you guys want to have Earl back. But I'm not going to say anything. For me, it would be probably Natalie on the Traitors, Earl back on Survivor, and like it's not a knock on Todd. It's just
it's tough. Someone's got to never. For me, it would be Todd on Survivor 50, Natalie. Like Natalie on Traitors makes sense. I'm kind of on the side that Earl wasn't the most entertaining player to me, and so that's why I have him never playing again.
Okay.
Coach is ready to kick me off the show. He's like, as soon as I leave, he's gonna be like, that guy knows nothing about
you
Survivor.
Shit on Marianne, and now you shit on Earl. Are you gonna shit on Vesepia next? I'm sorry. I'm kidding. No, I'm messing.
Don't even say that. Don't put that out there. Oh, don't! Now is a good time to say my second favorite player ever is Jeremy Collins. So,
of course, he saved his ass on that. I obviously I'm messing with you, but
I hope so.
I did vote on that, and I'm fairly certain I had Natalie on Traitors, Earl on Survivor. Because I think Natalie Bolton would do very well. I mean, she doesn't get much content in Micronesia. I mean, as we've talked about already, but she doesn't get much content on Micronesia. But in that very small amount of time, she gained this very large following. And that following has not gone away.
I mean, Micronesia is a season I covered with you during this like 46 and 46 thing. I would almost want to see Alexis back more than Natalie, because everyone kept talking about how that was her name, right? Alexis.
Alexis Jones.
Yeah.
I've now started referring to any player that is talked about as a threat but never shown as the Alexis Jones effect. Ever since we did that Micronesia thing, it's like, oh yes, the Alexis Jones effect.
That's why I'd rather see her. Like, everybody knows Natalie Bolton has some sass to her and she's got a little bit of attitude, but like Alexis, everyone was looking at her. She was going to win that game if she made the final three. And I'm like, where? I didn't see her whatsoever. So now I just want to see Alexis back to see if we see the unstoppable player that our castmates were saying she was. That
or
season.
They could just start doing like director's cuts of seasons and just give me the Natalie White edit of Samoa. Give me the Natalie White edit of Samoa, please, God, please. Because I hate watching Samoa because I have to watch that man hijack the TV show. Give me the Sandra edit of Heroes versus Villains, please. Give me. You don't have to. I would rather them do that than continuing to bring back people. Like it's they still have the footage. They can easily put something together.
Give me the Erica edit of season 41.
Give me the Erica edit of season 41. Stop showing me people trying to throw the challenge to get rid of her, and stop showing me people referring to her as a threat. Show it. These people aren't crazy. They very clearly aren't crazy because they voted for her after they said she was a threat. Just show it to us.
I would take all of that lost footage if it meant wiping season 39 off the map.
Give me the Island of the Idols edit, but just Tommy actually, associating with Dan just to see how big into the situation he was.
I messed up. I'll leave you with this. I messed up when you were watching season 38, Edge of Extinction. I said, "Oh, we don't talk about this season. I'm so sorry." I was like commenting, being like, "I'm so sorry you had to go through this." And then like the next day, I saw you say, "Okay, now we're covering Island of the Idols," and I said, "Randy, You idiot! You messed
Well,
up.
there's some
your
people that
season.
don't like Edge of Extinction, so I just thought it was. I just thought you were.
Oh, I have no problem with Edge of Extinction. That could get
Me
in
too.
some hot takes as well about like
I
the
love
winner,
it. I
whether he
love it,
deserved
man.
it and everything. But
Yeah.
I was like, Randy, you idiot. It was Island of the Idols. I was like, let's just not talk about season 30, 39.
39 was a bad
And I
day.
saw your, I don't want to bring it back up because I know it's like touchy subject, but I saw your message where you were like, and Kelly is complaining 5 minutes into the show, and may I remind you, this man makes it very far.
Oh yeah, on Twitter, yeah. And let's just not forget that this man makes it to the final 5. So we're just gonna just keep on. Yeah, it just kept on happening, and this is this challenge where they have to stand on the
Balance in the water.
Yeah. I don't remember Tim at all. And Tim is me. Like, Tim is a black coach with a beard that wears glasses. And I'm just like, yeah. And I don't remember him.
Not making any comments now. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because you hate Earl and Jeremy and Giuseppe. And
I said I like Jeremy.
yeah.
Jeremy's my second favorite player.
And Wendell and all of them.
I invited Abraham on the show today.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. You had Abraham on the show. That's what he's saying, and like I don't even believe it, man. It was
oh man, Coach, this just shows like how awesome you are, man. I will say that because I have a phone call I have to take in about 10 minutes, so that's why I was gonna leave some buffer room. But so I told Abraham, I said I'm gonna hop on, talk to him 30, 40 minutes. I've been on, I think, almost an hour, roughly an hour.
Yeah, about an hour.
I could talk longer, man. Oh, and actually, I do have to take this call. I'm not.
Go.
All right. Thank you, man. Hey, have a good
one. Thank you so much, man. I'll talk to you soon.
Peace out.
Later. All right. So that is our 4th guest of the day. If we count Abraham, which we do because he was here, that's our 4th guest of the day. We've had Brian, Phil, Abraham, Randy. And we're getting into around the time of the day where people start to get off of work. So for all I know, we'll get more. I understand why Island of the Idols is such a train wreck, but I feel bad because there are 8 to 12 people. Yes, absolutely. And we talked about the other night. Island of the Idols is a very fun pre-merge. It is. Like it's a very fun pre-merge. And there are a lot of characters on the season, even after the merge thing happens, that I really enjoyed. Jamal, when we had Phil on here earlier, we talked about how we loved Jamal, Elaine, Janet, Lauren, Tommy, DK Chillin, Nora, even pre-mergers like Chelsea. I think there's a lot of stuff that is right with that season, which is why it's no longer my least favorite season, because there is a lot to like about that season. Thailand is actually just the worst because also, I haven't updated my thing in a bit. Let's see. What was the last season that I updated in here? And it was number 32. All right. So we're going to go to number 31. And in number 31, we have 31, we have this season. So in 31, we have Survivor One World. One World actually moved up a couple spots for me this time around. I think I won't say it's underrated by any means. It's underappreciated because there is a lot of fun things going on. It's not just the Kim show. I would say that it's the Women's Alliance show. If you want to talk about successful women's alliances, we can talk about the three big women's alliances, period, are the one in Vanuatu that kind of gets decimated by Chris. We have the one in Micronesia, which, we get that win. And then we get the one in One World, which the women just steamroll the entire thing. And it's not just Kim. It's Kim, Sabrina, and Chelsea. Alicia sucks, but it's the 3 of them. And I watching it this time, 31 is still low, but I really enjoyed One World this time around. It was a lot better on this 3rd or 4th rewatch than it has been in the past for me. So I'm excited to potentially when I watch it again in 2 years, to see how it fares that time around. Yeah. Anyway, they have their own the balancing challenge. Drew, or what is his name? Tim. I like Tim. I think he does go home this episode. I'm surprised when Randy was here. For those that are hopping in, I'm surprised that I was able to do the boot order for Game Changers. I shouldn't be that shocked. I did just watch it like 2 weeks ago, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. Anyway, oh, I got this horrible picture. Anyway, I guess I'll delete it. Oh, no, I'll do it. Fuck it. We will put that on the Insta story. What do I say? My winner pick from season 40 was stopped in to say cello. We're about okay. Done. Scroll. Yeah, we'll do it like that. Your story. All right. As we continue, it is now 4:00. I am 7.5 hours into this. I'm fairly certain I am at the halfway point, or at least over the halfway point. And I'm not tired. I know that I was pretty low energy at the around hour 2 or 3. But I'm slowly catching my second wind. Thank you to everyone that has hopped in throughout the day so far. It's been a blast. Everything's going to say hello. Okay, cool. I still never went and got caffeine, but I have been drinking water, so that's good. Yeah, I honestly don't know what I'm gonna watch after I'm done this tonight. I'm gonna go watch, Randy's podcast as they talk about Game Changers, and then I'm done with Survivor, like watching Survivor until. Oh, that's not true. I'm going on somebody else's pod in a couple months to discuss the season, so never mind. Oh yeah. By the way, I should probably send this out. Where is it? I keep forgetting that I'm not like. Where is the link? There it is. Why won't it? I don't understand. Where's the link? I'll go to Yahoo and do it that way. Did Maria just win her first one? I think Maria just won her first immunity, and we know that's going to be a storyline for the next few episodes. I'm excited about. Copy. We're going to send that to them. Paste, send. About 7 and feel free to stop in and say hello at any point. Okay, sent. I think at 8 hours, I'm going to do another update on my gram. Just make sure. All right. Texting. All right. Maria just won immunity. I know they have to do. They're going to vote out Tim, I think, here. Me. the episode title is episode several. I didn't even realize that. I didn't realize that. The legend of Jelensky continues, I guess, because I didn't realize the name of that episode of this episode is episode several. Okay, so they are gonna. Is this a double? This is a double boot episode? Because we're only 21 minutes into. I think this might be a double boot, which means that would make sense because last season, so what was his name? Sifu. Sifu. Is his name Sifu? I don't remember, but he goes out, and then we get Caleb right afterwards. So I think it's the same here, where Tim is going to go, and then Kevin, Soda, something like that happens. Yeah, 7.5 in. We're on episode 7. We've got 5 episodes left. And we're flying through. We're flying through this, which is very exciting. I cannot believe that I did this again. I cannot believe I did this again. Let's check my messages. It's been a while since I checked my messages. Oh, Liz Wilcox, you beautiful woman. Venus is complaining about something, because of course she is. What was I looking up? I was looking up something. Why can't I remember? Oh, I know what I was looking up.
Oh, that was a big smile. Where's Jen?
Oh. Hold on, I'm going to mute for a second. All right, I'm back. We want to do another episode, another season. We can do another season. Let's do another season. We'll round out we'll go to number 30. Number 30. There we go. Number 30. For number 30, we've got this season. Right? Yeah. Number 30, we've got Survivor Caramoan. On a rewatch, the fans tribe is not as boring as I have claimed have claimed them to be in the past. It's fun. It's a fun car crash. On the favorite side, once again, it's very questionable with how some of these are favorites, but I think that some of them make well with what they are given. Andrea Belke, once again, does very well in it. I think that there is a chance that Eric could win. It's not as much of the Cochran show as I remember, thank goodness. I think that Dawn wrongfully gets shit on by people, but I think that Dawn does very well. I think Sherry flames out at the merge. The Brandon Hand stuff is uncomfortable. I think that we talked about that enough that night. I think it was Alex. It was Alex and was it Alex? Yeah, it was definitely Alex. I don't know. Anyway, Caramon is not. It's not an easy watch, but it's fine. It's fine. I don't hate it as much as I used to. It's fine. It's and Mucky, duh. It's because Mucky was at work that day, and so yeah, he had to leave halfway through. That's why I don't remember. It was Alex and Mucky that I had on that night. Yeah. So I think. Okay, yeah, we're good on that. So that's it for the bottom 15 as far as seasons go. Once again, I'm gonna just add 46 to the list after I am done. Right now, it probably it's not going to be anywhere in the bottom 15, so you don't have to worry about that. Bottom 16, whatever. Tim, so it's Tim and Tevin or Tim and Soda? It's Tim and somebody. And I know Randy just sat here and did the boot order, and I already can't remember. Oh well, we'll figure it out as it goes through. It's crazy because the conversations that I've had with okay, perfect. We might be being joined by folks in a few minutes, so I won't start a new topic. Yeah, we're Liz. We're about halfway. We're nearing halfway through episode 7, episode several. And we know that, like I said, I can't remember if it's Soda or Tevin that are the first here. Definitely one of them, though. And I know that Tim goes home. That's the last non-juror that makes the merge. Okay. So we're being joined by our Token Chains crew. Here coming in a second, Skylar and Tweety are going to be hopping in. I guess I should write down everyone that has hopped in so far. Ryan, Phil, Randy, Abraham, Tweety, and Skylar. Okay. Here they come. Oh, I cannot. I know I keep saying this, but I can't believe I've been doing this since 8:30 in the morning, and it's about to be 4:15 in the afternoon. But hey, we've made it work. We've made it work, y'all. And yeah, we're gonna keep on going. We're gonna make it. This is final 11, so next episode is final 9. Is that right? Because you can't do 12. So yeah, final. This is by the end of this is gonna be final 9, and then yeah. So yeah, we've got 2 more people hopping in here in a sec. Like I said, yeah, this is right around the time that I felt like most people would start hopping in anyway, because everyone's getting off of work. And yeah, so here we go. Oh, Phyllis Wilcox, look at you, gorgeous. I'm trying to peek over my laptop to read the subtitles. I also could just sit up in my chair, but I am fairly relaxed right now, so I really don't want to. I'm pissed. I don't know any of these tribe names. Like I said yesterday, I stopped learning tribe names after like season 8. Every now and then there'll be a tribe name that I remember, like Matt saying. All right, here we go.
Hello.
Perfect
Hello.
timing.
Yeah. How are you guys doing? What's up?
I'm doing all right. I'm just I'm just hanging out here and avoiding my work day. So
That's fair. You guys can see the time, right?
7:40.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I've been doing this
long day.
It's been a long day. Currently we are on episode 7, titled Episode Several. And we're about halfway through the episode.
Inspiring.
So who's the boot in episode several?
This, I think it's Tim, and then it's either Soda or Tevin, and I can't remember.
Okay.
Okay, so it's that double boot episode.
So this episode, it was the one I wanted to pop in for. Crazy enough.
Oh, perfect.
I watched this episode live with Hunter. So Hunter McKnight on season 46 is from Mississippi. And so my wife and I drove 2 hours south and watched this episode live. And, there's portion in the, they separate into the two things. And I mean, at the moment I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is terrible for him because he doesn't win immunity. And he's been like dominated the pre-merge. I remember at one point leaning over to my wife and being like, oh my gosh, Hunter what if he goes out and we're here? I was like, and he has that great montage at the beginning of the episode of finding the idol. This is his peak moment in the season, really.
Because he goes home an episode or 2 after this.
I think I
think it's the next. It is Soda, then Tevin, then him.
Yeah. It's crazy because, I think in the early part of the season, in the preseason, Hunter kind of come across like people loved him. He had that interview where he talked about Natalie White. People were like, oh, this guy seems great. First part of the season, what's the other tribe, Purple Tribe?
Tribe. I literally right before you hopped in, I sat here and said, I don't remember any of the tribe names. And then you guys hopped in. It's like, Yanu? I don't remember any of the tribe names.
Is it Yanu?
It's Yanu.
Yanu's the purple one, and they were the only one. I mean, with New Era, for the most part, I don't bother learning the tribe names at this point. But I remember just because they were the shit show tribe.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Him and Lulu are the only 2 New Era tribes I can name because they were the shit show tribes. But Hunter kind of like through the pre-merge is like, oh man, he's in this great spot. Kind of feels like he's on the up and coming. Then he has this episode where he sits on the idol. This alliance with Q really looks like great. And then Tevin, they blindside. Oh yeah, he doesn't go out next episode because Soda and Tim go out this episode. Then Tevin, then Hunter. And the next episode is really bad from Hunter, and then his boot is even worse. But it was crazy watching it live in person. And actually, there were some things that I felt were kind of inexplicable in like the editing of this episode that I had to like in person. He was able to explain. But yeah, because it was like. But this was one where I was really glad to pop in this one because I was like, man, this is a really major turning point for Liz, Venus. Charlie survives where it felt like Charlie was dead on the water. It's like Hunter. Yeah, it really, this is a pretty important in terms of shaping the rest of the season, Bo.
It's the same thing with I would say the same thing with 45 and a few of the newer era ones where it's like, if the pre-merge drags, or if the pre-merge in this situation has a character that is just the worst, it takes some time for it to gain its footing. And I do agree with you. I think this episode that it finally gains its footing. I feel like in 45, it's
Kelly.
No, 44. It's after the Matthew robbery that happens. That's where the season picks up from there. I wanted to get you guys' thoughts on. I've been asking everyone this because I know that this season seems to be very polarizing among the fans.
Polarizing opinions too. Me and Tweety have differing opinions on this one.
I mean, but what is your question? And
well,
then
the question is, where do you guys fall on it? So,
I mean, for me, it's a weird season in that I feel like there are good individual elements to it, and there are people who are memorable. There are episodes that are memorable. The everyone going out with their idols. I remember there was a huge was seen as the most shocking thing ever, even though it really does actually happen all the time. The overall story as a whole doesn't really go together for me. So it's I find it just kind of mid, or in between as seasons go. It is very chaotic for people who enjoy that. I don't know. I'm conflicted.
Yeah.
okay.
I was much higher on 46. Part of it is the personal connection. Mississippi has not had a survivor since Dara and Pearl Islands. And then we get 2 in one season. and we get Hunter and Q. And not only that, but you get 2 people that Q is a consistent character throughout, but then Hunter kind of defines at least a large portion of the pre-merge and right at the merge vote and stuff. So it was really I think the personal connection really drove it up for me. I was able to watch 2 episodes with Q in person and then 1 with Hunter in person. And so it was just really unique to be like, okay, I can watch a good portion of the season with people. In hindsight, I think so. Tweety and I, one thing we agree on is that we assess seasons. I do think largely comes down to the overarching narrative is more important for me than is each episode individually exciting.
Definitely.
And this season had a lot of, the beginning is terrible. And I think that's an underrated aspect in evaluating this season is, I've been watching, I just finished season 6, The Amazon, and I texted you guys some about that. And then I watched, I'm currently, because Coach Drew said, I need you to go back Vanuatu. So I did, and I'm on episode 8 of Vanuatu. And an underrated aspect of a lot of the older seasons is that there's a pretty consistent, the pre-merge is watchable and enjoyable in its own right. And then in this season, it's no, there's 4 straight episodes that you just about give up on. You're okay, I'm just about done with, I'm not sure I can continue. That makes the season dip a little lower. Individually episodes, pretty high watermarks compared to season 45, I think is much more consistent across the board. 44 is a little up and down, but more consistent. Whereas this one's really low, but then a really big high. But like Tweety said, when you get the finale, to me, that feels like the finale is the thing that ties it all together. Do we get resolution to the overarching storylines? And I don't feel in hindsight I get that great resolution where you get the resolution maybe to the beginning to the end where Kinsey is integral to the beginning and then wins at the end. But the Charlie Maria narrative is not fascinating until the last 2 episodes. So it's not an overarching season narrative until the last 2 episodes. Q is kind of the one thread that runs across the whole season. And then he goes out right before the finale. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of there's just, and I'm not sure that the editing and storytelling really helped us with Charlie Maria's story really picking up at the end. Maybe we needed more of that at the beginning. Kinsey kind of at the beginning is shown all her powers at the beginning, but in the middle, I mean, she's almost like a non-factor for 3 or 4 episodes. And then you're like, oh, well, she wins. She's definitely a deserving winner, but the editing shows so much of Charlie. It just becomes a lot harder to hold. I think I think that's why it's harder to place in my mind now. I still think I really enjoyed it overall, and that makes for a good season for me. So I would still say it was good, but 45 still stands to me as the high watermark of the new era.
Yeah, for me it's 42 and 45, and then everyone else kind of equal.
Yeah, those would be Coach, those are my picks as well. Those are my picks as well. Those are the two seasons that I think have do have the most compelling long-term storylines that are the most overall fun throughout.
Great cast.
Yeah,
killer
definitely.
Cast at the bottom.
It's funny. I don't actually, come to think of it, I don't actually know if I hate the pre-merge of this season as much as you do. I actually think the first two, I'd say the first two episodes of 46. Well, I think the 46 premiere, I think is actually really fun. Just because that is, or really that in practice, that's the Jelinski episode. I think I think that one is is extremely memorable because of his.
It's too soon to say, but it feels like maybe one of the more memorable premiere and first boots of all time.
Well, I mean, the fact that Several was such a
episode title.
It's one of those weird. One was an episode title 6 episodes after this guy was taken out, and anywhere in the Survivor community, that phrase has become a running joke. It's like one of those culty in-group phrases that we all have now because of this guy.
And he's funny. He's legitimately. I actually glad he was the first boot in some ways because it allowed him to be this meme. But then in the post show, after he goes out, on Twitter, everything, he's legitimately hilarious. And I'm like, dang.
Right?
And not only that, but he's the first foil to Q, who seemed sane at the time in the pre-merge. And you get later and you're like, oh my gosh, the show. So that's why I find the show's narrative is so compelling for Q. And then he just goes out at the finale. It's like him not playing the idol does feel like a great wrap up to his story in many ways.
Yeah.
But then it's like, wait, that was kind of the main thread we've been following. Him going from almost he's saying, no, he's actually not. He's actually he's not as crazy as Banu, but Tweety, I agree. I think the premiere is good.
It's a low.
2 is pretty bad, and then you get the Banu.
I mean, episode 2 I was okay with, but yeah, it really does drag with 2 episodes almost exclusively devoted to Banu. I agree that that's just rough.
The random,
yeah,
that's pretty bad.
When Randon goes, so there's, and I sat here and talked it out as it happened. Randon, they show up to that beach with 10 minutes left in the episode. And about 5 of it is committed to hey, Randon, you're leaving, blah, blah, blah. And it's oh, and in the back of my head, I'm I know that Jeff goes back to that Purple's Beach because I remember him basically letting Banu know you're not going home. And I'm wow, they really commit 5 minutes to Jeff just telling this tribe they're not going to tribal. And not only does that happen, Banu gets 3 different confessionals in that 5-minute time frame, and Q gets 1 randomly. It's why do we need someone in the chat earlier? Banu has 35 confessionals in 4 episodes, and Maria has 31 in 13 episodes. Yeah. That is insane.
It made her story unintelligible. You get this. I mean, one of the most memorable things people are going to walk away from season 46 is Maria, not for Charlie. It's still to me such an incredible. It's why we love Survivor, that it's so perplexing. At the same,
did he freeze on you?
Yeah.
Okay. Tweety, if you want to go,
we'll see if he comes back. I mean, I going off of that. I do very much agree that the Maria Charlie stuff is that's what all anyone remembered and was talking about after the finale. I do know that there was some really toxic fan behavior leveled at Maria because of that, which was super unfortunate and should really these people are on a show for our entertainment. None of that should ever happen. But it was a weird storyline given that it
like it helped decide the season, but also neither like they only ended up being interesting like because of each other. Like as individual characters, they're very they're very normal, like quote unquote game body types of people. I never found either Charlie or like neither Charlie or Maria I thought of as great TV throughout the season. I don't know what I remember, Skylar, you and I talked throughout, like as we were watching all this play out, and it's like, I was like, okay, Kenzie is the underdog and is the most like rootable character that's being set up by the edit. So on the one hand, like I guess I want her to win, but when when it happened, and just because of the the Maria vote being being as weird as it was, I'm like, oh, now that this actually happened, I don't I don't know if I want it anymore.
No, and we talked about this earlier today. Does the Maria thing confuse me? Sure, it does. But that's where I leave it alone. I leave it at, okay, it confuses me. What a lot of other fans have decided now is, we're going to antagonize these folks now because she didn't vote for our favorite person, and so that must mean that she must pay. And this is the 1,000th time I've made a reference to this today. Survivor fans are slowly turning into Star Wars fans, and I don't think it's slowly anymore. I think they're just full-on Star Wars fans. The gatekeeping, the bullying, the just not accepting things. Just get over it. Stop pestering these people. And both good and bad. Don't show up to Kenzie's job because you like that she won. Don't be weird. It shouldn't be that hard of a concept.
Right.
It is. Everyone that I have had come on here, it's not like I have some big betting thing, but like I do make sure that y'all are like decent folks and are not going to come on here and say how much you want Maria to, pass away because she didn't vote for Charlie or something like that. Like, I trust y'all are, coherent human beings that can speak even when you're talking about people that you don't particularly enjoy, except for me. Like I will say, oh yeah, fuck off Ben Browning or Shannon or Russell Hands.
That's different.
Yeah. We're going to pause real quick because I'm going to update my list. Okay. So what I've been doing is throughout the day, I've been showing my ranking list now that I'm done. So in number 29, we've got Survivor Game Changers. It's a season that. So this is how I feel about Game Changers, and I've said this. This is not the first time that I've talked about Game Changers today. If they had just changed the name and not labeled it Game Changers, I feel like people would not have looked at it as poorly, because then it's just like, oh yeah, we're just watching a bunch of rando Survivor players that used to play, and of course there's like a few winners, and Saria's there too. Instead, you get Game Changers, so you're already starting off on the bad foot. A lot of the pre-merge boots are like where the entertaining characters are, which is fine because it happens in All Stars too. And I understand, like, people with big targets usually go home first. People with big names go home first. Once the Varner thing happens, the air kind of gets sucked out for a bit there, but it catches his feet. The two big problems with Game Changers gameplay-wise are, one, I don't care this time around watching because I know Sari's the one running the show and I know what's going to happen to Sari in the finale, and so I kind of check out there. Two, and this is, I would say, positive for me, but it's a negative if you're watching on TV, is I hate big moves. I hate that there's a narrative that you have to make big moves. And in Game Changers, everyone that made a big move got voted out the next round, which fully puts into, you people want your resumes and you want your big moves and all that. And you see what happens when you do that. I think that Sarah played it very well. Another thing that really sours the season for me is that final tribal that a lot of those people were really pissed off with Sarah, and they were really they're like laughing at her because she said she was making genuine bonds with them, and I'm like, why do you guys think that she's lying about that? You mean you guys are all out here playing the game? You know what this is. Game Changers is not boring by any means. It keeps my interest the entire time. But overall, it's still, not in my top half. It's just kind of a weak returnee season, and that's pretty much all it is. It's Cerie's best shot at winning since Micronesia, and it's still somehow she just can't. I guess it's just impossible. Yeah. She has to be playing the traders to win. Anyone have any thoughts on Game Changers? Did he freeze again?
I don't know. So I haven't seen that season since it aired, TBH. I haven't really bothered with it. I just remember that it's one of those seasons where it's just like, cool, there's another move made by somebody like one of the less notable people on the cast. Like, I mean, I would say it was. I know a lot of people don't. A lot of people I know don't like Sarah because of her beliefs off the show and whatnot, which is fair. I do think that the game that she played a really strong game, and otherwise, yeah, after the merge, the season's just like, oh, another one, okay, whatever. There wasn't a lot to really invest in entertainment wise. It's pretty. I agree that the theme really harmed it. There are some other if with newbie casts, there are themes that you can try to make work, and people are more willing to go along with it because we don't know the people. But especially it's with this season, it's like, these people aren't game changers, don't call them that. Or with with Caramone, it's like, those aren't fans and those aren't favorites. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Shamar seems like a very big fan of Survivor, so
totally.
Yeah. Can you all hear me good?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good, man.
Yeah, so I just switched over to my phone and turned my Wi-Fi off. Yeah, I think Game Changers is it's such a weird one. I think, like you said, I do think it's really harmed by having the Game Changers moniker on it. I definitely think that's really harmful for it. But also the cast is just weird. So you get Second Chance 3 seasons before that, which is just an incredible cast, top to bottom. Wow, y'all really went for it here. And then you're like, so I'm sure people were hungry for another returnee cast. Then you get an all returnee season. So your all returnee seasons in Survivor history are Second Chance, Heroes versus Villains, and All Stars at this point. And then you get Game Changers. And you're just like, why? Sierra Dawn Thomas, who was clamoring for her return? Hallie Ford, who was clamoring for the Hallie Ford return? And I think it's one of those moments where production's favorites, this was really more not All Stars. This was production favorites. Who are the people that we just like them? And so that's
why
you
get Ozzy for a fourth time.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Or I heard that apparently CBS forced them to put Ozzy on the cast. Apparently Jeff and everybody didn't actually want that to happen. I mean, to an extent, all seasons will have some element of being production's favorites, but this one was to a weirder and more extreme degree. I almost wonder if, because of that season, they were from then on more careful about doing returnee seasons. They
start bringing back 1 or 2 people, which is also, I'm just not a fan of that iteration of.
I guess Edge of Extinction happened, which was also kind of all over the place. But yeah, the only other full returnee season they've had since then was Winners at War, which is, I think, very different than any of the others. Yeah. It's weird. I don't really think about that season too much. It's there.
I think the problem I have with it more than anything is like it's not just that they brought back, it's a weird cast, but in the way the cast is formed, it's not just that All Stars, people don't like All Stars because they say the boot list, the big names go out early and you're left with some lesser characters. I kind of don't feel that way when I watch All Stars now because all of them are big names now, and Boston Rob, Amber, these people that at the time you're like, who? Now you're like, oh, these people are kind of like legends of the game in their own right. And so I don't. But what the problem with Game Changers is not to me the boot order. It's not that Tony goes out second and Malcolm goes out third and JT or something like that. The problem is that those people were set up for failure no matter what. Like it's almost hard to imagine Sierra, not Sierra Don Thomas, Sierra
Easton.
Sierra Easton, yeah.
Yeah, Sierra Easton. It's hard to imagine them actually going far in the game because it's like this cast was made almost to doom the people you like. Like Sandra, how is she supposed to get out of the this game is amazing from her because it's like,
yeah, this is Sandra fan fiction because she's in control until she gets that second swap happens. Sandra's in full control of the game, and I want to touch on what you like. I want to let you continue, but like I will always not. Sandra should have been the first person voted out of this season. They should have targeted her because she's now shown, hey, I've done this twice, and they still haven't learned their lesson, and she's 2 votes away from making the merge for a 3rd time.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It's like by doing that second swap and everything, you just feel like the second swap, the cast, and who knows, maybe if JT doesn't pull his weirdness at that one tribal council, it butterfly effect, Malcolm stays in the game, it doesn't flip power there. It's just, but again, the cast, it's just such a weird one. There's just no other way to say it. It's like there's so many other people from 21 through 34, but Karamoan also very weird cast. So it's like the one returning cast they nailed for in that whole time frame between 21 and 40 is the season the fans voted on. It's like it's, and even then there's some
wonder
why. Monica Padilla. Yeah, we get Monica Padilla.
Yeah, but it's like, you still get. Karamoan, I actually saw that, it's the one right before Game Changers. I really don't like it. Some people really like it. I actually, one of my least favorite seasons. And, so, Game Changers is just a weird one, but I'm glad to see it fall in here. I'm about to have to leave, but Andrew, it's been great. This was just so fun. I could stay and hang out here for 3 hours and keep talking about it. But I'm glad that I'll leave. Hunter and Q are still in the game, and they'll live on in my Survivor memory. Who from 46 do you think has the best chances of being brought back?
Q. Q's the lock.
But who else? Yeah.
Venus. Well, if she wants to do it again, which she may not, but who knows?
I feel like Charlie, but even then, like I'm not really clamoring for a Charlie one, but I feel like there might be other people that wanted. Venus, I feel like is someone that I feel like they might want to. Outside of that, the biggest question, there have been 2 big questions today, and you can scroll up at any point. The 2 big questions have always been Banu and Zelensky do they have any chance of ever coming back? And I've always said, and I've kept on saying, Zelensky, if they ever did a pre-merge versus post-merge game, he would be the one rogue first boot that's on that season.
Yeah.
They don't ever do that, but yeah, I'd say Q and Venus, Charlie, maybe even Liz. Just give me a lot of these folks.
I think Venus is less likely than you two. I think for me, only because I don't think she has made fans with production after the show. She's been, very vocal and lots of fights with the cast. But that's almost one of the reasons why I'd be interested in bringing her back in, let's say, 3 years for you were 21 at the time. And, I'd be interested. I like Venus, actually. I'm not sure. She's she's a good villain, I guess you'd say. I'm not on the show. But she's interesting. I think think she probably won't be. She doesn't seem to be very high on her experience on Survivor either, but she would say yes. I think Q is the only one that's like, yeah, this guy is almost a guaranteed lock. I think Charlie, the problem with Charlie, there's a lot of people in his archetype that's kind of like, okay, you're the nerdy white guy, law student. We've seen you 1,000 times. You're especially good. I'd be interested in, who knows, maybe season 55, if there was like second chance, but I'm not clamoring for it. I wouldn't be disappointed to see him again, but I'm not clamoring for it. So
yeah, I agree. They're like you could swap. If I think about other people they might put on instead, like I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they go with like Carson or I don't know Drew from 45 or someone. I wouldn't be surprised if they go with someone like that instead.
Yeah.
But who knows?
Yeah, I think 46 is going to be one, maybe even kind of like Gabon in some ways, where it's like this brought a lot of weird chaos and character moments, but actually you don't end up seeing quite as many returnees as you think, because you have to think season 50's returnee, 47, 48, 49 are going to loom very large in the collective mindset of like who to bring back and who not. And frankly, like 46 feels really big now, but Q's kind of the only standout, memorable, well, Venus as well, like consistent across the season. Whereas I think 45, even 44 has like a big three that are really memorable. And then maybe also like
Uh-oh. Has it happened again?
Yeah. Okay.
I think it may have
heard
happened again.
Q and Fran. Yeah.
42 really big. I don't know. It just seems to me there's a lot that I think have more interesting people. But I got to run. See you guys.
All right,
Later.
Skylar, thank you so much.
Yeah, to go off of that, I mean, I think a lot of it does depend on just do people remember 46 however long from now, because even there are like it is the most it is recent enough in my mind that I was able to like jumped back on this stream having not seeing what's been happening and was able to pick things up. But then again, like what I year from now, maybe not. I I anticipate it. I anticipate there'll be. I wouldn't be like if I had to put a number on it. I'm gonna say the over under is like we get 2 people back. Q is probably one of them.
Yeah, if you're talking new era Survivor, Q and Jesse, I'd say, are like the folks so far. I mean, there's a lot of people that I feel like have a very strong chance. I feel like those two are the folks. And I'm glad that you brought up the whole you don't remember a lot. And this is the 1,000th time that I brought this up today. So the finale of this happened 4 days before I started the marathon. So this should have been somewhat fresh in my head, and it's not. Like I started watching this morning, and I'm like, I don't remember. I won't say half the cast. There's a lot of pre-mergers that I did not remember, names or faces. Obviously, I remember Bono and Zelensky because how could you not? But yeah, this just ended in May, and I've already forgotten. I forgot the boot order. I think it's the boot order starting to come in the. I think I understand. I think I know where it is now.
Yeah.
I think so. Soda going home here. It would be Tevin, Hunter. I don't know, maybe Tiffany at some point.
Yeah, I think Tiffany is after Hunter. I mean, one thing that does help kind of keep it fresh in my mind. So I don't have a personal connection to any of the players the way like Skylar did as a Mississippian. But I did go to a couple of fan events while this season was happening. I did go. RHAP had this live taping in Chicago where I live, and a friend of mine had an extra ticket, so I did get to go to that. I believe that one I'm pretty sure was Venus's boot episode where that all happened, but I did get to I went to a Cubs game with a bunch of those with a bunch of really I want to say the majority of the 45 and 46 casts were there. And then there was an after party at this like at this bar afterwards. I was able to get photos with a handful of people, and like if that wasn't and so I think I will always like I had never done one of those with a big group of Survivor players before, so it was one of those so like that's one of the things I feel like I will remember personally. But aside from some of the things other things that actually happened during the season that we haven't already mentioned, like Jelinski, Banu, the Maria Charlie vote, the idols. Yeah, other than that, I don't know what I'm going to remember.
Like everyone knew that I was in love with Liz this season. Like to the point where my friends are like, so I didn't watch the Applebee's episode live. I was at trivia, and all of a sudden my phone starts blowing up. They're like, I hope you like Applebee's. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And I start to realize, okay, the people that are texting me, what do they all have in common? They all watch Survivor. They all know that I love Liz. So I'm okay. Something happened with Liz. That dealt with Applebee's. So I get home, I watch the episode, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it, I guess. And especially watching it today, again, after watching days, everything, I look forward to today so much because I got to see Liz on my TV again, and I tweeted out about it because it's true. And I think that I think either you or Skylar just brought up the fact that Liz really, like, as the character, really starts to be shown more in that previous episode. Oh shoot, I forgot to update. Okay, so we're on episode 8. Episode 8. We started this about 3 minutes ago, so 4:48 we'll go with. Starts at 4:48 p.m. EST. We are an hour 8 now. Jeez Louise, I cannot wait to be finished.
Yeah.
Oh, did I send that twice? Just going through the chat. So the chat was like blew up a lot this morning, which I was surprised by because I didn't think that anyone was actually going to wake up the ass crack of dawn to watch this with me. Thank you, appreciate it. All right, so Tweety, as I start to wrap, I mean, I've still got 5-6 hours left of this season. What are some of you? Because I gave a very hot take yesterday that like really ruffled some feathers or rustled some feathers.
Okay.
I said that Dee's winning game was better than Parvati's winning game. And I think people heard me say, I think Dee's a better player than Parvati. Whatever, like that's all subjective. What are some of your Survivor opinions that you feel like people might disagree with?
That is a great question. I'm trying to remember what. So responding that. So like going off of that. I mean, I do think things very much fell into place where like Dee got a really good was very in control of that whole game and got a very like easy not an easy path and like she didn't have to do anything to get there, but like in terms of like there weren't a lot of holes to pick there except mainly that final 5 round was just a mess where no one was doing anything right. In terms I mean I have to remind myself what in terms of what my hottest takes are, what the what the casual and hardcore fans think would be most outrageous. I mean, going off of the the whole Applebee's thing, and I do see who it looks like Liz commenting. Hi. But I mean, I do think it's always funny the way like whoever happens to be doing whoever is on any given cast, there's always somebody who has some story that's really tied into the season's incoming sponsors. I can, it's to an extent that, like, like when they've done like when they have brought Applebee's before, they've had Applebee's there before. Karishma had I don't even remember what the story was that she shared, but I know she had a really elaborate one. Or it's like they bring back Outback Steakhouse for Heroes versus Villains, where Sandra, of
Sandra's
course, is like,
husband.
my husband came home from war, and this is where we eat. This is where we eat, and I'm not necessarily alleging anything, but that is fairly suspicious to me. I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right. I see. I see where you're going with that now. I mean, for me, it's been the same thing since I started watching the show 25-ish years ago. You can't be robbed on a show like this. Like, I know there's this perception that, oh yeah, so and so is a robbed god or goddess or what have you, and it's like, all right, well, if we're all signing up to lie and do all of this, and there's these idols and this, that, and the other, at a certain point, just because a jury doesn't vote for you does not mean that you were somehow robbed of a win. It just means that the jury leave Liz alone. It just shows that, the jury preferred this person in the situation. The majority of the jury prefer, and I always go back to Samoa because I loved Natalie White's win that season because I don't like Russell Hantz. And I said this earlier, Eric Cardona is my favorite jury speech of all time because I, as a drinker, one, I can smell my own, and I can tell that Eric is piss drunk during that speech. But two, everything that he says, even though a lot of the stuff doesn't make sense, the how he says it with his chest and how he's trying to get to people's heads saying, hey, just because Natalie is looked at as this doesn't mean that we should discredit anything that, she's saying that she does. And I think that Russell Hantz is someone that just does not understand the concept of what this game is. So there's no way that he was ever going to win. I don't think you can be robbed. And so thank you. I appreciate the fact that someone that's actually been in the shit. And we, Abraham said the same thing earlier. Players that, other players that I have talked to in the past have said the same thing. I've rarely come across a player that has said anything different. This is like the fourth time I've told the Billy Garcia story tonight, but being Billy Garcia at the 43 finale, he's sitting there saying, Gabler's going to win. And I'm like, maybe. And we start downing shots. And after Gabler wins, I put me and Billy Garcia in my Snap story, and I sent out to everyone. I'm like, it's Billy Garcia's fault that Gabler won. And what I did not expect is for people to start texting me back saying, oh, well, Cassidy was robbed. It's like, okay, I was just putting a fun video of me taking shots with Billy Garcia talking about my Gabler, and you guys are coming at me talking about I don't particularly
that is more of that cult-like fandom behavior.
The cult-like fandom that has gotten, I'm telling you, they're just like Star Wars fans now, and it's insane how bad it has gotten in a lot of, like, I try to be as positive as possible with any Survivor player that I come across. I rarely bring up their seasons when I talk to them because I feel like they don't want to talk about that. I would rather just talk to them as a regular human being, which is what they are. The negative side of that is these people attacking straight up or showing up at people's jobs, all of that. And it's bothersome. It's weird that the fans have really turned into what they are now. Because, when Phil was on here earlier from the Specialist, we talked about how this sounds so weird, but the internet has been around long enough that at some point or another, the fandom could have gotten crazy. And it's funny to me that it took a pandemic and us coming back from a pandemic for the fans to immediately start going crazy and attacking every one of these players, whether they are the most beloved players. All of a sudden, they're going out saying, "Oh well, Hannah Shapiro posted a thing in her Snap story the other day, or her Instagram story the other day, of people still shitting on her for Millennials versus Gen X, and that shit happened 8 years ago, or something like that." Do you have any thoughts, Tweety?
I don't. I don't know. The one thing that I don't know if that is related at all is just the new the new fandom that came in after the pandemic, and the fact that, for example, on casts like, I noticed this especially with the 46 cast, was that it was mainly people who got into the show because of who got into the show during the pandemic, or it was or who talked. And I don't remember specific names, but from the preseason press, a lot of people were like, "Well, my husband or whoever is a fan, and then I became a fan, and then I was the one who got on the show." And I do. I feel like that got that. I mean, how that ties into just general craziness. General craziness, and whether the pandemic just fucked with people's brains a little bit too much, and whether everything happening in this country right now is making everyone just angrier at each other about everyday things like Survivor. It's a really weird and complicated question. I don't know. I think
you came in on. Yeah. We are currently talking about the crazy part of the fandom and how they've warped into Star Wars fans, which I'm fairly certain me and you talked about the other day. Right?
Probably. I would. Yeah, I feel like we've talked about that at least once or twice.
Okay, so before we move on, I do want to continue the updates. All right, what number are we at, y'all?
Game Changers is the last one you announced.
All right, so at number 28, we've got Survivor. We've got Survivor 43.
Perfect timing.
Alex and Luke from Idled Out came on for 43 a couple days ago, and it seemed like we were all kind of around the same vibe as far as our opinions on it. Ironically, a lot of that turned into how much the Facebook moms loved Gabler and the Twitter fans loved Cassidy, and how the roles were reversed for season 41, where the Facebook moms loved Xander and the Twitter folks loved Erica. Now, the only difference is, the Twitter moms for Xander tried to start a GoFundMe to get this kid $1 million because they felt so slighted at the fact that he didn't win. Owen actually commented on the video for 43. I liked Owen, and I talked about this earlier. We didn't give him as many flowers as we should have that episode, because I feel like we did dwell a lot on the fan base, because that season did get a lot of backlash from a large portion of the fan base. But for me, what did I say? 28 is Survivor 43, and we're now getting into territory where a lot of these things could be mixed up, and I'm just going based off of watching it like this, watching it through 46 days. I just kind of put things in place of how they make me feel throughout that day, and how I haven't really changed much throughout it. 43, I think that it's continues a very strong trend of casting since 41. I don't think that there's ever been a bad cast in this new era. I do feel like there's some casts that I forget a pre-merger or two, and like that happens. I'm not one of these crazy super fans that remember, people's star signs and all the colors of the Survivor buffs and everything. I remember people's names and usually placements. Where we all start, Alex, I already know your thoughts on 43. So I want to get to you for a different question. Tweety, what were your thoughts on 43?
43, I mean, it's somewhat, I mean, in a way, it's not that far off from how I feel about 46, actually, in that it's got, like, a handful of people who I remember, like, of course, Jesse, I remember very well. The, I, it, like, the move against Cody was a very memorable and impactful thing. A lot of kind of what happened in like person by person, it's a pretty all right cast, but it doesn't full for me like really lead up to much of anything. With the debate at the end, I do remember being like, okay, well, Jesse's the only one who I would like. It feels like should win based on what we're seeing. But I also sense that like, okay, he probably will lose in fire, so then it's like I sort of, I mean, I surround myself with mainly the Twitter types who are like very defensive of, say, like the under the radar female archetype, which was represented by Cassidy in this case. So I was like, okay, I sort of internalized that, and I was like, okay, I guess Cassidy, cool, I guess. And then when Gabler ended up beating her, I was just like, oh, I wasn't necessarily mad at it. I was just like, um, I guess cool, you know, um, it is one of those seasons that I feel like shows that yeah, just making big moves does not necessarily work. And if everyone's doing that, then a lot of the times you will get a result with like the three of the less three of the less high win equity people getting to the end, and then it's for the fans that's comparatively
I think me, Alex, and Luke all said it was Gabon-esque as far as I mean, it's better. I'll say it like this: the final three of 43 is a lot better than Gabon because all three of them know how to defend themselves.
Yeah.
I feel like they all put on a great showing. Ask as far as you in a million years are not going to guess that it's these three that make it to the end, and at that point, it does kind of become okay. Well, who are we standing as fans, and who are these people that are sitting on the jury, the ones that actually matter? Who are they going to pick? We've got one more person joining us. I told everyone in the chat because at one point, everyone had been coming in one at a time throughout the day, and everyone's like, "Oh, why is only one person?" I'm like, "Everyone's at work. I'm the only one that's not working during the summer." So we've got Jake. Jake, I'm going to get to you in just a second. Alex, I want to ask you a question. Are you allowed to have survivor crushes?
Am I allowed to have survivor crushes? Yeah. I mean, sure. I don't. My girlfriend has survivor crushes. That's what you're asking.
As a newer fan as a person that's just getting into watching more of the seasons, who have stood out to you as a crush of yours in the earlier seasons?
Oh, in the earlier seasons?
Well, the seasons that you have watched.
It's tough because I don't like when I was watching the earlier seasons, I wasn't really like watching them because of that. I think I was just watching the
obviously, I don't watch them because of that.
I know. I'm just saying. I feel like the person that's had like the most like lasting impact on like I really enjoyed them. I want to like see them again. Kelly from Africa. And I was always like really upset. And I was always really upset with the way that she got out because it was
because Lex is a baby.
Stupid man's
fault. Because Lex is a baby, yeah, and Lex doesn't change much in All Stars, but I won't go down that tangent again. Jake, as I've alluded to you all day, and I'm glad that you're finally here.
Yeah.
You are not high on this season at all.
No.
Which I've kept it in for a very long time. Why? And keep in mind, I think you're sitting with at least two fairly big fans. I'm fine. But what is it about this season that doesn't do it for you?
I think just the cast. I feel like the cast, like they were deliberately trying to cast people who were bad at Survivor to be on this season. I mean, you get a bunch of people like Jelinski, like Banu, who arguably should not be be in the season, and they are just set up to be those early boots. And one thing with the new era is they're setting up one tribe to be that train wreck tribe. Like they want one tribe to just lose over and over again, and they've done it for 6 seasons in a row, basically. So it just sucks for that reason, and like there's multiple other reasons, but I just didn't like the cast as much as other seasons, and so it just and like how multiple people didn't play their idols because they just.
I mean, I felt like that added for me. That added to the what would be the word? The unpredictable nature of what was going to happen next. I understand that, like, yeah, it sucks that happened like that, but I felt it made it more entertaining. Like, oh, after a while, it became a meme of its own. Of maybe next week someone actually will play something the correct, or will play something. Period. And when it doesn't, it's like, okay, well, they're not going to let this happen again. It's Buffalo Bills syndrome of, okay, well, surely in 4 years, they're going to pull off one of these Super Bowl wins because they've gone to the Super Bowl for 4 years in a row, and it doesn't happen like that. Jake, I think the big thing for me was I think you had 46 at the bottom of your list.
I have it third worst. It's above Thailand and Island of the Idols.
Wow.
Which is, why is it not as good as Redemption Island or Worlds Apart or Nicaragua?
Well, so I think I like a couple people on those seasons, like Nicaragua. I am a Marty Piombo fan. Redemption Island was my first season ever somehow that got me into the show, so I have at least some connection to it, but I still think it's a bad season. Like, I'm not gonna like sit here and defend Redemption Island,
okay.
But yeah.
Alex, what's
Yeah, I just gotta head off though. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right, Alex. Thank you. All right. That's fair. That's. I said this at the beginning of this. Like what you like, don't be a dick, and all that. Right. And you have like, I've never like actually come at you with that kind of stuff because everyone's gonna have their opinions.
God forbid.
Yeah, God forbid people have opinions on the show. And I think that the reason, and I mentioned this to Tweety earlier, and the reason, with you, I do pick and choose who I want to have on during this whole process. And I really didn't want to have anyone on that I felt like was going to be overly problematic or just say things that are just inherently false. Right. And even if I disagreed with them, and there's a lot of people that I disagree with that I've had on because it adds to fun banter to it. Right. And I feel like, someone that reached out to me when I was doing 42 and 42 a few years ago, I could have, I was glad that we were able to touch base because I do feel like you've been a great asset to both of these, and hopefully both of y'all come back for 50 in 2 years. Yeah. And I'm really thankful to that both of y'all have been able to come around, even though yes, I disagree with the 46 thing, but it's all right. Like it's fine. Yeah, as long as you have Thailand as your number one, then we're all good.
Yeah. I will to respond to what you said, Jake. I will say, I mean, I agree. I do agree that 46 was a lower level of gameplay. There's I think there was a lot of people who didn't. There's a lot of very questionable stuff happening in terms of what people were doing. I would say that kept it from I would say that didn't make it a bottom tier season for me. I still thought there was a lot of entertaining individual stuff along the way, but it's not going to be one of those this is I never thought to myself this is really peak Survivor. It just felt like, okay, another very wacky sort of version of what we had been getting with New Era Survivor.
Yeah. All right. So update. We are about 26 minutes into episode 8. We are 8 hours and 40 minutes into the live stream.
I should hop off, by the way.
All right, Tweety. Thank you so much for stopping in to say hey.
This is as always. This has been a blast.
Thank you. We'll talk again soon, man.
Later.
Jake, you're just in time to hear my number 20. What was the last one I did? Oh, number 27. So at number 27, let's see. We've got this season, number 27. We've got Survivor 41. Survivor 41 is very nostalgic for me. I talked about it a couple of days ago. I remember where I was when the season aired. I remember what I was doing. I remember just everyone in that. And yes, will 41 potentially drop the next time I do this? Yeah, whatever. But right now, for me, I remember the cast because I remember when the cast was announced how much I just wanted to care about everything going on Survivor-wise because of all the bullshit we had just gone through, the previous year. And for me, watching it this time, I was looking for the Erica edit. And, it's very apparent from the beginning, hey, these people are trying to throw challenges to get rid of this woman. They keep calling her a threat. There is a situation in the final where Xander is so sure that Erica has no chance at beating him. It's like, well, you're a fool. And the jury kind of says, hey, I feel like, outside of Ricard, Erica was the threat left in that game. And the fact that she was able to just sit at the end, didn't have to do fire or anything and just had to sit at the end, I think that is a credit to her as the game player. And yes, she falls into the Alexis Jones category of we keep hearing that this person is a threat. We're not seeing it, but we know that the players that are out there are saying it, which means they have no reason to lie about it, which means it's probably true. The light can finally come on. What do you think about 41?
Well, so I know when we did 42 and 42, I was on for 41. I had my thoughts there. I think maybe with time, whenever I go rewatch the New Era at some point, then maybe my opinions on 41 will go up slightly. But I think it was just the editing at the time and just the production stuff, because production screwed up 41 more than the players did. The cast is good. It could have been just shown better. And it's not, like you said, it's not like they didn't give Erica credit from the other players. We didn't see them giving her credit with her own edit and what she was saying, because we didn't get to hear her talk about her game really until towards the end of the game. So hey John.
Hello.
I just did my 27th season at Survivor 41. John, do you have any thoughts on 41?
41 was never going to live up to anyone's expectations. We're coming off of Winners at War, which was an incredibly hype season. Plus, we're coming off a year off from Survivor. So no matter what they did, it was never going to live up to anything. I haven't revisited any of the New Era since they originally aired at this point. So I'm really interested to hear your thoughts on those seasons, Andrew. But unfortunately, it was just an instance of Survivor trying to do too much when all they had to do was give us the tried and true formula because we had been without it for a year.
Yeah, I think that's, and I've talked about this a lot over the last few days, especially talking in the New Era, how the signs of all of these advantages and all these twists start pre-40. They start around 30, 31, where it's like, oh, we're going to add this time, or we're going to do this time, or we're going to have 2 tribe swaps during this season. And then I think it all just came to a head at 41. And at 41, here you go. But we're not going to do both swaps. We're just going to give you all these twists. We're going to give you all these advantages, and we're just going to see what you can do. Like 26 days does not bother me. What bothers me about it is you're adding all of this in a short amount of time that everyone kind of feels rushed to do certain things, and it speeds it up in a way that you feel bad for them, and it doesn't help that they are trying to starve them now because, hey, if you're going to play 26 days, we want to make it harder for you. So you're not allowed to have food. You can't have flint. You can't have a machete. None of that unless you win this first challenge. Overall, like I said, 41 is 30 or 20, whatever on this list. I would say that watching it this time around, I am still wearing it with nostalgic goggles. But by the time I do 50 and 50, maybe it'll change. Now we have Julia. See everyone in the chat. Once again, I told you people would just be hopping in. John,
Some people work, Andrew. Some people work.
I know. I told the people, they were like, "Oh yeah, why has there only been one person that's been in here?" I'm like, "Because everyone's at work." I'm like, we are on the endurance challenge of episode 8 of season 46. We are 8:45 into the stream. Liz Wilcox showed up in the chat, so like my life is complete.
Oh, nice.
We had Abraham come on earlier. We've had Phil, Brian, we've had Tweety, Randy, Skylar, and now we have Alex, and now we have the three of you. Once again, y'all, thank you so much for hopping on for the seasons that you did. Julia, I'm 146 right now. And I do want to talk. I want to get your thoughts on 46. What did you think?
My thoughts are, I only watched one episode of 46, and it's the random merge New York City party you dragged me to.
Wait a minute, that was it?
Because it was boring.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, you're so you're team Jake.
That's take.
Yeah, you're team Jake, right? John, how about you?
I adore season 46. And I think the way it all ended up breaking out in the end, I think this is a season that, yes, it drags a bit in that 2-episode arc where we have the Banu story in the pre-merge. But other than that, this is one of the most chaotic and entertaining casts we have had ever in Survivor, not just in the new era. And it was electric. It was so much fun to watch because you never knew what was going to happen. There was so much chaos going around. This was essentially Gabon with the people liking each other just a little bit more and knowing how to play the game just a little bit better. But I always say when it comes to Survivor, I don't want to see seasons where people are steamrolling. Like, yes, I enjoy One World probably more than most people do because I do think it is this great example of how Kim plays the game. But I don't want to see that. I'd rather see a bunch of people on very equal footing and playing the game, whether they're good at the game or bad at the game. If they are all generally the same skill level, they are going to provide excellent entertainment. And when you mix that with fantastic characters like 46 does, you just have a recipe for success.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Emily, thank you for joining. Your message just popped up on my phone.
I know. I should have given you more of a warning. That's my bad. Hey guys, who are you people? Hello.
Emily, well, I guess we'll start with you with this question. So, out of the five players that have voted out with an idol in the season, which is the most egregious? I love that word. Which was the most massive blunder?
Ooh, okay, hold on. Okay, it's been a minute since I've watched this season now. I feel like we've lived so many lives since then. Give me, okay, so what's the roster of everyone who's lost them? I have to make sure I rank them in order of importance.
So Hunter, Tiffany, Q, Venus and Jem.
I don't know. I'm torn. My heart's torn because I feel like Hunter was one of those people who truly had he was one of those people where I was like, well, if he played that one just that one time, he probably would have made it to the final 3 at that rate because he's just like Mr. Wilderness, you know? But Tiffany, like hers really broke my heart. You know, I really felt like she was just one of those people that really, like, socially really could have had the world by storm. You know, that's how I feel.
Okay. I mean, anyone else want to answer the question? Julian saw Hunter get voted out with it. That's the episode that she saw. So.
I'll say Q, because I mean, I think Q and Hunter both knew that their names were out there and still didn't play their idols. Like, if I hear my name's out there, I have an idol, I might just play it just to ensure that I'm not getting voted out with it in my pocket. It's literally the last one of the last times you can play it, and he just didn't play it when he knew his name was out there. So.
See, I actually kind of defend Q not playing his idol in this situation because of how close he was with Maria in that instance and the agreement they had, right? Like, he was at a point where he was like, if one of the two of us win the next immunity idol or the next immunity challenge, I can play this for the other one, and we both make it to Final Four. And I understand that logic there. Is it putting the cart before the horse? Sure. I think the most egregious one is Venus by far. Because by that point, you have seen two other people blindsided with Q as the decoy vote, and you're still getting the Q's the decoy vote here. Like, it makes no sense. And especially because Venus had been that person who it was very clear from an early point was the easy vote for people just to agree to vote out. And as much I love Venus, I think she was a phenomenal character. I think she was kind of that over strategic player here who's like screaming at the clouds and is trying to present logic to everyone when everyone's just kind of vibing and having a good time. It's frustrating. But the point of the matter is, like, Q's out there as, you know, oh, let's get rid of Q. Let's get rid of Q. At what point do you have to look at Q and be like, is this man ever winning the game? And like, there's been some, you know, discussion about whether or not the perception on the island was he could win the game. But if that's the case, if Q can win the game, doesn't that mean you could probably win the game too if everyone hates you too? Like, you have to think of it that way. And one of the biggest mistakes people make in Survivor is not realizing surviving a vote can win you the game. Like, all you have to do is survive one for the tables to turn, especially in the new era where you don't have 3 days between each immunity or each tribal council to reposition yourself and everything. I think one of the biggest detriments of this 26 days is that people don't get a chance to adjust to blindsides and accommodate new information they're given. If you look at 45, when Caleb goes home, he has like 10 hours to like adjust, and it's a split tribal council, so he's like in a completely new scenario that he can't really get himself out of after using his shot in the dark, right? So in this, it's like you just have to assume when the game's going this quickly, people are going to take the path of least resistance. Venus should have realized that was her at that point.
Emily, we never get a chance to talk about this season.
We did.
What did you think about it?
So, okay, so I honestly, I jumped into the tail end of the conversation of Banu. First of all, a hot take, I eat Banu up. I thought that he, like, I don't know if he would have gone the distance per se as a competitor, but as a character, he gives me like very much like Chet, but like with a bigger personality vibes. Like if his personality was on fire, you know, he's just someone who like I feel like everyone would really gravitate to.
But anyway, Chet?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking about Chet earlier, as I normally do every day. But you know how like people just remember Chet. Like I feel like people are just gonna kind of remember Banu. Like, you know what I mean?
That is true.
I really liked this season. Like for me, I think that it's going to go down as that season that really caused like a bigger waves. Like, so for me, like no one's going to second guess, if they should play an idol, they're going to play it. I think it's going to cause a little bit more of that impulsivity, which I'm really excited to see come 40 several. Am I right? Sorry, I had to. What else did I want to say? I really hope the casting, they finally have it down to a T. I've been mentioning that like earlier. Like I think they were kind of trying to find their footing at the start, like really looking for super fans, but like a super fan doesn't make the show. I think that it's more like it's more of being a fan, but also being the competitor, so it's really hard to find that balance. And I think they've really found that as well. So like For me, 10 out of 10, eating it up. I love the season. Also, I love it because I did sorry, I'm still talking. I did a fantasy league this year. There was 24 people on it, and guess who came in first? Me. It was really exciting. So that's why I
brought that up earlier. I brought it up about 6 hours ago.
Really?
Yeah, because Kenzie was getting a lot of content, and I'm like, I think Emily picked her. Or if she didn't pick her, she said that she was going to win.
Heck yeah, I picked her. Heck yeah, I did.
And it's so funny because you brought up Banu, and everyone's kind of brought up Banu, and I'll bring up this conversation that I had with myself 4 or 5 hours ago. The first 4 hours of the Banu show were not fun, and it didn't help that in that time I had one person join in the middle of it. And Phil thankfully joined the episode after Banu got voted out, so I was able to shoot the shit with him for a bit.
How cool!
Banu on a rewatch, it's
theatrical.
It only becomes annoying during the Randon medevac episode.
Yeah,
because I went on this tangent already, but there were 10 minutes left in that episode when Jeff shows up on the beach.
Right.
He'd already gotten a lot of Banu content up to that point because he's already ratted out everything that's going on in his tribe. We get there. Randon is evac with 5 minutes left in the episode. And then Jeff goes to the Purple Tribe and is telling him, hey, you guys don't have to go to Tribal. And we get 3 different Banu confessionals and 1 Q confessional in that time frame. And it's like, why don't we need all of this? And then is where the nail kind of went in the coffin for me, is when he's on his knees begging Tiffany not to vote him out. And I'm just like, I don't get it. I don't get it. But it's thankfully it goes away after episode 4, and I can carry on the season. And the season does. For me, it picks up. That picks up for me the second Mergatory episode, because now we get 2 Mergatory episodes instead of 1. It really picks up for me there. John, if you had to pick a couple people from the season to come back for 50, who would it be?
I slam dunk Q. Q number 1, easy Q. He is one of the best characters we've ever had on Survivor. I think he is so entertaining. He is so crazy, and just, he could go anywhere. They one of the craziest things about Q is, despite the fact that he seems to be rubbing everyone the wrong way, you could still see that winner potential in him. And I think he has gotten this out of the way and can kind of focus in a game. And I'm really interested to see how he would play a second time. I think it would be really interesting. I think Charlie, it would be very interesting coming back after losing so closely at the end of this season. That is someone who I think has a lot to prove, especially because from an edit standpoint, he had a great edit. He had, I would dare say, a winner's edit going in, which is great because it's fun when you get to the end and you don't know who's going to win.
There's no such thing as winner's edit.
No, not at all. But that's the thing, is it's edited in a way where it's you could see the potential of him winning, and then we were all thrown for a loop when the results of those votes came in. But I think the 2 of them, I think Venus again, Venus again, one of my favorite characters this season. I think she's just this brand of villain we haven't had for a long time. And when we go back and we look at, the type of archetype she fills, it was something that Survivor strayed away from for a while. And now we get back there. And I also think Maria comes in as this clear front runner in the finale. And, the writing's on the wall. She's gone as soon as she loses that final immunity. But that's another one of those big what if stories, right? If she gets to the end, does she win the game? Or is there something going on? Especially because there does seem to be some animosity between her and Charlie. So I think when you look at towards the end of this game, there are just so many characters. Tiffany, also phenomenal game player. Would love to see her back. I think season 46 is one of those ones that makes a returning season, like the impending 50, so difficult to cast. because you can't oversaturate. We've seen that with almost all of our returnee seasons where they have that one season, usually right before, that takes up a lot of slots in it. People from 46 are going to get snubbed, and people are not going to be happy about it.
I agree with you. They're going to get snubbed for 50. I think that there's, let's say Survivor goes on until at least 75. I think that 46, 45, and 42 have a very big chance of getting a fair few of their people brought back in there. For 50, I do feel like 46 might catch the most snubs. It might just be Q, which, like, I'm fine with that. Like, Q is the character. But similar to like Australian Outback, where Australian Outback, I think it still has the record for most people that have come back from the season because it's half of the cast.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
and then I think the next ones would be what?
Cagayan
with 6.
Yeah.
I think that there are a fair few of these new era seasons that could fall into that category. And I really think that because of COVID, and I brought this up earlier, David versus Goliath is probably the one that's always going to be snubbed the most because, yes, I feel like there's going to be at least 1 or 2 people from that season on 50, but I don't think past that they're going to get many more than 2 people coming back for another returnee season. David versus Goliath, when it first came out, you could make a case for damn near half of that cast, but if we're being realistic, 8 of them, and now I feel like we probably get 3 or 4 of them. Which sucks, and I know that has nothing to do with anything other than the world ended, so we kind of had to. But I even feel like the thing with 50 is, and someone brought this up earlier, if they're going to put a title on it, it better not be Game Changers-esque. Because if you put a title like Game Changers on a season, you better hope that everyone on that cast is mostly looked at as a game changer. If you do something like Legends or anything that has a title that everyone that's watching is going to look at and say, hey, this is everyone that is here falls into this category, you better hope that the cast that they have fit into that. Because even Second Chances, yes, the fans voted on it, and Second Chances I love, this, that, and the other. When you look at the ballot, though, it's like, okay, I feel like they're grasping at straws with a few of these, but it doesn't matter because T-Bird's going to make the cast, because that's crazy if T-Bird doesn't make the cast. Shane's going to make the cast, because it'd be insane if Shane doesn't make the cast. No. And then so when people are like, oh, yeah, it's people just didn't remember T-Bird or Shane. It's like, and they remember Jeff Varner and Monica, like, relax. That's
it's
horrible
a media presence, right? Like that's the thing with a fan vote is it's whoever has the most pull on social media.
Yes. Okay. Just doing a quick update. We are 50 minutes into episode 8, so I think they're going to tribal now. This will be the Tevin boot.
Yeah.
Correct? Okay, so this will be the Tevin boot. And then we start our bang, 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 bang of people getting voted out with idols. The episode that me and Julia went and watched in New York City was the Hunter vote out, and a fair few of them were rooting for Hunter to survive. For me, it was always, as long as it's not Liz, I don't give a shit who gets voted out. Y'all, so this, I've had water, I've used the bathroom once, and I had 2 sandwiches today. At this point, I'm probably not going to get up and do anything else. So I'm in it for the next, what did I say, episode 8. So what do I have? 5 more episodes? So I've got about 5-ish more hours to go. I'm not burnt out yet, which is insane. I should be, but what do we want to talk? Oh no, I know what we need to talk about. I need to go ahead and say what you're going to say.
I was going to ask you, because you're probably one of the only person who has watched one of these like hour and a half seasons on a binge at this point. How's it feel in a binge compared to the hour-long episodes?
God, it's so bad. It's so hard because, well, so yesterday I forgot that they were 90-minute episodes, and thankfully, instead of 43-minute episodes without commercials, it's an hour and 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So I'm still able to finish in a reasonable amount of time. What I really started thinking about, though, is today. It's like today I can't take any breaks, and I have to just watch this all the way through. And it's exhausting because the first 2 episodes are 2 hours.
Right.
So the first 2 episodes are 2 hours, and so then I didn't zone out for any of it because I'm looking at a camera, and if someone hops in, I don't want to look like I'm bored. And it's not because of the season; it's just because when you binge watch it like this, it becomes a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It becomes a lot, and so yeah, I would say that I'm not looking forward to 50 and 50 because I'm going to have to spend the last 5 days watching 90-minute episodes. But that's why I'm taking a break next summer and, having a personal life for once.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to get to the next thing on the list. So this will be number 26. So at 26, there we go. We've got Survivor Edge of Extinction, which for me is underrated, underappreciated from a cast standpoint. I think from a cast standpoint, I really enjoyed most of the people here. I know that people like the claims the Rick Devens show, but like it isn't. I feel like Victoria pre-merge is a lot of fun. She kind of falls, behind at the merge. I feel like Ron is a fun villain. He's a very fun villain, and the fact that he's able to get voted out with grace, whatever that means. I feel like Reem on the Edge adds obviously a lot of entertainment to it. I think that Big Wendy is a very fun character. I don't consider you raising the sail as a quit, but whatever. And I feel like Chris Underwood, and don't worry, I'm not going to say some crazy take. I feel like the defense for Chris Underwood is always going to be he did exactly what he had to do to win the game in the season that he was in, and that is something that Natalie Anderson couldn't do. Chris Underwood played 12 days or whatever, but a win is a win, and he did what he had to do. He took Rick Devens to the fire. Edge of Extinction. You guys have thoughts?
Yeah. So I have this season in the teens in my season rankings. I think for me it's like 17 or 18 or something. If I had to pick like a train wreck season where just wild stuff happens, I would probably pick Edge of Extinction. I think part of that is also like you have returning players in here with the newbies, but the newbies like are actually get all their attorneys out. Like their newbie cast is pretty smart. Like I think this, like you said, Drew, I think this is a really strong cast. So, and I don't think if they didn't get all the returning players out, I think then maybe that would show maybe their weakness as a cast. But since that happens, it shows off how good of a cast it is.
John?
I love Edge of Extinction. I think this is one of the most, like you said, I think this is one of the most underappreciated seasons. I just looked at my Survivor rankings. I currently have it ranked at 27. I don't think I've updated this since the last time I watched the season. And I think it is much higher. I think it's actually pretty close to like a top 15 season, like where you have it, Jake. Maybe even higher. This is a season that is on first watch, as you're watching it live, has that kind of a foul taste to it because it's like, is Chris a good winner? I don't know. Did he really play the game? He did have to play the game. And like, yeah, we could say he played the game for 12 days. He didn't. He played the game for 39 days because the Edge of Extinction is still part of the game. And that's the big thing. You can only play the game that is presented to you, right? You can only play with the subset of rules that are there. There are phenomenal characters from top to bottom in this. War Dog. Like, I don't know how we get a character like the War Dog on our screens, but we did. And he's so entertaining. We have the story of like the Lesu tribe, and that entire post-merge is wild. Things going all over the place. some phenomenal live tribal councils, which I know is kind of, a taboo word when it comes to the Survivor fandom nowadays, but this season has the best of them. It has people to root for. It has people to root against. It has people, again, as we're closing in on the end of this season, you're not sure who's going to win. There are so many potential winners, and it's great. Yes, there's a front runner in Devins, but dude was also voted out of the game and came back in. Like, is he still going? Like, if he had gone on to win, would he have still gotten the flack that Joe got, or that Chris got? I don't think so. Also, Chris went on to the Challenge USA and won afterwards. Like, this is a man who clearly is a competitor and knows has what it takes to win reality TV. And let me tell you, he was one of my favorite people on that season. Just watching him play, he's fantastic. And it's a shame that because of the proximity to Winners at War, he wasn't able to come back for it. Because his casting on it would have spoiled the season, so they couldn't bring him back for it, unfortunately. He figured out the edge, he figured out the twist, and he did exactly what he needed to do to win the game. We can't condemn a man for playing the game with the rules of the game.
Yeah. And not even that, I forgot that he almost wins the first battle back. If Keith doesn't put all those things on Chris at that first battle back, Chris probably comes back instead of Devins, and then we're off to the races the other way. And your point about if Devins wins, do people get? I use the same exact excuse because I say, oh yeah, if Ozzy comes back in South Pacific, or if Tina comes back in Pearl Islands, or Burton, or not Pearl Islands, Burton, Pearl Islands, Tina in Blood versus Water, would people treat that as they treated Chris? And I would say no. I don't think that they would do that. I don't know what it is about Chris. Because Chris doesn't even come off as hateable in the season.
No, he comes off as quite a likable guy in the long run of things.
And I think that he, big moves and all this stuff. And I've said when I had Alex and Luke from Idled Out on for 43, I talked about how there are only two winners in the history of the show that really did all of the big moves and still won the game. And it's Tony and Kagayan and Chris and Edge of Extinction, because he came in the game and he came back into the main part of the game and did all the big moves in order to put himself in a situation, his best chance at winning the game. And I do think that Gavin did pretty well. I think Gavin played well. I think because he kept trying to attack the Edge while they were there, during Final Tribal, you're kind of antagonizing your entire jury here because you didn't have to do it. Read the room. We all just live there. Don't shit on what we just said. Edge of Extinction has a great cast, in my opinion. I wasn't thrilled with the twist, but as you said, the twist is still part of the game. It's not like they went home and then came back. Yeah, that would have been okay. I would have been against that. That would have been weird.
I think one of the things with the Edge of Extinction that I find fascinating, once I remember what it was again, because I had it there and then I crossed my mind there. What was it? I don't know. I will think of it again. I promise.
Okay, they're voting now. Thank goodness. Why did Soda gave Tevin a look? No, Soda gave Q a look. All I saw was the skin.
Wait, Soda's still there?
No, she's on the jury. She's on the jury.
Oh, on the jury. Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
Let's see how much time is left in this one. We got 4 minutes left in this one. The finale.
I remember my thought now.
Okay, go ahead.
So the thing that with the Edge of Extinction that I don't think a lot of people understood going into the finale of that season, the people on the edge cannot disclude someone who went to the edge because that means they have no chance of winning the game.
Yeah.
So the game mechanic itself makes you have to consider the person who comes back,
Mhm.
unless you're like, well, if I came back, I guess you shouldn't have voted for me either. And I think we see that a little bit more when we get into Winners at War and the Edge returns. But like that's the philosophy you have to take in there. Of course, you have to be willing to vote for the person who comes back. Otherwise, there's no point in the Edge existing in the first place.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then of course there will be the smartass that says, "Yeah, you're right. There's no point to the Edge existing in the first place." It's like, yeah, okay, but it does.
Yeah.
but it does. Which twist was worse, Edge extinction, or when they brought back the previous players in the super early seasons? The
Outcast twist.
The Edge, because they try to kill them out there.
The Edge, in my opinion, is worse than the Outcast twist. I actually really like the Outcast twist as a concept. So,
I think one of the things that make us think the Edge is a worse twist is how much time the Edge took up in the edit of this season,
which I actually enjoyed this time around.
Yeah, I mean, you get like this interesting, harrowing conversation. I mean, obviously you have Reem go. I don't think there's a more perfect person to be the person on the edge of extinction the entire season than Reem Daly. She just delivers with that bitterness she has for literally every person who comes, but also that, desire to keep going despite being there the entire time. Reem Daly has played probably the hardest game of Survivor that anyone has played in American Survivor, hands down. And it's so entertaining watching her journey. And yeah, she rubs people the wrong way. And not everyone will really appreciate what she can bring to the screen. But she has that type of persona where if this was Keith there from the beginning, and like nothing against Keith as a character or anything like that, it wouldn't have held the same weight that having Reem there all the way through, talking to every single, especially once we get into the merge and the rest of the Lesus start coming in, like that's the moment where Reem really starts shining again on the edge, because she's just like leaning into them and how much they voted her out when it was like 20 days beforehand.
Yeah,
she's still sitting in it. Well, and what's funny about when they comparing the two, like the Outcast twist and Edge, is when the Edge, when the players are coming back, Jeff says to the people that are in the game before the first time, every now and then in Survivor history, there's things that are like, and it's like, and things you've never seen before. And then he says, "Come on in," and they all stroll in, and I'm just like, no, they did that in Pearl Island. It's like the exact same thing. They all march in together. I found that weird. It's the revisionist history once again, because the other part of revisionist history in that season is when War Dog is talking about how in every other returnee season, if there's a returnee there, they sit at the end. And he goes to name every season that has a returnee on it, with the exception of Guatemala, because even War Dog doesn't remember Guatemala.
At least it's still like is in line with what he's saying, though.
Yeah.
The other thing about War Dog is, for me, if your name's going to be War Dog, you should be some type of physical threat. The throwing meme is so it's so fun. All right, I'm just typing in episode 9. Okay, starting episode 9 at 5:52 p.m. EST.
Well, with that, Andrew, I actually need to get going. So,
okay, John, thank you so much, man.
Oh, of course. Always a pleasure. Looking forward to joining you once again for 50 and 50.
Yeah. Follow John on the Specialist. Phil plugged earlier, but follow John on the Specialist. They're doing phase 4 now.
Phase 5.
Phase 5. Yeah, because you guys
finally
did
at the end. The end in sight.
You did Quantum Mania. Jake's covering the X-Men movies at this point, right?
Yeah. We're doing Deadpool 1 and 2 the next couple weeks, right before Deadpool and Wolverine. So,
all right. So, John, thanks so much, man.
Thank you very much. Everyone, enjoy the rest of 46. This the ride at this point is where it starts getting really fun.
I agree. Jake, comment. Does it start to get funner?
I'm not as a fan of this, but
yeah, I didn't get a chance to talk to Liz while she was here, sadly.
Oops.
But no, that was great. All right, so this is the Hunter episode.
My winner pick.
Really?
He was my winner pick, and then like I was just like, as soon as this boot episode happened, and I was like, is Hunter really not gonna play his idol? And I was just, yeah, no, I was very disappointed.
That's fair. I don't know where I had him in my preseason. I know my winner pick, I think it was either Mariah or Soda. And they pretty much go back to back ish.
Right.
And then after a while, I think I was pulling. I mean, once the season started, I was pulling for Liz, but like, I knew once Q found his idol, he was toast. I didn't think that was the case. I thought at some point someone was going to
play it correctly.
Well, not even play it correctly, just play it.
Yeah.
Which I guess which would be worse, playing it incorrectly or not playing it at all?
Playing it incorrectly, like if you know your name is out there, like even if you're not getting the majority of the votes, I would still say that's better than going home with it in your pocket.
Yeah, I feel like that was a softball question. But what can you do? I'm 9 hours and 20 minutes to this. I'm at the point where I've asked the same questions and I've talked about the same things, and most of them aren't even 46 related. I've had so many discussions today on the fan base that I think there was like 2 episodes where I just didn't talk about it. Jim making your tribe dig through the tree was kind of fun. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I guess we can do another season. Let's see what's next. What's next is, so I did Edge of Extinction. Okay, so number 25. Here we go. This season. Number 25 is Survivor 44. For me, I like Kumbayas. I don't need to come with Kumbayas every season. I think that 44 and 45 back-to-back being Kumbaya was fine with me. I really liked that even though they were all playing the game hard, they still respected each other. I do feel like the pre-merge it wasn't horrible, but I did like turning it on the other day. I did forget that some of those people existed. So there was that, which I guess kind of drags it down for me. But like once the merge hits, once the Matthew, which one's the younger one? Matthew?
Matt Blankenship, the one with Franny.
Yeah. Okay, so
yeah.
Matt.
Yeah.
Once his episode happens, I think the season picks up from there. Mm-hmm. Because he does kind of end up in a situation where he's kind of screwed. So he goes, and I think the season becomes way better. Franny establishes herself as this challenge beast. You've got Jam, Carson, and Carolyn, and at some point these people are going to have to get rid of them, right? And then it's only at Final Four where Heidi gets rid of Carson that it's like, okay, well, she basically just did what Natalie did in Where's It War, where like, yeah, your goal was to break up this alliance, and you just did it at the wrong way. Yeah, too late. Because she got rid of Carson, and she sits next, and at that point, I feel like the 3 of them all have a great performance, good to great performance as far as Final Tribals are concerned. I do feel like the fact that Jam was able to get them to laugh through a lot of it. I do feel like the fact that Carolyn was able to just tell her story, and it seemed like it was really resonating with a lot of people out there. I feel like Heidi telling her story was really resonating. I think that they voted for Jam, but I don't think that anybody would have hated if any of the 3 of them had won. Fans and players alike. I don't see that as a final 3 where people are just like, I can't believe that this happened. You have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I mean, I was rooting for the Tika 3 the entire season, so I wasn't disappointed by that. 44, I think, is my second highest New Era season. I think it's like lower 30s or higher 30s, I think, like 31 or something. I'd have to look. But I enjoyed the storyline enough where it carried the season and I was entertained more of the time. Carolyn is just a fantastic Survivor character. It's going to be fun to see her on the Traitors season 3. And have her deal with Tony and Boston Rob, and then like I don't know, maybe her and Jeremy can work together. I mean, that'd be cool.
So with the Traitors this time around, because Boston Rob has been in the reality TV sphere since 2003. I feel like a lot, especially because we've seen now 2 seasons where a lot of these folks don't know a lot of these Survivor players and what they're like, because Boston Rob almost transcends Survivor because of everything that he's been on.
Yeah.
If he's not a traitor, he's dying first, because if you get rid of him, no one's going to suspect that it's anyone. Like, you can get rid of Boston Rob and no one suspect anything. It's like, okay, yeah, we got rid of Boston Rob.
Right.
So what? And I think that once he's gone, I feel like no one outside of people that watch Survivor are going to know Carolyn, Jeremy, or Tony. And I think that puts them in a good spot.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how they play together or when they get rid of each other. So, yeah, I agree with that comment. But
I think at hour 10, I'm going to post another. Hey, just another milestone. Hey, we just hit hour 10, which I think would be at the end of this episode, or roughly the end of this episode. Is this So I think halfway through this episode will be Spicy Jeff. Is the name
Spicy
of
Jeff.
That's the title of this episode, is Spicy Jeff.
I didn't even know that was the title of the episode. I knew that.
I didn't know that episode 7 was episode several.
I knew that.
It was.
But
I did. Let's see. Yes. Oh my God. Now we also have Carolyn on the trailers. I love her and take her life. Yeah, absolutely. That twist where the one player Jamie vote or something was done. Wait, what? Are we talking about? I'm assuming we're talking about 44. Player.
I don't know if it was a twist. The one that I think of is that first vote where Brandon plays the idol and Maddie goes home first.
Oh yes. And there's
Jamie played the shot in the dark. Right. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Do you think that they'll make Boston Rob traitor? No, because I also feel like if they make Boston Rob a traitor, people will clock that too. So, did you get? Yeah, I used the bathroom. I made a couple sandwiches and I drank water. And I dipped that around 2 or 3ish. Yeah, and I probably won't eat or drink it the rest of the day. It is what it is. I'll do all that tomorrow when I finally rest. How are you liking your X-Men watch so far?
Good. It's really fun as always to talk with my fellow nerds that I've been doing this with for a while, and just like going through some of them I hadn't seen in a while, or actually a couple X-Men movies I hadn't seen ever. I actually had never seen we skipped it in like our reviews, but I watched it on my own. I had never seen the Wolverine where he goes to Japan. So
the sequel,
yeah, I'd never seen that before. I'd only seen reviews of it and everything. So it wasn't my favorite. It's better than
it's the second best Wolverine movie.
Yeah, it's better than Origins. That's what I can say about that.
Yeah, it is better than Origins. It is, and I know that's a low bar, but it's better than Origins. I remember seeing that movie and just like, what is this? And I was probably 17 when Origins came out, and I just thought it was the worst thing. And I had seen Green Lantern, and Green Lantern wasn't that bad compared to Origins.
Yeah, Yeah, well, Origins completely botched Deadpool as a character. So yeah. I'm excited to rewatch the Deadpools again. It's been a few years at least since I've watched both of them, so it'll be nice to kind of rewatch them right before Deadpool and Wolverine. And we just did Logan this past weekend, so which was very depressing. So also it will be great to rewatch something fun after something so sad.
Yeah. Do I ever have my ranking for 46? No, I don't. I'm going to wait until after I'm done watching it. My favorite show is Lost. I have they're all on DVD over there to my right. Yeah, Lost and Survivor. Which we are 11 minutes into episode 9, Spicy Jeff. And I think this is a prime time to add my next season. So last we saw was Survivor 44. So 24. We have. Nope, that's Brian. You must have not actually seen Lost then, if you think the ending was bad. Australian Outback is number 24. Australian Outback is something where, and I talked about this with Phil earlier, you remove the nostalgic glasses, which I finally did this time around. And once the Jerry vote happens, it kind of just drags. And it drags all the way to the finale, which drags for 2 hours for you to deal with just the final 3, I think. Maybe. Yep. Yeah. So it just never ends. And, it's one of these seasons where it feels like Survivor's trying to kill their players. And we get that from season 2 to season 4 of just like, hey, let's just kill everyone. I think that the characters are a lot of fun. We talked about it earlier. We've got half the cast back. Now, did we need half the cast back? Probably not, but we did. So it doesn't matter. Yes, Colby did make $1 million bank. I have never watched Alias. I know that J.J. Abrams did it and everything. I just never got into it. No, Lost is a show that I will do a rewatch of like every 2 years. I did one earlier this year because this is the 20th anniversary of it coming out. But actually, Lost and Survivor are the reasons that I wanted to go to Australia. And so I did in summer of 2005.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I think the best part of Australian Outback is we get our first Jeff entrance. In the helicopter. They're playing the didgeridoos as they come in. There are other good things to Australian Outback, but like that will always be my favorite part is Jeff getting in the helicopter and showing up to the reunion. Outside of that, I think I tweeted this out when I watched Australian Outback this time around. Growing up is realizing that Kucha were the bad guys because of just, I think 3 to 4 Kucha members in real life have just ended up turning out to be scumbags or also played on All Stars and were looked at as scumbags. I think that Ogakor, Colby's kind of the villain over there, but he's Mr. Texas, so we can't hate him. Jerry's a villain, but like whatever a villain is in 2001. That's a hard question. Harley's definitely up there. Frank Lapidus, the helicopter pilot, is definitely one of my favorites. He's one that I relate to the most. Definitely a different feeling to not have them out on a tropical island with water, etc. Made me feel wonder how Survivor would do in different environments, in the cold, etc. Yeah, we end up in Africa the next season, and it's like, hey, if you don't build your camp the right way, these lions will kill you. It's like, oh, okay, cool. And this water is tainted by elephant shit. Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, this is definitely one. And in Marquesas, you have the no bugs, and you have they find. I think they found like a skeleton while they were out there.
Yeah.
And I think by Thailand, it's like, okay, maybe we won't kill them. Yeah. Once again, anyone that didn't watch the show, or I've never met a Lost fan that hates the finale. I've met people that casually watched Lost that hate the finale, but it's just like I know people that casually watch Survivor that Russell Hand should have won Samoa. Yeah, that's how I see it. If you're a casual, then yes, but if you're a real fan, then yeah, Alias is one of my dad's favorite shows. I know my dad has, I think, all of Alias on DVD. Tina should have been on Winners of War. I would say that if I were to replace a female winner on Winners at War with Tina, it'd probably be Danny Boatwright.
Yeah,
Danny Boatwright. Or Amber, but you have to have Amber because you have Rob.
Right.
And that, I don't know how they didn't see that was probably going to cost their boy Rob if you put his wife out there, because Rob's not a target on his tribe, but his wife is, and that so him being out there actually screwed her, because Sandra was so butthurt that Rob never told her that he was going to play. It was such a fun, stupid storyline.
Yeah, it really was.
So Rob spent 36 days, and he never told me. So now Amber's got to go. I'm like, I feel like we're missing something here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rob said it that way. He didn't even know that he was going to be going until like right before, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
do you miss having Survivor go to different locations? I know it's all about the human experiment, but I would like to see them go to other places. I do miss them going to different places. I do enjoy the Fiji aesthetic. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
I do miss them going to different. The problem is I'm not even talking about the financial thing or anything like that. The problem is at a certain point you kind of run out of places that you can actually go, and then there are other places where like I don't really want them to go back to Gabon again. I think of Gabon, I only want to think of the first Survivor Gabon. I don't really want them to go to Australian Outback again because but I think the bigger thing is I really just location for me doesn't really matter at this point because we've been in Fiji for so long, and it's just like, all right, yeah, guess we're here again. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, like, I mean, I just feel like Survivor needs to differentiate itself. I think we need something like themes back, or, if we're not going to switch locations, at least make the season more distinguishable. And so, like, unfortunately, I think the show is struggling in that respect right now, but, or at least, like, switch it up from 3 tribes at the start. Like, it's kind of getting tiring of 6 seasons in a row with 3 tribes. I just would love to go back to 2 tribes. And like when I'm watching something like Australian Survivor, when we have these 2 massive tribes at the start, like it's kind of a breath of fresh air looking at that now compared to like how many seasons in a row we've gotten of 3 tribes.
Yeah, and you get to, I mean, this is not a knock on it, but like you get to hide if you're certain players. You
True.
get to hide in the background if you're there is really no place to hide in a group of 6. And
Right.
I feel like at a certain point, some people it does take some people a while to like gain their footing.
Mm-hmm.
And here, unless you have already put yourself in a 4-person majority, which happens pretty fast, you're probably screwed.
Right.
So let's see. Do you want the food eating challenge back? Even I think the last time we got it was Ghost Island. Fairly certain it was Ghost Island. I could be wrong, but I think it was Ghost Island.
I think Ghost Island is correct. Yeah. So.
But I mean, so last time we had it was in 36. I love the food eating challenge. That's one challenge that I feel like I would do amazing at, and I don't feel like I would do amazing at most challenges, and I feel like I would do amazing at that one. Even if 36, yeah, I want it back. I think that answers the question. Do you want it back, Jake? Do you want it back?
I'd be a-okay with that. I think just bringing something back from like Survivor's classic era, like I think would just work so well. I kind of want like more of that, and I guess like there's certain challenges they have been doing that with, like they just brought back Last Gasp in the new era, and like so there's definitely challenges that I'm glad that they have brought back.
And we talked about this yesterday with them bringing back the auction.
Oh, yeah.
I think that, and because of 44, we had talked about how, you know, people kind of game a lot of the challenges or whatever. And I'm glad that after 30, where they had gamed the auction to the point where it's like no fun anymore.
Right.
I'm glad that they had certain rules in place as to how you're not going to get an advantage. There's no advantages. There's a set number of things. Yeah, the whole if you have the most money or least money, then you lose your vote type thing. It's like, okay, can we please stop with the losing of the vote thing?
Yeah.
But I think that they could do the same with what's the other thing they've gotten rid of? Oh, the touchy subjects.
Yep.
I think if they brought that back, because San Juan del Sur, basically, they just tried to game it so that Missy would win. If they brought that back and had stuff and put it into place, then that would be a fun challenge to have back. I mean, I know it's really big in the orc community. They just want to say and I like the fact they had to go search for the money. They weren't just kind of given it. They weren't just given the money. Bruce just kind of just walking, like he's just having a fun time. I think he ends up with $80.
Yeah.
I think one reason they took it out was because it was culturally insensitive, like implying that what is normal cultural food is presented as. So I see what you're saying. What I will say is every time Jeff presents it, he always says, this is food that everyone eats out here. Like it's a delicacy. I think us as fans have called it the gross food challenge. I don't think it's ever actually been called the gross food challenge. I know in LRGs is called the gross food challenge because it's usually actual gross food. But yeah, it's a delicacy thing. What is the most egregious twist? Wait, what? Everyone's using the egregious again. So a twist Survivor has ever done.
I would say some of what Australian Survivor has done has been pretty bad because like they do non-elimination twists. So they'll like throw in stuff to not eliminate somebody. Like they'll do randomly, like they'll do like an Edge of Extinction or something like in the middle of the season for like 3 rounds and then end it, and just to fill out time. And there's stuff like that, or like one of the Australian Survivor seasons, King George's first season, they had like the twist in the very beginning where he could just like save himself and 5 other people, and like basically it screwed over who ended up being the first boot because they didn't have any way to save themselves before Tribal. So they're Australian Survivor, as much as I really do like it, there's times where they don't have great twists in place. And I think the last couple seasons they've gotten better with that because I think production has finally hit their role with Australian Survivor.
Egregious. Trying to get Andrew to watch. Yeah, like I said, I've watched. Yeah, I know you, Brian. I know you brought it up earlier. I watched Heroes vs. Villains, and yeah, one day I'm going to watch most of them. Yeah, the Medallion of Power was actually bad.
Medallion
of Power didn't outstay its welcome either. They got rid of that at the swap, and I would say honestly, the Do or Die is actually the worst.
Yeah,
thankfully they got rid of it before someone actually got screwed by it, which mathematically probably shouldn't have happened. Do or Die is actually the worst.
Yeah, I agree with that. I did want to mention as well, speaking of Australian Survivor, because Tribe and Nerds were covering that as well. And I did want to mention that if you want to hear from us, some Australian Survivor players, my team and I, we just interviewed Dirty Harry and Simon Me, so from Australian Survivor. So definitely go check those interviews out because both of them were really, really good. And it's great to talk to like Survivor legends. Like it just feels so surreal to me as a fan.
Well, yeah, I think at one point you were like oh, I've got a surprise, and you're like, screw it, it's this. There you go.
Yep.
I thought that was very cute. Australia. So I can't speak to this, but Australian Survivor editing is terrible, though, in terms of confessional count by 5 or 6 episodes. You can get pretty much cancel the winning chances of most players. Is that the case?
I will say that there are people that get 0 confessionals in some seasons, which is insane because that doesn't. I will give credit that American Survivor does not do that. We at least get a confessional from every single player in a season. But it's just like, I don't know, like some players are definitely irrelevant. That is definitely a flaw in Australian Survivor, along with the bad twists. But just like the challenges, I would say for the most part are better in Australian Survivor. I think their willingness to play hard in a lot of cases can be better. Since the new era, I think I've been preferring JLP as the host. I think Jonathan LaPaglia has been doing a great job as well.
Yeah, I was very serious, and I see Brian put it. Is it basically just a idle nullifier?
The idle cancellation. I'm trying to remember which season this was because I have to rewatch a couple seasons. Was this in? This might have been Brains versus Brawn or Blood versus Water. But I think this is a thing. I just can't remember which season it was.
It makes it larger than life heroes, so then their blindside happens much more epic, and you feel the intensity.
That's true. I will say the intensity of some of the blind sides is crazy, and like you do feel bad when somebody like your favorite players that have been built up like get voted out or get blindsided. Like one of the things with heroes versus villains, I love Australian heroes versus villains. It was crazy how much like George was built up, and then it just was like disappointing when he got cut right before the end. And like I wish like they would have given a little more credit to Liz in that season because like she clearly had a game plan going in, and she was able to cut George right at the very end. But
I think that's the hourglass. Yes, hourglass is bad. But even then, I'm not all right with the hourglass. I still think that do or die is worse because do or die, you could actually just be taken out of the game for no votes. You're just gone.
Mm-hmm.
At least with hourglass, okay, yeah, you're screwing over 6 people that they now have to, but they still have to vote. Like there's still going to be a vote involved. Do or die is I cannot believe that they actually made that a thing. Because there's it's literally just luck based and in the worst way. I'm just texting. Where's he at?
Yeah, I believe that was probably like Blood versus Water because I definitely remember Blood versus Water, Australian Survivor, Blood versus Water. It brought in Sandra and Nina, which was great. Had some other great cast members, but like I really don't care about half that cast because the show did not care about giving them anything.
All right, we are at an endurance challenge, about halfway through Spicy Jeff. We're on episode 9, so we've got 4 episodes left. I don't know what the math is. It's probably gonna be about 14 and a half hours, right?
For this challenge. Oh, yes. Titans versus Rebels is great. The most recent season. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'll watch them eventually. I'm not gonna binge watch them like this, but
no, I don't blame you because they're so long. But
yeah, it's like watching Big Brother. It's like I can't just sit and binge watch Big Brother because it would take forever.
Yeah. Survivor South Africa might be doable, at least the
I watched the final 2 seasons of Survivor South Africa. Yeah. And those were great. And I've said this before tonight. I think Survivor South Africa is a good medium between the 3 episodes 4.5 hours for Survivor Australia and the 90 minutes, but once a week of US Survivor. I got really into Survivor South Africa in its last 2 seasons. Sadly, it was the last 2 seasons.
Yes.
Do or Die was the one with the skull and the crossbones, where there was 1 in 3. It was the Monty Hall. They made it to the Monty Hall problem. And thankfully, Deshaun and Lindsay were able to guess right both times. And I think that okay, let's just end it there, because if someone ends up going home because of this twist, there's going to be a very big backlash like you've never seen before. And so they were able to avoid it, thank goodness. So like I said, I can only speak to the last 2 seasons, but I thought it was worth it.
Yeah, I would say so. So basically, their last season was an all-star season, and they had people that came from Survivor South Africa seasons 4 and 5. You don't need to watch the first 3 at all, because nobody comes back from those, and South Africa basically got rebooted a couple times to make it make sense, and then technically season 6 was another reboot, but they brought people back from the 2 seasons before that. But just start from season 6, South Africa, Philippines, and then just I think the All-Star season, Return of the Outcast, does do a good job of explaining who the people from the earlier seasons are. So,
and because of this, because they changed the Australia versus thing, I think we're going to see a fair few South Africa players more than US players in there. And if that's the case, I think the shoe-in for that is probably Chappies.
Chappies, please give me Chappies again.
It's probably going to be Chappies.
I hated seeing what happened to him in the second time. But
I mean, it was also kind of expected, though, right?
Oh, yeah. After him doing so well the first time, it made sense. It just was very disappointing because I'm a huge Chappies fan.
Yeah, he was one of the characters in the first season that I watched that really got me into it, so that when the second season was announced, and Brian, actually, the second season was pre-merge versus post-merge.
Yes.
Which is, we had talked about earlier, that if Survivor US were to do it, I think that it would be a cool concept. Once you're in the mood for Survivor again, definitely check out Survivor. Yeah, I know. Yes. I will. I'll get into Australia. Like I said, South Africa, I really enjoyed the final 2 seasons.
Yeah. So
there is
oh, nice. I was gonna say there is also a UK season from last year, which was okay. I've heard that. It started off rough, and then the post-merge got better, and then I never got through the 2 New Zealand seasons, but there's those as well. I just couldn't get through how those were edited, I guess. So,
I remember seeing a couple of New Zealand players, because they did a sequester mini during COVID, and it was they did international versus America, so a lot of those players I had never seen before. Okay, so Charlie won. How much time is left in this episode? Okay, we're about halfway done the episode. We're about 8 minutes from the 10-hour mark.
Yay.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that I have been doing this since 8:30 in the morning, but here we are. I know it doesn't look like I'm paying attention, but I really am. Just I'm enjoying this. I think this. Okay, so this is the Hunter episode. So I remember where I was when this happened. Let's see. I need to watch the recent UK one. I was busy and missed it, but I have the links to watch it. Yeah.
It's probably worth watching, at least for the post-merge. So.
So what did you see with the issue? Were the issues with the opening?
With the opening of Survivor UK. So it just felt very low budget. They literally, their immunity idol for the tribes to win was literally a log with jewelry glued on it. Like, it was that terrible. And then the editing was not great. I believe the first episode, the first boot, like, they don't really explain exactly what they basically blame it on. The first boot failed in the challenge, so that's why they got voted out. Which I don't think is ever really the case at this point in Survivor history. I don't think anybody really gets voted out just because of a poor challenge performance. So I think that's part of it. And just like, there were people that had no idea what Survivor was. There's literally a guy on there who there's literally a guy on there who is pretty much just misogynistic, and like the only thing he did all season and somehow last through half the game was basically he voted for a woman every single time. So like,
how many days is it?
I think it's 39 from my memory. I think there's a couple characters worth watching Survivor UK for that season, because that was also one where they had two early 2000 seasons that were terrible and aren't worth
So they
watching.
tried again.
Yeah.
So they tried again.
Yeah.
It happens. I'm sending a message out real quick. Internet presence. Presence? How do you spell presence? I got it. Oh God. I think now I'm starting to. I think it's starting to hit me now.
Yeah.
I think as I look through and hit double digits, it's and I realize that I still have to get through 4 more episodes.
I get that.
Alley is 2 hours. No. Didn't they kind of do that with that one show that was out a couple years ago?
Celebrity Get Me Out of Here. Or they also did the one like that was really a ripoff of Survivor. That was like I can't remember.
But Ray Lewis was on it, and like
Meta World Peace was on it as well.
Yeah. That show exists, and I feel like that's the closest we would ever get to a celebrity one.
It was
absolutely
bad.
not.
I tried watching it, and it was literally, the host was so cheesy that it just turned me off. I was just like, I can't sit and watch this.
My apologies. Strange. Hope all is well. Send. All right. I'm being ballsy. So no, Brian. No, it could not. Next season. What do you mean next season? What do you mean? What's going on here? Next season of what? Not to be. Yeah, but next season of what? What? What are you saying to us?
I don't know.
I don't know. Next season of your rankings. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that. I was like, what are you talking about? Okay. So, number 23. We've got. Make sure this is right. We've got Survivor Africa. Another, in a long line of seasons that, or not a long line of seasons, but a series of 3 seasons where they are trying to kill their players. And, I understand that Lex has a very large fan base. I've never been a Lex guy. It's, him telling Clarence, like, hey, I just want to tell you man to man because I don't want there to be any bullshit. And then him trying to cut the head off the snake because one other person, really weird. And he goes on this one, and I love that it was T-Bird that did it.
Yes.
I think that, but I mean, having said that, I do think that Lex, Big Tom, and Ethan are a fun trio, despite the fact how they treat Camp Clarence in the opening episode. I'll get over it. Outside of that, I really like Kelly, T-Bird. I think that Brandon and what's his nuts' rivalry,
Frank.
Frank. Frank. I think their rivalry was of its age. I think that the first tribe swap is great because we get to see Silas get voted out because Silas sucks.
Yeah.
I love the milk and blood challenge. That's probably my favorite challenge of the season. Because once again, I feel like I would kill that challenge. Yes, I know. Like they didn't screw him. They didn't screw him. They didn't screw him. But I yes, that is a thing that happened. Kim Johnson is there. Who else? So when I was watching it this time, the dentist, Carl?
Dr. Carl, yeah.
He has 2 different rants bitching about Gen Xers, and it's like, wow, this is so dated.
Yeah, that hasn't aged particularly.
It has not aged at all. And the fact that he's sitting there saying, oh yeah, like, they've been handed all this. It's like, oh man, where do I know that from? Oh yeah, that's what the Gen Xer said it was. There's Gen X like 20 years later. It just shows how much people take their generations way too seriously.
Right.
I'm a millennial. I'm going to do the exact same. I mean, I feel like I already do the exact same thing with Gen Z. So I'm not any different. Kenzie and Ben are talking about something. They want to blindside Tiff. They want to blindside Tiff, but they blindside Hunter. Okay. T-Bird. Well, but the problem with, and I talked about this earlier when I talked about All Stars. Archetypes.
Mm-hmm.
You got Kathy as the archetype there, sadly, because I would have rather T-Bird over Kathy. But once again, I'm glad that T-Bird is not on All Stars. Anyone that's not on All Stars or anyone that gets voted out pre-merge, I am happy that it went that way because they don't have to deal with it long. Rob Sesternino goes home early enough that he doesn't have to deal with the mess that is Survivor All Stars. Tina going home early, going home first. Rudy, threatening murder on everyone that votes him out. Who else actually gets voted? Rich gets voted out. Colby, Ethan,
yeah,
and Jerry, and Jerry. I think the whole thing with Kathy referring to Amber as a cancer around the tribe, even though Jenna's mom as a cancer when Jenna's mom is dying of cancer is a weird phrase to use. I think that the way Kathy and Lex react to Rob saying, hey, I'm probably going to stick with this alliance, and them crying about it is a tad bit weird. And like I will always say, especially for people that come from the org community, when these people think they're playing Friend Viber and their best friend is not playing Friend Viber and he votes them all out, you can't be butthurt over it.
Yeah. I get that entirely as an org player myself.
Yeah.
So,
it happened. It is what it is. And I understand that's where the Boston Rob as the villain story arc comes from. And it's like, yeah, he was villainous in the season, but I feel like there's this perception that Rob like this huge dickhead after All Stars, and it's like that's not really the case. Did you watch All Stars? Like he's playing the game and he's not doing anything that's stepping over a line, except for voting out his friends.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it was like, because I feel like he kind of came off as the Russell in All Stars. Like he was kind of how it appeared to them. I do agree. Like I probably would have voted for Boston Rob or Amber. But like, you know, I guess I can see the perception sort of, although as you said, like Lex and Kathy reacting the way they do, and just like that jury being as insanely bitter as they are. So
well, and the thing is, so I think that Sheehan is probably the most rational person on the jury, and she votes Amber.
Right.
So she's the least bitter person on the jury, and she votes Amber. So I do think that there has to be some merit there, the fact that the sane person is voting for the person that does win the game. Yes. All Stars is that bad. It actually is that bad. I'm not the Rich Sue situation. I have my own thoughts on that. I don't even put that in why this season is bad. All Stars is actually it's bad. It's boring. Yeah. It's so boring. Once the merge hits, the only good episode that season is the Sheehan episode, the one where she wins immunity.
Right.
Because in that episode, we also get touchy subjects. And Alicia realizes, hey, I'm probably on the bottom. Doesn't stop her from still antagonizing Sheehan anyway, but it is what it is. And then from there, like other fun moments, like however you feel about Sue, the way that her tribe is overly celebrating the fact that she's gone by saying "Ding dong, the witch is dead" is optics aren't great.
And Kathy saying she dragged us into her core of hatred, which is not something to say. Like it's awful.
Yeah, no matter what you feel about it, the fact that the audience at the reunion boos the shit out of Jerry for making a very good point.
Yeah,
like her point was very accurate, and those people, because America, they've been trained by Colby and everyone else to hate Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Claire, I'm just fine. Hey Claire, it's All Stars is not fun, Brian. Like it's not fun at all. Lex sold the game by voting Jerry out. Yeah, you're right. But he also thought his buddy Rob was going to have his back, and he shouldn't think that because you just voted out Ethan after telling him, "Hey, you got to be a man. We're here for money now. Like, you got to." And then 2 episodes later, getting upset that Rob wants to target you. Get over yourself. All right, we're at Tribal Council 9. What? We've got. We're at the 49-minute mark. This tribal goes on that long? I guess so. All Stars would be in my bottom 10. Yeah, it is in my bottom 10. I don't think that it's ever been. I think at one point when I was a child, it probably was like in the 20s, but All Stars is not good. It is actually the worst.
So
it's the worst of the returning seasons. Is All Stars worth watching? Oh, rewatching. Sure, if you haven't watched it since you were a kid, just so you can make your own judgment on if you like it or not. And Claire's, I won't put her out there like that, but yes. So All Stars came out in 2003, I think, or 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was 12 or 13 years old. And so was Claire, I guess. She said I could put it out there. I was 13, 14 years old. And I remember I was a big Boston Rob fan at that point. So I was pulling for him in that season. I didn't care that he didn't win. What I cared about was my mom she goes, I don't know why you support that man. Don't you know that all white people from Boston are racist? And I'm like, whoa. As a kid, you're hearing that one of your favorite players, because my mom is like, oh yeah, don't you know all white people from Boston are racist? Like, I guess so. I'm a Red Sox fan. And then I learned that people in Boston are. Alicia being bitter was always frustrating to me too. She was only annoyed made a promise to take her to the end. That's her fault if she believed to be closer to Rob than Amber. Yes, exactly.
I was going to say, Alicia also went through the entire game, 30 days, without having a single alliance, besides that one promise to Boston Rob. And that's just insane to me that she is that, like, prideful that she won't make an alliance. It's like, what are you doing?
Pulling for Boston. Yeah, of course. Once again, all of our favorite people are going out pre-merge in that season, and I'm all right with it because I don't need them to stay any longer to deal with the bullshit of the rest of this season. But like, I think the funny 115, the one where it says Rudy puts a what is it, what's a holy war? What's the Muslim phrase for holy war? Jihad. He puts a jihad out on the rest of the cast. It's one of my favorite articles from that, because he really does just say, oh yeah, I got friends back home that'll take care of him. It's like, I think this man might be serious. All Stars is not fun. Yeah, that's true, because that's how a lot of the pre-mades were made, because they were all chilling right before. Like Rob and Amber were already knocking boots before they went out there, and yeah, that's how Sesternino got
screwed.
Cut. You can make it to the end alone if you're Mike Holloway, which sucks that he was in that situation, but like, it is what it is. Yes, it's a joyless season. Watching it this time around, it doesn't help that it's 16 episodes. It just goes on forever. And then you have to watch the $1 million fan vote thing afterwards, where they give Rupert $1 million, even though it's very clear that his cast hates him. Claire, I would say that give it another chance. Not to say I think it's good, but maybe you watching it, you might enjoy it. I know they're All-Stars defenders. We just had one in the chat, but can't be me. Also, I cannot wait to cut the shit off tonight. I've been letting this grow out since I started, and I think it's time for it to go. I need to get rid of all this. Where are we at? They've got 10 minutes left? Why does this tribal go on forever? God. Oh, also, at some point we hit the 10-hour mark, and I forgot to mention, hey, we hit the 10-hour mark. We hit the 10-hour mark. Yes, Sheehan was the only great point about the post-merge. Yes. Like I said earlier, and it's very similar to Ghost Island, where unless you are invested in the Dom Wendell story arc, Ghost Island, yeah. If you're not invested in the Romber story arc of All Stars, then you really have nothing to get invested in. And for me, I just did not care about Romber this time around, just because I've seen it happen 1,000 times. Yes, she is like Andrea Belke. I love that you pronounce, or you put it out phonetically. The concept of All Stars is great. The concept of All Stars is a lot of fun when they're all coming in, and it's like, oh man, it's this person and this person. Especially watching it the way I've been doing it, it is a lot of fun seeing them pull in, and then immediately it's just like, I hate all of these people. Not all of them, but yeah, it's not heroes versus villains where you're seeing it happen. It's like, okay, cool. Now we're gonna get this. Yes, it is the Russell Hantz show part 2, but once again, it's exciting to watch him lose again because he's a piece of shit. One of the bright spots. Oh yeah, yeah. Sheehan's going to get all the love because Sheehan's the best, and it's ironic because she's the only person from Thailand that's ever come back.
Yep.
And will probably ever come back. I went on my Thailand rant. My highest Survivor take is the pure returning player seasons never work. I disagree. I think that Game Changers and All Stars are bad. Second Chances is one of my favorite seasons. Heroes for Villains is my favorite season. And Winners at War, like I always say, it will always consistently drop down the list for me. Just because once Sophie goes home, it just becomes the Tony show. And, I like Tony in Winners at War, but like I would like to have more suspense than, oh, Tony's winning then after Sophie goes home. I've seen the Russell vote out in Survivor Australia. Come on,
Yeah.
As the Russell hater, I'm going to watch him get voted out in anything. If there was no All Stars, there would have been no Heroes versus Villains. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that All Stars is good. It just means
why I don't want to give praise to something even like yes, it's an iconic part of Survivor history, but I don't have to like it because like I just can't get behind things that happened in All Stars. It's the same thing with Game Changers. Like I just dislike both those seasons. Game Changers is actually my least favorite returnee season. But that's also personal because it started going downhill as soon as Malcolm got voted out. For me.
Yeah. I mean, Claire, you could just hop in here. You have the link. Wasn't important. No, he was important to the pre-merge. Like the pre-merge happens, or the way the merge happens is because of that rivalry with Russell, and for Tyson kind of shooting himself in the foot. Did I not send you the link last night? I guess I might not have. My bad. Sorry. That is my fault. Who did I send that to earlier? Yes, Game Changers is very bad.
I'm going to argue with that point too. I think the pre-merge is great because of the Boston Rob versus Russell rivalry. I think he's a great part of the season, even though he's only there for half the season. But it just that's actually probably my favorite storyline of the entire season is that rivalry.
It makes me support Boston Rob because, like, if I have to pick between the two of them, I'm always going to pick Rob first, 100% of the time. Yeah. Sending. All right. Oh yeah, and I wasn't even. Yeah. Yes. Thank goodness. Had Tyson voted the way he should have, we may have seen Redemption Island. I'm going to assume that means we may not have seen Redemption Island. I think it would have been we may not have seen Redemption Island.
Yeah, I assume that is what it means as well. I mean, there's a rumor as well of Tyson voting himself off, supposedly led to them offering Tyson, Boston Rob, and Coach seasons where they could get a free win, which Coach screwed up anyway. But like, I don't necessarily.
I don't buy. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't buy into that. But
I've heard that conspiracy theory too. Hi, Claire.
Hi.
Oh, I thought you did that on purpose.
Oh no, I'm on my. You didn't look at my little cat. I just was having a hard time.
Okay. Well,
I can't really
for joining me.
Well. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you've been doing this for a month and a half.
And that I've been doing this today for 10 and a half hours.
I was gonna say that, but I was actually more horrified that you've just been doing this
for
a month and a half.
I know. But I'm done. I'm done after today. So, it's and then I'm just gonna sleep and
read a
shave.
book.
Yeah, read a book, shave, get back into shape. Because I've lost a fair amount of pounds. Hunter's getting voted out. Claire, what were your thoughts on 46? Also, guess who was in the chat earlier?
Was it me?
No.
Oh, who?
It was Liz.
Wow. I love Liz. I think you might love Liz more than me, but I actually, if we're talking about 46, she was like one of the best casting because she like literally, I'm sorry, I just, how do I talk about Liz saying things that you haven't already said about her? Like she is so unique. She's like the only person I've ever like seen on the show that is her. You know what I mean? Like I don't think like there's been casting like her before. She had a strategy, like it didn't have to be right, but like she came in with like a point of view and a plan. And I don't know, like I would rather see someone like that than someone like Charlie. Because like I don't know, when I watch the show, there's like no, I'm on my little phone, sorry. So like when I'm watching the show, like I don't need tips for how to play Survivor. If I ever played Survivor, like I don't care. Like I don't need to know about little grip strength thing. Like I want to see like people actually play. Like, and I don't know, I just hate that they're so obsessed with like the super fans and like catering to this is how to play. This is how the social game, like this is how I navigated the social game. And like, why is it always like a very smart white young man who is like having to deal with feeling like he's not part of the group, and then somehow he's able to, you know, use his emotional intelligence to gain friends and like have a strategy. Like I hate the Carson, you know, I hate Carson, but like the Carson, Charlie, Spencer 1.0 pipeline of just like super smart kid, or I'm sorry, not Spencer 1.0, Spencer 2.0, where he's like, I'm going to use emotional intelligence.
Yeah, I have a girlfriend now, and I just don't know how to tell her I love her. And Jeremy's
Yeah,
like,
I know.
what are you talking about?
Like no one was rooting for you, little bruh. Like actually 1.0 Spencer is like brilliant because he's so obnoxious and so wrong, but so sure of himself that he's right. And it's like, this is fascinating to watch. Like, I don't want to watch like a self-actualized or someone who thinks that he's self-actualized, but really you're 25 and you're not. You know what I mean? Like, I would prefer someone who doesn't play like a flawless social game.
Well, and the thing with Spencer that I went off on when I talked about Kagayan is he's claiming to be like this student of the game, and yet he doesn't understand that anything that Cass is doing, even though Cass is playing a very good game, and he's
Cass
just like
amazing.
And he's just like shitting all like Cass is a moron and doesn't understand how to play. It's like, is that so? Because she started off on the bottom and is now sitting at final 3, and all of y'all calling her a goat sitting at the on the jury. I think that if she sits next to Wu, I won't say that she absolutely
she wins against Wu. She's a trial attorney. She can argue herself. Like I think that people were bitter, and so that's valid that maybe it wouldn't have worked out. But think of Cass's journey from, she's on a tribe of 6. I actually think about this all the time, which is embarrassing. But so Cass starts on the tribe of, yeah, right. Yeah. I'm in a safe space. Cass is on a tribe of 6 where she is the small old lady.
Mm-hmm.
And the first vote out, she's on the outs because she's with the baseball guy, David Sampson. Yeah. So sorry, I watched this maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, but I haven't watched it in a little while. But so she's on the outs her first round. She's a small older lady. She's on the tribe of 6 and somehow makes it into a power position on the tribe of 6. Like that's incredible. She is working with like the Sarah Lacina or whatever during like the merge. She realizes this doesn't work for me. I'm on the bottom of this, and she has the agency to go, you know what? No, this isn't cool with me. I'm switching. Like she's nasty. She's a prickly person, but she's making good moves. She wins an immunity challenge, like completely coming from behind. Like that was one of my favorite. That like besides like the Noelle with one leg challenge, like one of my favorite challenges in the history of Survivor. And and then when Spencer's gonna have the idol, when he finds the idol, and she's like, he has an idol, like he's gonna play it. Like that's her read. She's so good. I'm obsessed, and I love Choni. He's probably my favorite winner besides well, I have a couple of I have like a couple of favorites. Like I don't know, Chris from Vanuatu is like a personal fave.
Yeah. Chris
Sandra,
is actually
yeah. Chris is probably my favorite, but it's hard to say because he played only once and like it was a different time. But I think he's amazing. Like I think anyway, but like Tony only wins because Trish is there to like clean up all of his messes. Like, and then Sarah cleans up a lot of his messes in 40, and he's still one of my favorite characters and one of my favorite people. But like, don't act like like Trish's road to the end was, or I'm sorry, Cass's road to the end is way harder. And I don't know. I think she's. I hate that people are like, oh, well, she would have never won. Like they only say that because Spencer, who's like a jerk off,
Spencer,
like,
who
0%
doesn't,
chance.
he doesn't. I don't think that.
He doesn't know anything.
And I went on the Sarah Lucina rant during Winners at War, talking about how she has her whole moment where she's like, oh yeah, there's this gender bias where if a woman does this, then they're looked at as a bitch. I was like, you mean how you treated Cass in
Exactly.
Kageon?
Exactly.
It kind of seems like
So
you're a
petulant. I
hypocrite.
cannot stand her. No. She sucks. Yeah,
But
horrible.
I mean, I do like Sarah's wins, but so you're going all the way back to your archetype thing, because I have sat here for the last 2 weeks talking about how I don't like that archetype, the skinny white kid nerdy archetype.
It's not even
Only
that.
because
It's like, yeah, go on. Sorry.
So they, especially in the new era where they're telling the backstories and stuff, whenever it's them, whenever it's Carson or anyone like that, it's like, oh man, everyone else has these sad stories, and it's like, oh, I was a skinny kid, and then I lost, or I was a fat kid, and then I lost weight, or like I wore glasses and had braces. Like, okay, so you were a nerd in a 1980s
teenager. So you were a teenager.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, there's nothing like, if you really want me to relate to you based off of the fact that you were a skinny or fat kid and then you weren't, that's not really appealing to me.
well,
It's usually
like,
that archetype.
Well, I mean, I think, everyone, there's a word for it and I don't remember the word, but it's like, there's a realization that people can sometimes come to when it's like, holy crap, everyone's life is as complicated as mine is. And, everyone has a story. I think that's actually what's happening with Jeff Probst these days, because he's been doing the same job for X amount of years. Like he needs to find more meaning in his work, which is why he can't just be like, you're a hot girl in a bikini, you're an ex-football player, big buff guy, you're a cowboy, you know what I mean? Which is why he's like, oh my gosh, I need to give these people depth and stuff, because that's the only way that I can feel like I'm making a difference in this job that I've been doing for 25 years. But when you're like a 25-year-old, like straight white man, yeah, Jake, you're the villain, but you know what I mean? Like it's not that you haven't been through stuff, but like, what have you really been through? Like, so I don't know. I just hate that we get one every year and like they keep doing fabulously. Like I don't care about your story. I'm sorry. Like have fun working on the moon. Like I just don't care. I can't be bothered to care. But Liz,
yeah,
I've never
kind
seen
of where
someone like Liz
Carson
before.
Exactly. And yeah, let's going back to Liz. This is this is the episode that she has her moment, has that moment.
She had moments every episode though. Like
I know, but
if you were looking for it, okay, yeah, fair enough, but if you were looking, if like you knew, like she was just always there. Like she avoided the curse of like getting voted out with an idol by never looking for an idol. She's literally a genius. I love her.
Yeah. Okay. I feel, and everyone that's, are we going to start this Tony discussion again? Because once again, I feel like Tony is a fun character in Kageon, and I feel like he's a great winner in Winners at War. I think, like, yeah, Tony's the only person to ever play like that in Kageon and win. Every other person that has tried to play, overly strategic or make all these big moves has fizzled out, because that's what happens. Overrated, that's subjective, but like I said, Tony's a great character in Kageon. He's a great winner in Winners at War. And he doesn't outstay his welcome in Game Changers. He just shows up for the premiere and he fucks off by the second vote.
Yeah, no, he doesn't overstay his welcome for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. I think I never answered your question because I was just too excited to talk about anything. But I think 46, if it had gotten out of its own way and just let people play instead of having, like, why can't we have a swap? Like Banu is a great character that if he wasn't like the only focus for like getting, what did he get, like 48 confessionals
You got
or something
35
like ridiculous.
confessionals in 4 episodes.
That's crazy. That's so bad. Like he could have been, he was such a fun character, such an interesting character, but it's like, you can't shove him down our throats like that. I'm sick of the 3 tribe format, but like this was such a fun cast and a cast that like really wanted to play. But I think they the production just kind of gets it in its own way and like it kind of clips everyone's wings, you know what I mean, with like these crazy like there's never earning the merge, people never get to actually vote Because one big problem I have is the mergatory vote is then right after that they split up into two groups, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what ends up happening is people don't want to make like a big move at the mergatory. Like, you know what, people probably would have voted off someone like Charlie, but they were like, we got to vote out like the easiest person. I think it was Mariah, because like it'll ruffle less feathers, because I don't know what group I'm going to be in for the next round. So like it's stifling gameplay, because like the format is to like people don't know what to expect. And that's what the problem, like, I don't know. I feel like this could have been like such an elite season if they just let people play, but they keep doing too much.
They keep doing too, and that's, I mean, I don't hate the new era like it seems like a lot of people do. I do think there are issues with it, and one of the issues is not only did they have mergatory, and like, yeah, they started off horribly with having mergatory with the hourglass. They got rid of the hourglass after 42. 43 and 44, I can't remember exactly what they did with mergatory, but for 45 and 46, they do they have mergatory.
I think Lydia went and then Ellie went. So it was like two fabulous girls who had no business going.
Yes.
Yeah.
And both my crushes from those seasons. So, but then we get to 45 where they have mergatory. They get rid of someone, then they merge, but that first person that that goes out at the merge doesn't make the jury, which I know that like in the past that it was a thing with some of the earlier seasons where the first person that makes the merge doesn't make the jury. But I feel like that's just wasting two people in a situation. If you're, Caleb is one shot in the dark away from not making jury, and yeah,
That's
he goes.
fine. You didn't even need him on the season. He's so annoying.
No, Caleb from 40.
I'm just messing with you. You know I wouldn't. I don't like people that remind me of me. Like he reminds me of me.
Caleb reminds you. Okay.
Yeah, no, he's like too good at like being amazing. Like I'm like, it's like looking at a mirror.
Okay. All right.
Same thing with Kenzie. I couldn't like her because I was like, oh my god, literally just.
So then who were you pulling for here?
I was pulling for Kenzie. I just like saw too much of myself in her, and I was like, oh god, like I see what you're doing. Like you're so friendly. Like and it just drove me nuts. No, but no, I didn't think Liz was gonna win, but I was definitely rooting for Liz. But I was mostly just trying to annoy you about. I love you know how we both feel about Liz. I just never saw someone like her in my life. Like imagine being Liz, like having that as your brain. Like I could never. I'm obsessed. I'm leaving. But yeah. Sorry, I'm all over the place. I'm in such a wacky mood. But no. I just think, I mean, the juries are too big. Like you don't need, especially with like the laughable, like the fact that it's like 2 weeks less to have like 11 people, to have someone who was voted out at what, like day 12? Like on the jury, that's crazy to me. Like that's not, like you have not earned anything.
So you do agree that they should earn the merge then?
No, I agree that I think that they should just like have the format be like maybe I think it was good in David versus Goliath where like they were on 2 tribes and they split to 3 and there was like some movement, and then there's a big merge, and like I mean at the merge, like at that point you can be on the jury if you want, but like why are you having 6 people voted out as your pre-jury? Like that's 1/3 of the cast. That's crazy. That's too few people. You know what I mean? Like it's like there's only 5 vote outs before.
It's a question. Out of all of your co-hosts from the past month and a half, who do you think would most likely win, and who would most likely be voted out first? Tough question. I know. I'm not going to answer that. There's no way that I'm going to answer that question. I mean, as Claire's here, I'll say that she would win, but like. But I don't know. That's wild.
I feel like you know. I feel like you know, and you're just not saying it.
You're right. I do. I'm not going to say it.
How would you do?
I would be a merge boot.
Is that just because like, a black man keeps being the merge boot?
No, but that is a good point.
Right?
I would be the first juror. I would be the first juror. I would be the Caleb, because I saw a lot of myself in Caleb, which is ironic, because he's clocked as this very personable, social person that can get along with everyone. It's like, yeah, I feel like that would be the time for people to get rid of me. Because, oh, Liz, here we go. She's pissed. She's pissed.
Wait, is Liz in here?
No. No.
Oh.
She's ready to be pissed that she doesn't get picked for the
Wait, she co-hosted with you?
No. She was in the chat earlier.
Oh, sorry. I'm really derailing everything. I'm so sorry. What did you think? This is more important. You have a better knowledge of what's going on. So what were your thoughts on 46?
I think it's fine. I think it's a fine season. I don't hate it or anything. I think that this season definitely solidified Survivor fans as being crazy fuckers now because of how they went after Maria and a few others after the season was over. But I'm not going to complain too much. I would say that 46 by the end of this, I'll probably have in my top 25.
Of the new era seasons, 41 to 46, where do you
So
rank?
it would be, for me, it's 42, 45, 46, 41, 43. Did I put 44 in there? 44 somewhere in there too. So 46 is in the middle of the pack for the new era seasons too. Uh-oh, she froze. I guess I am kind of spoiling what's going to happen as this progresses, but I don't know if you heard anything that I said. Where did I leave off with my list? Oh, all right. Number 22. Oh, you're in an elevator. Okay. Can you hear me?
Sorry, I was leaving my apartment and he was getting. I can hear you. Sorry, give me a second.
Okay. So number 22 on the list, we've got Survivor Co. Wrong. Claire, I've been doing a countdown of the seasons throughout this. So number 22 on my favorites list, I've got Survivor Co. Wrong. I love Michelle Fitzgerald. I love most of the cast. I think that Scott and Jason are villains that fun rooting against. I love Sydney. This is definitely a season where the Survivor fans really started to show that they might actually be monsters because of how they went after Michelle online, personally attacking her online. And you can see that, with how she sees herself in Winners at War, where she says, "Oh yeah, the fans didn't like me," and Rob's just like, "Fuck the fans." The fans can't tell you that you deserve to win or not because you won. Yeah, Brian, it just barely misses my top 20. It's 22. It's
I'm shocked it's that low. I feel like it's such a good season.
It is.
Even with all
it is a really good season. 22 is not low. 22 is in the top half. Right? Mathematically, that's in the top half of seasons. Oh, we're losing Claire. But I mean, I'm glad that people are starting to come around to Co. Wrong, because I remember when it first came out, people were very low on it because, oh, our winner didn't win. It's like, well, too bad. Like I said, the Liz scene, they're doing the challenge right now, but the I'm pissed scene is about to go down. So I guess I'm excited about that. I actually don't even remember this challenge. Yeah, the scene where Ty doesn't give them the idol is amazing. Because he just kind of they look at each other, he just shakes his head, and it's game over. I thought it's great television. I've met people that think that the jury actually that Ty was the person that should have won, and they screwed him. And it's like, once again, I feel like you people just kind of need to chill out a little bit. All right, so at hour 11, someone remind at hour 11 for me to make a post, because I didn't make a post at hour 10. Not that okay. Someone take Liz so she won't get pissed. She's gonna get pissed, y'all. Q, my boy. Yeah, we've okay. I forgot to keep track of who we just got slammed with a bunch of folks at that point. So, of course, am I not going to have dinner? Nah, probably not. And probably unless someone wants to order me something, that's probably not going to happen tonight. Do the medevacs harm the season? No, for Koron, no, it doesn't. Because I feel like, I mean, shit, the Caleb one is compelling to me. I resonate emotionally with that scene. The Mr. Joe one is hilarious. No, not hilarious in a funny way, but hilarious in yeah. Anyway, and then the Neil one, you feel for him until he says what he says to Michelle on his way out. I don't know. I feel like we lost her, and I don't. I know it looked like she was heading out somewhere. I feel like she was probably going to stay around for a little while longer anyway. But yeah, Claire was someone that I wanted to get to come on for this, but our schedules never matched up. So okay, so he has to pick one more person, and he's not going to pick Liz. Pick her, Q. Maybe you picture this time. Come on. Uh-oh. Once I haven't asked this question in a while. No one can hear my TV, right? I'm going to assume no. Oh. Yeah, it was. I mean, shit. It's like I said. It's great television. Oh, Jeff, why are you leave her alone? Let her have her moment. Oh, Claire's back.
Sorry, my thing was dying. But yes, sorry, I didn't mean to like talk so much. But
Oh my God, you're fine.
No one ever talks to me about Survivor.
Well, someone did ask where you went, so that.
Oh, I'm around. I'm not driving. My car is not on, but I was like, I needed to. What's it called? Well, I told my boyfriend I'd go to the gym now, because I've been going so late at night that I get back at like 10:30. He's like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, and we're trying to watch Desperate Housewives, so I made him watch The Goat. He loved it. I think he like doesn't know enough about reality TV to know that like there are better shows. But
like
did you watch The Goat on Amazon?
No,
he
my
watched
sister
Survivor. Did. Yeah. Oh, it was all right. Davon is like wonderful. I always love Davon. So that was good, but it was okay. I actually thought it was like a really good game format because like the comps were like so equitable and like so cheap, but like in a good way. But I think if like Davon and Wendell weren't there, it would have been like a terrible show. Oh, Thomas, stop.
I do too.
But
yeah, The Goat started coming out while I was doing this, so like I haven't watched jack shit except for Survivor for the last 46 days. So
I'm surprised you've like done anything other than sleep. Like been able to sleep is crazy to me.
Oh, I mean, it's usually like 12 to 13. Oh, it's about 12 hours a day. And so what I'll do is, if I know I have plans the next day, I'll just like pull it all night there to like watch as much as possible for the next season, so that.
That's insane.
But I have no social life right now. Yeah, I have no social life.
But then you also
right
like,
now.
but then you're posting about it, right? So you're talking about it for like an hour, 2 hours, also, and
Yeah.
like you probably like use the bathroom. Like I know as a guy, like guys take so long. Like girls, like we're in and out, but guys are like that's their time.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
it's crazy to me. I don't know how you have time for anything.
I get 7 hours of sleep. I get 6-7 hours of sleep. It's honestly, it hasn't gotten hard until the 90-minute episode started yesterday. And it's just like, all right, now it's kind of dragging. Even the shit seasons, it's just like, all right, I can just I'll take a nap during this episode and be all right. You know,
You did this a couple years ago.
I did.
Is there anything that surprised you watching all this, or like that you did that you caught that like that you didn't catch the first time around, or the second time, like the first time watching it, or the first time that you did the X season and X days?
Yeah, it's very easy to pick up on who's a recruit and who's not, because they'll just say, for the 1,000th time since I've watched Survivor China, the fact that James refers to the immunity idol as the immunization thing is so hilarious to me. But even just like people don't know the rules when they're playing. And I would say that my biggest takeaway this time around is in Micronesia, everyone likes to put Parvati on this weird pedestal as far as like she had the most dominant win. It's like, she really didn't in Micronesia. It's really everyone else in her alliance is making all the moves. She just happened to fall into a situation where Sari can't sit at the end, and all she has to do is beat Amanda, who's going to pout her way through Final Tribal. Who can't speak, and is going to pout. And you have to deal with Ozzy being a piece on the jury, making it all about him and how he's in love with Amanda. And James telling Parvati, we already know that Amanda's going to win this. It's like, those types of things I feel like rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And so but I don't think that Parvati was like this all-time great winner because of I think she played a lot better in Heroes versus Villains.
Right. That's interesting.
Once again, I'm not knocking what Parvati did. Like, she won, and I will always respect what winners do. I'm just saying the
Is she really a top tier, S tier? Yeah.
Yeah, the revisionist history would say that Parvati was leading this all women's alliance and she orchestrated all of these blindsides when it wasn't the case at all. You know, Ozzy gets taken out because of Sari. Jason gets taken out because of Natalie Bolton. Is there an echo? There was an echo. Who else? Eric, they gaslit the shit out. Like, well, Sari, Natalie, and Amanda gaslit the shit out of Eric. Amanda plays an idol to get Alexis out. So, like, Parvati's name doesn't pop up in any of those. But I think that, yes, a win is a win, and you deserve to win if you win.
She also probably had the smallest target going in, like to 16. Like, I remember, like, well, no one cared about Amanda either, actually, because I don't think that season had aired yet. But it's not like she was Sari, who was like, oh my God, she almost made it to the end in her season, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like, Parvati was just like, oh, you were just.
Yeah, you were the pretty girl on Cook Island.
Yeah, Bikini Babe, number 48 of,
Yeah, and she becomes Parvati, the legend, in that season, in Micronesia. Chris from Vanuatu is the most underrated winner ever, and Vanuatu is the most underrated season ever. Like, watching Chris navigate that entire thing is so fun. Like, and even the way that he bullshits his way through Final Tribal, and Scout calls him out and like, "Oh yeah, you're full of shit," and he's like, "Yeah, I am. So what?"
I wish they would cast someone like Scout again. I doubt they would, but like, she's so unique. She's also like James, Gravedigger James, where it's like, I don't think I've ever seen it, or our best friend Liz. Like, I've never seen someone else like you on this show ever. Imagine being like a lesbian back in like the 60s.
Yeah.
Like that's like very not progressive is the wrong word, and like brave is the wrong word, but like she was so
ahead of her time.
Yeah,
I have statements about this. So I can't say to you anyone with the heart would have chosen Liz. Okay, the heart has nothing to do with Survivor, and she did just vote against him. Like, I understand that she loves Applebee's, and everyone knows I love Liz. Claire loves Liz. This has nothing to do with it's not an anti-Liz thing. It's I understand Q's point of view thing.
But it was beautiful because Q got his comeuppance because he brings Kenzie and Tiffany on the reward with him, and they both vote against him that next vote. So it's like, karma's for you. Like, you gave these people food and they still didn't vote for you. And Liz, who didn't. That's the thing. Like, if you go on my Reddit history, like, I spent like a few days like arguing with people, and then I was like, actually, I'm not speaking to any of you. But like, Liz knew what to do. She was pissed. She had to yell. She had her moment. And then she was like, okay, I'm going to do what's best for my game. And she votes with Q, whereas the people who Q brought on the reward voted against him. Like, I don't know. Like, she's just not getting enough credit for her. But no, Q won that challenge. He had his plan to like befriend his former, whatever the purple tribe was.
Yeah, the
like,
purple
no,
tribe,
he made the, like, you know what I mean? If you win the challenge, like, you get to pick who you want. I love that he didn't pick. Also, like, you don't want people who play optimally, because then you can like watch chess. Like, you want to see people who are messy, people who are histrionic, people who, like Maria. I was upset. I didn't like Maria at all. Like, in terms of like her vibe, like I don't like her. Like, I don't care for her as like a person I like wish to know in my life. But she probably doesn't care about me either. But like, she's a wonderful character. Like, she thinks she's like this boss babe. She's a fucking doula, like teaching people that they shouldn't use hospitals to give birth. Like, you are, first of all, delusional, but then on top of that, she's winning challenges. She's a boss ass bitch. And then she's like, sing for your supper, play rock, paper, scissors. Like, I want that. I want messy, like bad, not bad, but like not clean gameplay. You know what I mean? Like, being so obvious that she made a great move, so she goes and tells everyone instead of like trying to keep her threat level low and like pivoting and like moving the next thing. Like, that is so interesting to me. And I mean, you could go back and forth on like her, did she vote the right way or not? I mean, I think she definitely voted bitterly, but like, that's okay. If people didn't vote bitterly, like, that wouldn't be the game. You know what I mean? Like, if it was, you can't quantify the winner, and this is not a hot take, but like, if the game was about who won the most challenges or who didn't get votes for the person like against them throughout the game, like, then you wouldn't have the jury at the end. Like, the whole point is that it's not a quantifiable winning rubric, which is why you have 40 some odd different winners of just the US version. Like,
oh, you're breaking out.
but yeah, I don't know. I Maria as a character, I would rather Maria come back than Charlie. But
Yeah,
I'd rather
me too.
Charlie come back than the fucking NASA.
Carson?
But yeah, I don't know.
Your boy
I think
Carson?
my service is bad. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Your boy Carson. Claire doesn't like Carson like I don't like Carson. So while her service is going out, Claire doesn't like Carson like I don't like Carson. Also, to answer this question, no, I haven't brought up Vanuatu yet. We haven't gotten to Vanuatu on the list. Vanuatu won't show up for a while, so we're. Claire, did you hear everything?
You know, my old cats were named after Vanuatu. I told you that my old cats are named after Vanuatu.
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. When it was I was airing in the 8th grade, and my dad brought home like little kittens, and I named one Amy because she was really skinny, but her stomach was like big. I think she had worms, but like she reminded me of Amy. And then Eliza had like these big crazy eyes, so I named her Eliza. And
that's awesome.
It was because the show was airing at the time, and I was like, "You're Amy and you're Eliza."
Did they get along?
Oh yeah, no, they loved each other. Yeah, they did better than the Vanuatu folks.
The actual baby. All right, so 21. We're gonna go to 21. Right? Yeah, 21. We have Survivor China.
So low.
Yeah, Survivor China for me is it's a fun season to just introduce someone to Survivor. Like, there's nothing crazy about it. It's just like it's a very
there's so much crazy about it. You have one of the greatest winners, super fan, brains over brawn winner of all time. You have Courtney fucking Yates and her British father and her cute little newsboy cap and her everything. You have hot Gravedigger James not playing 2 idols. You have Love, which apparently has not ended well.
Yeah, that didn't end well at all.
About that. Yeah, but that was nice for a while until it was horrible. You have
ironically,
Leslie.
I covered this season the day that news broke.
Oh, geez, wow.
Yeah.
I'm so
Leslie,
sorry.
the radio lady,
the cooking radio lady. But yeah, no, horrible. Actually, I don't even want to make a joke about that. But yeah, horrible. Wait, but so why isn't it higher?
China for me is just a season that I can just show someone's like, hey, this is what Survivor is. It's, like I said, I do like the cast. I love the cast. Courtney Yates is one of my favorite players ever. I do think that James as a character is fun. I think that the problem with James is people like to lump him as far as like. No, see, like I don't like Lunch Lady Denise.
But how you don't have to like her. Like she's so fascinating.
Because she
Like,
does
how
because she
you
does
enjoy
martial arts.
seeing her navigate through it. Like
She does martial
what's
arts.
important to you about Survivor if not Survivor China?
China's just that. I'm
You're
sorry.
so- Oh.
I'm so what?
Oh my god.
China's 21. Yeah, I'm sorry, people. I can't believe this was the ranking that actually set people off. But yeah, China's 21 for me.
Well, it's because it's like
the Jean Robert stuff is so uncomfortable to watch now, and it has been for a long time. What?
But he was, in his defense, he was big braining it because he's out of his fucking mind. He had a plan. He had a narrative. He is an actor. He came in being like, I'm going to start as this misogynist, problematic man, and I'm going to learn to respect women, and I'm going to have a heart of gold. Like, and here's the thing. If he didn't have his comeuppance at the end with Courtney shutting him up, like, how many challenges did you win? Like, shut up. And like, Jean Robert, like, it's such a satisfying ending. And he wasn't, in terms of like monsters, he wasn't a terrible person. He was just a jackass. Like,
Like
you know
the
what
whole
I
thing
mean?
with him in their camp, like trying to like put the girl, like putting his arms on the girls and everything, and like trying to rub on them. It's like and they show it, and it's played for laughs. It's played for laughs. That's weird to me.
It's not comfortable. It's not comfortable, but I do think it
Well,
was
the
dealt with. Like
positive
they at least confronted it. I mean, I don't know, compared to what happened in 39, which like actually like I couldn't watch Survivor for a while after that. Like I don't think I ever felt exactly the same, which is scary to think this is how I am now. And I'm like, oh no, I'm just like really reserved about Survivor now. Like, you know, it's different. But this is me tempered. But like, okay, I mean it's valid, but I feel like it checks off so many boxes. I'm horrified. But it's fine. But like I am horrified to think that like there are 20 seasons you prefer.
Yeah.
How is it said in the same breath on the same line that All Stars was? Like
it's not. All Stars is 38.
But if All Stars was what? Like I saw in your chat before. I thought All Stars was like when you were
Oh
talking about
God, no.
right
All Stars
before
is
this, and I was
38.
like, oh, okay, never mind.
No, but All Stars, absolutely not. No, I hate All Stars. No, China. I like China. China's a fun season. China has a fun winner. China has a really fun final three. One of the only times we get a final three that all three people catch vote. I think all three people catch votes. What episode am I on? I'm on episode 10. Halfway through 10. Are you back? I can't hear you, but I can see you moving. Does anyone hear that buzzing sound? Can you hear me? You can't hear me. I can't hear you either. There's this. Uh-oh. I can't hear anything you're saying. Okay. Bye, Claire. So that was Claire. She's great. And we will probably get her for 50 in a couple of years. All right. So we are slowly but surely getting through this. We are halfway done with episode 10. We are 3 minutes away from hitting the 11th hour. And I'm still vibing. I'm still having a good time. It's all right, Claire. We'll see. Justice for China. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll send you the whole list after this is done, so you can yell at me for everything. But where was I going with this? I think at the end of this episode, I will post number 20, and then we can kind of start. Yeah. Claire's amazing. She was one of the first people that I met when I joined the online side of the community. So one of the first people that I met in real life when I joined the side of the community. She's awesome. We're at final 8. we're at Final 8. I think at this point, obviously, I was still rooting for Liz. Who I thought was going to win at this point was probably Kenzie. I think at this point, I was like, okay, I can't really see anyone else. Maybe Tiffany. But I think I was letting bias get ahead of me. Like, I just didn't want Charlie to win. I didn't see Marie winning. Q winning. But I definitely thought that it was going to be Kenzie by this point in the game. But I was still rooting for Liz. Of course, I was still rooting for Liz. So what's the twist at Final 8? Oh, the rice. Yeah. If 4 people. So I have, like I mentioned earlier, I mean, my favorite scene of China is when Jamie and PG throw the challenge, and Jeff asks, "Are you good at puzzles, PG?" She says, "I'm good at Sudoku," and James says, "Fuck Sudoku, pay attention." Anytime I have a friend or whatever say that they're going to be doing Sudoku, I say, "Fuck Sudoku, pay attention," because it's such an iconic line. Oh, PG and Claire had the same birthday. Cool. PG's hot. PG was hot. PG still is hot. And she was also very fun. Sharia, I've met Sharia once. She was really nice. She probably should have stayed longer than fucking John Robert, but that tribal, I think Courtney tried to save her. Yeah, Courtney was trying to save her, and Todd just did not want to lose Jean Robert. But you have to get more of them. Yes, we were at one of my favorite pictures is a picture of me and Claire at the Survivor 41 premiere party, where I was still making a lot of money, and I just bought shots for everyone the entire night, which was an experience. All right, we are now in the 11th hour, so I'm going to post the link, and I think I might do this one more time before the finale, but I appreciate everyone that has been in and out throughout the day, both in the chat and joining me on camera. It's been a lot of fun. I very much was the main that night. I'm kidding. Yeah, it was a fun night. I do plan on doing the 47 premiere, because I didn't do anything for 44 through 4. No, I didn't do anything for 45 or 46 as far as premiere or finale, and I do miss that that atmosphere of being around Survivor fans. I probably won't go to like the bigger parties, but like there are smaller parties that I can go to in New York City where I can still have just as much fun and spend less money. So I probably am going to do that. All right, so we are going to find the link. We're going to post the link. Nullified take. Do I watch Big Brother? Okay, well, first, I did not get an energy drink, but I did eat lunch. And I did use the bathroom, drink water, and all that. Big Brother, I watched all the seasons post-COVID because of the diversity campaign. I especially watched last season because Sari was on it, and I was never going to miss that. But outside of that, no, I really have. I watched season 1 and 2 when they aired back in the day, and that's it. And I know season 1 people don't even consider actual Big Brother, but it's fine. Copy link. Twitter. Entering. Yeah, Big Brother's fine. Did you maybe you in it? Yeah, I mean, eventually I probably try it out. I'm absolutely not going to watch it like this. But like I've heard enough about the show to know that it is probably something that's on my alley. Yeah. Season 1. The problem with season 1 of Big Brother is it's just forever. It just takes forever and so by the time I watched season 2 when it aired, And then I just never watched after that. But I thought the concept was compelling. And obviously, I know they've changed it a lot with adding the vetoes and all that. Entering the 11th hour of the live stream at Final 8. Been a fun ride with guests. And all right, Survivor 46, and 46 seasons, 46 days. It continues. Paste. We'll do that again. And post. Yeah, we're in the 11th hour. I'm honestly surprised that I'm still going. I'm gonna repost that. Oh no, repost. Okay. I think this is Maria's. I think Maria wins this challenge. I think she wins this challenge. I'm still thinking about. Oh no, don't worry. I'm not. Come on. I'm not going to give up after 11 hours at this point. I know I planned for 13. I hope you get the TNT award this summer for the most content by one TNT podcast. Thank you very well. Thank you very much. You're doing great. Thank you. Like I said, as soon as I'm done with this, I'm going to go to sleep for many hours, and then I'm going on a trip starting tomorrow night. I can't say where I'm going, but once again, I'm not going to go play Survivor or anything, but I'm going to fuck off for a few days. And, I'm looking forward to not watching Survivor for 2 months. And I'm excited for 47, especially as we get closer to 50, my interest level, which has never really wavered, just continues. Fuck it. We'll do number 20 right now. We're gonna do number 20. So this is a season that has fallen down a lot, but I still enjoy it for the most part. It's Survivor Race Wars / Cook Islands. I think that the cast is very top heavy. There's a lot of forgettable people pre-merge. I think that what obviously saves the season is the I-24 storyline. I think that Yule is great. I think that I'm not the biggest Ozzy fan, but I think that he plays his role well in that group of 4. I think the fact that we get Penner from this, we get Parvati 1.0, we get Nate, who is very underappreciated as a character, because he is the first person that Parvati ever flirts with on the show. And I mentioned this during the micro pod. Parvati comes off as a bit of a chocolate chaser in her first 2 seasons. She goes after Nate and then she goes after James, which is, great for me. Cowboy, yes, Cowboy is a game changer. Yes, Cowboy was a very fun character, and without knowing it, changed the game forever. Split the vote is now just a thing. The God, oh yes, okay, so the God Idol, and I know that people like to kind of use that against Yule's win. I don't think that's what Claire's doing right here, but they try to use that as against Yule as far as, we hit the God Idol. It's like, yeah, they did. I mean, he did, but it didn't really matter because that foursome was never going to waver. And if you're silly enough to not at least take a shot, then that's all on y'all. This is the last season of the God Idol until we get the Tyler Perry Idol and Cagayan, and they try to claim it's the first time we've ever had an idol like this. which is not the case. Yeah, Nate was a bro. Like I would say Nate and Sean Rector, as far as and Davey, but from 37, are the three black males that I would love to see come back, and I feel like only one of those three would actually have a legitimate chance of coming back. Yeah, can't blame other players on production's decisions. I agree, but also they were trying to, like, in 11 they had the Gary Hogaboom idol where you could play it before the votes were cast. 12, we have the God Idol, and Terry almost goes to the end. Thank God he doesn't. And then in 13 we get the last version of the God Idol before we get the real version in Fiji. Yeah, we get everyone's favorite hero, Candace. One of my favorite things about Cook Islands is the fact that she just continuously gets sent to Exile Island, and we're supposed to feel sorry for her. I understand that she was just trying to get back with her OG tribe. I get it. But she's a traitor, and she stepped off. And Ozzy, Yule, Sandra, and Becky, Becky at the auction where she got to pick who to send and steal their money. And she says Candace, and Yule's face of like, oh man, we're really doing this again. And Candace, they keep giving Candace all this, we feel bad for her. Like, it sucks on Exile. It's like, yeah, you're right. It does. But I don't feel shit for her. And then we get Heroes versus Villains where she immediately flips again. She's a flipper. And then in Blood versus Water, she does an Alstera Welcome, and she does a different type of flipping in that situation where she flips off Brad Culpepper. But yeah, we don't get a chance for Candace to flip in Blood versus Water, and I would have to imagine that she probably would have. Darnell, yeah, I Darnell got the shit end of the stick, especially being on that tribe with Scott and Jason. I've got words, but I'm not gonna. She's a hot blonde doctor. I will never feel bad for her. Yeah, I mean that's all true. I'm Andy, who I had on for San Juan del Sur. Whenever I play in games, I always ask who their all-time Survivor crush is, and Andy said the Codys. He was like, Candace and John Cody are crushes, and I'm just like, I've never heard of John Cody. I've never heard of a John Cody stand before, but like, good on you. I would say that he's an attractive male. How much left do we have in this episode? We have about 14 minutes left in episode 10. We are 11:10 into the stream. So I think me selling it as a 13-hour stream is probably lowballing. I think it's going to probably be closer to 14 hours. Because I got to imagine that the finale is 2 hours, and I'm actually going to watch. Your Survivor crush is Darnell? All right. I mean, he's an attractive guy. I guess that's surprising. Not because of Andy loved the Codys. It was definitely a shock. I am surprised that Darnell is now that I'm thinking about it more, I'm very surprised that Darnell is your crush out of other people that I feel like you would. I don't know. Okay, so it's because of his height. Okay, that's fine. It's because of his height. Whatever. He worked for the post office. I don't really put much stock into height. Well, I can't because, well, I mean, I would never anyway, but I can because I'm 5'6". Who goes home this episode? Oh, Tiffany goes home this episode with an idol in her pocket. Yeah. Yes, he was a hard worker, and they voted him out because the goggles fell off his face or whatever. Because I don't think Scott and Jason were ever going to not vote out Darnell first. That's, if you want to talk hot takes, I think they were always going to vote out him or Sydney first. If everyone that understands what I'm saying. was graduating college. He was a swim instructor. Yeah, you're preaching to the choir. Darnell's fine. I like Darnell. You don't have to convince me. I'm sure Q's tall. Do you like Q? Oh man, my voice is really starting to go to shit. Oh my god. All right, so I don't know who's going to hop in here next. I think Phil messaged me if I picked up on his hint from earlier. I haven't even gotten a chance to look. Wait, what? Why do you know all these people's heights off the top of your head? How? Okay, I know what's next. Okay, I think that my number 19 might ruffle some feathers, but it's fine. We'll wait a little bit. This is Tiffany, right? I think it's Tiffany. I love Darnell. Yeah, I mean, I used to say the same thing about Hannah Shapiro, but then Liz came into my life, and it's never been the same, honestly. I would, yeah. He's 6'5.5". Oh, okay. Well, okay. I haven't put on my glasses in a while, and I was wondering why I'm straining to read what's going on screen because I can't see shit. Who else are we? We still have a fair few people that are supposed to drop in throughout the night. So I look forward to that. Who is this? Oh, who are you? Anyway. God, I'm so hungry again. I really need to do anything. I don't think I watched this episode. No, I had to because this is the I'm Pissed episode, so I had to. I just remember a lot of this happened. Well, and like I keep saying, because I finished, because 40 happened 4 days before I started the marathon, 46 is just kind of a blur to me. Did you mention earlier that you played coach rugby? I thought you said you went to Australia because of it. It was a few hours ago. Is that what you coach? Yes. Yeah, my career rugby coach, I've been doing that for 8 years. I went to Australia when I was 14 years old as a gift for graduating middle school. I was ready to go off to high school. So I went to Australia. The family I lived with, they all played rugby. So voila. Wait, so what is your criteria for the season rankings? Can you go over that? Yeah, it's how they resonate with me. Do I think that China, historically, is better than some of the ones that I have in the 20s? No, but just how I respond to them. That's why China. I feel like this is just because of the China thing. But yeah, China's 21. China used to be 15 or whatever for me, ironically. It's just China doesn't do it for me like it does it for other people. And that's all right. We all have opinions. And I understand that mine is probably wrong in some of you guys' eyes. But yeah, once again, China's in the top half of my favorite seasons. So, but that's my criteria. It's just how they resonate with me, and especially watching it, how I watch it. Watching it in order, some seasons do kind of fall and some seasons do kind of rise. Vanuatu, both times that I've done this, well, all 3 times that I've done this, Vanuatu has always gone higher and higher on the list. For me, it's just, am I entertained? Do I find players that I resonate with? Gameplay, yeah, sure, whatever. Location is fun, and China's location was amazing. Rewatchability, and yeah. When I was a kid, I used to get up early in the morning to watch Australian rules football. We went to Australia when I was 14. I'm not big into sport. For some reason, I watched that as a kid. Yeah, Australian rules football is insane. Like, I know I play rugby and all that, but Australian rules football is like for crazy fuckers. Yeah, there are some great seasons. Like the top 10 is already full, so I get it. Yeah, and my top 10, I can't imagine people will disagree with most of them. Shit, I can't see anyone disagreeing with any of them, if I'm being honest. But we'll get there. Soon as Tiffany goes home, I'll post number 19. And I like 19. I'm going to give you all a heads up. I like it because it's just so chaotic and no one really knows what they're doing, but the characters are fun. We've gotten a fair few returnees from it. Jesus, look at that gut. Oh my God. Claire, I'm looking at one of the pictures you sent me, and my gut is apparent. My COVID gut. What picture am I looking for, though? I'm looking for another one. I'll find it. Oh, I've already sent it to you. I sent it to you a while ago. No, I already did Gabon. Gabon was 34. Gabon was 34. I mentioned I've never watched Total Drama Island, but I just assume that's what Total Drama Island is. It's just a bunch of cartoon characters, and this is just the live action version of. I appreciate that. The COVID gut is still bothering me. No, Gabon's not. I'm not even. Gabon is low for a reason. I understand that, like, oh, it's funny because yeah, but also Gabon is actually not fun. Where did I know I sent Claire a picture a while ago? Also, I love Liz Wilcox. Oh my God. I just got to the point in our conversation where I sent you that that interaction I had with her. Yeah, this picture, Claire, I think that's you can't see the COVID gut. What's TDI? What's TDI? I don't know what TDI is. Yeah, no, that is true. Like, Gabon is it's a fucking cartoon. And Total Drama, yeah, duh. Yeah, so I think I mentioned that earlier. I do want to watch Total Drama Island just because I've heard enough about it over the last however many years. I didn't watch it when it was first airing. I know they just recently came out with another season. But I can confirm my belief that Gabon is just Total Drama Island. The cast brings a drama. Yeah, it's also very recruit heavy. Randy is probably the biggest fan on the show, and Randy is a big fan. Yeah, Jillian picking Susie as her first pick. Like, what is happening? Who is this jackass? Oh, Dan, he died. No, Dan's the lawyer. Who was the what was it? Marcus was the doctor. Crystal, after she got her gold medals taken away for steroids, and it just ironically, yep. Marcus gets sniped out because of crazy twists. Honestly, and I said this during the Gabon pod, at that final 3, based off of their performances there, I would have voted for Susie because she's the only one actually answering questions. Dr. Bob is basically saying, "Oh yeah, I was following Sugar," and Sugar's basically like, "Oh, I don't really care." And it's like, "Oh my God, Randy is willing to vote for you." And if Randy's willing to vote for you, that means that a lot of these other people are probably willing to vote for you. And yet, Sugar just kind of lays down. I think that Kenny was probably the best player in the season until he gets too big for his britches towards the end and tries to start big braining everything. And so they get rid of his ass. But I really like Kenny. I think that by far the best player in the season. I think Maddie's fun. Maddie's fun. He got too cocky. Yeah. If Kenny had just chilled for a bit, I think that Kenny could have gotten to the end. Tiffany's being bonnet right now. Q smiling. Yeah, how do you guys not like Q? You played an online Survivor game with someone claiming to be Kenny. It's entirely possible. He's an online gamer, so I don't. Yeah, the Maddie GIF is the most iconic thing about Gabon, and that's not really a knock on the season in that respect, because I do think that GIF is once again on like the actual bad season. So like Redemption Island, South Pacific, and things like that. I would just sit on the Funny 115 and just read all of those. And when that entry came up, the Sugar Corinne Maddie one, it's like, yeah, that is the scene from that season. I know the confessional where they vote out Randy, probably an honorable mention. But I really enjoy the GIF. All right, that is the end of episode 10. We are slowly I remember hating Ace, and then watching it this time, he still annoyed the shit out of me, but like Sugar did just kind of get duped into voting him out. So that is, I guess, justice for Ace, I guess. Yeah, that's true. Okay, starting episode 11 at 8:01. Starting at 11 at 8:01 p.m. And we'll go ahead and do number 19. A drum roll, please. I'm pissed. Her accent really comes out in that too. How can you hate Liz? All right, number 19 is this. Number 19 is San Juan del Sur. Because I love Natalie's revenge arc, not only for them getting rid of Nadia, but for them getting rid of Jeremy. And she kind of plays circles around everyone at the merge once Jeremy is gone. Jackie, did you vote for who I told you to vote for? Is an iconic scene. I remember when RHAP was covering the scene and Steven and Rob, at first I thought it was, on purpose, but I realized they kept calling Missy Muffin, I think on accident. Ironically, I think that Missy is probably my crush on that season, which is wild. It's just a bunch of people that don't know what they're doing. Drew Christie getting, once again, too cocky and going out. Them trying to barter for the Flint. Them trying to give back the new Flint. them eating all of the fucking rice and have to giving away all of it so that they can get, more rice, even though the merge is coming up pretty much right afterwards. The fact that the two best players on the season, I did not rank Borneo yet. The two best players in the season get voted out back to back at the merge. Kelly Wentworth goes home early because she's looked at as a threat because she knows the game, which once again shows that this cast is mostly made up of recruits. That Reed speech is a lot. It's damn near uncomfortable, but I enjoy it. I remember when I did 42 and 42 and realizing that Reed and Josh had broken up, and I was like, oh, well, there's no hope for me then. If two gay virgin Christians can't even stay together, then where's the hope for me? And I guess I'm only slightly joking. San Juan del Sur, I love it. I love San Juan del Sur. It is a decent follow-up to the first Blood versus Water. Obviously, I think the first one is leaps and bounds better. Do they play? Yeah, so that's the last time that they do touchy subjects because they try to game it so that Missy can go on the reward, and Jeff gets pissed off. Yeah, and Jeff gets pissed off, and so he's like, "Well, this is just a farce." And that's also where Reed calls Baylor a brat, and Missy gets pissed off with it. Yeah, they started to play it. They got rid of the people that were on the bottom, and then they tried to fix it so that Missy won, and yeah, that kind of set off Jeff, and so we haven't had it back since. It's funny that in 29 they killed the touchy subjects challenge, and in 30 they killed the auction until 45. So I'm hoping that we can get touchy subjects back at some point, maybe for 50. Yeah, we have started episode 11. The next episode is the penultimate episode. So we are, if my math is right, and it's probably not, we're going to finish this around 12. Oh, German's here. All right. We got our next person. German, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I came to say that San Juan del Sur is actually a top 5 season.
Wow, you okay? See? Okay. I mean, please go ahead. Oh, okay. I guess while we're doing this, I had China at 21, and the chat was not happy with me. How do you feel about China? And then also, how do you feel? Why is San Juan del Sur in your top 5?
I would say that I like China, but I simultaneously think that China is overrated. I think that China sometimes gets looped in with the best seasons of all time. But when you really think about it structurally, you have a very obviously losing, pre-merge tribe. You have a boot order and a winner that comes off, very predictable. And you look past the top tier characters of the season, your, Courtney and your James, and you're left with, a fine rest of the cast. And then you have Jean Robert existing. So there's, I think, a big drop off in the terms of the quality of the cast from it's a top heavy cast,
Someone else did say that too. And before you get to say one else, I forgot to mention the whole Eric, not the outside the game thing. Inside the game, I remember the first 2 times I watched China, I thought that Eric with glasses and Eric without glasses were 2 different people because that's how irrelevant he was to me. And so there would be times where I'm like, who the hell is this guy? And I'm like, oh, Eric. I'm like, that can't be right. Eric wears glasses. It's the Superman effect. Okay, so why is San Juan del Sur top 5 for you?
So for me, the original concept of Survivor was, you have these people and they create their new society. I would tell you that San Juan del Sur is one of the only examples ever where they did create their own society of rules that don't exist in any other Survivor season ever. The way they try to negotiate with Jeff Probst, the way that they traded their rewards off like it was nothing, the way they broke an entire challenge, the way that you have, even at the final 6, a mom and a daughter has to convince the mom not to throw their entire game away just for some guy. Just the dynamics that exist within San Juan del Sur don't exist anywhere else in any other Survivor season. Was the gameplay good here? Fuck no. Even a legend like Jamie Collins, has to learn the lessons because of his mistakes here, where he builds up, the huge war of Jeremy versus Josh, They both die because of it. And then all of the, misfits end up ruling the day afterwards. And it's a award-winning win from Natalie Anderson, in my opinion, throughout the end game stretch. That is totally underrated. She kills it. She's amazing. And there's such a good narrative for the fact that this is one of the only seasons where there's a gender disparity of 10 men, 8 women. And you end up with, at one point, the entire jury is men and you're left with a female final 3. The underdogs come out. Every Edgic prediction was wrong in this season, which was another thing. They're like, Josh is going to win. Nope. Jeremy's going to win. Nope. John's going to win. Nope. Because everyone underestimated Natalie, including those stupid Edgicers. I love the narrative of San Juan del Sur. It is incredibly entertaining. Hi.
Also, Malcolm, how are you doing? Thank you for joining. Malcolm, we just started episode 11, so we've got 2 episodes left of 46. I guess going back to the question that I'm asking everyone all night, Malcolm, what were your thoughts on 46?
First of all, just like coming in at the tail end of the San Juan del Sur discourse, it's like, oh, so true, so accurate, like all the points,
Yay.
Thoughts on 46? I'm thankful that we got 90-minute episodes. Wait, is this like spoiler free? Can I talk
No,
about?
you can say whatever you want.
So like, I'm thankful that we got 90-minute episodes because I think it would have been a much more harder time to depict why Kenzie wins in only 60 minutes. And I think we talked about it on like my podcast, like the podcast I did with you when we talked about Michelle's win. Like the editors, I don't think have ever really done a good job of editing a social game. And I think they made it very clear that if Kenzie gets to the end, it's because of her social prowess, So like, I think that's my overall thought process. And I remember watching and I was like, this is not a season for strategists. This is a season for like entertainment. Like, because I was entertained, but like the decision making and all of it, I was like, what are we doing here? Like, there's a clear duo here in Charlie and Maria that just like no one wants to take care of. And I think, I felt so bad for Ben getting 3rd place and like talk about getting purpled. Like you're the second runner up, and like there have been second runner ups that have had better edits than him. Like I think Xander. I think about Jake. Like I think about like even freaking
Amanda Campbell.
Owen. Even Owen, I feel like got a better edit. Where at least we knew what was going on with Owen's game, or at least his attempts to try and play the game. I just felt like Ben was like, "Hey, I'm here."
Why he can name over 100 Metallica songs, so like let's give him credit where credit is due. And I do agree with you, and I talked about this earlier, where it's very similar to Erica, where it's the Alexis Jones effect of we have Banu going to Shipwheel Island or whatever it's called at this point, saying, "Oh yeah, Kenzie, Kenzie's a threat. Kenzie's going to win this game." People are clocking Kenzie as a threat. Like when they go back to their tribes, the first thing they say is, "Hey, Kenzie's a threat." And we never really see it. We just know that everyone is saying it, which means it has to be true because these players wouldn't just be saying it if it wasn't true. And I think that Erica got the same type of edit in 41 where these people are trying to throw a challenge to get rid of her. And she still survives, and they keep saying, "Oh yes, Erica's a threat. Erica's a threat." We're not seeing it, but that I think everyone can agree that is a Survivor problem of they don't know how to edit social winners, specifically social female winners. Gurman, go ahead.
It's because you aren't really going to get a confessional of Kenzie where she's going to say something like, "I'm a mastermind because I'm friends with everybody," and editing that into an episode would feel super weird, because Kenzie isn't going into a confessional, I think, bragging about how likable she is. She's just likable. So it's a lot harder for, the producers to immediately edit that storyline, where instead, and the one thing I don't really love with 46 is there's too much Charlie confessionals. They give him so much time to talk about strategy and numbers and everything. But really, at the end of the day, he gets rid of Venus over Kenzie and goes to the end with Kenzie when he had a perfect third person there, Venus, that he could have beat. So his numbers and strategy didn't really
No, but he's smart
mean
white
anything
guy.
at the end of the day.
No, he's smart white guy. Stop it. He's smart white guy.
I also want to say as well, in terms of like Kenzie's threat level, I feel like we did get a little bit of confessionals about her social game, right? Like I think we've heard a lot from her, like her job as like a hairstylist and how she gets people comfortable to get them to talk and things of that nature. And she gets to build those connections like in 3 seconds, because you are, as someone that now has hair, it's like, I can't have everybody just be all up in it. So I definitely think we got tidbits, which was much more than what we got from Erica. Like I think Erica really would have benefited from 90 minutes, because I think we might have gotten more confessionals as like what she was doing. I still remember in 41 where they talked about Erica's relationship with Heather, and in the audience I was like, wait, what the hell? Like that's important?
Are they a clear duo? I must have missed that.
Right. Yeah, like there were confessions about Erica and Heather, and I was like, we have not seen that like at all. It was just shocking. So yeah.
Well, and my and it's funny, I forgot about the whole hair salon thing. As someone that grew up basically in a hair salon, like those are the most personal people you'll ever come across, because they will just talk about anything. And my mom will listen to anyone talk about anything and do the hair of almost anyone, despite beliefs that they would have. As we start to wind down, like I said, we've got 2 episodes left, which is insane that I've been doing this for 11 and a half hours.
Did you really complete it in 46 days?
Yeah, this is day 46.
What are you doing after this?
He's mad. I know.
Like tonight, after I'm done with this?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to sleep for 10 hours.
Sleep, log off, do nothing.
Oh yeah.
Congratulations on the accomplishment. I love Survivor, but not that much. But like, I just want to make sure you get your flowers for doing this in 46 days, because that's a lot of episodes,
It is.
And then he's planning to do 50 and 50 in 2 years.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and that's why I reached
50-50?
Yeah. But I'm stopping after that. I'm not doing it anymore.
I was like driving, and I was like, he wouldn't do 50 and 50 days. That sounds crazy. And here I am. I'm the one that's crazy because you're going to do it.
Well, that's why I reached out to all of y'all last night. And, you two have hopped in. We've had a lot of other people hop in throughout the day, is because I do appreciate the fact that, one, that I was able, like, I'm in this community and I can meet people like y'all. Me and Gurman have never played in a game together. We only really know each other because I worked prod for a game for him once. Malcolm, obviously, it goes. But I had Abraham on here earlier, and we talked about the Survivor Diversity campaign. So that was nice to really, talk to someone that, was impacted by that. But I'm appreciative of the fact that I have people that I can have talk about seasons, whether they're good or bad, for an hour or two, when I do these things. And like I said earlier,
I was mostly here for the bad this time. So.
Yeah, that's fair. But the thing is, like, I still pick and choose who I want, because I know, one, I know a lot of people won't be able to talk about things, but 2, I know that there are people that have differing opinions that can still be respectful of others, because I'm not going to have anyone that comes on here that's like a big Ben Browning person or something like that. It's going to be people that have some type of conscience. So you two, and I thank everyone else. Thank you both so much for taking. This is not saying leave. It's not. I want to make sure I get this out of the way now, so that if you do end up bouncing at any time between now and 11 o'clock or whenever I'm finished, that. But anyway,
I will be back most likely. So
okay,
I'll see you for now.
All right, I'll see you for now.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to move on to the next. Okay, so. Malcolm, also doing a countdown of my season ranks, because my ranking changed, doing it like this. So at number 18, we've got Suri 1.0. We've got Survivor Panama, one of the craziest tribes that you're ever going to get in the history of the show. What's up?
Yeah, Panama is number 18.
Yeah, is that too what?
I'm just curious to hear 1 through 17.
Well, you'll be here for 17. You might be here for all of them, but you'll be here for 17.
You're going up.
Yeah.
17 up to 1.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going from 1 down.
Oh, No, I'm working my way up.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Panama, so is it in your opinion, is that too low or too high?
No, thinking about it, like 46 seasons, I feel like 18 is a good. Oh my God, I met Claire at
St. Pat's. You met her at St. Pat's.
Yeah.
She was in here. She was in here about an hour ago.
Where did you rank 44?
44. Where did I put 44? Where did I put 44? Oh, I put it at 25. 25.
Interesting. Okay. But I think Panama is where it should be.
Thank you. I agree. I think that so obviously Panama is kind of saved by the fact there is a a car crash tribe on it, and it's full of these carts. We've got Shane, who's going through nicotine addiction. You've got Danielle, who's the captain of sports. You've got Crazy Courtney. You got Aris, who is portrayed as a fool in the first episode, but like is probably the second most level-headed person there. You've got Bruce and his Zen garden, and then you've got Sari, who is supposed to be. I mean, realistically, Sari is supposed to be the first boot. Then Sari is supposed to be the second boot on her new tribe, and somehow is able to turn into a legend after just one season. She doesn't if she doesn't come back from Micronesia, I think that she's already in legendary status, and I think Micronesia just solidifies that. You get this Terry storyline, which I mean I'm not a Terry Dietz person, so like I am always rooting for his downfall during the season. We get this. This is where the god idol is first introduced, as compared to the idol that we get in Guatemala. I think that casting is very top heavy once again, but like that top is very good because half of them are just crazy fuckers, and the other one is Sari. I think Dan Fuego, for some reason, he's a legend among the community. The fact that what was his name? Nick, there were two generic white guys. It was Nick and Austin. I think Nick was the one that had very inspirational final words when he gets voted out. Yeah. Sally was cute.
Let me just say, and this may be controversial, but I think I got like, some of the people you be standing and thirsting over. I don't understand it, man. What's going on here? What's going on here?
I am a man of many tastes. I have no type. Yesterday, I think Davey said this first, and he put me onto it. Jamie in 44 is both island hot and real life. I think Jamie was my person for that. Is that weird? Is that a take?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
But I think, but there have been some tweets that you talked about, like, oh, I'm like standing her, like, because she's hot, and I'm like, you know what? We all have different tastes.
Yeah, different strokes for different folks, man.
Yeah.
I mentioned Missy earlier from San Juan del Sur. So,
Wait,
I don't. Huh?
You think Missy's hot?
No. What are you talking about?
Sorry,
Missy. Just sing along, man. What are your thoughts?
Back to Panama. What do
you think about Sparta Panama? She had MILF energy, and she also looks like she hates. Can be hot, like whatever. I'm playing.
Andrew, please, back to Panama.
So
back to Panama.
Go back to Panama. Talk.
Oh, what are my thoughts on Terry getting third?
Sparking. I think there's probably credit because they love them some Terry Dietz, and I feel like they were starting to get tired of their favorites going home in third. So,
yeah. But I think the problem is that with the final three, right? Like with this thought process, like I just wish that Survivor production just like let the story of the season play out versus trying to do whatever it can to get like the story that they think is best for TV, right? Like I say it all the time, like we are just getting a viewpoint of their experience, you know, and I think of like the experience that they played out. And I think the constant manipulation of like from final two to final three, the fire making, it's like, all right, if you're doing all this and you still edge of extinction for freaking Joe, like if you're doing all this and your man's is still losing, like then he sucks. Like we gotta keep it moving, you know what I'm saying? But I think definitely with Terry, you know, for someone to be so dominant physically in the challenges and to like fail at the 11th hour, like I'm sure that does suck. And I imagine from a producer hat, it's like, God damn it, what the fuck? Like, what are we gonna do from here? You know?
He was supposed to be our great white hope.
Yeah, but I think also the problem, I also think the struggle now is that, like, unfortunately with Survivor juries, I feel like now that there's a final three, it's usually just like either going to be a blowout of one person winning or the competition's really between two people, right? So, like, I don't ever think we've had, and correct me if I'm wrong, you know, you've spent 46 days on this, but if there was ever a compelling final three, we're not just like, which one?
China.
Amanda flopped.
She did flop, but like Amanda was the front runner going into that, and then she flopped. But I would say that was the fact that all three of them caught votes, and like watching it, I probably would have voted for Todd. I felt like the three of them were compelling, but you're talking about in the moment. You're talking about the compelling. Right. Oh, if that's the case, One World. I think that Sabrina, Kim, and Chelsea put on a great performance there with the three of them. I think that from there, 31, 32, I can make a case for.
Compelling as One World was, Chelsea still got 0 votes.
You're right, but I do feel like the three of them put on a good show there. I know at HHH all three of them got votes, but like,
right.
39 was just chaotic because all three of them just kept talking over each other. 40 was a great, like, even though Michelle gets no votes, I feel like Tony, Natalie, and Michelle put on probably the best final tribal that we've gotten. Like they all make great cases, and I think that if it was Sarah instead of Tony there, the votes would have been spread out even like actually a lot more than the blowout that Tony gets. Didn't mean to cut you off though, but
no, it's okay. I just think that's my gripe a little bit with final threes is that at the end of the day, like there will be a front runner or there's going to be someone that's like completely shut out from like contention or like from those conversations because, you know, we're picking between these two. So again, it goes back, you know what I wish that it wasn't always a final three. Like I kind of like that
earlier.
A final two kind of unsuspectingly, right? To even keep the players on their toes in terms of like decision making, making a winner and stuff like that. Maybe switch it up a little bit because that final three, your thought process is like, all right, who's my GOAT or who's the one person I know is not going to have any type of chance, right? So even when you were mentioning with this season, the fact that Charlie just didn't take Venus or didn't take Q, right? Like, I think it could have been very, and I think that's why I kept on saying that for this season. Like, this isn't a season of strategists because you don't get rid of Venus, you don't get rid of Q. Like, people that you just know 100%, they're not going to get votes. So how do you bring them to the end? And it would be on someone like a Kenzie or a Ben to try and get rid of them. But for Charlie and Maria to be such a power duo, it's like, look, if we bring one of them to the end, you know, me and you got 50-50 shot. And even at the 4, right? Let's say if Q wins immunity, he probably brings Maria. You know, I don't know. I just think that like for Charlie and Maria to control the whole season and to really flounder, which I think strategically made no sense for them to get rid of, to target Venus and Q respectively, right? Like if Maria had Q, Charlie, I feel like should have had Venus.
That's fair. Yeah.
Maria was playing her. I think Maria was playing her own game of like, choose my ace in the hole just in case. Whereas for Charlie, should have been Venus as his ace in the hole just in case, right? Like I would have loved to have seen them kind of like a Wendell and Dom, where it's like, hey, we are in lockstep, but here where I'm gonna like try and one up you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, and we both know that we're probably going to send the other one to fire if either one of us wins immunity. Like we just kind of We know this is going to happen. As long as we can get to this point, let the best person win. I do want to bring up this Melinda thing because if I remember correctly, so I'm 33. I'm fairly certain Melinda was on the old women's cast and she was 32 years old. So I was very offended by that.
I think what's also interesting, because I have to go soon.
Okay.
If your name is Bruce, yeah, I have no comment.
Go ahead.
But Bruce from Panama, shout out to him. The end.
Yeah.
But I think, where was I going with that? Damn, Missy's where I draw the line. I think when it comes to like just overall, like I'll put a bow on like 46 as well as Panama. I think ours was a really, really good winner. I also appreciate that ours like rode for Suri throughout the entire time. I think sometimes, thinking about like Survivor Diversity campaign and stuff like that, I think it's very easy that the Black players kind of get discarded when they're no longer needed. And ours still was trying to bring Suri to Final 3. So like I really appreciated that as I'm looking at it again. Also, the age disparity is kind of funny because like as someone that's also 33, if I was put on the old tribe, I would be my confessionals cursing someone out because I'm like,
I'm time for this shit.
Like, how are we defining old here? Like, I'm not a senior citizen. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's funny. And then again, just to talk about 46 just a little more before I go. I think Kenzie's a great winner, deserving winner. I appreciate the social game aspect of it. And I'm not going to get into like the after effects of the season, but like more controversial decision. I mean, I
don't understand it, but I'm not going to attack the woman online for voting away because I was rooting for Charlie to lose anyway. So like, I don't give a shit.
But I think also, like, if anything, that should speak more to Charlie's gameplay. Like, the person that you worked with literally